Chapter 1. The Restart of the Siren. June 12th, 2010 in the northeastern small city of Linjiang. Named after its proximity to the Songhua River, the typical temperate monsoon climate means that although it is now the height of summer, the heat has yet to fully settle in. Following a recent rain, a slight coolness lingers in the breeze that I retrieved my suitcase from the taxi's trunk, and the driver hurried away as soon as I closed it. Dragging my suitcase, I lifted my gaze to the other side of the road, where a grand archway stood, adorned with 5 golden characters, Julong Mountain Cemetery. It has been 4 years since I last visited on this day. 10 years ago, my father departed from this world forever. Crossing the road and entering the solemn cemetery, a sense of heaviness settled in my chest, a feeling I had grown accustomed to over the past decade. Each visit here brought forth this familiar discomfort. My father's grave lies in the western section of the cemetery, in a martyr cemetery for public security officers, where many brave police officers who sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, like my father, are interred. I drag my suitcase along the path flanked by towering pines and cypress trees. I approach the entrance of the martyr cemetery. There, I spotted a black Mercedes parked nearby, which struck me as somewhat unusual for a visit to this solemn place. Upon entering the small gate of the cemetery, I noticed a figure standing before my father's gravestone. Although only a silhouette, his slightly stout form was unmistakable. I hurried over, but perhaps he was too absorbed in thought to notice my approach. "Uncle Sue," I gently called out. "Xiao Chu, what brings you back? When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me in advance?" Uncle Sue exclaimed, his surprise evident. "I just got off the train. When did you arrive?" I inquired. "I just got here too." "Come, let's talk to your father, let him see you." Uncle Sue beckoned. I set my suitcase down and walked to my father's gravestone. Before the tombstone lay a basket of yellow and white chrysanthemums and a bottle of Wulianya liquor, with 3 lit cigarettes emitting thin wisps of smoke. I knew these were the offerings Uncle Sue prepared on every visit. "Father, I've come to see you." My voice was barely above a whisper, yet my heart clenched tightly. A photograph of my father adorned the gravestone. He wore a gray police uniform and a silver gray tie, his brand new 99 style police attire. It struck me that he had only worn this fresh uniform for a year. "Brother Fu, look at Xiao Chu, he's all grown up now. You can rest easy over there, right?" Uncle Sue said, squatting down to open the bottle of liquor. "Brother Fu, I know you take pride in this. Seeing your child grow up, we should share a drink. Back then, we were both struggling, we could only afford cheap liquor. Now that times have improved, I brought you something better." Uncle Sue poured half the bottle on a gravestone, and I gazed at my father's smiling photo, though his grin was not particularly handsome. "Sigh." Uncle Sue let out a soft sigh, placing the remaining liquor back in front of the gravestone. "Xiao Chu, since you started university, I have been the one visiting on your father's Memorial Day. It's rare for you to return today. Why don't you two have a chat? Uncle will wait for you over there." After saying this, Uncle Sue stepped away. I stared at my father's photograph, uncertain of what to say, simply observing in silence. After several minutes, I bowed before the gravestone and turned to join Uncle Sue. "Xiao Chu, what brings you back today? Have you arranged your job after graduation?" Uncle Sue asked, studying me. I nodded and replied, "I've secured a position in returning to Linjiang." "What? Returning to Linjiang?" Uncle Sue looked at me in astonishment. "Didn't Director Hao from your school reach out to you? He had arranged for you to stay in Jinghai." Just as I suspected, Uncle Sue had used connections regarding my job. Feeling a twinge of guilt, I responded, "Director Hao did approach me, suggesting I go to the police station on Huayuan Road in Jinghai, but I declined." "You child, why would you want to leave Jinghai for this small place?" Uncle Sue seemed a bit frustrated. "Uncle Sue, please don't be upset. Hey, race the thing. The Linjiang Police Department contacted our school recently, stating that if I was willing, I could return directly after the joint examination results were released, and I could use my father's police badge." I explained to Uncle Sue. He nodded helplessly and sighed. "Well, I knew this would be a hurdle for you ever since your college entrance exams. Your father's case has always weighed heavily on your heart after all. It has been 10 years, and the perpetrator remains at large. However, since you've made your choice, I support you. Although my company is no longer in Linjiang, the provincial capital is not far, and I still know a few people here. I can see if I can help you find a better position." I gently shook my head. "Uncle Sue, that's unnecessary. Since I've chosen to return to Linjiang, I will abide by the organizational arrangements." "That's fine. Just keep an eye on things. If you're not satisfied with the arrangement, let me know immediately. When are you reporting for duty? If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay with me in Linshan for a few days?" Uncle Sue suggested. "No, thank you, Uncle Sue. I need to report on Monday. They'll be staying at the City Bureau's guest house until then." I replied. Uncle Sue nodded. "All right then, let's take my car. They'll drop you off at the guest house." I followed Uncle Sue out of the cemetery, where a man emerged from the black Mercedes and swiftly opened the rear door for us. Xiaozhou, this is my nephew. Please take him to the Linjiang Public Security Bureau guest house, Uncle Sue instructed. Understood. The man responded, taking my suitcase and placing it in the trunk of the Mercedes. Xiao Chu, get in, Uncle Sue urged as he held the car door open. Before long, the Mercedes arrived at the guest house. Xiao Chu, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't be able to stay with you. If you need anything, just call me, Uncle Sue said, patting my shoulder. I nodded gratefully, exited the car, and received my suitcase from the driver. Xiaozhou, yes. I watched the Mercedes fade into the distance. A whirlwind of emotions surged within me. Uncle Sue, whose full name is Su Qirong, was a childhood friend of my father. They grew up together, served in the military, and transitioned to civilian life side by side. However, after leaving the army, my father joined the police force while Uncle Sue ventured into business. Reflecting on their past made me reminisce about my own childhood. I had always lived with my grandmother in Linshan since my birth, while my father worked in Linjiang, returning to see me only 2 or 3 times a year. As for my mother, I had never met her. Later, my grandmother told me that my mother couldn't get off the delivery bed when I was born. In my memories, all I knew was her name Chu Jing, which is why my father named me Fu Chu. In early 2000, after my grandmother passed away, my father promised to bring me to Linjiang for middle school once I graduated from elementary school. Yet, just as I eagerly anticipated living with him, I received the heartbreaking news of his death in the line of duty. They say the turn of the millennium was significant, but for me, that year brought only sorrow and anguish. During my childhood, I saw Uncle Sue more often than my father. He was like a ray of light in my life. Each time I met him, his face was adorned with a smile, which was more charming than my father's. The gloomy sky began to rain again, and the gentle droplets fell upon my face, cool and refreshing, and I felt as if I might cry. The Mercedes was now out of sight. I wiped my face and pulled my suitcase toward the guest house. Chuga! Just as I turned around, I heard someone call my name. I looked up to see a girl standing at the guest house entrance, waving at me. Chapter 2. University classmate. I dragged my suitcase to the young woman standing before me. Jiang Ruoxin? What brings you here? I inquired, somewhat astonished. Jiang Ruoxin was my classmate from the police academy. From the very beginning of our university journey, it was common knowledge that she hailed from a prominent family. Her father was Jiang Yijia, the director of the Public Security Bureau in Linjiang City. Shugo, you're quite lacking in decorum. You returned to Linjiang without a word? Jiang Ruoxin chided, casting a reproachful glance my way as she extended a pack of tissues towards me. I had no idea you were heading back to Linjiang as well. When did you return? I replied, accepting the tissues and using one to wipe the rain from my hair and face. I flew back. My mother picked me up at Linshan Airport. I initially intended to take the train with you, but when I called, your phone was off. It was only after asking your dorm mate that I learned you had already left, so I purchased a plane ticket and returned, Jiang Ruoxin explained. What is the purpose of your return? Are you also planning to settle in Linjiang? I asked. She chuckled. Why is it that only you can return while I cannot? I had already planned to return to Linjiang after graduation. This is merely the execution of a predetermined plan. I nodded in agreement, smiling, indeed. With your father being a high-ranking official, securing a job for you must be a cinch. Hey, Chugo, what do you mean by that? Let me clarify. My return to Linjiang is not solely reliant on my father's connections. I passed the entrance exam myself. Although my grades may not match yours, I managed to pass the exam without issue. Jiang Ruoxin retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. So, you'll be joining the new recruits reporting on Monday then? Wait a moment, isn't your family from Linjiang? What are you doing at the guest house? I asked, puzzled. My parents are not home, and staying there feels pointless. Knowing our batch of graduates is assigned to the guest house, I saw your name on the list, so I decided to join in the fun, she replied with a smile. Indeed, it seems the children of officials have their advantages. I still don't know who the other new recruits are. Aside from us, are there any from our school? I queried, my curiosity piqued. Jiang Ruoxin shook her head. No, there are only 8 of us in total. Besides us, 2 are from the Criminal Investigation Academy, 1 from the Police University, and 3 from the Anji Police Academy. My father mentioned there might be another batch later this year, possibly including some from our school. I gave Jiang Ruoxin a thumbs up, impressive. Your intelligence gathering is remarkably thorough. Your position must have been confirmed long ago. What did your father arrange for you? Jiang Ruoxin glanced around cautiously and replied softly. My father wants me to take a clerical position, but I declined. I wish to join the criminal investigation team as a female detective. The 2 from the Criminal Investigation Academy have also been assigned there. While the 1 from the Police University is going to the City Bureau, I'm not sure about the department. The 3 from Anji are all assigned to local police stations. As for you, noticing her hesitation, I grew curious. What about me? Where have they assigned me? Jiang Ruoxin shook her head slightly. I don't know. Your name is blank on the list. I asked my father, but he said he had no information. I chuckled. It doesn't matter. I'm like a brick in a revolution. Wherever I'm needed, I shall go. Uft, you've been like this since the first day I met you. Come on, let us go to the front desk to collect our room keys. We'll be staying here over the weekend. I've already taken care of mine, Jiang Ruoxin said, waving her room card in front of me. I forced a somewhat perfunctory smile and followed her to the front desk, where we reported our names and collected our room keys. Jiang Ruoxin accompanied me upstairs, and she showed no intention of leaving even after I unlocked my room. I opened the door, and she followed me inside. Hey, aren't you going back to your own room? It's not exactly appropriate for a man and a woman to share a space, I remarked as I inserted the room card into the power socket. Pfft. It's a guest house for the police bureau. What do you think you can do to me? I'm just curious to see what your room is like. Shall we have dinner together later? How about stewed river fish? Jiang Ruoxin boldly proclaimed as she sat on the bed. Stewed river fish? Do I look like a fish to you? I'm broke, I replied, pulling out my empty pockets. Be stingy all you want. I'll treat you. Linjiang is my territory. Do you think I'll make you pay? Jiang Ruoxin shot me an exasperated glance. Very well, Miss Jiang, since you insist. I shall graciously accept your hospitality. However, dear Miss Jiang, you should really return to your own room now. I'd like to change my clothes, I suggested, gesturing toward the door. Uft, who would be interested in seeing you? Fine, I'll leave. With that, Jiang Ruoxin stood up, giving me another exasperated look before exiting. As I watched her close the door, I let out a sigh of relief. Changing out of my damp clothes made me feel significantly better. Outside, a light rain fell, misting the glass. Looking out, the scenery was visible yet obscured, enveloped in haze. I rummaged through my suitcase for my phone charger, connected it, and shortly after, my phone powered on. Beep, beep, beep. Upon starting up, my phone was inundated with text notifications, mostly from Jiang Ruoxin and a few friends from my university dormitory. I contemplated returning their calls, but after a moment of reflection, I decided against it and composed a group message instead. I've arrived in Linjiang. All is well, no need to worry. After sending the message, I set my phone aside and leaned back against the headboard, closing my eyes for a moment. It seemed someone had checked into the room next door, likely another new recruit. Slowly reopening my eyes, I retrieved my backpack, pulled out an object from one of its pockets, and cradled it in my hands. Metallic silver digits that felt cool to the touch, soon warming to my body temperature. 063342, my father's badge number. The only memento he had left me. In 2 days, it would rest upon my chest. As I gazed at it, my vision grew hazy, and before I knew it, everything faded into darkness. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks jolted me from my brief slumber. Glancing at my phone, I realized it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I rose to open the door, and there stood Jiang Ruoxin, visibly annoyed. What took you so long to answer? Oh, I just dozed off, I replied apologetically. Are you awake now? Let us go grab some dinner, she suggested. I nodded. Sure, I'll just grab my phone. Jiang Ruoxin led me to a restaurant called Songmu Stewed River Fish, not far from the guest house. As we approached the entrance, I paused momentarily. My father had taken me here many years ago, a memory from 15 or 16 years past, back when I was just starting elementary school. What are you standing there for? Let us go. Jiang Ruoxin tugged at me. Snapping back to reality, I followed her into the restaurant. Chapter 3. Purple Lily Bathhouse. Jiang Ruoxin led me to our pre-reserved spot, a wooden partition with a cast iron pot covered by a wooden lid at its center. The decor exuded a distinctive northeastern charm, which might seem novel to outsiders, yet for me, it mirrored the essence of my childhood home. The server placed a carp into the pot, filled it with broth, and set aside tofu and vermicelli. As the fish required some time to stew before these ingredients could be added, pine wood crackled in the stove, occasionally popping with life. Hey, Chuch. I heard you could stay in Jinghai while at school. With your grades, it seems a pity to come to such a small place. Returning to Linchun would be fine too. After all, it's the provincial capital, Jiang Ruoxin inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. I unwrapped the plastic covering of the utensils and placed them before her. But we have fish stew to enjoy here. Where else in the entire Anji province could one find such authentic river fish stew? Jiang Ruoxin was not swayed by my feeble lie. Come on. You wouldn't travel all the way to Linjiang just for a fish, would you? That is absurd. In fact, I know the truth. My father told me that the Linjiang Bureau could let you restart your father's police badge, which is why you're here. Honestly, I admire you for that. It's no wonder our whole class calls you Chuch. My father always said your dad was a good policeman, and I believe you will be too. Do you know my father? I suddenly looked up at Jiang Ruoxin. She paused for a moment before responding. I've never met him. I've only heard his name. He died in the line of duty in 2000. Noticing my unusual reaction, Jiang Ruoxin chose not to elaborate further. I'm sorry, Chuch. I didn't mean to bring it up, she said, a touch of guilt evident in her tone. I waved my hand dismissively. It's fine. It's been 10 years. What else do you know about my father's case? Please, share with me. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Ruoxin began. I don't know many specifics. Just what I heard from my father. Back then, your dad was a detective in the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit. He was apprehending a suspect at the Purple Lily bathhouse when the suspect resisted, and tragically, your father fell from a building, sacrificing his life. I nodded, looking at Jiang Ruoxin. Is there anything more detailed? With a hint of suspicion, she asked, Judge, haven't you ever inquired about your father's case with the Bureau? I shook my head, replying, I was still in 6th grade back then and didn't know who to ask. As I grew older, I did ask some of my father's friends, but they never disclosed much. Perhaps they didn't want to or simply didn't know. Is that bathhouse still open? Jiang Ruoxin shook her head. It closed down about 5 or 6 years ago. I heard the owner went sailing and tragically fell from his yacht, struck by the propeller, which led to the closure of the bathhouse. Suddenly, the timer on the pot began to beep, and the server approached to turn it off, adding the tofu and vermicelli to the pot. Judge, haven't you asked anyone at the Bureau about the specifics of your father's case? Jiang Ruoxin queried. I shook my head again. I was only in 6th grade then. How could I understand those matters? I lived with my grandmother during my childhood and hardly saw my father. Yet, my grandmother always told me he was a good man and an excellent police officer. When the incident occurred, I only knew he died while apprehending criminals, so I promised myself I would grow up to be a policeman too and catch bad guys. You wish to catch the criminals who harmed your father, right? Jiang Ruoxin interjected. I remained silent, lifting the lid of the pot. A delightful aroma of fish wafted up to greet me. It's ready to eat, I announced as I set the lid aside. Jiang Ruoxin's enthusiastic feasting halted our conversation. Watching her relish the meal stirred my appetite as well. Soon, we finished our meal, and Jiang Ruoxin went to settle the bill. Normally, it would be courteous for me to pay when dining with a female classmate, but alas, my finances were rather tight. Judge, look, that's the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Would you like to take a look at your future workplace? Jiang Ruoxin suggested, pointing to the Linjiang Bureau not far away. Forget it. You said my position isn't confirmed yet. I might not even stay at the Bureau. I waved my hand dismissively. That's impossible. Your grades in school are outstanding, and your entrance exam scores are high. How could you not be retained? Jiang Ruoxin said confidently. Seeing her unwavering faith in me, I merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Noticing my lack of interest, Jiang Ruoxin fell silent as we returned to the inn. Once in our separate rooms, I retrieved my laptop from my suitcase and searched for information about the Purple Lily bathhouse. I found its location at 104 Victory Street and resolved to visit. After locating the bus route, I shut down my computer and left my room. Approximately an hour later, I disembarked from the bus at Victory Street. Not far off, a beige 4-story building loomed in the shadows, looking somewhat out of place against the vibrant neon-lit surroundings. Surely, this must be the location of the Purple Lily bathhouse. As I approached, I could discern the dusty address plaque faintly inscribed with 104. The tall glass doors, though obscured by dust, still hinted at a former grandeur, while the thick layer of grime whispered tales of neglect. I gazed upward, noting the numerous darkened windows. 10 years prior, my father may have plummeted from one of them, separating us for eternity. What transpired here all those years ago remains a mystery to me. Perhaps my father's colleagues might know, or the archives at the Bureau would hold the records, yet I had yet to uncover them. Staring into the darkness within, a strange impulse to enter surged within me. I grasped the glass door, only to find it secured with a chain from the inside. If it was locked, there must be other entrances. I resolved to explore further. Following a narrow path beside the building, I rounded to the rear, where a dilapidated security door stood, its paint weathered and peeling from years of exposure. I scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching. A length of wire was tangled on a nearby wrought iron fence. After a moment's hesitation, I removed the wire. Opening the old security door was not a challenge for me. I bent the wire into the necessary shape, glancing around once more before approaching the door. As I inched the wire toward the lock, my hand froze. After a long moment of hesitation, I relinquished the thought of unlocking it. Even now, I cannot fathom why I chose not to open that door. Years later, I would still ponder that choice. Returning to the front door, I looked up once more at the darkened windows. Dad, rest assured, I will uncover the truth and bring your assailants to justice, I declared to those shadowy windows, voicing the buried sentiments of many years, not only for myself but for my father as well. That night, I dreamed again of my father's fall, yet in my dream, his face remained a blur. Even upon waking, I could not recall what he looked like. Chapter 4. Assignment of units the following day, at the crack of dawn. Jiang Ruoxin rapped on my door. I was reclining against the headboard engrossed in a book when I heard the knock, prompting me to rise and open the door. Come on, Chugu, let us go have breakfast. Jiang Ruoxin, clad in athletic attire, appeared to have just returned from a run. I nodded, grabbed my room card, and stepped out. Jiang Ruoxin expertly led me to the dining hall of the guest house, where a few individuals were already partaking in their morning meal. Hey, Good morning. Jiang Ruoxin greeted them warmly, exhibiting a sense of camaraderie. The others waved back and returned the sentiment. After securing our meals, Jiang Ruoxin guided me to a table. This is my classmate, Fu Chu. He'll be reporting with us tomorrow. She introduced me to the group. I am Lin Nan, from the Criminal Police Academy, said the nearest boy. I'm Wen Jiadong, also from the Criminal Police Academy. I'm Li Bin, from Anji Police Academy. I'm Fang Xiang, from Anji Police Academy. I'm He Guan, from Anji Police Academy. Upon hearing He Guan's name, I felt a chuckle rising within me. As he struck me as someone who perhaps indulged in card games, however, I restrained myself out of politeness. Finally, the boy seated farthest from me glanced up and introduced himself. I'm Lang Jian, from the University of Public Security. I acknowledged each introduction with a nod and settled down to join them for breakfast. After a couple of bites, Lang Jian stood up, stating, I'm done eating. Take your time. Without waiting for our responses, he exited the dining hall. What is so impressive about just being from the University of Public Security? Fang Xiang remarked. Casting a glance at Lang Jian's departing figure, He Guan nudged him with his elbow, saying, Old Fang, what are you talking about? Let us maintain unity. Fang Xiang merely pouted and returned to his meal. I glanced up and noticed that Lang Jian had already left the dining area, despite his seemingly refined demeanor. I must admit that my initial impression of him was rather unfavorable. His arrogance is well-founded. You may not know, but I've heard that Lang Jian was personally recruited by the Linjiang City Bureau, Lin Nan commented. We are not on the same level as him. Jiang Ruoxin looked at Lin Nan and replied, Soon, we'll all be colleagues. He Guan is right. Let us focus on unity. Besides, isn't the Linjiang City Bureau treating your criminal police academy like a treasure? Lin Nan and Wen Jiadong exchanged knowing smiles. While the three from Anji Police Academy appeared somewhat awkward, given that it was still a vocational school at that time. After breakfast, we returned to our respective rooms. He Guan, Fang Xiang, and Li Bin occupied the room next to mine, and the three of them began playing Do Di Zhu while I resumed my reading. The day passed swiftly. With the anticipation of reporting the next day, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, perhaps fueled by excitement and dreams of the future. I assumed they were experiencing similar restlessness. Early the next morning, we hastily finished breakfast and packed our belongings. As personnel from the Municipal Bureau arrived to escort us to the Linjiang City Public Security Bureau, in the parking lot of the Bureau, we lined up, awaiting the announcement of our respective assignments by the political department. Before long, a man in his 40s, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars, approached us, holding a file folder. Behind him stood several individuals, some in uniform, others in civilian attire, including a female police officer in uniform. Hello everyone. I am Liang Qinshan from the political department. I will now announce the assignments. After a brief pause, he raised his gaze. I will read from the list. And upon hearing your name, the representative from your unit will claim you. After the meeting, you may all return home. His unexpected humor elicited laughter from us. Liang Qinshan opened the file folder and extracted a sheet of paper. Lang Jian, present. Municipal Bureau's Police Inspection Team. Understood. Wen Jiadong, present. East District Criminal Police Team. Understood. Lin Nan, present. South District Criminal Police Team. Understood. Jiang Ruoxin, present. Municipal Bureau Criminal Investigation Team, 2nd Division. Understood. Fang Xiang, present. Cultural Road Police Station. Understood. He Guan, present. Xian Guan Police Station. Li Bin, present. Jiefang Road Police Station. Understood. After announcing the assignments for the 7 of us, Liang Qinshan hesitated momentarily, causing all eyes to shift curiously towards me, particularly Jiang Ruoxin, whose intrigue was evident. After a brief pause, Liang Qinshan finally stated my name. Fu Chu, present. Red Flag Town Forestry Police Station. Understood. Upon hearing my assignment, I stared at Liang Qinshan in disbelief. His expression mirrored a sense of confusion. Jiang Ruoxin appeared even more astonished than I, while the others regarded me with puzzled expressions as well. Now, the representatives may take their respective newcomers, Liang Qinshan instructed. Once he finished, the individuals behind him stepped forward. Lang Jian, Jiang Ruoxin, follow me, said a uniformed officer with 2 stripes. Wen Jiadong, come with me. A man in civilian attire in his 30s declared. Lin Nan, step forward. Another man in civilian clothes called out. Li Bin from Jiefang Road Police Station, follow me, said the female officer. He Guan, come with me. Fang Xiang, follow me. The individuals brought by Liang Qinshan took their respective newcomers, leaving no one to call my name. Jiang Ruoxin whispered, Chu Gu, I will report first, and I'll ask my father what is going on. They must have made a mistake. I smiled and replied, it's all right. You go ahead. We can connect once you're settled. Jiang Ruoxin nodded and followed the personnel from the Municipal Bureau, as did Lang Jian. The others also boarded the police cars parked behind us. Soon, only Liang Qinshan and I remained. At that moment, my spirits could only be described as disheartened. Who would believe I had been assigned to the forestry police station? I had never imagined such a placement. So far removed from the criminal police team I had longed for. I glanced at Liang Qishan, who was on his phone, seemingly struggling to reach someone. Fu Chu, right? I've called the forestry police station and Old Lin, but no one is answering. How about this? Let me check which vehicle is available, and I'll have them take you. Liang Qishan said apologetically. I waved my hand, responding, no need, sir. I can make my own way there. Liang Qishan regarded me thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. All right then, there are buses at the station heading to Red Flag Town. When you arrive, just look for Old Lin Jiaming. Here is his phone number, as well as the landline for the police station. He handed me a piece of paper with the numbers scribbled on it. Chapter 5. Seeking assistance at the police station as I emerged from the municipal police compound. Dragging my suitcase, my previously heavy heart had lightened considerably. The police service room was not unfamiliar to me as a recent police academy graduate. The Public Security Bureau's branch offices are referred to as police stations, and the external offices are known as police service rooms. However, this was my first encounter with the Linchong Police Service Room, having previously only engaged with community police service rooms. Lost in thought, a taxi came to a halt in front of me. The driver lowered the window on the passenger side and inquired, "Hey there, heading to the station?" I snapped back to reality, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I'm going to the Linjiang Passenger Transport Station. Hop in, it's not far, just the base fare." The driver beckoned. I placed my suitcase in the taxi's trunk and settled into the back seat. Before long, the taxi whisked me away to the transport station, and the fare was indeed fair, just 5 yuan. I dragged my suitcase to the ticket counter at the station. "Hello. I would like to purchase the earliest ticket to Hongqi Town. 10:30, 65 yuan, boarding at gate 4. The ticket clerk responded. The price took me by surprise, not due to its cost, but rather what it indicated about the distance between Hongqi Town and Linjiang City. After a moment's hesitation, I paid, and the clerk handed me the ticket. After waiting for over an hour, I boarded the bus bound for Hongqi Town, although I had mentally prepared for the fare. The nearly 3-hour journey before reaching my destination plunged me back into a state of despondency. As I stared vacantly out the window, the sign for Hongqi Town finally came into view, offering me some solace. Approximately 15 minutes later, the bus halted at the market in Hongqi Town. Stepping off the bus, I surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a wave of confusion wash over me. I took out my phone to call the police service room, but no one answered. I then dialed Lin Jiaming's number, only to find it switched off. Sighing in disappointment, I pocketed my phone. As I pondered my next move towards the police service room, a striking blue and white building caught my eye, igniting a flicker of hope within me. I hurriedly dragged my suitcase towards the structure and, upon seeing the sign that read Hongqi Town Police Station, breathed a sigh of relief. I pushed the door open and walked inside. A plump duty officer called out to me, "What brings you here?" I looked at him and replied, "Hello. I'm here to report to the Linchong Police Service Room." "What? The police service room? What are the higher-ups thinking? We're short-staffed as it is. Sending a newcomer to the police service room. What are they thinking?" The officer complained incredulously. At a loss for words, I managed a smile in response. "Why don't you come in and tell me about it?" he said, gesturing towards the room. I stepped into the duty room. "What is your name?" the officer inquired. "My surname is Fu Chu. How should I address you?" I extended my hand as I spoke. He shook my hand and replied, "I'm Fan Liangda. No need for formalities, just call me Brother Fan." Noticing Brother Fan's stature, it seemed his name suited him well. "What brings you to the station instead of the service room?" Brother Fan asked. The municipal bureau provided me with the police service room's phone number and Officer Lin's number. But no one answered at the service room, and Officer Lin's phone was off. I explained. Brother Fan chuckled. That's quite normal. There and Oppos. Es only Old Lin manning the service room, and he is likely preoccupied with something. Here's the deal. Wait for me a bit. I'll be off duty in about an hour, and I'll take you over. Hearing there was only one officer in the service room chilled my heart somewhat. But Brother Fan's offer to accompany me was a relief. We lingered in the duty room for about 10 minutes when another officer entered. "Hey, Brother Fan, who is this?" He pointed at me and turned to Brother Fan for clarification. Brother Fan sighed and replied, This is the new recruit for the Linchong Police Service Room. I can't reach Old Lin, so I'll take him over once my shift ends." "What? We have newcomers at the police service room now?" The officer appeared even more astonished than Brother Fan. All right. It's not for us to question the municipal bureau's arrangements. This is Fu Chu. And since the police service room falls under our jurisdiction, we're all in the same boat. Fu, meet Min Yong. We all call him Big Min. Brother Fan introduced. "Hello, I'm Fu Chu." I stood up to shake his hand. "All right. You don't need to stay on duty anymore. I'll take your place." "You should take him over now," Min Yong said. "All right. Fu, I want to introduce you to the others. They're all busy, and you'll have plenty of time to get acquainted later. Let us go. I'll escort you to the police service room," Brother Fan said. Soon, Brother Fan led me outside to a police car. So, Fu, what made you choose the police service room? You could have come to the station instead. What's the deal? Did you just scrape on the entrance exam? Brother Fan asked while driving. I chuckled, pretty much. As long as I can be a police officer, that's good enough for me. Brother Fan smiled. When I graduated, I felt the same way. However, little brother, I've been out of school for a few years now, so consider me the veteran. The police service room can be quite challenging. You should brace yourself. Intrigued by Brother Fan's words, I asked, could you tell me more about the police service room? Certainly. The police service room is under our station's jurisdiction. Years ago, the Hongqi Forest Farm was managed by the Forest Police, but when the farm closed, the responsibilities shifted to local public security. However, in terms of jurisdiction, most of the forest farm falls under Linjiang City. You may not know this, but the forest farm used to be quite vast. After division, 90% of the jurisdiction was assigned to Linjiang City, with only a small portion remaining with our station. Due to the distance, management became impractical, which is why the higher-ups decided to keep the police service room. With limited manpower, there is only one official officer stationed there. You'll gradually learn the specifics once you arrive, Brother Fan elaborated. I nodded. So, the official officer you mentioned is Lin Jiaming, right? What is he like? Is he easy to get along with? Brother Fan glanced at me and replied, Old Lin is quite a decent fellow. I don't know him well, but I've heard he used to be a criminal investigator. I'm not sure why he was transferred to the police service room, but he has been there for 7 or 8 years now. Previously, there were a few officers in the service room, but that place is one where everyone scrambles to leave except for Old Lin, who is diligent and never mentions wanting to transfer. It turns out he is the last one standing, and with just a few years until retirement, while most are eager to climb the ranks. Old Lin chose to stay at the police service room. Hearing that one individual could remain there for so long made me ponder. It seemed that Officer Lin was indeed no ordinary person. Chapter 6 Arrival at the police office. Seeing my contemplative expression, Brother Fan chuckled and replied, It's not just one person. There's also a person who can be considered an auxiliary officer. I was taken aback and asked in confusion, considered an auxiliary officer? So, is he or isn't he an auxiliary officer? Brother Fan explained, he was recruited by Old Lin. His name is Han Bin. Previously, Old Lin requested the director to hire an auxiliary officer, but the director mentioned there were no available positions and that they needed to apply through the municipal bureau. Eventually, I'm not sure how Old Lin negotiated with the director, but he received special approval for this individual to assist Old Lin and keep him company. Curious, I inquired. Brother Fan, what are the usual responsibilities of our police office? Nothing particularly special, Brother Fan replied. Primarily, we handle public security in the district and some basic household registration work. In essence, these are all trivial matters. To perform well in the police office, one must possess patience. The road to the police office was not easy. Brother Fan's vehicle navigated through the forest area for over 2 hours before finally halting in front of another blue and white building. We've arrived. This is the forest police office, Brother Fan announced as he exited the car. I followed suit, retrieving my luggage from the trunk, while Brother Fan stepped inside. Just as I was about to enter, Brother Fan emerged again. Where has Old Lin gone again? Didn't he lock the door? Brother Fan muttered to himself. I smiled and replied, Brother Fan, this police office is, after all, our place of work. Surely it's not at risk of being targeted by thieves? Brother Fan laughed. True enough. Well then, Xiao Fu, I'll leave you here. Remember to find me whenever you need to handle something at the station. Thank you, Brother Fan. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. Brother Fan waved it off, about to return to his car when a black old Jetta approached from a distance. Oh, looks like someone is back, Brother Fan remarked, closing the car door and watching the Jetta as it drew nearer. The Jetta stopped beside Brother Fan's police car, and a young man in his 20s, dressed in a dark blue training uniform, stepped out with a smile, waving at Brother Fan. Officer Fan, what brings you here? Brother Fan gestured toward me and replied, Binzi, I've brought someone for you. We have a newcomer at the police office. The young man glanced at me, his face filled with remorse. Ah, Officer Fu, I truly apologize. Uncle Lin had asked me to pick you up, but my car broke down along the way. By the time I had it fixed and returned to the bureau, they informed me that you had already left, so here I am again. All right, I've delivered the person. I must head back now. If I return late, the director will surely scold me. You two should get acquainted. I'm off, Brother Fan said as he climbed back into his police car. Hey, Officer Fan, why not stay for a meal before you go? We have a preparation today, the young man called out as he approached the police car. Brother Fan waved his hand. Next time, you hurry and settle in the new brother. I'm leaving. As Brother Fan turned to depart, the young man approached me. Officer Fu, my name is Han Bin. Welcome. Hello, Binzi, I'm Fu Chu. You can call me Xiao Fu, I said, extending my hand for a handshake. I tried calling the police office, but no one answered, and Officer Lin's phone was off, which is why I sought help from the station. Han Bin smiled sheepishly. It's all my fault for driving such a clunker. I set out early this morning. But who would have thought it would break down? Come, let us head inside. Uncle Lin has prepared a room for you. With that, Hanbin took my suitcase and led me into the police office. The police office was rather modest, comprising 5 connected rooms. Upon entering, there were 3 desks and a long bench made of wooden slats. Near the entrance was a corridor extending to the right, leading to 4 additional rooms. Hanbin brought me to my room. It was small, furnished with a single bed and a wardrobe. The bed was positioned by a north-facing window, with a desk and a chair placed beneath it, right next to the bed. On the bed lay several sets of police uniforms, alongside a pair of shoulder epaulets indicating rank. Technically, having just graduated, I should be wearing the insignia of a trainee officer. However, due to inheriting my father's badge number, I was granted an exception and directly assigned a rank, effectively leapfrogging from a trainee to a 3rd-level police officer. Next to the shoulder epaulets lay my badge, both the metal badge for regular uniforms and the embroidered badge for duty uniforms. Whether silver metal digits or white embroidered numbers, they quickened my heartbeat. 063342. Once belonging to my father, now belonged to me. Noticing my daze as I gazed at the uniforms, Hanbin explained, "Oh, Officer Fu. These were sent by the Municipal Bureau last week. They knew you were coming, and Uncle Lin specifically asked me to pick you up. It seems I haven't managed this little task well." I smiled and waved my hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, Binzi. I made it here anyway. By the way, Brother Bin. Brother Fan mentioned you are an auxiliary officer at the police office?" Hanbin chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I wouldn't consider myself an auxiliary officer. I'm a veteran who transitioned from the military. My mother is elderly and unwell, so I care for her at home." Later, Uncle Lin asked me to help out at the police office. He mentioned applying for a position when the opportunity arises, but it doesn't bother me. I'm happy to do this work regardless of the title. Looking at the honest Hanbin, I felt a surge of respect. "So, where has Officer Lin gone?" I tried calling his phone, but it's off. Hanbin smiled nonchalantly. "I know where he is. Let me take you to him." I followed Hanbin, somewhat surprised, as we walked out of the police office and headed toward the village. After about 20 minutes, Hanbin led me to a rice field. "Look over there." Hanbin pointed to a small path beside the rice field, where neatly stacked duty uniforms lay, adorned with shoulder epaulets of 2 bars and 3 stripes. "Are those Officer Lin's?" I asked in astonishment. "But where is Officer Lin?" Hanbin didn't respond directly to my question. Instead, he turned toward the rice field and called out, "Uncle Lin." No sooner had the words left his lips than a man bent over working straightened up to look at us. It seemed this was the only officer at the police office, Lin Jiaming. The man, with his trousers rolled up, stood in muddy water, his black t-shirt soaked halfway through, with several streaks of mud on his face. If it weren't for the white police emblem printed on his black t-shirt, he could easily be mistaken for a farmer working in the fields. Also present was an older woman, likely in her 60s, who stood straight and looked at us. The rice field they were tending appeared vastly different from the neighboring fields, where the rice seedlings flourished, while the one beneath their feet had only recently been planted. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be finished shortly," Lin Jiaming said before returning to his work. "Old Lin, let me handle the rest." "You go on and take care of your business," the woman said. "It's fine. Just a few more tasks to complete. I'll finish up quickly," Lin Jiaming replied. Chapter 7. The mysterious officer Lin Hanbin and I stood on the ridge, observing the scene before us. It seemed Hanbin could sense my confusion and curiosity. This was Hudama's rice field. Her husband had passed away last year due to illness, and with their children working in the city, there was little labor left at home. It was no wonder that she was behind in transplanting the seedlings compared to others. Thus, Uncle Lin had come to lend a helping hand, Hanbin explained. I nodded in agreement, praising, "Brother Bin, Officer Lin truly is a warm-hearted individual." Hanbin chuckled softly, but remained silent. I gazed at Lin Jiaming in the rice field. He was in his 50s, with sparse hair that was a mix of black and gray. His build was average, yet he appeared to be in remarkably good spirits compared to his peers. Soon, Uncle Lin had finished transplanting the last seedling. He walked barefoot along the ridge and proceeded to wash the mud off his feet in the water from the field. "Old Lin, come over for dinner. I'll prepare a chicken for you," Hudama called from the field. Uncle Lin waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Keep that chicken alive until your son returns. I'll definitely come then." "All right, make sure you do come," Hudama laughed in response. After washing his feet, Uncle Lin chose not to put on shoes and walked barefoot along the ridge. Hanbin had already picked up Uncle Lin's uniform and handed it to him. Uncle Lin accepted the uniform and draped it over himself. "Are you Fu Chu?" Uncle Lin inquired, looking at me. I nodded. "Hello, Uncle Lin, I am Fu Chu. I just reported here today. Welcome. Let us head back." Uncle Lin replied with a slight nod, then turned to Hanbin. "Hey, Binzi, have you bought the vegetables?" "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, everything is ready. My mother even brought over some potatoes," Hanbin responded, while carrying Uncle Lin's shoes. Uncle Lin, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, Binzi, why are you always taking things from your mother? She grows a few potatoes each year just for me. Hanbin chuckled. Uncle Lin, you say that. But I eat them too. Besides, how many can you eat anyway? Uncle Lin suddenly realized. Ah, Binzi, you two have met, right? Yes. Both Han Bin and I replied in unison. Before long, the three of us returned to the police station. Uncle Lin washed his feet again, changed into a pair of cloth shoes, and headed directly to the kitchen. Han Bin went to assist him while I returned to my room to tidy up my belongings. As it approached 7 in the evening, Uncle Lin had prepared dinner, and Han Bin came to call me. The table was adorned with braised pork ribs with potatoes, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and tomatoes dressed in sugar. The colorful dishes filled the air with an enticing aroma that made one salivate. Come, Xiao Fu, our conditions are modest, not comparable to the city. Please bear with us, Uncle Lin said while serving the rice. I smiled. This is quite good. You've worked hard, Uncle Lin. I can cook as well. You can leave the cooking to me in the future. All right, Uncle Lin replied. To be honest, while Uncle Lin was somewhat reserved towards me, his cooking was quite delightful, embodying the warmth of home. Binzi, Xiao Fu has arrived. You should head home early. Your mother is alone, and you can help with some chores, Uncle Lin suggested after we finished eating. No worries, Uncle Lin. I'll wash the dishes and then head back, Hanbin said, beginning to clear the tableware. I quickly took over, saying, Brother Bin, let me do it. It's getting late. You should head back first. Hanbin glanced at Uncle Lin, feeling a bit shy, and nodded. Then I'll head back. Uncle Lin, call me if you need anything. Uncle Lin nodded and waved his hand at Han Bin as he left the kitchen. I tidied up the table while Uncle Lin sat nearby smoking. He was smoking Chombai Mountain cigarettes, which I remembered my father used to smoke as well. After arranging the washed dishes, I refilled Uncle Lin's enamel mug with hot water. Xiao Fu, would you like a cigarette? Uncle Lin offered, shaking the cigarette box at me. I waved my hand. No, Uncle Lin, I don't smoke. He chuckled. Being a police officer, you'll have to learn eventually. All right, finish tidying up and get some rest. We don't have much to do tonight. I nodded and left the kitchen. Back in my room, I had just lain down when my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. It was Jiang Ruoxin. Hello? Chuge, where are you now? I'm at the police station. Is there something up? I asked my dad about your posting today, but I couldn't get much out of him. He just said it was an organizational arrangement. I'm sorry, Chuge? Huh. What does that matter to you? My position isn't decided by you. Besides, this place is quite nice. How about you? Starting off in the criminal investigation team is impressive. Chuge, are you mocking me? Although I've joined the criminal police team, the captain assigned me some internal clerical tasks. It's rather dull. Well, you should be content. Just work hard. When you get promoted to deputy chief or something, send me a word. That might take a while. When I have time off, I'll come to visit you. Sure, but the journey isn't exactly easy. All right, I want to keep you. Get some rest. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, I was suddenly filled with a peculiar feeling, excitement mingled with disappointment, anticipation intertwined with confusion. It was all rather complex. Sounds came from next door. It seemed Uncle Lin had returned to his room. With a click, I could hear the faint sound of a lighter. It was likely Uncle Lin smoking. I retrieved a basin from under the bed, draped a towel over my shoulder, and stepped out of my room. The light was on in Uncle Lin's room. As I passed by his door, I heard a rustling sound, as if he were writing something. I entered the kitchen, quickly washed up, and hurried back to my room. Turning off the lights, I lay on the bed. Although sleep eluded me, I closed my eyes. I lost track of time, but suddenly, I heard movement in the corridor. I jolted awake, finding the outside cloaked in darkness. With a creak, someone opened a door. It must have been Uncle Lin's, followed by the sound of footsteps, which seemed to be heading out. Indeed, after a while, I heard the sound of the police station's main door opening. I fished my phone from beside the pillow and checked the time. It was already 11:40. So late. Where could Uncle Lin be going? Perhaps he was just using the restroom. After all, it was normal for a man in his 50s to have that habit. I closed my eyes again, still unable to sleep. After a long time, I still hadn't heard Uncle Lin return. Something felt off. He shouldn't be gone for so long. I glanced at my phone again. It was 12:10. Even if he needed to use the restroom, he shouldn't take this long. With that thought, I quickly climbed out of bed, grabbed a flashlight from the table, and stepped out of my room. As I reached the side of the police station, I noticed a small room. The sight was familiar to me, reminiscent of the outdoor toilets in rural northeastern villages where I had grown up. I approached the toilet, holding up my flashlight, and lightly cleared my throat. Cough, cough. Uncle Lin, are you there? There was no response. I opened the door to the toilet. No one was inside. Strange, where could Uncle Lin have gone? I wondered, shining the flashlight around. There wasn't a soul in sight. Only trees surrounded me. I contemplated searching for Uncle Lin, but I was unfamiliar with the area and worried I might get lost myself. After much deliberation, I decided against it. I took out my phone to call Han Bin, only to remember that I hadn't saved his number. Chapter 8. The first day at work. Upon returning to the police station, I suddenly remembered that I had Uncle Lin's phone number. I hastily searched through my phone for the number I had tried to dial multiple times to no avail, and pressed the call button. The sound of the ringing phone echoed in Uncle Lin's room, and I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me as I put my phone away. I rummaged through my desk, hoping to find Hanbin's phone number. After a long search, I was met with yet another disappointment. It was already past 1 a.m, and anxiety lingered in my heart as I sat in the office chair. Just then, I heard some commotion outside, prompting me to stand up. Shortly thereafter, the door to the police station swung open, and Uncle Lin walked in. "Hey, Xiaofu, why are you up?" Uncle Lin asked, looking at me in surprise. I gazed at Uncle Lin, momentarily unsure of how to respond, and stammered, I couldn't sleep, just took a stroll." Uncle Lin nodded and inquired, "Not used to being here yet, huh?" I offered a somewhat awkward smile as I watched him casually walk into his room. I then retreated to my own quarters. The following morning, having not slept a wink, I rose early and donned my police uniform. While washing up in the kitchen, Uncle Lin also got up. Upon seeing my uniform, he seemed momentarily taken aback but quickly averted his gaze, turning to light the stove and retrieving last night's leftovers from the refrigerator to place in the pot. "Xiaofu, are you feeling a bit disappointed about coming to our police station?" Uncle Lin suddenly asked. I was caught off guard and looked up at him, replying, "No, Uncle Lin. It's quite good." Uncle Lin placed a bowl in the sink and remarked, "You fresh graduates are all so ambitious, feeling wronged when assigned to a precinct like this. How can you not have thoughts about it? But regardless of your feelings, now that you wear this uniform, you must honor it." Feeling as though Uncle Lin had struck a chord with my unspoken thoughts, I found myself at a loss for words, opting instead to lower my head and eat in silence, avoiding his gaze. Uncle Lin sighed softly and left the kitchen without saying another word. After breakfast, I replaced the tea leaves in Uncle Lin's enamel teacup and poured in hot water, placing it on his desk. When Uncle Lin entered the office area and saw the steaming cup, he said, "Xiaofu, you don't need to do this. The leaders assigned you here, not to serve this old man." "It's nothing, Uncle Lin. Please let me know if you have any tasks for me," I replied, arranging the office supplies I had prepared on my desk. Uncle Lin took a sip of tea and said, "You've just arrived. Take some time to acclimate. There's really not much to do here." Disappointed, I sank back into my chair. The office was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of Uncle Lin sipping his tea while I sat idly at my desk. At that moment, Uncle Lin capped his teacup and retrieved a folder from the filing cabinet behind him. "Xiaofu, if you have nothing to do, you might as well take a look at this. It contains the resident information for Linchang Jia Village, detailing each family's structure and personnel. Familiarizing yourself with it will facilitate your future work," he said, handing me the folder. "Understood," I exclaimed with excitement as I accepted the folder. Uncle Lin then exited the room, and I sat in my chair, flipping through the materials. While engrossed in the information, someone pushed the door open. It was Han Bin. "Good morning, Brother Bin," I greeted with a wave. "Good morning, Officer Fu." "Wow, you look quite sharp in that uniform," Han Bin replied, still clad in his deep blue work attire from yesterday. "Hey, Brother Bin, is this all the permanent population we have?" "I see only 112 people on the registration form," I remarked, diverting the topic. Han Bin chuckled and replied, "If you exclude those who have gone out to work, that leaves only about 70 people, most of whom are over 50 or children." I nodded in agreement, noting that the situation here mirrored that of many rural areas, where the youth had migrated to cities, leaving behind elderly residents and children. "Brother Bin, why is this place called Linchongjia Village? Is there also a Linchongyi village?" I inquired curiously. Han Bin nodded. "That's correct. Many years ago, it all belonged to the forestry farm. After the farm was dissolved, the area was redivided into Jia and Yi villages according to administrative boundaries. However, Linchongyi village now belongs to Lulin town in Sanan City, while Jia village is under Hongqi town in Linjiang." As noon approached, Han Bin finished preparing lunch just as Uncle Lin walked into the police station, seemingly timed perfectly with the meal's completion. The two appeared to have developed a tacit understanding, as Han Bin refrained from asking where Uncle Lin had been. After lunch, Uncle Lin left again, and Han Bin worked on repairing a vehicle outside while I remained at my desk, continuing to peruse the population information. Growing weary of the monotony, I set the folder aside, stepped out of the police station, and watched Han Bin as he worked on the car. "Hey, Brother Bin, why are you still fixing your car yourself? Isn't there a designated repair shop for our official vehicles?" I asked, puzzled. Han Bin smiled and replied, "What you mentioned pertains to the public vehicle. This one is mine." "Your own car? So we don't have a police vehicle here?" I asked, surprised. Han Bin waved his hand dismissively. "No, I used to drive this car for hire, transporting people to town and such. Initially, the income was decent, but gradually, business dwindled. Seeing that I had little to do, Uncle Lin invited me to work at the police station. I figured this car was idle, so I sometimes use it to run errands in town or at the precinct. By the way, Officer Fu, if you need to go to town or anywhere, just let me know. I can give you a ride." It's not that I doubt your driving skills, but this old vehicle has its quirks. Observing the earnest Han Bin, I chuckled and offered to lend him a hand, which he readily accepted. Hey, Officer Fu, you can drive, right? Could you start the engine for me? Han Bin asked, turning to me. Yes, I've had my driver's license for 3 years, I replied, opening the door to Han Bin's car. The key was in the ignition, and I glanced at the gear shift before pressing the clutch and turning the key. This old Jetta was indeed ancient, resembling a frail old man. After a couple of coughs, the engine finally roared to life. Han Bin appeared pleased, dusting off his hands and closing the hood with satisfaction. All right, Officer Fu, you can turn it off now. Han Bin waved his hand. A twinge of uncertainty washed over me as I shut off the engine, concerned whether it would start again. Han Bin seemed to exude enthusiasm for both his old car and this job, leaving me feeling a touch inadequate. Though I had spoken candidly with Jiang Ruoxin over the phone, only I truly understood the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 9. What is the relationship? Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, I have spent 3 days in the police office. These 3 days have been monotonous, as if they were mere repetitions of one another. Uncle Lin departs after breakfast, returns for lunch, heads out again in the afternoon, and comes back at dusk. Unlike my first night here, he did not venture out again in the middle of the night. My sole task during these 3 days has been to familiarize myself with the population information table provided by Uncle Lin. I have memorized the names, ages, and family structures of the villagers. However, aside from the woman I met in the rice fields in Han Bin, I have yet to encounter any other villagers. On the morning of the 4th day, Han Bin and I sat together in the police office. Unable to contain my curiosity, I finally asked him, Brother Bin, what keeps Uncle Lin so busy every day? Why haven't I seen him around these past few days? Not much, Han Bin replied. Uncle Lin must be in the village. Our daily affairs here are quite trivial. The villagers only heed the words of Old Master Heir and Uncle Lin. Old Master Heir? Who is he? Is he the village chief? I inquired with curiosity. No, we have too few people here for anyone to be a chief. Old Master Heir is simply the eldest elder in the village, so his words carry weight. After Uncle Lin arrived, Old Master Heir declared that we should all listen to him. Since then, whenever there are disputes or a couple fights, or someone loses a chicken or a duck, they all turn to Uncle Lin. He is quite enthusiastic and often roams around the village, Han Bin explained. Hearing Han Bin's words, I couldn't help but ponder my future. If I remained in this police office, perhaps Uncle Lin's present would someday mirror my own tomorrow. Hey, Brother Bin, when will you take me to explore the village? I've been here for days and still haven't met anyone else, I said, my eyes filled with anticipation. Han Bin nodded. Sure, you're getting bored here, aren't you? I'll see when Uncle Lin is free, and I'll take you around. I suddenly recalled Uncle Lin's midnight excursion that night and wanted to ask Han Bin about it. However, I swallowed my words. After all, it pertained to Uncle Lin's privacy, and such a direct inquiry might lead to unnecessary complications. I hesitated for a moment before continuing Han Bin's train of thought. It's indeed rather dull. Uncle Lin only gave me the population information table and hasn't assigned me any other tasks. Han Bin chuckled and replied, Officer Fu, the information table you received is no ordinary one. Do not underestimate our villagers, they are quite complex. The relationships between them, the feuds, the family conflicts, though few in number. There are plenty of trivial matters. As you gradually become familiar with them, you'll understand. But speaking of this, Uncle Lin is truly remarkable. He grasped the dynamics of the village shortly after his arrival. Otherwise, why would Old Master Heir insist that we all heed his words? I nodded in agreement but refrained from further comment. As Han Bin and I conversed, Uncle Lin returned. Han Bin glanced at the clock and hurriedly dashed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Uncle Lin, you're back. I was just telling Brother Bin to take me around the village once you're free, I said while opening the door for him. Uncle Lin looked at me and asked, Have you finished reviewing the information table I gave you? I confidently nodded in affirmation. Uncle Lin stepped inside, took a few sips from his large tea mug, and said, There's no rush to go to the village. Let me ask you, how many people are in Feng Dio's family? Is Uncle Lin testing me? I have faith in my memory. I confidently replied, For people, the head of the household, Feng Dio, age 53, his wife, Li Guilon, age 50, their eldest son, Feng Kai, age 29, and their younger daughter, Feng Yin, age 20. Their residence is number 4, Group 1, Linchanghe Village. Feng Dio also has an elder brother named Feng Deping, aged. Xiaofu, are you showing off your skills to me? Did you think I would praise you for this? Uncle Lin looked at me, his gaze laced with a hint of disdain. I quickly waved my hands. No, Uncle Lin. It's all recorded in the information table. After taking another sip of tea, Uncle Lin continued, Now let me ask you. What is the relationship between Feng Dio and Hu Fenglin? Hu Fenglin? The information table doesn't indicate any familial ties, I replied, bewildered. Doesn't it? Or is it that you didn't pay close attention? Binzi, come here. Uncle Lin called out down the hallway. Coming, Uncle Lin. What's up? Han Bin, wearing an apron, approached. Tell Xiao Fu about the relationship between Feng Dio and Hu Fenglin, Uncle Lin instructed, pointing at me. Han Bin glanced at me, hesitating before saying, Feng Dio's son, Feng Kai, is married to Li Qinglan. Li Qinglan's brother, Feng Kai's brother-in-law, is the second daughter of Hu Fenglin's family. Feng Dio is Hu Fenglin's in-law. Hu Fenglin is 2 years younger than Feng Dio and usually calls him second brother. Upon hearing Han Bin's explanation, I felt a surge of disbelief. How was I to know about this convoluted relationship? Though I thought this, I dared not voice my thoughts. Uncle Lin observed me and said, Xiao Fu, do you feel this is a convoluted relationship? It's understandable if you don't know. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Uncle Lin's scrutiny, I lowered my head, unsure of how to respond. I'll tell you, Xiao Fu, all this information is recorded on the table. If you had paid careful attention, you could have untangled the relationships among the villagers. Do not underestimate these seemingly distant connections. They are excellent entry points for mediating disputes. Uncle Lin emphasized while tapping on the folder on the table. A sudden realization dawned upon me, and I felt my face flush with embarrassment at my earlier arrogance. Familiarize yourself with these details over the next few days. As for visiting the village, I will naturally take you when the time is right. For now, I have just one request. Do not aim too high while lacking the necessary skills. After finishing his words, Uncle Lin took his tea mug and headed to the kitchen. Han Bin glanced at me, his eyes filled with sympathy. After lunch, Uncle Lin left once more, taking Han Bin with him, leaving me alone in the police office. I took some A4 paper, reopened the population information folder, and meticulously outlined the relationships among the villagers. By the time dusk arrived, I had sketched out the entire family tree of Linchong village. Uncle Lin and Han Bin had yet to return when I tidied up the papers on the table, went to the kitchen, and prepared 2 dishes along with a pot of rice. By the time dinner was ready, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Uncle Lin returned alone, and, without waiting for me to greet him, he picked up a bowl in the kitchen. Xiao Fu, dinner is just the 2 of us. 1 dish is sufficient, Uncle Lin remarked, placing the bowl and chopsticks down before retreating to his room. Oh, I replied, shoveling the rice into my mouth. After cleaning the kitchen, I returned to my room. Lying on my bed, I gazed at the desk lamp, noticing the police badge glimmering under its light. Chapter 10, The Disappearance Case. As the night deepened, the world outside was enveloped in a dusky hue. Once again, I found myself restless, tossing and turning in bed, unable to succumb to slumber. Sounds emanated from Uncle Lin's room. The door creaked open, and after a series of footsteps, the sound of the police office door shutting plunged the space into silence once more. Uncle Lin had stepped out again. I grabbed my phone and glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Quickly, I rose from my bed and made my way to the front door, cautiously pulling it open. With no moon to illuminate the night, the outside was shrouded in darkness, and Uncle Lin had vanished without a trace. Disappointed, I retreated into my room. As I approached Uncle Lin and Appo's door, an impulsive urge to peek inside surged within me. However, at the moment I raised my hand, I clenched my fingers and relinquished the thought. Back in my own room, my insomnia only intensified. Uncle Lin returned close to 2 in the morning. I could hear the sounds from the neighboring room. He must have settled down to rest. The following day was Friday. Xiao Fu, tomorrow is the weekend. See if you need anything, and let Binzi take you to town, Uncle Lin remarked. I nodded in acknowledgement. After breakfast, Uncle Lin departed from the police office as usual. But today, for some reason, Han Bin did not arrive as seamlessly as before. It was already 10:30, and he was still absent. I fetched a bucket of water, dipped a mop into it, and prepared to tidy up the police office. Just as I had cleaned half of the floor, the office door swung open. Bin Ge, you. I turned, expecting to see Han Bin, but instead, I found an elderly woman in her 50s. Officer Lin, Officer Lin. She called out loudly upon entering. Ma and Appos. Officer Lin is out on business. He is not here. I replied, leaning on the mop. Oh, Officer Lin ISN and Appos. T here? What am I to do? This is going to cost me my life. The woman's face was etched with disappointment and anxiety. Please, don't worry. You can tell me what's the matter. I set down the mop and rolled up the sleeves of my uniform. Young man, who are you? She scrutinized me, inquiring. I am the new officer at this police office. My surname is Fu Chu. I replied. Please, have a seat and share your concerns. I gestured towards a chair. Oh, you don't seem very old, and you've become a police officer? Well then, I suppose I can tell you. My grandson DeChong and Chong have gone missing, she exclaimed, pacing anxiously. Hearing her words, I felt a jolt of alarm. Having reviewed the population information for several days, I was aware that many elderly individuals and children remained in the village, and such environments often fostered the risk of trafficking crimes. Calm down, ma'am. Please take a seat and tell me slowly. I will take notes. What is your name, and when was the last time you saw DeChong and Chong? I gently urged her to sit. My name is Han Yuxia. Officer Lin and Binzi know me, she replied. I nodded in understanding. All right, Han ma'am. When did you last see DeChong and Chong? At around 7 in the morning, I take them to the woods at that time every day. Afterward, I return home to prepare breakfast, and when I went to fetch them after eating, they were nowhere to be found. Han Mam lamented, thumping her chest in despair. Okay. Han Ma and Appos, please try to remain calm. How old are Chong and Chong? Can you describe their physical characteristics? I asked. Han Ma and Appos, looked puzzled. What do you mean by physical characteristics, Officer Xiaofu? Physical, I intended to explain, but noticing her demeanor, I realized her education level might not be high. Han Mam, I mean how tall they are, whether they are chubby or thin, and what clothes they were wearing. Now, could you please tell me how old they are this year? Realization dawned upon her. Chong is over 2 years old, and Chong is a year younger. Just over 1. As for what they were wearing. Wait, Han Ma and Appos, I interrupted her. You let children that young play in the woods by themselves? Isn't that too dangerous? What? Children? Han Mam stared at me, bewildered. Are Chong and Chong your grandsons or grandnephews? I asked, slightly astonished. Oh dear. What are you talking about? I said, Officer Xiaofu, when I mentioned clothing, who dresses sheep? Han Mam shot me a quizzical glance, turning her face away. Upon hearing her words, I nearly choked. What? Han Mam, all this time you were talking about sheep? I sighed in relief. Yes, sheep. What's wrong with that? Just because they're sheep doesn't mean I can't ask the police for help. Officer Xiaofu, let me tell you, those 2 sheep are treasures to our family. My son said if we raise them well, the big one will have little ones, and eventually, we could have a breeding farm. Han Mam gestured animatedly. I quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we can help. Han Mam, please don't worry. Just then, Han Bin walked through the door. Oh, second aunt. What brings you here? Han Bin asked upon seeing Han Mam seated across from me. Oh my, Binzi, you're just in time. Help me find my sheep. They've gone missing. She implored, grabbing Han Bin and Appos' arm. Second aunt, please Don and Appos. Worry. Officer Fu is already taking down your information. Han Bin indicated my desk. Oh. This young officer is asking about children and clothing. Let us leave this to you, Binzi. Han Mam insisted, pulling Han Bin closer. Han Bin looked bewildered as he observed me. I raised my hands to gesture at their conversation, urging Han Bin to take over. After listening to their brief exchange, I finally grasped the situation. Han Mam raised 2 sheep and would take them to graze in the woods every morning around 7. Many villagers did the same. After tying the sheep securely, she would return home to prepare breakfast. After the family had eaten, she would go back to fetch the sheep. This morning, as per her usual routine, she discovered that both sheep were missing upon arriving at the woods. Bingo, could it be that another sheep owner mistakenly took them? I inquired. Han Bin shook his head. No, we mark our sheep with paint, so it's unlikely they were taken by mistake. The chances of outsiders stealing them are slim. They would need a vehicle to do so, and if someone were to steal, they wouldn't just take 2 from my second aunt. Could they have simply wandered off? Did you search the nearby area? I asked Han Mam. I searched everywhere near the spot, but they were nowhere to be found. She replied. I nodded, saying, all right then. Han Mam, please take us to where you last saw your sheep so we can see if we can uncover any clues. Sure, I'll take you there. Han Mam finally wore a hint of a smile. Chapter 11. The first scene investigation. Just as I reached the entrance, Uncle Lin pushed the door open and walked in. What are you all up to? He inquired. Uncle Lin, my second aunt has lost her sheep. We are going to check out the place where they went missing. Han Bin replied. Uncle Lin glanced at me and said, all right, I'll accompany you to take a look. Before long. And Han led us to the grove where the sheep had disappeared. The forest was sparse, overgrown with wild grass. And the roots of the trees bore evidence of the sheep's grazing. I tied the sheep here this morning. Chong was here, and Chong was here. And Han explained. Uncle Lin patted me on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Xiaofu, you are a top student in criminal investigation. Take a look and see if you can find any clues. I surveyed the wild grass and trees before me, momentarily unsure of where to begin. However, since Uncle Lin had urged me, I steeled myself and approached the tree where Aunt Han had tied the sheep. During my internship before graduation, I had encountered several burglary scenes, but we interns were not permitted to participate in serious cases like homicides. Even in the simpler burglary investigations, we merely observed and occasionally helped maintain order outside the cordoned area. Today marked my first official scene investigation. Although the case was minor and the area was chaotic, I resolved to uncover some clues, spurred by Uncle Lin's skeptical gaze. In outdoor investigations like this, footprints are invaluable. If I could identify suspicious tracks, it would help determine the direction in which the suspect fled. I crouched down to examine the footprints on the grass, but reality struck me hard. There were indeed tracks. But most were left by sheep, with very few made by humans. Well, what do you have, top student? Any leads? Uncle Lin's question dripped with sarcasm. I sighed in resignation and approached Uncle Lin. The footprints here are quite chaotic, and most are from the sheep. I haven't found any traces of investigative value yet. Uncle Lin gazed at me with lowered eyes, his expression revealing nothing but mockery. Don't be so certain. I've said before that you fresh graduates tend to be overly ambitious. Are you still unconvinced? Uncle Lin remarked coldly. His words ignited a fire within me. Uncle Lin, I don't care how you judge us new graduates, but I don't believe I'm overly ambitious. Yes, I admit that we lack the social and investigative experience of seasoned officers like you. However, I believe that both newcomers and veterans deserve mutual respect. I felt my face flush. Though I could not see it, I sensed it was turning red. Oh, looks like you're feeling emotional, huh, kid? Having a temper isn't a bad thing for a police officer, but you better have the skills to back it up. Being arrogant at home isn't something to be proud of. Uncle Lin remained expressionless. Uncle Lin, I have studied criminal investigation for 4 years. Although I have only been an official officer for 5 days and lack practical experience, my knowledge tells me this scene lacks investigative value. I reported to Uncle Lin with a salute. Uncle Lin chuckled but said nothing, instead patting my shoulder as he walked into the grove. Aunt Han, are you certain that your sheep were tied to this tree? Uncle Lin turned to ask. Aunt Han nodded vigorously. Officer Lin, it must be this tree. There is no mistake. Uncle Lin nodded and crouched down, examining the ground while gesturing occasionally. After a short while, he stood up, looked around, and walked toward the other end of the grove. I glanced at Han Bin, who nodded toward Uncle Lin and followed him, prompting me to hesitate briefly before following suit. Emerging from the grove, Uncle Lin approached a nearby farm field where corn was growing, already over half a meter tall. He squatted beside the cornfield, paused momentarily, then stood up and quickened his pace. Before long, we followed Uncle Lin to a household. He knocked on the door, while Han Bin and Aunt Han stood a short distance behind him, observing. Old San, open up. It's Officer Lin from the police station. Before long, the door was opened from within, revealing a man in his 40s. Officer Lin, what brings you here? Is there something going on? The man asked, rubbing his hands together. Uncle Lin patted the man's shoulder. Old San, return the sheep to Aunt Han. It's not easy for her to raise 2 sheep. I was taken aback by Uncle Lin's words. Han Bin leaned closer and whispered, this man's surname is Fan, and he is known as Fan Lao San in the village. His full name is Fan Xianming, I replied quietly. Han Bin looked at me in surprise. Officer Fu, do you know him? I waved my hand dismissively. Not really. I've just seen him on the household registration list. Fan Lao San vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Uncle Lin glanced back at me. Xiao Fu, come here. Startled, I quickly walked to his side. Fan Lao San, let me introduce you. This is our station's new officer. Officer Fu, a top graduate in criminal investigation from Jinghai Police Academy. Do you know what criminal investigation entails? Uncle Lin said, patting my shoulder as he turned to Fan Lao San. Fan Lao San shook his head, while I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Uncle Lin continued. Criminal investigation deals with serious cases. Once they walk through the scene, they can uncover everything you've done in a heartbeat. In such a small place. Even if it's just 2 sheep, Officer Fu could find anything, even a needle. If you don't believe me, let him come into your house and see. But I must warn you, if serious investigators get involved and discover something, it could become a big issue. Uncle Lin's words flowed like a river, leaving me a bit bewildered. Wait, Officer Lin, I'll return them, but what about my losses? Fan Lao San said with a pained expression. Forget about that for now, just bring out the sheep. Uncle Lin pointed toward Fan Lao San's yard. With a sigh, Fan Lao San turned and walked into his yard, opening the vegetable shed to bring out the 2 sheep, which were bound and gagged. He untied them, and the sheep immediately began bleeding. Hearing the commotion, and Han rushed forward. My sheep. Those are my sheep. Uncle Lin quickly restrained and Han, wait here. Soon, Fan Lao San brought the sheep out. Officer Lin, here are the sheep. Fan Lao San said, visibly agitated. Third brother, why did you steal my second aunt's sheep? We live in the same village. What kind of trouble is this? Han Bin took the lead in confronting Fan Lao San. Hey, Binzi, this isn't stealing. Fan Lao San protested. Chapter 12. The methods of the veteran criminal investigator Han Bin observed Fan Lao San, who was sulking in displeasure, and handed the rope used to tether the sheep to Aunt Han before approaching Fan Lao San. What else could it be if not theft? You tied the sheep and then tossed them into your vegetable cellar, even binding their mouths. Han Bin questioned, gesturing towards the 2 sheep. Wasn't I just worried they might bleed? Fan Lao San replied, tilting his head. Isn't that still stealing? Han Bin retorted, but was interrupted by Uncle Lin before he could finish his sentence. Fan Lao San, you led the sheep away because they devoured your corn seedlings, correct? Uncle Lin inquired, fixing his gaze on Fan Lao San. Fan Lao San, as if his grievances had finally been acknowledged, looked up at Uncle Lin with a pitiful expression. You're absolutely right, Officer Lin. Aunt Han's sheep have feasted on my corn several times. The first couple of times, since we lived in the same village, I tethered the sheep in the woods. But when her sheep returned to wreak havoc on my corn again, I lost my temper and brought them all home. Uncle Lin turned to Aunt Han and remarked, Aunt Han, you 2 should ensure the sheep are properly secured before heading home. Aunt Han, realizing her oversight, nodded repeatedly with a hint of guilt. At this time of year, it's too late to replant, so here is what we'll do. Once the corn is ready to harvest, Aunt Han, please send over a dozen or 20 cobs to Fan Laosan's family. Uncle Lin proposed. Aunt Han beamed. What is that? Brothers, when autumn arrives, I'll bring you a whole sack. No need, no need. If the sheep have eaten, they've eaten. Who has tea eaten? Fan Laosan chuckled heartily. Though Fan Laosan offered to host us for a meal, Uncle Lin declined graciously. Aunt Han took her 2 sheep and headed home, while Uncle Lin led me and Hanbin back to the police station. I was curious about how Uncle Lin had found the 2 sheep, and on the way back, I pondered asking him. However, recalling my earlier attitude towards him at the scene, I hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. As we passed by the grove again, I could no longer contain my curiosity and inquired, Uncle Lin, how did you manage to locate the sheep? Uncle Lin glanced at me but remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. When Hanbin caught up, I seized his arm, my eyes pleading for assistance. Hanbin, understanding, asked Uncle Lin, could you share your method with us? It's quite remarkable that you could deduce the sheep were at Fan Laosan's just by looking. At last, Uncle Lin halted, turned to face us, and said, Xiao Fu, let me ask you, what are the fundamental requirements for a crime scene investigation? Your teacher must have covered this in school, right? Timely, comprehensive, objective, meticulous, legal, standardized, and safe. I replied without hesitation. Uncle Lin nodded. Today a scene doesn't involve legality or safety issues. But do you believe you met the other criteria? I was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Uncle Lin guided Han Bin and me into the grove, arriving once more at the tree where the sheep had been tethered. No matter the type of case, whether major or minor, being thorough, objective, and meticulous is paramount. Xiao Fu, examine the traces beneath this tree and compare them with those under the others, Uncle Lin instructed. Pointing at the tree, I crouched down to scrutinize the marks beneath the tree before moving to another tree, repeating the process. Uncle Lin, they all appear to be sheep hoof prints. I truly can't discern any differences. I confessed, feeling a touch embarrassed. Uncle Lin sighed, somewhat exasperated, and said, come here. This is the tree Aunt Han used to tether her sheep. Notice how the hoof prints are distinctly wider in lateral distance and shorter in stride compared to others. This suggests that this sheep has some issue with its hind legs. When I saw her sheep earlier, my assessment was confirmed. The larger sheep had indeed sustained an injury, which is why its gait differs from that of the others, leaving a unique imprint. Recalling the 2 sheep I had seen, I realized that the larger one had indeed walked oddly. Uncle Lin continued, once we established the sheep's tracks, it became straightforward to find its path. Just follow the traces. Wait, Uncle Lin, how did you know the sheep were at Fan Laosan's? Hanbin asked, perplexed. With a smile, Uncle Lin pointed towards the edge of the woods. Just beyond this grove lies Fan Laosan's cornfield. When we passed by earlier, I noticed the leaves of the corn had been gnawed upon by sheep, and the footprints disappeared in that area. Since outsiders rarely come here, there were no signs of a vehicle. It could only have been led or carried away. If someone had stolen it from the village, it would have been too conspicuous. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Fan Laosan, upon seeing his corn damaged, took the sheep in a fit of rage. Moreover, it's a bright day, and no one locks their doors except for Fan Laosan, whose door was firmly shut. This suggests something amiss. After Uncle Lin finished his explanation, he walked out of the grove with his hands behind his back. I stood, momentarily stunned by his insight, until Hanbin gently nudged me, bringing me back to reality, and I followed him out of the grove. Reflecting on my initial behavior upon entering the grove, I felt increasingly ashamed. From the outset, I had focused on human footprints, assuming that someone had stolen the sheep, neglecting the possibility that the tether might have come loose, and failing to prioritize the sheep's tracks as Uncle Lin had. I recalled what Brother Fan from the Hongqi Town police station had said. Uncle Lin had once been a detective, suggesting that he must have been an exceptionally skilled criminal investigator in his earlier days. Upon returning to the police station, feeling humbled, I volunteered to prepare lunch in the kitchen, while Hanbin joined in to assist. Uncle Lin sat at his desk, sipping tea. After lunch, Uncle Lin departed, leaving just Hanbin and me. As I washed the dishes, water splashed onto Hanbin's training uniform, and he was carefully wiping it with a towel. Brother Bin, why not wash that uniform and hang it up? You could switch to another uniform, I suggested. Hanbin's face flushed slightly as he replied, Officer Fu, I don't have another uniform. This training outfit belongs to Uncle Lin. He said it wouldn't look good to wear casual clothes in the police station. What? The station hasn't issued you a uniform? I asked, puzzled. Hanbin shook his head. No, I'm not officially employed. Uncle Lin had to argue quite a bit with the station to secure my salary. I rose and went to my room, retrieving my training uniform from the wardrobe. Before my arrival, the station had already provided uniforms, casual wear, shirts, summer and winter duty uniforms, multifunctional coats, and a training outfit. My training uniform was still in its packaging, which I handed directly to Hanbin. Brother Ben, we are about the same height, so you can have mine, I said, placing the uniform in his hands. Wait, Officer Fu, what will you wear? Han Bin protested. I waved my hand dismissively. It's fine. I received a set when I was in school. Then how about this, Officer Fu? You keep the new one, and I'll take the old, Han Bin suggested, holding my training uniform. I smiled. Brother Ben, just take it. I'm accustomed to the old one. It's comfortable. Han Bin expressed heartfelt gratitude, and it was evident that his appreciation was genuine. Chapter 13. He deceived me as was customary. Han Bin did not dine in the police office that evening, while Uncle Lin returned home quite early. Xiao Fu, tomorrow is the weekend. I will head to town for a while, so I will rely on you to manage the shift, Uncle Lin said. I was washing the dishes and turned to acknowledge him, to which he nodded before retreating to his room. From the very first day I arrived at the police office, or rather, from the journey to the police office, I found myself filled with curiosity about Uncle Lin. What did he do during the day? Where did he go in the dead of night? Living and working alone in this small village, he had never spoken of family, nor had I ever seen his spouse. In the stillness of the night, where could he be going? I hesitated to delve further into my thoughts, feeling that such musings were rather inappropriate. On the 5th night spent on this bed, I gradually adapted to my surroundings, both the bed itself and my own inner turmoil. The night was deepening, and sleep began to take hold. In a half-awake state, I heard movement from next door. Uncle Lin opened his door. I sprang up from my bed, quickly dressing myself, and upon hearing the front door close, I hurriedly followed him outside. The moon shone brightly that night, and glancing at the clock, I noted that it was still early, just past 10. I maintained a careful distance from Uncle Lin, ensuring he would not detect my presence as he was an experienced detective, adept at tailing suspects. He traversed a thicket of trees, ascending the mountain, the dense foliage aiding my stealthy pursuit. After walking for over half an hour, Uncle Lin turned into a grove. I followed cautiously, and there he sat on a stone before a barren mound of earth. At the sight, my heart raced. It appeared to be an unmarked grave. I drew in a sharp breath, concealing myself in the underbrush to observe Uncle Lin's every move, though he remained still, like a statue. Wife, you came early today. You must not have slept yet. I've come to chat a little. When you were here, you complained I was bothersome. But now, well, I can say whatever I want, and you cannot stop me. Do you remember the new recruit, Xiao Fu? The moment I saw him, especially the badge on his chest, I was reminded of old Fu. You see, hearing Uncle Lin's words, my heart tightened, and I strained to catch every syllable, fearing I might miss something significant. Ah, enough of that. I know you find me tiresome. Xiao Fu is a clever lad, a promising talent, better than his father. If he has a good mentor, he could undoubtedly become an excellent detective. This father-son duo is fortunate. The Linjiang Police Department is blessed. I haven't been kind to him these past few days. He must think poorly of me, but it matters not. I cannot allow him to follow in his father's footsteps. My dear wife, when you were around, you often said I neglected my family. At the time, I felt indifferent, but after you left, I realized I owe you so much. In just over a year, I will retire. When I do, I will move into your old house. It's familiar to you, and you should visit it now and then. Uncle Lin conversed with the grave as though it were an ordinary chat, and after a considerable time, he stood to leave. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped back to the police office under the cover of the bushes. I had barely settled back onto my bed when Uncle Lin returned. To my surprise, Uncle Lin knew my father. It made sense, for Fangu had mentioned that Uncle Lin had once been a detective, just like my father. However, what did he mean by following in my father's footsteps? Clearly, Uncle Lin knew something about my father. Indeed, he must. I should seek an opportunity to inquire further. The next morning, aware that Uncle Lin would be away, I rose early to prepare breakfast. During our meal, I kept stealing glances at him, but he was engrossed in his food, oblivious to my scrutiny. Uncle Lin, may I ask you something? I ventured cautiously. What is it? Uncle Lin glanced at me briefly before returning to his meal. Do you know Fu Jingping? I inquired. Uncle Lin lifted his gaze to meet mine. I do not know him. But you were a detective before. How could you not know Fu Jingping? I asked, astonished. I said I don't know him. So I do not know him. Uncle Lin interrupted brusquely. Last night at the grave, he had clearly mentioned my father, yet today he claimed not to know him. He was deceiving me, yet why? Today, Hanbin also did not come. I was alone in the police office. After tidying up, I sat at my desk, pondering Uncle Lin and my father, when suddenly, the sound of a car echoed from outside. Before long, a vehicle parked in front of the police office, the engine's hum clearly indicating it was not Han Bin's old Jetta. I stood to investigate and found a brand new white Volkswagen Jetta parked outside. The door swung open, and to my astonishment, it was Jiang Ruoxin who emerged. Oh, what brings you here? I asked, staring at her in surprise. Why can't I come here? Though I must admit, this place is quite hard to find, Jiang Ruoxin remarked, surveying the office area. I intended to offer her some water, but then remembered I hadn't tea boiled any today. Please, make yourself comfortable, I said awkwardly, rubbing my hands together. Wait a moment, I brought something for you. Can you help me carry it? Jiang Ruoxin pointed outside. I followed her outdoors as she opened the trunk. Wow, a new car? Just bought it? I inquired. Jiang Ruoxin chuckled. My mother bought it for me as a gift for starting work. Come, help me take some of this. Approaching her side, I noticed the trunk was filled with instant noodles, sausages, several cases of cola, and even bags of rice. Ah, is this a care package from the Bureau's leaders? How thoughtful, I exclaimed, lifting 2 boxes of instant noodles. You're still just as stingy as when we were in school. I bought this with my own money. Hurry and take it inside. I know it's inconvenient for you to buy things out here, Jiang Ruoxin said, holding a box of sausages. I smiled as I carried the instant noodles into the office. After unloading the car, Jiang Ruoxin began to explore the surroundings. How about lunch at my place? I'll cook for you, I suggested, peeking at her. Sure. After knowing you for so many years, I've never tasted your cooking, Jiang Ruoxin replied, smiling. All right. But there is a condition for the meal, I said, stepping closer to Jiang Ruoxin. She paused. Hey, Choo-choo, that is a bit much. I bring you all this. And you still want to negotiate a condition? I nodded, looking at her intently. Fine, what is the condition? You tell me, Jiang Ruoxin said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, I finally said, I need you to help me inquire about someone. Who? Jiang Ruoxin asked curiously. Lin Jiaming. Chapter 14. The arrival of Jiang Ruoxin. Upon hearing the name I mentioned, Jiang Ruoxin appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Jiaming? Isn't he one of your officers at the police station? What do you wish to inquire about him? Jiang Ruoxin asked, her surprise evident. I paused briefly before responding. It's nothing much. I just need your assistance in finding out which department he served in as a criminal investigator. Was it the city bureau, the county bureau, or perhaps a sub-bureau or squad? Is that all? Jiang Ruoxin seemed somewhat disappointed. Why not just ask him directly? Hey, do you want to have a meal? If you do, then help me out. My tone of veiled threat seemed to have little effect on Jiang Ruoxin, prompting me to switch to a more pleading tone. Come on, we're old classmates. Lend me a hand? What else good to eat around here? Let me check the menu first, Jiang Ruoxin replied, folding her arms behind her back. Ah, Officer Fu, what can I get you? At that moment, Han Bin cheerfully entered. But upon noticing the presence of an outsider, he quickly fell silent. I turned to see Han Bin holding a sizable fish weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Who is this? Han Bin inquired, his gaze fixed on me. This is my university classmate and also a police officer from our city bureau, I introduced her. Hello, I'm Jiang Ruoxin. Jiang Ruoxin said politely, extending her hand. Han Bin promptly switched the fish to his other hand, wiped his palm on his trousers, and shook her hand. I'm Han Bin, also working at the police station. Hello, Brother Bin. Jiang Ruoxin smiled. Han Bin, flustered, waved his hands. No need for formalities. Officer Jiang. I stepped forward and took the fish from Han Bin. Weighing it in my hands, it certainly exceeded 6 pounds. Brother Bin, your fish has arrived just in time. I was fretting over what to serve. Where did you buy it? How much was it? I'll reimburse you. I laughed. It's nothing, Officer Fu, it's free. I caught it in the river. Han Bin grinned innocently. Brother Bin, you should still let him reimburse you. When payday comes, just ask him for it. Jiang Ruoxin pointed at me. Han Bin continued to wave his hands in denial, still beaming. Hey, Brother Bin. I'm on duty alone and you're off fishing instead of keeping me company. How can you call yourself a brother? I teased. No. I caught several fish last night and brought you the biggest one. I was busy cleaning it up this morning, which is why I arrived late, Han Bin explained. I chuckled. I'm just joking, Brother Bin. Perfect timing. Let's have lunch here. I'll go prepare the fish. Hey, Chu, do you know how to cook fish? Jiang Ruoxin asked, somewhat skeptically. I shook the fish in my hands and replied, you'll find out once you taste it. It will surely be no less delightful than that fish stew restaurant. As I placed the fish in the pot and covered it, my phone rang. Wiping my hands, I retrieved my phone. It was Uncle Sue. Hello, Uncle Sue, I answered the call. Xiao Chu, I noticed I hadn't heard from you. So I figured you might have forgotten to call me, right? Not at all, Uncle. I just arrived at the new unit, and I was concerned you might be busy. So I planned to call you in a couple of days, I replied. Come now, who knows when that couple of days will come. How is work treating you? Which department has your leader assigned you to? My dear nephew should at least be in the major cases division. Uncle, I didn't join the criminal investigation team. I'm at the Hongqi Town Police Station. What? A police station? A town police station, no less. What on earth? Listen, Xiao Chu, I'll get in touch with someone right away. You must return to the city. I anticipated this reaction from Uncle Sue, which is why I deliberately omitted mentioning the police station, but I hadn't expected such a strong response. Uncle, please don't. I actually quite enjoy it here. If you pull strings to get me reassigned, and my colleagues find out I used connections, it would be awkward even if I end up there. That won't do. If you don't like it, come work at my company. You can choose any position you want, or if all else fails, I'll make you the vice chairman. Thank you, uncle. You know I've wanted to be a police officer since I was little, and I'm genuinely happy here. Once I have some time off, I'll visit you. All right then, you've always been quite determined. Remember what I said. Whenever you're feeling discontent, just let me know. I'll do whatever it takes to help you. Uncle Su's words were somewhat exaggerated. With his capabilities, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. But hearing him say that touched me deeply. Thank you, uncle. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude, though I was unsure how to articulate it. So I simply said those 3 words. Don't be so formal with me. I'll come visit you when I have the chance. By the way, your sister is returning to the country soon. We should all go out together. After hanging up, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I could manage to bluff my way through a phone call, but what if one day Uncle Su came to visit and discovered the truth about my situation? I shuddered to think about it, especially since my sister, Sunina, was coming. She had a temperament just like her father, if not more so. The fish was ready. Yet Uncle Lin had yet to return. Brother Bin, do you know where Uncle Lin has gone? I inquired during our meal. He went to the town. I offered to accompany him, but he declined. Han Bin replied. Could you tell me more about Uncle Lin? Brother Fan mentioned that he used to be a criminal investigator. Why did he come to work here? I asked. Han Bin swallowed his food and responded. Uncle Lin is here because of his late wife. Years ago, she fell ill and wished to return to her hometown for recuperation. So Uncle Lin accompanied her back. After taking care of her for 2 or 3 years, she passed away and was buried in the woods on the hill nearby. Afterward, Uncle Lin decided to stay here, saying he would be retiring soon and that it didn't matter where he spent his time. Jiang Ruoxin seemed to feel a twinge of sorrow. It seems that Uncle Lin is a man of deep emotions. He must have chosen to stay here to be close to his beloved. I refrained from mentioning my surveillance of Uncle Lin ascending the mountain. Han Bin's account aligned closely with my expectations, yet I still held doubts in my heart. Uncle Lin's presence in the police station must have been motivated by more than just his late wife. Han Bin nodded somberly. Indeed. Uncle Lin has mentioned that after dedicating half his life to the police force, he feels he has neglected his wife. If he had been more attentive back then, perhaps her illness wouldn't have reached such a dire stage. He carries a great deal of guilt over this. Jiang Ruoxin sighed. Being a police officer's wife is no easy task. My mother was the same. Growing up, the phrase I heard most often was, you can't count on your father for anything. Seeing Jiang Ruoxin mimic her mother, both Han Bin and I couldn't help but chuckle. Does your mother still support your decision to become a police officer? I asked, feigning seriousness as I suppressed a smile. Jiang Ruoxin laughed and replied, why should a girl like me be afraid? It's you I'm concerned about. Finding a wife may prove difficult for you. Upon hearing Jiang Ruoxin's remark, Han Bin glanced at me, a knowing smile gracing his face. I shot Han Bin a sidelong glance, retorting, Brother Bin, what's so funny? You're not exactly a bachelor yourself. At the dining table, laughter erupted among the 3 of us, just as we were enjoying our meal. The door to the police station swung open with a loud bang, and a figure rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, Officer Lin, there's been an incident. An incident. Chapter 15. The incident of injury in the village. Upon hearing the commotion, the 3 of us hastily set down our bowls and chopsticks. Han Bin, being the closest to the door, was the first to rush outside. Mengzi, what happened? Han Bin inquired. The newcomer, panting heavily and stuttering, replied, Bin Gu. The Ma family and Li Mingchen's family have gotten into a fight. Calm down and speak slowly. What transpired? Did they actually come to blows? Is anyone injured? Han Bin questioned. The man, regaining some composure, continued, I'm not sure exactly why. It's all chaotic, and I couldn't stop them. I came to find Officer Lin, and when I left, no one was hurt, but I don't know the current situation. Officer Fu, Lin uncle isn't here. What do we do? Han Bin turned to me. We need to hurry and see. If someone is indeed injured, it could complicate matters. I quickly grabbed my uniform hanging on the back of a chair and donned my hat. All right, let us move quickly, Han Bin said, pulling the newcomer out the door. Jiang Ruoxin followed suit. Shall I drive you? I offered, noticing that Han Bin hadn't brought his car today. Let Bin Ji drive. He knows the way. Bin Gu. Get in the car. I called out to Han Bin. Jiang Ruoxin nodded and tossed the car keys to him. Bin Gu. What is going on between Ma Lawu and Li Mingchen? Is there some history? I asked. Han Bin replied while driving, they live in the east and west courtyards. And there is no deep-seated feud. They had some quarrels over building a wall, which, while not a significant matter, involved some disputes over a foot or 2. Uncle Lin mediated before, and although they shook hands and made peace, they haven't interacted much since. Before long, Han Bin arrived at the scene of the incident. As we stepped out of the vehicle, we could hear 2 women exchanging harsh words, hurling insults filled with foul language. Han Bin led us into the courtyard, where the 2 women continued their vociferous argument. The atmosphere tense, though fortunately, the fighting had ceased. Just as we thought we could breathe a sigh of relief. My heart sank when we approached closer. A man, covered in blood, sat on a wooden stump, while not far away, another man lay on the ground, his face similarly smeared with blood. What happened? Everyone, calm down, Han Bin shouted. The two women ceased their quarrel upon hearing his voice. One woman, in her 50s, strode up to Han Bin. Debinzi, you arrived just in time. Hurry and arrest Ma Lawu. He injured my husband, she exclaimed, pointing at the man seated on the stump. What? How is that so? Your husband didn't he lay a hand on him? Another woman retorted defiantly. He also hurt mine. Debinzi, take Li Mingchun away. It was then that I realized the man on the stump was Ma Lawu, while the one on the ground was indeed Li Mingchun. You too, can you hold it together for a moment? You can't just demand arrest like that. I must inform you that this is Officer Fu from our police station. How this is handled is up to him. Han Bin pointed at me. His words thrust me into the spotlight, and both women turned their attention to me. Just as I was about to speak, Li Mingchun, lying on the ground, let out a groan as if attempting to rise, only to collapse back down in weakness. Please wait a moment. I need to assess the injured, I said. Hastening over to Li Mingchun, I lifted him slightly to examine his injuries. Hey, why are you checking him first? Our family has injuries too, Ma Lao's wife interjected. Hands on her hips. I glanced at Han Bin, who understood. Just hold on. Officer Fu will attend to each of you in turn. He admonished the woman. Initial brother. Should we call an ambulance? Jiang Ruoxin inquired as she stepped beside me. I waved my hand dismissively. The ambulance in town will take time to arrive. Don't worry. I'll take a look first. Remember, I took forensic courses back in college. Jiang Ruoxin nodded, and I resumed checking Li Mingchun's condition. Gingerly, I lifted Li Mingchun's arm, eliciting a pain cry from him. This is bad. His arm is likely fractured. We need to get him to the hospital. I turned to Han Bin. Bin Gu, where's your car? We need to hurry. Oh, it's at home, not far from here. I'll go get it right away. Han Bin replied, suddenly realizing. Don't fuss. Just use my car. Jiang Ruoxin insisted. That's a new car. I feel a bit guilty, I said. Oh. What does that matter? Saving a life is the priority. But I'm not familiar with the roads. Let Binji drive them. I'll stay here with you. Jiang Ruoxin dismissed my concerns. I nodded in agreement, and Han Bin stepped forward to help support Li Mingchun. Li Mingchun's family will accompany us. We'll address your issues later. I directed towards Li Mingchun's wife. Seeing her still dazed, Han Bin urged her, and she finally snapped back to reality. Stepping forward to assist Li Mingchun, the neighbors who had rushed over to mediate were now whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed on me, evidently eager to see how I would handle the situation. Ma Lao's wife approached me, saying, Officer Fu, my husband was also injured. You must check on him too. I remained silent and directly approached Ma Lao to assess his injuries. Although his face was smeared with blood, my examination revealed that he had no serious wounds. The blood was merely the result of a nosebleed, which had left his face streaked. There's nothing major. Just wash your face with some water. I concluded, rising. That won't do. We need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Ma Lao's wife scoffed. I replied, if you wish to go for a check, I won't stop you, but you'll need to cover the cost yourself. Compensation can only be discussed after we clarify responsibilities. Upon hearing the prospect of incurring expenses, Ma Lao's wife immediately quieted down. Someone brought a basin of water for Ma Lao, and under the urging of the crowd, he washed his face. Now, tell me what exactly happened, I asked Ma Lao. He hesitated, and his wife urged him, come on, just say it. I nodded, all right, go ahead. It happened like this. We raised some rabbits, and this morning, one ran over to Li Mingchun's house. When I found out, that scoundrel Li Mingchun had already cooked it. So, didn't I have to confront him about it? Who would have thought that they would claim it was theirs? That's what led to the argument, and then things escalated. Ma Lao's wife recounted animatedly. All this over a rabbit? You four combined are over 200 years old. How can you be so impulsive like children? I remarked. Now, look, Li Mingchun has a fracture. This isn't just a public order issue. If things go awry, it could escalate to a criminal case. We'll wait for the assessment of his injuries. You two must remain in the village for the time being and accompany me to the police station for an investigation, I stated sternly. Ma Lao and his wife appeared flustered, and I stepped forward to guide them outside the courtyard. Chapter 16. The first quarrel. I brought the two individuals back to the police station to take their statements, and by the time we finished, it was already past 6 in the evening. Officer Fu, can we go home now? I still need to feed my rabbit. Ma Lao's wife timidly inquired. Considering your family situation, I will allow you to leave, but remember my words. You cannot leave the village for the next few days. I replied while collecting the statements. No sooner had I finished speaking than my phone rang. It was Han Bin. I quickly answered the call. Hello, Brother Bin. Officer Fu, Li Mingchun's arm is indeed fractured. The doctor at the town hospital is attending to him. Rest assured. All right, I understand. After hanging up, I turned back to face Ma Lao and his wife. I'm sorry, but Ma Lao cannot leave just yet. Li Mingchun has a fractured arm, and if the forensic evaluation determines it to be a minor injury of level 2 or above, Ma Laowu will bear criminal responsibility. As I spoke, I took the handcuffs from the wall and secured them around Ma Laowu's wrists. Upon seeing her husband in handcuffs, Ma Laowu's wife panicked, collapsing to the ground in tears. Get up. This is a police station, not a place for tantrums. If you continue this way, you may be suspected of disturbing the order of an official institution, and I can legally detain you. I said sternly. Did you not mention needing to feed your rabbit? You can go home and take care of that now. Contrary to my expectations, Ma Laowu's wife only cried louder. What's the point of feeding the rabbit now that you've arrested my husband? If you take him away, I won't care about the rabbit or even my life. Her wails filled the room. Being a man, I felt it inappropriate to approach her, so I sought help from Jiang Ruoxin. She stepped forward, attempting to lift Ma Laowu's wife, but to her surprise, she was quite strong and resisted Jiang Ruoxin's efforts. Ma Laowu, you should persuade your wife. Her antics are not beneficial to you. I urged him. Just as Ma Laowu opened his mouth to speak, his wife shot him a glare, causing him to retreat immediately. Jiang Ruoxin looked up at me, shaking her head slightly, and I found myself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the door to the police station swung open, and Uncle Lin entered, carrying a briefcase. Upon seeing Ma Laowu in handcuffs, he paused momentarily before placing the briefcase on his desk. Seeing Uncle Lin, Ma Laowu's wife erupted into tears again, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Officer Lin, you must intervene. If they take my husband away, our family will not survive. Uncle Lin glanced at me, then at Jiang Ruoxin beside me. Before turning to Ma Laowu's wife and admonishing her, stop crying. What are you making a scene for? In an instant, the police station fell silent following Uncle Lin's commanding voice. Who is this? He inquired, pointing at Jiang Ruoxin. Oh, Uncle Lin, this is my university classmate Jiang Ruoxin. Also a police officer from the Linjiang City Bureau, I quickly explained. Uncle Lin nodded, walked to his desk, retrieved the handcuff key from the drawer, and approached Ma Laowu to unlock the cuffs. Hey, Uncle Lin, I began to protest. But he shot me a glance that compelled me to withdraw my hand in resignation. At this hour, I assume you haven't fed the rabbit yet? You two should go home and take care of that. I'll visit your home early tomorrow morning, Uncle Lin said with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Ma Laowu's wife rushed forward, pulling Ma Laowu with her as they exited the police station. Uncle Lin, what you did is against protocol. Li Mingchuan's arm is indeed fractured, and Ma Laowu may be implicated in intentional harm. How could you let him go? I asked, looking at Uncle Lin with concern. May be implicated. But it hasn't been definitively determined yet, has it? Do you know why I hung the handcuffs on the wall instead of wearing them? Uncle Lin countered. I was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Uncle Lin sighed. In a place like this, the use of handcuffs must be approached with caution. The villagers lack a high level of education. Wearing them implies wrongdoing. Even if he is ultimately exonerated, gossip will ensue. But Uncle Lin, even if we rule out intentional harm, according to the Public Security Administration punishment law, Ma Laowu's actions constitute assault and can lead to detention and fines. If Li Mingchun sustains a minor injury of level 2 or above, he could face imprisonment for less than 3 years according to Article 234 of the criminal law. If it is deemed a serious injury, the sentence could range from 3 to 10 years, I argued passionately. Uncle Lin remained unyielding, responding, What? Are you going to lecture me on the law, you top student? You seem to know the statutes well. Now tell me, after you handcuffed Ma Laowu, what was your plan? To handle it according to the law. Report the case that corresponds to the offense, file the administrative punishment with the station, and report any criminal responsibility to the Bureau. We will make a decision once Li Mingchuan's injury assessment is complete, I replied without hesitation. Well then, proceed according to your thoughts. As for me, I have released him. Uncle Lin shrugged. I was stunned, looking at Uncle Lin in confusion. Uncle Lin, I told you. What you did is against the rules. If Li Mingchuan's family raises an issue, you will also be held accountable. Uncle Lin scoffed. Don't wait for Li Mingchun to complain. If you think my actions are against the rules, you can report it directly to the higher-ups, to the station, or better yet, your classmate is at the city bureau. Isn't she? Just report it to the city bureau's inspection. You? I was infuriated by Uncle Lin's attitude and angrily pulled a chair and sat down. Uncle Lin, on the other hand, appeared calm, pouring himself some hot water from a large teacup and returning to his office. As I sat in the chair, my anger grew, and I suddenly stood up, shouting toward Uncle Lin's office. Uncle Lin, I respect you as a senior, but I will not allow any unlawful behavior. If you insist on this, I will report the matter truthfully to the higher-ups. Perhaps I stood too abruptly as I felt dizzy after my outburst. Jiang Ruoxin approached and gently pulled me back. Chugo, calm down. I believe Officer Lin has his reasons for acting this way. You're new here. Don't be so impulsive, she advised. I leaned against the table for a moment, not heeding Jiang Ruoxin's words. Officer Lin, since we wear the police uniform, we must uphold the honor of the badge and the uniform we wear. I raised my voice again. Jiang Ruoxin, hearing my words, firmly grabbed me and pressed me back into my chair. Shugo, that was too harsh. Officer Lin is an experienced police officer. What you said is disrespectful to him. I was at a loss for words, letting out a heavy sigh and slamming my hand on the table in frustration. A flash of light passed outside, followed by the sound of a vehicle. The car parked outside the police station. It must be Han Bin and the others returning. Chapter 17. Officer Lin's mediation. As I had surmised, it wasn't long before Han Bin pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing me fuming in my chair, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Ruoxin. Brother Bin, how is it? That Li Mingchun isn't seriously injured, is he? Jiang Ruoxin inquired eagerly. Han Bin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. His bone has been set and he is in a cast. I've taken him home. Oh, and by the way, Officer Jiang, here are your car keys. I filled up the tank for you. Hey, Brother Bin, why did you fill my tank? No need to be so courteous. Jiang Ruoxin replied as she accepted the keys. Han Bin chuckled. This is our village's matter. I can't use your car for free. Well then, it's getting late. I ought to head back, or my mother will prevent me from coming again. Jiang Ruoxin smiled. Are you sure you can manage on your own? It's rather late. Perhaps you should stay at my aunt's house. She's all alone. Han Bin suggested. Jiang Ruoxin laughed lightly. No problem. I'm a police officer after all. I'm not afraid of walking alone at night. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I stood up to see Jiang Ruoxin out, and Han Bin followed suit. As we watched her car disappear into the distance, we returned to the house. Officer Fu. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy, Han Bin inquired. Before I could respond, Uncle Lin's voice resonated through the room. Binzi, you should head home early. We're going to Li Mingchun's house first thing tomorrow morning. All right. Han Bin replied affirmatively. He glanced at me, and I patted his shoulder. Brother Bin, you should go back now. The next morning, I got up to wash up. On the kitchen table, 2 buckets of instant noodles awaited me, with forks stuck in them. And the electric kettle was steaming. While I was washing my face, Uncle Lin walked in, took the kettle, and poured hot water into the noodles. Just have a quick bite for breakfast. After you're done, we'll head to Li Mingchun's house, he said as he set the kettle down. I didn't respond, continuing to wash my face. By the time I finished, Uncle Lin had already started eating the noodles, slurping noisily without a care. I returned to my room, changed my clothes, and headed back to the kitchen to join him in the meal, until we arrived at Li Mingchun's home. I hadn't exchanged a single word with Uncle Lin. Upon reaching the door, Han Bin was already waiting outside. Upon entering, we found Li Mingchun and his wife having breakfast. They quickly set down their chopsticks when they saw us. Officer Lin, you're here so early. Have you eaten? Come join us. We just steamed some buns this morning. Li Mingchun said, his left arm in a cast, thankfully not hindering his ability to eat. Just buns? Why isn't there any rabbit meat for me? Uncle Lin asked, looking at Li Mingchun. Uncle Lin's inquiry caused Li Mingchun and his wife to blush profusely. An injury is no trivial matter. You must take good care of yourself, Uncle Lin remarked, glancing at me before turning to Li Mingchun. I've heard about your issues with Ma Laowu. Officer Fu suggests we conduct an injury assessment. If it meets the standards, we'll hold Ma Laowu accountable. He is likely to face 3 to 5 years in prison. What do you think? Please, Officer Lin. Although we have our differences with Ma Laowu's family, we live in the same village, just separated by 2 courtyards. If Ma Laowu is sentenced, how will we face them in the future? Li Mingchun pleaded earnestly. I was taken aback by Li Mingchun's response. Despite having suffered a fracture, he still wished to spare the other party from punishment. This situation arises from cause and effect. I've visited your families more than once, and I've always thought you shouldn't continue this way. Since this incident has occurred, we might as well sort it out and bring it to a conclusion, Uncle Lin stated, sitting on the edge of Li Mingchun's con. Officer Lin, you know the situation between our families. Regardless, my uncle insists we heed your advice, so we shall follow your lead, Li Mingchun affirmed. Here, Officer Lin. Please have a cigarette. Li Mingchun's wife offered, producing a pack of cigarettes for Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin accepted without hesitation, lighting one up for himself. Li Mingchun. I'll head over to Ma Laowu's house shortly. Once I've spoken with him, we can determine how to proceed. Does that sound acceptable? Uncle Lin asked, exhaling the smoke. Sure, Officer Lin. Both my wife and I will follow your lead. Li Mingchun replied readily. After finishing his cigarette, Uncle Lin led Han Bin and me to Ma Laowu's house. Old Wu, are you done yet? Uncle Lin called out as he entered Ma Laowu's yard. Ma Laowu emerged from behind the door. Officer Lin, you've come. I apologize for any trouble caused. Is Bin here too? Ma Laowu greeted both Uncle Lin and Han Bin, but overlooked me, likely due to my having handcuffed him. Let us discuss this inside, Uncle Lin suggested, pointing at Ma Laowu's house. Come in, Ma Laowu urged, quickly stepping aside to let us in. Ma Laowu's wife was brewing tea, and upon seeing me, she shot me an icy glare. Old Wu, you know why I'm here. You and Li Mingchun have lived across from each other for many years and have had your disputes. However, since my arrival, Both families have shown respect, and things have calmed down considerably. So why has this incident arisen? Uncle Lin lamented. Before Ma Laowu could speak, his wife interjected, Officer Lin. We don't wish to continue conflict, but Li Mingshun is unreasonable. He sent his rabbit into our yard, and he cooked it? Can he control his cravings? Old Wu's wife, don't just blame them. When Li Mingshun was hanging laundry, the wind blew his clothes into your yard. How did you handle that? Did you smear his clothes with sauce and throw them back? Uncle Lin asked, staring at Ma Laowu's wife. Ma Laowu's wife was rendered speechless by Uncle Lin's questioning. You two ought to take this seriously. You met that young lady from the police station yesterday, right? Let me tell you, she's from the Linjiang City Bureau. If she reports our village's matters to her superiors, it won't just be my police station that faces trouble, but even the Hongqi Town Police Station. Uncle Lin warned sternly. Ma Laowu and his wife exchanged glances. Uncle Lin's words seeming to carry more weight than my handcuffs. Officer Lin, you know the nature of my wife and me. I, Ma Laowu, am not one to resort to violence. It was just a moment of carelessness. You must help us out. Ma Laowu implored, bowing his head. Old Wu, regardless. Li Mingshun has a fractured arm, and this matter is significant. Here's the plan. You and your wife will accompany me to Li Mingshun's house, and we'll discuss this together. How does that sound? Uncle Lin proposed. Ma Laowu glanced at his wife, who nodded in agreement, and Ma Laowu followed suit, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 18. Uncle Lin was right. Uncle Lin led us to Li Mingshun's home, where we encountered the couple, Ma Laowu and his wife. Upon seeing them, Li Mingshun's wife immediately wore a discontented expression. Laowu, look at this. Mingshun's arm is in a cast. A fracture can be serious or minor, whether intentional or not. You two cannot escape the medical expenses. Yesterday, Binzi was there and has recorded every penny spent. The hospital also has receipts. You must cover this cost, Uncle Lin asserted, pointing at Li Mingshun's arm. All right, how much is it? Dabin, tell me the amount and I will retrieve it right away. Ma Laowu's wife responded. Hanbin pulled out his notebook and replied, the total, including medication, is 4,862 yuan and 7 jiao. Let and oppose. Let's not fuss over the change. We'll give 5,000. I'll go home to fetch it, Ma Laowu's wife declared. Uncle Lin stopped her, saying, hold on a moment, Ma Laowu's wife. You can bring the money later. She turned to Uncle Lin, as did the others, including myself. Uncle Lin continued, Laowu, Mingshun's arm is fractured. And this is the busy farming season. You must lend a hand to Mingshun. The land is the lifeblood of us farmers, and we cannot afford any delays. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Officer Lin, rest assured, I will take care of Mingshun's fields. If we fall short of grain this autumn, you can hold me accountable. Ma Laowu replied promptly, not even glancing at his wife. Good, that's settled. Also, Mingshun has a craving for your rabbits, doesn't he? Why not bring over a couple to satisfy his appetite? Uncle Lin suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Mingshun's face turned crimson, and he waved his hands in protest. Oh, Officer Lin, it's just 2 rabbits. I can catch a couple of fat ones right away, Ma Laowu said, casting a sidelong glance at his wife, who remained unperturbed. Stop. Brother Wu, Officer Lin, aren't and damp. Oppose, to you teasing me? Li Mingshun said, his face filled with embarrassment. Teasing? Do you think I'm genuinely trying to satisfy your cravings? Rabbit meat is nourishing, invigorating, and particularly beneficial for recovery, especially the ones raised by Laowu. They possess high nutritional value that could expedite your healing, Uncle Lin remarked. Everyone suddenly understood, and the atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. Since both sides have reached an agreement, let us shake hands and apologize to each other. We are all old neighbors, having known each other for over 50 years. Continuing this dispute will only serve to amuse the younger generation, Uncle Lin suggested. Before he could finish, the door to Li Mingshun's house swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, assisted by a younger man, none other than the one who had reported the incident to the police, whom Hanbin referred to as Mangzi. Ah, Taigong, what brings you here? Hanbin hurried to greet him. Indeed, he was the legendary Taigong, appearing to be in his 90s. Officer Lin, I apologize for the trouble caused in the village. Taigong expressed with remorse. Old man, there's no need for such words. I am here precisely for this purpose, Uncle Lin said as he helped Taigong to a seat on the Kong. These 2 families in the village are the most troublesome. They need to be properly dealt with, Taigong stated, raising his cane as if to strike. Uncle Lin quickly intervened. Please, old sir, do not be agitated. I have already mediated the situation. Ah, perfect timing. Laowu Mingshun, you should apologize and shake hands in front of your elder. Let this matter be resolved. Ma Laowu stepped forward and shook hands with Li Mingshun, saying, Brother Mingshun, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Li Mingshun replied, Brother Laowu and sister-in-law, we also have our shortcomings. We've only embarrassed everyone over the years. My apologies. Sister-in-law Ma Laowu approached as well, shaking hands with Li Mingshun. Well then, Let us all have lunch here. I'll prepare the meal, Li Mingchuan's wife suggested. Oh dear. I almost forgot the important matter. Brother Mingchun, sister-in-law, we will fetch the money now, Ma Lao's wife offered. Hey, Hong Ying. Don't forget to catch a couple of rabbits for Brother Mingchun, Ma Lao called out to his wife. Rest assured, came her voice from outside as she dashed out the door. Well, we want to stay for lunch. We have matters to attend to, Uncle Lin said, rising to leave. Air Taigong caught his arm, insisting, Officer Lin, over the years, aside from the 2 steamed buns I had at your home, I have never dined at anyone else's place in the village. Today, for the sake of my old face, you must stay for this meal. Mingchuan's wife. Hurry and prepare the food. Air Mangzi, go fetch the 2 bottles of wine from my cabinet. Uncle Lin could not refuse and stayed for the meal. But he called Air Mangzi back, informing Air Taigong that police regulations forbade drinking alcohol. Only then did Air Taigong relent. Ma Lao's wife returned with the money and rabbits, assisting Li Mingchuan's wife in the kitchen, and everyone enjoyed the meal, except for me, who felt an indescribable unease within. During the gathering, Han Bin introduced me to Air Taigong, who nodded approvingly and gave me a thumbs up, which only added to my inner turmoil. As we were leaving, I noticed Uncle Lin discreetly slipping some money into the bedding at Li Mingchuan's house. On the way back to the police station, I sought an opportunity to converse with Uncle Lin, but he consistently walked ahead of Han Bin and me, preventing me from speaking up. Upon returning to the police station, Uncle Lin mentioned that he hadn't visited Han Bin's home in a long while and followed him to his room to fetch some items. I lay on my bed alone, feeling somewhat troubled. At that moment, my phone rang. I retrieved it from my pocket. It was Jiang Ruoxin. Hello. I answered the call. What are you up to? You sound so lackluster, she inquired. Nothing much, just lying in bed, I replied. Oh. How did yesterday's fight turn out? How did your police station handle it? Uncle Lin has mediated it. Malawi will compensate the other party 5,000 yuan. Chuj. Please don't take offense, but I think you were too impulsive yesterday. I believe Officer Lin's words held merit. Yes, I understand. The facts indeed confirm that Uncle Lin was right. Chij, I think you should apologize to Officer Lin. Both of us are police officers, and we are well aware of the weight our uniforms carry. I know, reflecting on it, my remarks yesterday were indeed excessive. That is the Chuj I know. Jiang Ruoxin chuckled on the phone. Hey, how is it going with the matter I asked you about? Come on, Judge, it's Sunday. I can only inquire about it on Monday when work resumes. All right, thank you. Cut it out with the pleasantries. Just wait for my news. Bye. After hanging up, I noticed my police uniform and cap hanging on the rack, the silver badge glinting at me. As police officers, we are certainly tasked with upholding the authority of the law and safeguarding its dignity. Yet at times, being a compassionate enforcer can also ensure the peace and prosperity of the populace, fostering societal stability and the tranquility of our nation. In this respect, Uncle Lin was indeed correct. Chapter 19, The Challenges of Being a Police Officer. That evening, I prepared dinner, and it was nearly 7 o'clock when Uncle Lin finally returned home. As I emerged from my room, I found him already seated at the dining table. Uncle Lin, you're back. I greeted him. Yes, if I'm not home, just eat without waiting for me, he replied, continuing to eat. It's fine. I'm not hungry, I said, taking a seat across from him. Uncle Lin consumed his meal with great appetite, as if nothing had transpired. After swallowing my food, I looked up and said, Uncle Lin, I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I apologize. He glanced at me, waved his hand holding the chopsticks, and replied, It's nothing, just eat. Uncle Lin, I'm young and inexperienced. Please don't take my words to heart. I genuinely feel the need to apologize, I expressed, feeling quite remorseful. Raising his head, he responded. What? Just because you said sorry, I must say it's all right for it to count? How overly dramatic. What has passed is past. To be a police officer, you must have a bit of spirit. What does shouting at me amount to? Isn't that akin to slamming the table and glaring at the chief? Hearing Uncle Lin's words made me smile. Oh, Uncle Lin, tell me, who has ever slammed the table at the chief? He shot me a look and said, Just eat in peace. Once you finish, I need to talk to you. After clearing the dishes, I knocked on Uncle Lin's door. He opened it, and it was my first time entering his room. The layout was identical to mine, but the wall adjoining my room held a bookshelf. It contained few books, but what captured my attention were the various medals and honors displayed. Titles like Top 10 Outstanding Criminal Police of Linjiang City, Outstanding People's Police of Anji Province, and second place in the Linjiang City Police Competition adorned the shelf. One medal was obscured, leaving its details a mystery, which piqued my curiosity. Uncle Lin, you have quite an impressive collection of honors, I remarked. A hero doesn't dwell on past glories, that's all in the past. Have a seat, Uncle Lin said, pulling over a chair. He sat on his bed, which was neatly made into a perfect rectangle. Uncle Lin, you must have been quite a formidable criminal police officer in your time, I ventured to ask. He glanced at me but did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he asked, Xiao Fu, why do you want to become a police officer? Taken aback by his sudden question, I hesitated before replying. I have aspired to be a police officer since childhood, which is why I applied solely to police academies during the college entrance exam. And how do you think one can excel as a police officer? He inquired. To serve the public and enforce the law for the benefit of the people. I answered without hesitation. Uncle Lin chuckled. Don't set your standards too high. Put it in simpler terms. I paused again before responding. To be strict with oneself. To fulfill one's duties, and to maintain a reverence for the profession. Uncle Lin scoffed at my answer, dismissing it as mere academic rhetoric. I had always sensed his disdain for us fresh graduates, feeling a twinge of resentment, yet I found myself at a loss for rebuttal in his presence. After a prolonged silence, I asked, Uncle Lin, could you share how one can truly be a good police officer? Xiao Fu, the truth is, there is no definitive answer to that question. From the moment we don the uniform, we commit a lifetime to answering it, Uncle Lin replied. At that moment, I did not grasp the depth of his words. Years later, as I recalled that conversation, I finally understood their profound significance. Uncle Lin, didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? You're not just going to have me ponder this question, are you? I asked him. It's nothing of great consequence. I just realized you've been here for several days, and we haven't had a proper chat, he said, rising to pour some water into his large teacup. I looked at him, bewildered, pondering what his intentions might be. I reviewed your report card at the city bureau today. Quite impressive. Whether in specialized courses or joint exams, you certainly should be assigned to the administrative office. I believe you have your own thoughts on this. Don't you? Uncle Lin asked after taking a sip of tea. I have no particular thoughts. We are all police officers, and I will comply with the organization's arrangements. I replied, though I hardly believed my own words, straightening my posture. Uncle Lin chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Kid, if I told you I could arrange for you to join the criminal police team, but only on the condition that you speak the truth to me, how would you respond? His words struck me like a heavy hammer on my heart, causing my pulse to quicken. In the stillness of the room, I could almost hear my own heartbeat. As our gazes locked, I felt as if his eyes could see right through me. Is this something you need to consider for long? Uncle Lin broke the silence. No. I've always been truthful with you, so your condition holds no significance, I declared earnestly. Uncle Lin smiled again, his grin reminiscent of something familiar. Kid, let me ask you this. If one day you discover I have committed an illegal act, what would you do? I was taken aback again, unsure of how to answer. Though I had known Uncle Lin for just 7 days, and despite his occasional cold demeanor, deep down, I could not believe he would ever engage in unlawful behavior. Noticing my hesitation, Uncle Lin smiled and said, What? Is this question difficult to answer? No, Uncle Lin. If, I and Oppos, am saying if, you were to violate the law one day, I would enforce the law strictly, without favoritism. My confidence waned as I spoke. Kid, I just said you have to speak the truth to me. Express what's in your heart. Uncle Lin pointed at me. I straightened up, replying, I am speaking the truth, Uncle Lin, whether it's you or anyone else. If the law is broken, I will uphold justice without bias. Ha! Uncle Lin erupted in laughter. It seems you've missed your opportunity. Now go on, get some sleep. Confused, I watched as he prepared for bed, seemingly ready to sleep. Uncle Lin, why do you think I didn't speak the truth? I asked, turning back at the door. He turned to face me and replied, If you were truly expressing your heartfelt truth, I should be at the inspection department of the city bureau right now. Back in my room, lying on my bed, I gazed at the police badge under the lamp. It seemed that being a good police officer was indeed no easy feat. Chapter 20. The imminent downpour the following morning dawned with a gloomy overcast. The sky considerably darker than on previous days when I awoke. Uncle Lin finished his breakfast and departed, and Hanbin did not come today either. I was left wondering what they were preoccupied with. However, Uncle Lin's departure was unlike his usual routine. He informed me that he would not return for lunch. Alone. I felt disinclined to prepare a meal, but fortunately, Zhang Ruoxin had delivered a generous supply of instant noodles. Just as I took my first bite of the noodles, Zhang Ruoxin and Oppos' call came through. I slurped the noodles as I answered the phone. Hello, I responded, continuing to enjoy my meal. Hey, Chugo, I sent you those instant noodles as a temporary solution, not as a staple. Consuming too much instant noodles is not advisable. Zhang Ruoxin admonished from the other end. How do you know I'm eating instant noodles? Have you installed surveillance in the police station? I teased. Be mindful of your demeanor towards superiors. Zhang Ruoxin began to feign seriousness. Yes. Officer Fu Chu of the Linchong police station is currently having lunch. Please instruct the superior. Get lost. Yes. Oh. Are you feeling feisty today? Don't want to discuss serious matters? Her words swiftly extinguished the smile from my face. Listen, Miss Jiang. Has there been any news regarding the matter I entrusted to you? Well, I inquired about Officer Lin from your police station. He was indeed a former criminal investigator at the Linjiang City Bureau in the first squad, and Zhang Ruoxin hesitated, leaving me anxious. And what? Is it classified information? No, he was in the first squad's investigative team, and the team leader is. She trailed off again. Come on. Can you please be straightforward? I urged. The team leader of the first squad is your father, Fu Jinping. What? He worked alongside my father? Are you sure? Absolutely. I verified this with someone from the political department at the city bureau. All right, thanks. You're welcome. Let us leave it at that for now. When I have time, I'll come by, and perhaps you could cook me a fish? Sure. After hanging up, my mind was in turmoil. Previously, when I asked Uncle Lin if he knew Fu Jinping, he claimed he did not, yet he mentioned my father at my mother's grave. Now, not only did he know my father, but they also worked together as partners. Why wouldn't he admit to knowing him? Did he come to the police station solely to care for his ailing wife? Uncle Lin was becoming increasingly enigmatic in my eyes. How should I approach him? Should I confront him about my investigation? No, that would be too blunt, and I would likely gain nothing. He, an experienced investigator, would easily handle me, a mere novice. This led me to another troubling question. Since Uncle Lin was once in the same investigative team as my father, he must have known me before. Yet he never mentioned it. Was he afraid I would uncover something? If they were partners in the same team, when my father uncovered leads or identified suspects, they should have responded together. Why did my father go to Zabaihi alone? Where was Uncle Lin during that time? The thought made me shudder. No. Suddenly, I recalled the question Uncle Lin posed to me last night. What would I do if I discovered he was involved in illegal activities? Could it be that my father's death was connected to Uncle Lin? If this hypothesis held any weight, it would explain Uncle Lin's behavior. He might have feared exposure, opting to withdraw from criminal investigations under the pretense of caring for his sick wife, and now my presence reminded him of the past, igniting feelings of guilt that he sought to express, or rather, to confess. My heart raced with confusion. What should I do? Confront him? Capture him myself? Yet, I had no evidence. A sudden clap of thunder resounded in the overcast sky, jolting me from my agitation. The downpour was imminent. Outside, the darkness deepened. And with Uncle Lin and Hanbin still absent, the small container of instant noodles on the table had grown cold, coated in a layer of grease. Soon, the rain began to pour heavily. I have never been fond of rainy days, in every place I've lived, including this police station. The rain always brought a musty smell. I retreated to my room, switched on the desk lamp, and as I raised my hand, I accidentally brushed against the police siren, which began to rotate and emit light. Bang! The door of the police station swung open. Hearing the noise, I hurried out of my room to check, finding Uncle Lin and Hanbin clad in old raincoats, water dripping from them. Uncle Lin, Brother Bin, you're back. I greeted them. Yes, Officer Fu. Hanbin replied. Xiao Fu, did you cook lunch? Uncle Lin inquired. With a hint of guilt, I responded, Uncle Lin, you mentioned you wouldn't be back for lunch, so I didn't prepare anything. Uncle Lin gestured towards the box of instant noodles by the wall. Then we'll just take advantage of your supply. I quickly retrieved the instant noodles and ham sausage, placing them on Uncle Lin's table before rushing to the kitchen to boil water. Uncle Lin, Aunt Song invited us for a meal. We might as well eat at her place to avoid this downpour. Hanbin suggested. Bin, Aunt Song isn't well. We shouldn't trouble her, Uncle Lin replied. But you've been helping her with chores. Her granary is in a low-lying area. It floods whenever it rains. Since you arrived, her granary hasn't flooded. Hanbin countered. Bin, even if we are from the police station, we should help our neighbors without expecting anything in return. It seems I need to have a serious talk with you. Uncle Lin feigned seriousness. Hanbin waved his hands. No, Uncle Lin, I was just joking. The water boiled, and I carried the kettle out of the kitchen, pouring it into the instant noodle container. Uncle Lin and Hanbin sat across from each other, heartily consuming the noodles while I sat at my desk, idly fiddling with my phone. Bin, have you been reading lately? Uncle Lin asked Hanbin. Yes, Hanbin replied. Really? How much have you read? Uncle Lin sounded skeptical. Halfway through, Hanbin said. How much? Uncle Lin appeared unconvinced. Hanbin, like a caught child, stammered. Less than a third. Bin, that is not acceptable. You need to seize this opportunity. It's rare. Uncle Lin advised earnestly. Hanbin swallowed the last bite of noodles, saying, Got it, Uncle Lin. Don't worry, I'll go back and read right now. With that, he donned his raincoat and dashed out with the container of noodles. Uncle Lin sighed and shook his head slightly. I moved to the door, watching as the rain quickly engulfed Hanbin's figure. After closing the door, I returned to my desk, where Uncle Lin was sipping the noodle broth. After a prolonged hesitation, I asked, Uncle Lin, do you truly not know Fu Jinping? Uncle Lin was about to dispose of the noodle container when he paused at my question. Chapter 21. The door of misfortune. Uncle Lin walked into the kitchen and tossed the instant noodle container into the trash bin, then turned back to his desk, picking up his large teacup, which I had just filled with hot water. Xiao Fu, what did you just ask me? Uncle Lin inquired after taking a sip of tea. Uncle Lin, do you really not know Fu Jinping? I repeated my question, feeling less anxious than before. Fu Jinping. Fu Chu. Is he a relative of yours? Uncle Lin asked. He is my father, I replied. Uncle Lin looked at me and nodded. Uncle Lin, what does your nod mean? Do you recognize him? I probed. Uncle Lin took another sip of tea, closed the lid of his cup, and spat out a tea leaf, responding, I do not know him. Uncle Lin, you used to be a criminal investigator, just like my father, who died in the line of duty. Even if you do not know him, you must have heard his name, right? I persisted. Oh, that Fu Jingping. I've heard of him. Uncle Lin suddenly seemed to remember. He was still deceiving me, and I wanted to confront him on the spot, but a wave of doubt washed over me. Why would he lie to me? I paused and continued, Uncle Lin, since you have heard of him, could you share with me the stories you know about my father? Uncle Lin turned to me and replied, hearing something is one thing. It's often distorted and cannot be taken as truth. Your father was a police officer, and now you have inherited that legacy. Just be a good officer. Uncle Lin, I heard that my father sacrificed himself while apprehending a suspect, and the murderer has yet to be caught. Are you aware of this? I pressed on, unwilling to give up. Do you know how many law enforcement officers die in the line of duty in our country each year? Last year, 431 police officers lost their lives, with 8 officers per week making the ultimate sacrifice. We must not only find the killers of our fallen comrades but, more importantly, continue their unfinished work. Uncle Lin gazed out the window as he spoke. But Uncle Lin, the murderer of my father has still not been found. I became somewhat agitated. Not finding him does not mean he cannot be found. When or if he will be found is not something you can decide. If you are donning the police uniform because of your father's incident, I advise you to take it off as soon as possible. Uncle Lin continued to stare out the window, raindrops pounding against the glass with a sharp sound. The air in the police office felt heavy, and I found it hard to breathe. We remained silent for a long while until Uncle Lin retreated to his room. After a while, I stood up and walked towards my own room. As I passed Uncle Lin's door, it opened, and he emerged carrying a briefcase, the same one he had brought back on Saturday. Xiao Fu, this is my old work log. If you are interested, you can take a look, he said, handing me the briefcase. I took it, but before I could respond, Uncle Lin had already closed his door. After hesitating for a moment, I returned to my room with the briefcase. I opened it to find it filled with notebooks bound in brown paper. The words work log faded on the covers, and the pages yellowed with age. I opened the topmost log, dated 1994, which contained brief records of the cases Uncle Lin investigated during that time. Although they were concise, they revealed his investigative thought processes, far more practical than the textbooks I had studied in school. Yet, there was not a single word related to my father. Suddenly, a wave of curiosity washed over me. I emptied the briefcase of all its notebooks and began to search meticulously. 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2001, 2002, 2003. Uncle Lin's 20-some work logs spanned from 1994 to 2003, yet conspicuously absent was the year 2000. I felt a pang of disappointment. There was no way Uncle Lin had not kept a log that year. It seemed he had intentionally hidden it away. I continued reading Uncle Lin's work logs until the early hours of the morning, reluctant to sleep. The next day, after a heavy rain, the air felt particularly fresh. But the ground outside had turned into a muddy mess. After breakfast, Uncle Lin prepared to leave again. Uncle Lin, the roads are bad. Where are you going? I asked. Uncle Lin pulled on the rubber boots he wore yesterday, saying, I helped a few families in the village set up sandbags for flood prevention yesterday. I need to check how it turned out. So that was what Uncle Lin and Han Bin had been up to yesterday. Uncle Lin, the roads are difficult. Let me accompany you. I offered. Uncle Lin waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You stay on duty. With that, he stepped outside. After he left, I sat alone in the police office, Uncle Lin's image replaying in my mind. Over the past few days, he had indeed proven to be a good officer. But why did he lie about my father? His deliberate avoidance made me wonder if my father's death was somehow connected to him. Perhaps his current eagerness to serve the public stemmed from past sins, and now, as he approached retirement, he sought to conclude his police career on a perfect note. Lost in thought, the office phone rang, startling me. Hello, Linchong Police Office. Hello, are you Binzi or Xiaofu? I am Fu Chu. Ah, Xiaofu. This is Fan Liangda from Hongqi Station, your fan brother. Oh, fan brother, what is the matter? Xiaofu, a big boss came to the station looking for you. He said he tried to call your mobile, but it was off. I don't know what happened, so I told him to wait in the reception area. A big boss? What big boss? What is his surname? Suddenly, a name sprang to my mind, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh, his surname is Su. Thanks, fan brother. Tell him I'm on a business trip, and he should go home first. Make sure he doesn't know I'm at the police office. Don't worry, I'll handle it. After hanging up, my heart raced. Unsure if fan brother could deceive him. Suddenly, the phone rang again, causing me to jump. Hello, Linchong Police Office. Xiaofu, it's your fan brother. Hearing fan brother's voice again startled me, and unease crept into my heart. Fu, I've got bad news. The big boss knows you're at the police office and is on his way. What? How did he find out? Oh, I didn't expect him to be so quick. When I called you before, I saw him in the reception area. After I finished my call, I asked. And it turned out he had already overheard that you were at the police office. My heart sank. It's fine, fan brother. Thanks for letting me know. You take care. After hanging up, I said I was fine, but I was utterly unsettled. If Uncle Sue saw me in such a place, how would he react? I could hardly bear to imagine. Chapter 22. Uncle Sue arrives. I spent the entire morning in a state of unease, and by noon, I lacked the appetite to eat, feeling restless alone in the police office. Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle broke the silence outside. I quickly rose to investigate and saw a military green Toyota Land Cruiser approaching, soon coming to a halt right at the entrance of the office. My heart immediately raced. The car door swung open, and Uncle Sue emerged. I hurried out to greet him. Uncle Sue, what brings you here? I smiled warmly. Ah, Xiao Chu. I see you are truly here. Look at this place you've chosen to stay in. Have you come to the countryside? Uncle Sue remarked, shaking off the mud from his shoes. Hey, Uncle Sue, you could have called me before coming. I feigned a smile, attempting to divert the conversation. Don't even start. Your phone is out of service. What is going on? Can't even afford the phone bill while working as a cop? Uncle Sue retorted, his face reflecting disdain. Not at all, Uncle Sue. I simply forgot to pay it. Besides, I'm about to receive an internal number from the bureau. There's no need to keep my Jinghai number. Paying for both would be wasteful. Come on in, Uncle Sue, I said, opening the door to the police office. Stop right there. An internal number? Didn't you say you were assigned to a police station? You've grown up and learned to tell fibs, haven't you? Uncle Sue continued, his annoyance palpable. I scratched my head and chuckled awkwardly. All right, Uncle Sue, see? Everything is just fine here. Please come inside. As Uncle Sue stepped into the office, he surveyed the surroundings, his thick brows knitting together in concern. Xiao Chu, listen to me. You shouldn't stay here. What is the point of enduring this hardship in such a desolate place? Uncle Sue expressed his frustration. Uncle, I'm only stationed here temporarily for a few days. I'll be back at the station soon. I quickly fabricated another excuse. Come on. The station is hardly a luxurious place. A town police station isn't much better than this. Uncle Sue scoffed. At that moment, the door swung open, and Uncle Lin, muddy from head to toe, walked in. Lin Jiaming? Before I could introduce myself, Uncle Sue spoke up first. Su Qirong, what are you doing here? Uncle Lin looked at Uncle Sue with suspicion. What do you mean, what am I doing here? I came to see my nephew. Hey, old Lin, aren't you supposed to be with the criminal investigation team? Why are you here? Uncle Sue asked. Personnel changes in the bureau don't need to be reported to you, Sue. Uncle Lin replied dismissively. Uncle Sue shot a glance at Uncle Lin, then turned to me. All right, Xiao Chu, you definitely can't stay here any longer. Pack your things. You're coming home with me. Tomorrow, I'll find someone for you. We need to head to the city. Uncle Lin let out a mocking laugh. Oh, Su Qirong, your business must be booming. How about this? I'll let you in on a little secret. There's a vacancy for a deputy chief in the Linjiang Bureau. Why don't you just appoint your nephew as the deputy chief? Or perhaps, you could pull some strings and get the chief out of the way, so your nephew can step right in. The small police office suddenly crackled with tension, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Uncle Sue sprang up from his chair, pointing at Uncle Lin. Hey, Lin Jiaming, after all these years, why are you still so uptight? Don't provoke me. If I, Su Qirong, can't make proper arrangements for my nephew, then I've wasted all these years. Uncle Lin continued to scrape the mud off his rain boots, seemingly uninterested in engaging. Seeing Uncle Lin's indifference only fueled Uncle Sue's agitation. Hey, Lin Jiaming, are you even listening to me? Uncle Sue raised his voice. I quickly intervened. Uncle Sue, please calm down. Have a seat. Uncle Sue, fuming, sat back down, turning to me. Xiao Chu, listen to me. We need to leave immediately. There's no good future with him. Uncle Lin, hearing this, dropped his boots and retorted. Hey, Sue, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? No good future with me? I pressed my hand on Uncle Sue's shoulder, fearful of further conflict. Although I restrained him in his seat, his tongue was still sharp. Lin Jiaming, how can you even speak? The achievements you've made as a police officer, who do you think has been backing you all along? But in the end, my brother died, and you're still living well, coming here to hide away? Is it not enough to harm my brother, but now you want to ruin my nephew? Uncle Sue shouted. Uncle Sue, please calm down. Lin Uncle's presence here is indeed warranted. You've misunderstood him. I urged. Misunderstood? What do you mean by misunderstood? Ask him. Ask him right now how your father died. Does he dare say it has nothing to do with him? Uncle Sue seethed with rage. Su Qirong, don't spout nonsense. Yes, I admit I bear some responsibility for Brother Fu's incident back then. It has weighed heavily on my conscience all these years. But Su Qirong, I assure you, my relationship with Brother Fu was no less than yours. I don't care if you come here for a family visit. But if you continue this nonsense here, don't blame me for being rude. Uncle Lin's anger surged. Enough, Uncle Sue. Please hold your temper. Uncle Lin, I apologize. My Uncle Sue has a volatile disposition. Please don't take it to heart, I said, filled with guilt. My attempts at mediation fell flat. I pulled Uncle Sue into my room while Uncle Lin went to the kitchen. I seated Uncle Sue and sat on the bed. Uncle Sue, all these years, every time I asked you about my father, you said you didn't know. Can you tell me today how my father sacrificed himself? I asked softly. Uncle Sue looked up at me, sighed, and said, Alas, Xiao Chu, this isn't the place for such discussions. How about this? Come home with me, and I'll tell you once we're there. I fell silent. After a long pause, I finally spoke. Uncle Sue, I appreciate your concern for me, but returning to Linjiang as a police officer is a path I chose for myself. No matter how difficult this road may be, I will persist. I must confess, I shouldn't have lied to you. It was merely to spare you from worrying. How about this? You head back today, and when I have the time, I'll come to see you. Uncle Sue regarded me, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately, he merely sighed. After a moment, Uncle Sue stood up. All right, Xiao Chu. I'll give you time to consider it. I'll head back for now, and when your sister returns, I'll bring her along. I nodded and escorted Uncle Sue to the door. Uncle Lin was still busy in the kitchen and did not emerge. I accompanied Uncle Sue to his vehicle, where he kicked the mud off the tires. I was worried about the poor road conditions in Hongqi town, which is why I drove this car. Thank goodness I did. Just look at this terrible road. It's all potholes and bumps. And look at these people. They call themselves police. They're nothing but farmers. Uncle Sue intentionally raised his voice, directing his words toward the police office. I quickly opened the car door and helped Uncle Sue inside. Chapter 23. The incident at the police office as I watched Uncle Sue's car fade into the distance. I let out a sigh of relief and turned back towards the police office. Uncle Lin had prepared 2 bowls of noodles, calling me to join him for a meal. Uncle Lin, I apologize for Uncle Sue's temperament. He speaks without restraint. Please don't take offense, I said, feeling guilty as I sat across from him. No worries. Just eat while it's hot. I've known him for decades. I understand his character well, Uncle Lin replied. About my father? I ventured cautiously. Uncle Lin glanced at me, swallowing a mouthful of noodles. The Bureau has reached a conclusion regarding your father's case. When the time is right, you will be informed. For now, focus on maturing quickly. Once you become a true people's police officer, even if you don't ask, I will share everything with you. I nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment, and lifted some noodles to my mouth. Xiaofu, Su Qiron's words do hold some merit. If you seek a better environment, you might consider his suggestion. Uncle Lin suddenly spoke. I was taken aback, gazing at Uncle Lin in confusion. Xiaofu, I and Apos, spent half my life as a policeman and achieved little. By the time I retire, I'll merely be a deputy officer. You, however, are young, with a higher starting point. You possess the ability and opportunity to make a significant impact. The past is behind us. Don't let it weigh you down, as it serves you no benefit. Uncle Lin's tone softened considerably. I nodded silently, absorbing his words. Xiaofu, I partnered with your father for many years. Su Qirong is right. All the honors I have received as a police officer were with your father's assistance. Remember this. Being a policeman is challenging, but being a good one is even harder. To be a good policeman for a lifetime is an arduous task. Uncle Lin, I will remember your words. I replied earnestly. I understood that neither Uncle Lin nor Uncle Sue would divulge details about my father's situation, at least not at this moment. I was uncertain of the responsibility Uncle Lin bore regarding my father's sacrifice. Perhaps he too faced repercussions back then. Perhaps I truly needed time to grow. Maybe once I reached a level they deemed acceptable, they would reveal everything to me. After finishing his noodles, Uncle Lin set down his chopsticks and said, Xiaofu, Binzi is an earnest lad, full of vigor. Young people like you can communicate well. You might know he hasn't been assigned a formal position. If you have the opportunity, help him out. His educational background is limited, and becoming a police officer is unlikely, but if he can secure a position as an auxiliary policeman, it would be a blessing for his family. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will do so. I nodded in agreement. Time flew swiftly, and before I realized it, I had been at the police office for nearly 2 months. By mid-August, the weather had become sweltering, with the incessant chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs seamlessly blending day into night. During the day, I attended to the routine tasks of the police office, while at night, I studied Uncle Lin's past work logs. We had stored away our spring and autumn uniforms, donning the light blue summer attire. Hanbin had it tougher, as his training outfit was too warm, leaving him to wear a deep blue t-shirt emblazoned with the police emblem each day. A few days ago, Hanbin took me to his home, where his mother made me pancakes that were exceptionally delicious. As villagers began to visit the police office, they gradually shifted from seeking Officer Lin to looking for Officer Fu. Naturally, most matters brought to me were trivial. For issues requiring mediation, they still preferred Officer Lin. However, the disputes during this period were less about neighborly conflicts and more concerning children. With the summer vacation in full swing, the number of children in the village had increased. Hanbin explained that this was a yearly occurrence, When villagers who worked elsewhere lacked the energy to care for their children during the summer, they would send them back home until school resumed. This influx of children enlivened the village significantly. Uncle Lin was responsible for mediating disputes arising from children, and he assigned me a new task, assisting the village's elderly in tutoring their grandchildren. On a Monday, Hanbin arrived early at the police office. While Uncle Lin donned a fresh summer uniform, meticulously grooming his beard in front of the mirror. The previous day, the bureau had called to inform Uncle Lin of a meeting at the city office, prompting Hanbin's early arrival. When they returned from the city, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and I had just seen off a few children who had come to ask about their homework. Uncle Lin entered the room with a serious expression, appearing somewhat displeased. I inquired with Hanbin, but he claimed he was unaware, stating that Uncle Lin had been this way since leaving the city bureau. Binzi, go to Old Wang's shop and buy a bottle of liquor. Uncle Lin emerged from the room, handing Hanbin some money. Afterward, Uncle Lin headed to the kitchen, and soon enough, the sounds of cooking filled the air. Hanbin and I exchanged glances, puzzled by Uncle Lin's unusual behavior. It was the first time I had seen him request alcohol during my 2 months here. Despite my confusion, Hanbin went to buy a bottle of white liquor. I attempted to assist in the kitchen, but was shooed away by Uncle Lin. When he finally called us in, he had prepared a feast. Uncle Lin, what is the occasion today? Why such a lavish spread? Hanbin jested. Uncle Lin remained serious, saying nothing as he placed 3 small bowls on the table and poured the liquor Hanbin had brought. Uncle Lin, we can't all drink, right? One of us should stay sober. Why don't you and Binzi drink while I keep watch? I suggested, glancing at the 3 bowls of liquor. Uncle Lin checked his watch and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Work is over, and we all must drink today. With that, he placed 2 bowls of liquor in front of Hanbin and me. Come, let us lift our bowls. Uncle Lin initiated, raising his bowl. The police office has never had a drink, and we have no cups, so let us use bowls. Xiao Fu, Binzi, as I am older, you two can call me uncle. Since we 3 are fated to gather, let us drink to our acquaintance. He then tilted his head back and downed the liquor in his bowl. Hanbin and I exchanged glances before following suit. I was accustomed to drinking white liquor, but thankfully the bowls were small, and Uncle Lin had tea poured too much. Just as I set my bowl down, Uncle Lin picked up the bottle and refilled our bowls. Sit down. Taste the dishes I've cooked. If you want to eat them again, it may not be soon, Uncle Lin remarked, taking a sip of his liquor. His words left Hanbin and me momentarily speechless, and the mood turned somewhat somber. Uncle Lin, with words like that, we're afraid to eat. I chuckled in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. No worries, eat up. Enjoy. Uncle Lin's cheeks flushed slightly. Hanbin and I picked up our chopsticks, sampling the delicious food Uncle Lin had prepared, which was even better than usual. Binzi, Xiao Fu, today I attended a meeting at the bureau. The leadership informed us that our police office is to be disbanded. From now on, there will be no need for us in Linchongjia village, Uncle Lin said, his voice tinged with sadness. His words caused Hanbin and me to simultaneously drop our chopsticks, staring at Uncle Lin in disbelief. Chapter 24. We are parting ways. Uncle Lin lifted his bowl and took a sip, releasing a long sigh as he set it down. Why is the police office being disbanded, Uncle Lin? I inquired, gazing at him. I apologize for letting you 2 youngsters witness this. I suppose I've grown a bit sentimental. He replied, wiping his mouth. Uncle Lin, what are you talking about? Bin and I understand that after all these years, you have developed an attachment to this place. I encouraged him. Lin nodded, taking another sip of liquor, and remarked, the city's new plan involves establishing a tourist area here soon, which will lead to the formation of a scenic area management committee. Consequently, the Linchongjia village will no longer fall under the jurisdiction of Hongqi town, and the city bureau will set up a new police institution in the tourist area. What will happen to us? I asked. Lin glanced at me and Hanbin, responding, I have just over a year until retirement. The city bureau wants me to stay at the Hongqi town police station until then. Xiao Fu will be arranged separately. Noticing Lin did not mention Hanbin, I curiously asked, Uncle Lin, what about Bin? I'm fine. Worst case, I can go home and continue farming. Perhaps even raise rabbits like Old Ma and the others. Hanbin chuckled innocently. Uncle Lin waved his hand dismissively, saying, Bin, I mentioned to the leadership about resolving your staffing issue, but only if you can pass the recruitment exam. There's another option. Once the management committee is established, you could run for the village's public security chief. I let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Lin, why so serious? Even though the police office is gone, you and I can still be officers, right? If Ben passes the exam, he can join us too. It'll just be like moving to a new place. I understood that Uncle Lin's melancholy stemmed not solely from the disbandment of the police office, but also from the memories he cherished of the mountains and forests. Come, let us not dwell on this. Let us drink together, the 3 of us, and stand our final watch during this last stretch at the police office, Uncle Lin declared. Raising his bowl, we 3 clinked our bowls together. As someone who seldom drank, I began to feel lightheaded, while Uncle Lin appeared slightly intoxicated, leaving Hanbin unaffected. Hanbin assisted Uncle Lin into a room and then escorted me back to my quarters. He proceeded to tidy up the kitchen alone. I contemplated helping him, but my head grew heavier, and my last memory was the sound of running water in the kitchen before I fell into oblivion. The following morning, when I awoke, Uncle Lin was still in bed. I prepared some porridge in the kitchen and waited for him to rise. This marked the first day of Uncle Lin sleeping in since my arrival at the police office. After 8 o'clock, Uncle Lin finally got up. He did not bring up the events of the previous day, but I sensed he spoke even less than before. I returned to my room, organized the work log he had previously given me, and placed it into my briefcase. Uncle Lin, here is the work log you showed me earlier. I finished reading it. I'm returning it to you, I said, placing the briefcase on his desk. Uncle Lin glanced at the briefcase and then at me. Xiao Fu, what are your thoughts after reading it? It was immensely beneficial, I replied. Uncle Lin shot me a look. Stop rambling and speak plainly. I chuckled sheepishly. I truly learned a lot. It's first-hand material from seasoned detectives, far more practical than our textbooks, and it's easy to understand, providing much experience enough. You really have gone a bit daft from studying. Uncle Lin scoffed. After a moment's hesitation, I quietly added, but I knew you'd have a but. Speak. Focus on the but, Uncle Lin said, revealing a rare smile. I paused before continuing. Times are changing, society is progressing, and the criminal methods and motivations of suspects are evolving, thus requiring our investigative techniques and problem-solving approaches to adapt as well. Therefore, some methods and ideas from seasoned detectives like you may not be entirely applicable to the rapidly changing current landscape, though most still hold significant value. Uncle Lin seemed pleased with my response, nodding with a smile. Noticing my silence, he turned to me, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Finished? No other questions? I was taken aback, my heart racing. After a long pause, I ventured, Uncle Lin, why is there no record from the year 2000 in your work log? Uncle Lin appeared to have anticipated my question, responding without surprise. Xiao Fu, the year 2000 was particularly significant for your father and me. I documented many events that year, but they would not be of much help for your future work. Showing them to you now would be counterproductive, rest assured. I will share them with you in due time. I nodded in understanding. Uncle Lin picked up the briefcase and handed it back to me. Xiao Fu, I'm giving you these materials as a keepsake from our time working together. I accepted the briefcase, and Uncle Lin patted my shoulder before turning to leave the police office. Shortly after, Hanbin arrived. Hey, Officer Fu, how are you feeling? Are you sober yet? He inquired. Hanbin seemed somewhat subdued today. I nodded. I'm all right now, Bin. Have you had breakfast? I made porridge this morning. It's still warm. Would you like a bowl? Hanbin seemed not to hear my offer. When I looked up, he sat on the bench, clutching his usual training cap, his rough hands rubbing the embroidered police symbol. I returned to my room to gather some books and then went back to the office area. I presented the books to Hanbin, saying, Bin, these are the textbooks I used in school. They'll be useful for your exam. I've highlighted the key points, especially this one on basic public security and this one on administrative professional ability. These are crucial, so make sure to study them well. Hanbin accepted the books with gratitude. Officer Fu, thank you. I'll study hard and aim to pass the exam this coming fall so I can work alongside Uncle Lin again. I nodded and patted his shoulder, sitting beside him. Bin, why don't you find a girlfriend? As soon as I asked, I regretted it. Realizing Hanbin was already feeling down and that I had broached a sensitive subject, I wondered what had prompted me to ask such a question. Officer Fu, please don't laugh at me. A significant part of why I want to be a police officer is to find a well-educated wife, Hanbin confessed, turning to look at me with a hint of his characteristic grin returning. Haha, Bin, you know, that has quite a practical thought. I laughed. Hanbin appeared slightly embarrassed, his face flushing. Officer Fu, I'm craving those pancakes your aunt makes. Well, let us not just think about it. I'll call home now, and after work tonight, you can come back with me. I smiled, appreciating Hanbin for being a good person, a great colleague, and an even better friend. Chapter 25. Something happened to Uncle Lin at noon. Uncle Lin did not return for lunch. I reheated the leftovers from last night with Hanbin, which sufficed for our meal. As evening approached, nearly 5 o'clock, Uncle Lin still had not returned. Officer Fu, let us not wait any longer. Let us head to my house. Once my mom finishes cooking, we can call Uncle Lin and invite him over for dinner, Hanbin suggested. I glanced at the clock on the wall, hesitated for a moment, and replied, I should call him first to let him know. I dialed Uncle Lin's number, but the call went unanswered. Why isn't Uncle Lin picking up? I wondered aloud. Hanbin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He probably silenced his phone again. He'll call you back once he sees it. Let us go. I'll grab some fresh persimmons and cucumbers from the garden. I nodded, tucked my phone into my pocket, and followed Hanbin out of the police station. Upon arriving at Hanbin's home, his mother had already prepared some fried pancakes, and the aroma filled the air as soon as I stepped inside. Auntie, I've come for a treat again. I said with a smile to Han Bin's mother. She chuckled in response. Officer Fu has come. We don't have anything special to offer, just a couple of pancakes. If you like them, I can make them for you every day, can't I? By the way, why hasn't Officer Lin come with you? Mom, I'll call Uncle Lin in a bit. You go ahead and start cooking, Han Bin said as he changed out of his clothes. All right, dinner will be ready soon. Let us hope Officer Lin comes by quickly. Han Bin's mother continued to busy herself in the kitchen. I took out my phone and called Uncle Lin again. But the line remained unanswered. Han Bin went to his family's vegetable garden and picked a variety of tomatoes and cucumbers, washing them by the well. He handed me a tomato. Officer Fu, here, try this. My mom grows them. They taste nothing like the store-bought ones. I took the tomato, bit into it, and juice splattered everywhere, prompting Han Bin to laugh heartily. Did you get through to Uncle Lin? He asked. I shook my head, finishing the tomato in 2 bites. Wait a moment. I'll call him again. Under Han Bin's watchful gaze, I dialed Uncle Lin's number once more, but it went unanswered again. Where could Uncle Lin be? I murmured. Han Bin, chewing on a cucumber, pointed toward the door with half a cucumber in his hand. The village isn't that big. Where else could he go? Let us take a stroll around the village and see if he's at someone's house. All right, I'll call the station's landline. Maybe Uncle Lin went back there, I said, dialing the police station. Once again, no one answered. Han Bin and I went from house to house inquiring. But everyone claimed not to have seen Uncle Lin, which made me increasingly anxious. After visiting several homes, we arrived at Aunt Song's doorstep, where we heard her scolding someone. Han Bin and I exchanged glances and hurriedly entered the yard. Inside, Aunt Song was brandishing a broom angrily at her little grandson, who had previously visited the police station and was now in the 2nd grade. I had helped him with his homework before. Aunt Song, what is going on? You're really going to hit your own grandson? I stepped forward and took the broom from her. Oh, Officer Fu, Bin, what brings you two here? I'm sorry for the scene. This child just doesn't learn. He came back all soaked, clearly having gone to play in the river. If something happened, how would I explain it to his parents? How could I live with myself? He even lied to me. Aunt Song fumed. Aunt Song, you're barely over 50. You can't call yourself an old lady, I said, trying to lighten the mood. She sighed, and I crouched down in front of her grandson, whose last name was He, and his name was He Meow. He Meow, lying isn't good behavior. Tell Uncle, did you go play in the river? I asked gently. He Meow glanced at me, lowered his head, and burst into tears. Why are you crying? If you keep crying, I'll have to let the police uncle take you away. Aunt Song scolded him. I quickly stood up to intervene. Aunt Song, please don't say that. It's not good to scare the child, and what impression would that leave on him about us as police officers? Calm down, let me ask him. Perhaps Aunt Song's threat had worked, for the child stopped crying. He Meow, didn't you say at the police station that you wanted to be a police officer when you grow up? If you want to be a police officer, you can't lie. Now tell me, did you go play in the water? I squatted down again. He Meow nodded through his sniffles. Yes. I went to play in the water, and then I can't swim, and I fell in. His words startled both me and Han Bin, causing Aunt Song to become even more anxious. You fell in? How did you get back out? I pressed further. Uncle Lin and another uncle pulled me out. Uncle Lin told me to hurry home, so I ran back. I was scared Grandma would hit me, so I didn't dare say anything, He Meow said, looking down. Hearing this, my heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. Did Uncle Lin come back up? I asked anxiously. I don't know. Uncle Lin told me to go home right away, so I ran back. When I looked back, Uncle Lin was still in the water. He Meow replied. This was bad. Han Bin, let us hurry to the riverbank, I exclaimed, suddenly standing up. Han Bin, equally tense, followed me as we rushed out of Aunt Song's house. We arrived at the riverbank, which was a tributary of the Songhua River. Each summer, during rainy days, the water level rises here. And with the reckless operations of sand-digging boats, it becomes not only deep, but also filled with cold pits. The river now rippled serenely, as if nothing had happened. I quickly took out my phone to call Uncle Lin again. The call connected, but from the nearby bushes came the sound of Uncle Lin and Aunt Appo's phone ringing. Han Bin moved closer and retrieved Uncle Lin's phone from the bushes. Seeing Han Bin holding Uncle Lin's phone, I froze in place. Officer Fu, this is bad. Uncle Lin must not have made it back, Han Bin said as he approached me. At that moment, my mind was blank, and I didn't even hear what Han Bin said next. Officer Fu. Han Bin shook me, bringing me back to reality. I broke free from his grasp and ran toward the river, but Han Bin held me back. Officer Fu, what are you doing? Han Bin, let me go. Uncle Lin must not have made it back. Han Bin tightened his grip on my arm. Officer Fu, it's getting dark. It's too dangerous for you to go into the river alone. How about this? You go back to the village and gather people. We'll search together. Han Bin, you hurry back to the village and get people who can swim to help search in the river. I trembled as I spoke. All right. Just promise me you'll wait for me here. You must wait for my return, Han Bin said, running toward the village. Uncle Lin. I called out repeatedly to the tranquil river, but no matter how hoarse my voice became, I received no response. Chapter 26. A vehicle at the scene. Hanbin had gone to summon help and had yet to return, but my heart was already racing with anxiety. The sun was on the verge of setting. I had no time to hesitate. I quickly shed my police uniform and plunged into the river. Soon, many villagers, following Hanbin, arrived at the riverbank. Those who could swim hurriedly shedding their clothes as they ran. Splash after splash. One by one, people jumped into the water, taking a deep breath before diving beneath the surface. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the villagers who had entered the water began to emerge. All utterly exhausted, Hanbin and I were the last to come ashore. Ignoring the mud and grime that clung to my hair, I sat on the grassy bank, helplessly gazing at the dimming river. Aunt Song arrived with He Miao, her cries and shouts audible from afar. Officer Fu, please call the station and request 2 boats. Relying solely on people ISN and Oppos. T enough. Hanbin panted as he spoke. I nodded and struggled to rise from the ground. Bingu, you call the station and explain the situation here. After speaking, I picked up my uniform from the ground and approached Aunt Song. I fought to maintain my composure as I knelt beside He Miao. Little He Miao, don't be afraid. Please tell Uncle what happened. Was there another uncle who was trying to rescue you along with Grandpa Lin? Do you recognize him? I gently inquired, supporting He Miao's frail shoulders. He Miao timidly glanced at her grandmother. I don't know. That uncle was fishing here, and I thought it looked interesting, so I came over to watch. Then I saw some small fish in the water, and I jumped in to catch them, but I fell in. That uncle jumped in to save me. And then Grandpa Lin came and pulled me out, telling me to hurry home. After that, he went back in. He Miao spoke in a hushed tone. You mean after Grandpa Lin saved you, he went back into the water? I asked, my unease growing. He Miao nodded. Yes. I looked back when I was running home and saw Grandpa Lin go back into the water. After that, I didn't see anything more. Were there any other people besides that uncle and Grandpa Lin present at that time? I continued my inquiries. He Miao shook her head. No. At that moment, Hanbin approached. Officer Fu, I called the station. They are arranging for the boats. I nodded. Good, Bingu. Let everyone head back for now. We'll wait here. Hanbin agreed and turned to persuade the crowd to return, but no one was willing to leave, regardless of his entreaties. I understood the villagers' feelings towards Uncle Lin and realized their anxiety might surpass my own. Thus, I called Hanbin back to my side. Bingu, it appears that the situation might have unfolded like this. After He Miao fell, the person fishing jumped in to save her, but perhaps lacked the ability to swim and failed. Then, Uncle Lin happened to arrive, rescued He Miao, and went back into the water to help the fisherman. I whispered. Hanbin's brow furrowed. Officer Fu, are you suggesting that Uncle Lin might not have made it back either? I waved my hand dismissively. That is unlikely. If the fisherman also drowned, then where did his fishing gear go? As I spoke, I suddenly noticed some marks on the grass by the roadside. Bingu, look at this. I pointed to the ground. Hanbin followed my gesture and saw tire tracks. I nodded and quickly ran over to He Miao. Little He Miao, when you came to the riverbank, did you see a vehicle? I asked urgently. He Miao nodded. There was an SUV, a Mitsubishi. A surge of hope filled my heart. Are you certain, little He Miao? He Miao stood tall with determination. Yes, I recognized the logo when I was in kindergarten. Good job, little He Miao. Do you remember the license plate number? I continued my questioning. He Miao paused for a moment, then lowered her head. What color was the vehicle? I pressed on. He Miao raised her head, confidently stating, it was black. I patted her shoulder and ruffled her hair. I returned to Hanbin's side. Bingu, there is another possibility. Uncle Lin might have brought the fisherman back with him. If one of them was in distress, the other might have driven him to the hospital. Hanbin's expression brightened. Officer Fu, do you mean that after rescuing the fisherman, Uncle Lin drove him to the hospital? I scrutinized the tire tracks on the ground and replied, not necessarily. It could have been either Uncle Lin or the fisherman driving. However, seeing me hesitate, Hanbin pressed, Officer Fu, but what? I stood, a sense of worry creeping in. I am more inclined to believe that it was the fisherman who drove. If it were Uncle Lin, he would have been too anxious to save someone to bother with the fisherman's gear. So, you're suggesting it was Uncle Lin who was taken to the hospital? We need to search urgently. The nearest hospital is in town. Let us go now. Hanbin exclaimed impatiently. I hesitated for a moment before responding. Bingu, this is just speculation. We need to wait for the boats. How about I contact Brother Fan at the station and have him help search in town? Hanbin nodded vigorously. I dialed the number for Fan Liangda at the Hongqi Town Police Station. Hello, Brother Fan. This is Fu Chu. Xiao Fu. I've heard about old Lin's situation. Don't worry. We've already arranged for boats, and they'll be there shortly. I know, Brother Fan. I need to trouble you with something. Please let the officers know to check the hospitals and clinics in town for a black Mitsubishi SUV. If you find it, please inform me immediately. Xiao Fu, why do you need to find the vehicle? Has something happened? Brother Fan, we suspect that Uncle Lin was taken to the hospital in that vehicle. I appreciate your help. Okay. Don't worry, Xiao Fu. I'll send the officers out to search right now. Shortly after hanging up, lights flickered across the distant river, and soon everyone could hear the sound of motors. A while later, 2 metal boats approached, and as they docked, a robust man jumped out. Is Officer Fu here? He called out boisterously. I am. I quickly stepped forward. We were sent by Director Zhou. Someone has fallen into the river, and we're here to assist you. The man stated. Yes. It's Officer Lin from our police station. Thank you for your help. I responded repeatedly. The man waved his hand, just to confirm. Is this where the person fell in? Just so you are aware, our efforts to recover the body may cause damage, so you cannot hold us liable. Han Bin grew agitated, but I swiftly restrained him. Sir, I understand your concerns. Thank you for your hard work. But we hope you can be cautious and minimize any damage. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude with hands clasped together. Chapter 27. Another person in the river. The man leaped back onto the boat, and soon, the 2 vessels commenced their search operation. Han Bin stood anxiously on the shore, his gaze fixed upon the 2 boats in the river. Time had grown late, yet the villagers remained gathered, with some elderly women kneeling on the ground, their hands clasped in fervent prayer. This scene stirred my emotions deeply. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Brother Fan. Brother Bin, Brother Fan is calling. I shouted to Han Bin, who was standing by the riverbank. Upon hearing my call, Han Bin rushed over as I hastily answered the phone and activated the speaker. Hello. Brother Fan. Fu, we found the car. Hearing this news from Brother Fan filled my heart with joy. That's wonderful, Brother Fan. Where is it? At the town hospital? Fu, the car isn't at the hospital. We found it at the Hefeng Inn. What? An inn? What about the owner? Have you located the owner? Yes. The owner is staying at the inn. He is just outside asking questions. But what? Brother Fan, let's be straightforward at this point. You only found him at the inn and not old Lin? Thank you for your help, Brother Fan. Please ensure that Brother Min finds Uncle Lin's whereabouts. Don't worry. Brother Min can handle it. Han Bin glanced at me. Officer Fu, does this mean that the person came ashore by himself and left Uncle Lin behind? Suppressing my indignation, I nodded. Let's see what Brother Fan and the others have uncovered. As midnight approached, the search boats returned to the shore, and the man jumped off once more. Officer Fu, we must end our search for today. The lighting conditions are too poor. We can continue in the morning, the man said apologetically. I surveyed the river and sighed. Very well. Please ask the gentleman to come early tomorrow. The man nodded and turned to leave when Han Bin stepped forward and seized him. No, we cannot leave without finding him. We must keep searching. Perhaps we can still save him. Han Bin exclaimed. The man regarded Han Bin and replied, what is there to save? We specialize in recovering the deceased. And he has been submerged for several hours. Who could possibly be saved at this point? He is a policeman, an experienced officer. You must find him, if necessary. We can pay you more. Just tell me how much. Han Bin shouted, his voice rising. Being a policeman does not matter now. It has been too long. Besides, this is not merely a matter of money. The chief sent us here. We would search without pay, but as you can see, we are at an impasse. The man said, holding his hands up in a conciliatory gesture. I nodded at the man and pulled Han Bin back. Brother Bin, let them resume their search tomorrow morning. Look at how long these elderly folks have been waiting. They should return home to rest, I urged Han Bin. The 2 boats departed, and the villagers, persuaded by me and Han Bin, returned to their homes. We made our way back to the police station. Our clothes had long since dried from body heat, so we chose not to change. Han Bin and I sat in silence. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Officer Fu, let us go to the town and find that person to inquire about the situation. Han Bin proposed. Excellent. We quickly reached an agreement. Han Bin drove his old Jetta, taking me toward the town. During the journey, I called Brother Fan at the station, and he informed me that they had already brought the man in for questioning. By the time we arrived at the Hongqi Town police station, it was already past midnight. Xiao Fu, this man's name is Wanqing Wang. He is from the south and is conducting some business here. When we found him, he only admitted to fishing today and said nothing more. Brother Fan handed me the written statement. I swiftly reviewed the notes and asked, Brother Fan, may I question him? Brother Fan nodded and led me to an office in the station. Xiao Fu has arrived. Min Yong, along with an auxiliary officer, was seated in the office. He greeted me as I entered. I nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Min. Xiao Fu wants to ask him some questions, Brother Fan said. Min Yong nodded. Please take a seat. I'm just stepping out for a bit. Brother Fan patted my shoulder and pointed to the chair where Min Yong had just sat. Xiao Fu, keep your emotions in check. Do not get too agitated. Brother Fan quietly reminded me. I nodded as Brother Fan exited. I observed the man seated on the sofa, appearing to be in his 30s. With high cheekbones and dark skin. Are you Wanqing Wang? I inquired. Yes, officer, I have already said everything I needed to say. I was simply fishing. I haven't committed any crime. Why have you brought me here? His Mandarin was heavily accented, revealing his southern origins. Wanqing Wang, today while fishing by the river. Did nothing unusual occur? I asked with a stern expression. Nothing at all. I caught 2 fish and returned. Wang replied innocently. Wang, today someone fell into the water near the river. Are you unaware of this? I pressed. I know nothing. I didn't see anything. The river is so long. How could anyone know where that child fell in? Wang responded. With a thud, I slammed my hand on the table and demanded. How do you know it was a child that fell in? Don't tell me my colleagues informed you. They know none of the specifics. Wang faltered momentarily, glancing at me in fear. I'll tell you this, Wang. I know that child. Do you want me to bring him here to identify you? I challenged. Wang paused, taken aback, and said, Officer, I was trying to save that child. I was acting heroically. Heroically? If you were truly acting heroically, why did you not admit it when my colleagues questioned you? I continued. Well, when doing a good deed, one does not seek recognition. Wang waved his hand dismissively. You saved that child? What about the person who was with you during the rescue? I probed further. Wang appeared flustered. I don't know about that. I stood and moved closer to him, leaning down to ask, Wang, I have already spoken with that child. He said you did indeed enter the water to save him. But the reality is that the person who was with you brought the child to shore while you remained underwater. That person then returned to save you, correct? Wang buried his face in his chest, unable to meet my gaze. You went to save that child, but failed to bring him back. The person who rescued the child also saved you, yet you left him to struggle alone in the water. Is that not true? I demanded sternly. Wang shook his head vigorously. No. After I came up, he had already disappeared, so I left. Chapter 28. He did not commit a crime upon hearing Wang's words. My heart felt as though it had been violently seized. I abruptly rose from my seat. A rush of blood surged to my head, leaving me somewhat dizzy. Then why didn't you call for help? He saved you. Yet you stood by and watched him drown. I exclaimed. Do you realize he is an experienced police officer, just a year away from retirement? My voice was laced with desperation. The auxiliary officer beside me quickly grasped my arm, perhaps fearing I might lose control and lash out at him. Brother Fan and Brother Min, having overheard my outburst in the corridor, hurriedly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the distance between Wang and me, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Fu, are you all right? Brother Fan inquired with concern. I lowered my head in silence and waved my hand dismissively. If you need anything, just call us. Chenair, keep an eye on him. Brother Fan instructed the auxiliary officer beside me. As they exited the office and closed the door, Wang timidly spoke. I truly did not know he was a police officer. At that moment, my leg had cramped, and I was barely conscious. I vaguely felt someone pushing me from behind, and when I finally came to, he was gone. I exhaled a deep sigh, taking a moment to compose myself before continuing. Wang, when you realized the person who saved you hadn't resurfaced, why didn't you go to the village to call for help? Why didn't you report it? He lowered his head once more, speaking in a muffled tone. I didn't dare go to the village. I feared they would find out that he had perished while trying to save me. I was afraid his family might blame me, so I didn't report it. Upon hearing this, my anger flared even more. If only he had called for help sooner. Perhaps Uncle Lin might have had a chance to survive. I walked out of the office with the record in hand, where Brother Fan, Brother Min, and Hanbin were waiting for me. Brother Fan took the record, quickly skimmed through it, and then handed it to Brother Min and Hanbin. Brother Fan, do you have a cigarette? I asked weakly. He produced a cigarette and handed it to me, saying, Fu, when did you start smoking? I remained silent, taking the cigarette and placing it between my lips, as Brother Fan used his lighter to ignite it. I took a deep drag, which left my throat burning and caused me to cough violently. Brother Fan patted my back, while Brother Min fetched me a glass of water. Your first drag should be gentle, Brother Fan smiled. I nodded and took another puff, the smoke swirling around me, conjuring an image of Uncle Lin sitting at his desk, exhaling clouds of smoke, with a large enamel tea mug steaming beside him. Brother Fan, Brother Min, what should we do about Wang? Can he be detained? Hanbin's face was etched with fury. Brother Fan waved his hand dismissively. What are you talking about? Strictly speaking, he has committed a crime. But Brother Fan, Uncle Lin was a police officer. He stood by and did nothing as someone drowned. And that's acceptable? Hanbin retorted indignantly. I crushed the cigarette but in the ashtray and said, Hanbin, Brother Fan is correct. We can only condemn Wang's indifference morally. But he hasn't broken any laws. Are we just going to let him go? No way, I must confront him, Hanbin declared, moving towards the door. Brother Min quickly restrained him. Calm down, Hanbin. If you lay a hand on him, your chances of passing the exam will be ruined. Let it go. We still need to search for Uncle Lin tomorrow. I pulled Hanbin back, urging him to reconsider. Fu, Hanbin, you two haven't slept all night. Why don't you rest here? Brother Fan patted my shoulder. No, Brother Fan, Brother Min, you've also endured the night. I feel guilty for troubling you. I replied apologetically. Come on, Fu, what are you saying? Uncle Lin's matter is our collective responsibility. There is no trouble involved, Brother Fan insisted. You two should rest before heading back. Drive safely. Brother Min added. It's all right, really. You should get some sleep. We'll take our leave. With that, I exited the office alongside Han Bin. On the way back, neither of us spoke. Only the old Jeddah wheezed like a dying ember. By 8 in the morning, the 2 boats from last night had returned to the riverbank. To avoid disturbing their work, Han Bin and I stood by the shore, watching as more villagers arrived, chattering about methods to recover bodies from the river. After 2 days of searching, Uncle Lin remained missing. The leader of the group approached me. Officer Fu. Including the first day, we've been searching for 3 days now. Typically, at this point, we advise the family to give up. Today, we've spent quite a bit on fuel and wages. If we continue, it will be unsustainable, he said, appearing troubled. No, we must continue searching. It's just fuel and wages, right? How much? Just tell me, and I will cover it. Han Bin insisted resolutely. I shared Han Bin's sentiments. My salary card had sufficient funds from the past 2 months, and aside from purchasing daily necessities, I hadn't spent much. Gentlemen, if you could bear with us a bit longer, I have over 10,000 yuan on this card. I'll go to town and withdraw it for you if you promise to keep searching, I said, presenting my bank card to the man. He pushed my hand back, saying, Officers, it's not just about the money. Director Zhou sought us out. How could we not take it seriously? With Director Zhou's connections, I felt compelled to help you. I know these waters better than you do. Though the surface appears calm, there are many hidden dangers and currents. Bodies can drift to unpredictable depths. Truly, it would be best to abandon this search. Defeated, I withdrew my hand, and Han Bin's eyes brimmed with tears. Watching the man board the boat, the 2 vessels belching black smoke slowly faded into the distance. We returned to the police station, where Han Bin's mother had arrived. Auntie, what brings you here? I greeted her. Officer Fu, please try not to be too agitated. You 2 are still young and inexperienced with such matters. When someone is gone, it's hard to know how to cope. I've come to help you gather Officer Lin's belongings, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. Mom, what are you saying? He has not gone. He will definitely return. Han Bin shouted, crying. His mother sighed and turned away to wipe her tears. Han Bin, don't raise your voice at your mother. She means well. Let us go collect his things. There is no one else at Uncle Lin's home. Just the 2 of us. I urged Han Bin. He wiped his tears and helped his mother into the police station. The 3 of us entered Uncle Lin's room, none willing to be the first to start packing, standing in silence as we gazed at the neatly folded blankets resembling tofu on his bed. Suddenly, my phone rang, shattering the stillness. I glanced at the screen. It was Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Fu. There has been a report from Jiangnan about a body being discovered in a fish farm. Hurry over with Han Bin. Go to the Lulin Town police station and find Officer Sun Shuguang. He will guide you. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Han Bin and I dashed out of the police station, jumping into Brother Bin's old Jeddah. The car roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 29. Uncle Lin had located Jiangnan, as mentioned in Brother Fan's phone call, which refers to the southern bank of the Songhua River's tributary flowing through the forest farm, administratively falling under the jurisdiction of Lulin Town and Sannan City. Following Brother Fan's guidance, Han Bin and I arrived at the Lulin Town police station, where we met Officer Sun Shuguang. Officer Sun, I am Fu Chu from the police office of Hongqi Town Forest Farm, and this is my colleague Han Bin. I introduced as I shook hands with Sun Shuguang. He appeared to be in his 40s, standing nearly 6 feet tall, somewhat slender, with a sharp face complemented by 2 arched eyebrows, exuding a sense of competence. Officer Fan from Hongqi Station informed me about you, and I've also heard of Officer Lin. Our team has already gone to the scene. Let us proceed there now, Sun Shuguang said. I nodded in acknowledgement and got into Sun Shuguang's police vehicle with Han Bin. The police car drove out of the town. The location where the body was discovered is in Erdiojiang village, under the jurisdiction of Lulin Town. This Erdiojiang is situated across the river from your forest farm, with no bridge or boat access, hence there is seldom any interaction. The informant, Yang Guofa, was fishing by the riverbank, employing a net in the water, and this morning, he spotted the body near his fishing net, likely having floated up and gotten entangled in it, Sun Shuguang explained while driving. Brother Sun, can we confirm the identity? Is it our Officer Lin? I inquired. Sun Shuguang waved his hand, stating that they had not yet received confirmation from the crime scene responders. We heard about Officer Lin, so we immediately contacted Hongqi Station to alert them, just in case, right? His sentence trailed off, but both Han Bin and I understood his implication. The police car arrived at the riverside, stopping behind another police vehicle. A police officer in summer uniform approached. Brother Sun, you've arrived. The officer greeted Sun Shuguang. What is the situation? Can you confirm it? Sun Shuguang asked. The officer glanced at Han Bin and me, prompting Sun Shuguang to introduce us. These are the officers from the Hongqi Forest Farm Police Office, Fu Chu and Han Bin. Please share the details. Hello. Officers Fu and Han. The police officer waved at us. Enough with the formalities, let us get to the matter at hand. Sun Shuguang urged. Brother, It's almost certain that it is Officer Lin. He was wearing our issued police t-shirt. The officer replied. Upon hearing this, Han Bin and I sprinted towards the riverbank. Uncle Lin had indeed worn our police t-shirt the day he left. As we reached the river's edge, the body had already been retrieved from the water. Yet my legs felt somewhat unresponsive, and Han Bin came to a halt as well. Sun Shuguang and the other officer caught up to us. Brother, stay strong, Sun Shuguang said, patting my shoulder. I nodded, striving to calm myself, but anxiety still constricted my chest. Sun Shuguang led Han Bin and me closer, revealing the body lying on the grass. Despite some swelling, it was unmistakably Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, Han Bin cried out, kneeling beside the corpse. I could no longer contain my grief, tears streaming down my face. Uncle Lin's black police t-shirt was rolled up, his abdomen swollen, with pinkish livor mortis already visible. Han Bin reached to pull down the rolled-up t-shirt, but the nearby officer quickly stopped him. Comrade, please remain calm. The coroner will arrive shortly. We cannot disturb the body, the officer stated. I wiped my tears and helped Han Bin to his feet. Bin, don't cry, don't cry. I comforted him, even as my own tears continued to flow. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. The forensic team from San'an City arrived at the scene. 2 forensic experts commenced a preliminary examination of Uncle Lin, while we and the officers from Lulin Town Police Station stepped aside. After approximately half an hour, one of the forensic experts approached us. Who is in charge here? He inquired. Sun Shuguang stepped forward, introducing himself as the Deputy Director of Lulin Town Police Station and stating, I am responsible for this scene. The preliminary examination is complete. I see the deceased is wearing a police t-shirt. Is he one of our officers? The forensic expert asked. Sun Shuguang nodded affirmatively. He is Officer Lin Jiaming from the Hongqi Town Police Station. The forensic expert, seemingly accustomed to life and death, exhibited no visible surprise at the fact that the deceased was a police officer, maintaining a calm demeanor. From the signs on the body, there are frothy fluid in the mouth and nose, containing silt. The organs, particularly the lungs, exhibit swelling, suggesting characteristics consistent with drowning. Additionally, there are no external injuries or signs of restraint, effectively ruling out homicide, the forensic expert stated. Sun Shuguang nodded in understanding. The forensic expert continued. Have the family been notified? There are no family members. 2 colleagues from his unit are present. Sun Shuguang gestured towards Han Bin and me. We stepped forward, and the forensic expert regarded us. Hello, I am Fu Chu, and this is my colleague Han Bin. Officer Lin was our co-worker, I introduced. The forensic expert nodded and explained, generally, for drowning cases not involving foul play, we do not recommend autopsy once we have ruled out homicide based on the body's signs. Of course, if the family requests it, we can transport the body for further examination. Please inform his family. If there are any objections to the cause of death, an autopsy can be requested. If not, arrangements can be made to retrieve the body from the forensic center at San'an City Public Security Bureau. Officer Lin has no family. I must report his affairs to the Bureau leadership, I replied. Upon hearing my words, the forensic expert paused momentarily before responding. In that case, we will first transport the body for safekeeping, and you can coordinate with your bureau for further instructions. Uncle Lin's body was placed into a body bag and loaded onto the forensic vehicle. Han Bin sank to the ground, his face streaked with tears. I approached and helped him up. Bin, let us head back. Sun Shuguang took us back to the car, and throughout the journey, both Han Bin and I felt an overwhelming heaviness in our hearts, while Sun Shuguang remained silent. Upon returning to the forest farm, I did not allow Han Bin to drive. Compared to me, his bond with Uncle Lin was far deeper. Han Bin, having grown up with a single mother, perhaps regarded Uncle Lin as a father figure since the beginning of their partnership. I drove Han Bin's old Jetta back to the police office, where a crowd had gathered outside. As soon as I opened the car door, villagers swarmed around us, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of inquiries that were indistinguishable. Han Bin and I kept our heads down, remaining silent. Officer Fu, how did it go? Did you find Officer Lin? The elder from the village, who had been sitting at the police office entrance, stood and asked. I nodded in response. The elder leaned forward to peek into the car behind me, nearly losing his balance with his cane, prompting me to swiftly support him. Uncle, Officer Lin's body is at the forensic center in San'an City, I whispered. At my words, a wave of sorrow swept through the crowd. Chapter 30. Could you lend me some money? After much persuasion from Han Bin and myself, we finally managed to convince the villagers to return home. I reported Uncle Lin's situation to the Hongqi Town Police Station, and their response was that they would communicate with the Bureau leadership before issuing a reply. As dusk approached, I suggested that Han Bin head home, but he chose to stay with me in the police office, and we sat in silence. After a prolonged silence, Han Bin rose and walked to Uncle Lin's desk, retrieving an unopened box of Chongbai Mountain cigarettes from the drawer. Returning to his seat, he tore open the packaging, took out a cigarette, and lit it. I also reached for the cigarette box and lit one for myself. Cough. Cough, cough. Neither of us had smoked before, and after just a couple of puffs, we both began to cough. By the time we took our second cigarette, the discomfort in our throats seemed to dissipate, though the police office became enveloped in a haze of smoke. That night, neither Han Bin nor I slept, nor did we eat or speak. By dawn, Uncle Lin's box of Chombai Mountain cigarettes was already empty. Shortly after 9 in the morning, the landline in the police office rang. I answered the call. It was Director Zhou from the Hongqi Town Police Station. Hello, is this Xiao Fu? This is Zhou Yuanbin. Yes, Director Zhou, this is Fu Chu. Xiao Fu. The Bureau has dispatched a vehicle to San'an to pick up old Lin. Tomorrow, there will be a memorial service for him at the Linjiang Funeral Home. You and Han Bin should prepare and come to the station to find Fan Liangda. I'll have him and Min Yong accompany you to Linjiang. Formally, old Lin is one of ours, and it's not appropriate for the city bureau to be too involved, but the station's operations can't be delayed. I'll be going directly to the memorial with the station staff tomorrow. Understood, Director Zhou. We'll head over right away. After hanging up, I patted Han Bin on the shoulder. Brother Bin, go wash your face. The station wants us to find Brother Fan. Tomorrow the bureau will hold a memorial for Uncle Lin. Han Bin nodded and got up to wash his face. I washed my face as well, returned to my room, and changed into my uniform and tie. Adjusting my tie in front of the mirror, I donned my police cap. In Uncle Lin's room, I retrieved his uniform, shirt, tie, and shoes from his wardrobe. Han Bin changed into the training outfit I had given him and drove his old Jetta to the Hongqi Town Police Station. Fan Liangda and Min Yong were already waiting there. Upon seeing us, they greeted us with a nod instead of their usual warmth. Han Bin and I reciprocated with a silent nod. By the time we arrived in Linjiang City, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The city bureau personnel had almost finished setting up the memorial service. A cluster of yellow and white chrysanthemums adorned the space, with Uncle Lin's portrait prominently displayed. This scene instantly transported my memories back 10 years, a decade ago. Amidst the same yellow and white flowers lay my father's photograph. Are you Fu Chu? Suddenly, I heard someone call out my name. Turning around, I saw a man in police uniform with 2 stripes and 3 stars entering the hall, carrying a pot of chrysanthemums. I recognized him as Liang Qinshan from the political department, who had announced our positions back then. Are you all from Hongqi Station? Liang Qinshan inquired. Yes. This is Fan Liangda from Hongqi Station, and Min Yong. This is Han Bin from our police office, I introduced. Liang Qinshan nodded. I usually work at the bureau and don't meet many grassroots comrades. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Qinshan, the director of the political department at the city bureau. The bureau leadership has tasked me with overseeing the memorial for Comrade Lin Jiaming. Old Lin's sudden passing has garnered considerable concern from the bureau. Although everyone is saddened, you were his closest comrades, and we must ensure he departs with dignity. We all nodded in agreement. Liang Qinshan glanced at the police uniform I held and said, Xiao Fu, please go ahead and change old Lin into his uniform. I will lead you. Brother Fan, Brother Min, please assist in arranging the venue. Han Bin and I will take care of Uncle Lin's attire, I instructed. They nodded and turned to help in the hall, while Han Bin and I followed Liang Qinshan out. In the funeral home's mortuary, I saw Uncle Lin once more. The staff were preparing his body, and once they finished, one of them nodded to Liang Qinshan. He turned to us, saying, You may go ahead and change him. I will be in the hall. If you need anything, come find me. With that, Liang Qinshan stepped out of the mortuary. Han Bin and I approached and began to dress Uncle Lin. At this moment, the rigidity of his body had lessened, and dressing him was not difficult. However, as I touched his body, a wave of cold coursed through my arm and into my heart. Han Bin sobbed, and I too could not help but be overcome with sorrow. After dressing Uncle Lin in his police uniform, the next task was for the mortuary's cosmetologist to prepare him for viewing, ensuring he appeared presentable during the memorial service. Afterward, Han Bin and I returned to the farewell hall, where I located Liang Qinshan. Director Liang, where will Uncle Lin be laid to rest? At the Public Security Martyrs Cemetery? I inquired. Liang Qinshan nodded. Of course. Comrade Jiaming sacrificed himself while saving someone from drowning. Such a good comrade deserves to rest in the Martyrs Cemetery. Noticing my hesitation, Liang Qinshan asked, Is there a problem, Xiao Fu? Director Liang, could Uncle Lin not be interred in the Martyrs Cemetery? I asked. Hearing my question, both Liang Qinshan and Han Bin were taken aback. I quickly explained, Director Liang, Uncle Lin's spouse is buried in Linjiang village. Uncle Lin chose to work at the police office there to be closer to her. Would it be possible for Uncle Lin to be laid to rest alongside his beloved? Liang Qinshan hesitated for a moment before continuing, It can be arranged, but burial in the cemetery comes with special funding for a monument and grave. If we change locations, we would need to reapply for funding, and I'm afraid there may not be enough time. I pondered for a moment before replying, In that case, Director Liang, I will cover the costs. Liang Qinshan looked at me. Xiao Fu, you just started working, and your salary is not substantial. Perhaps I should report to the bureau leadership and expedite the funding request? That's all right, Director Liang. Just inform the leadership about not interring him in the martyrs' cemetery. I will handle the rest, I assured him. I'll contribute as well, Officer Fu. I'll cover part of the expense, Hanbin declared. Liang Qingshan nodded. Very well. I will inform the bureau. With that, he took out his phone and stepped aside. Chu Gu. Suddenly, I heard someone call my name. I turned around to see Jiang Ruoxin standing at the entrance of the farewell hall. Seeing her wave at me, I gestured to Hanbin and stepped out of the farewell hall. What brings you here? Isn't the criminal investigation team busy? I asked. Jiang Ruoxin replied. How could the criminal investigation team not be busy? But I'm not busy. I heard about Officer Lin's situation and came to see you. Is there anything you need help with? Just as I was about to say no, the words caught in my throat. I hesitated, fumbling for the right words. Could you lend me some money? Oh, I thought it was something serious. How much do you need? Jiang Ruoxin responded readily. I'm not sure. I replied. Jiang Ruoxin looked at me in surprise, her face filled with confusion. Chapter 31. A Song Ends. 3-part ways September 21st, 2010. The sky was overcast, as if it too sensed the somberness of the day. Uncle Lin and Appo's memorial service took place in the first farewell hall of the Linjiang City Funeral Home. Director Liang Qingshan from the political department presided over the ceremony. Attended by leaders from the bureau and representatives from various departments, Chief Jiang Yijie of the Linjiang Public Security Bureau delivered a eulogy. Comrade Jianming was a paragon of excellence among the police of Linjiang City. His life was a testament to the badge he wore. His love was both sacred and solemn, and his contributions were selfless and monumental. In the brief span of his life, he left an indelible mark on the history of our police force. After the memorial service concluded, Uncle Lin's remains were taken to the crematorium. Before long, his ashes were placed in an urn. Hanbin sought out a local engraver to create a tombstone for Uncle Lin and his beloved. And Director Zhou of the Hongqi Town Police Station arranged for the finished stone to be delivered to Jia village of the Lin farm. Once we returned with Uncle Lin's ashes, a burial could take place. Hanbin placed the urn in the police vehicle of the Hongqi Town Police Station. And just as we were about to leave, Director Zhou called me over. Xiaofu, the bureau leaders just spoke with me. We initially planned to wait until old Lin's retirement to dismantle the police office, but with this incident, the bureau has decided to close it immediately. You will have to return to the station for now, Director Zhou said after Hanbin had stepped away. I was taken aback. But what about Hanbin? Director Zhou sighed helplessly. Hanbin does not have a formal position. He can only be arranged once he passes the auxiliary police examination and a position becomes available. Director, I understand Hanbin's situation, but can't we continue as before? His salary and benefits could remain unchanged. And having an extra person at the station would alleviate some of the pressure, wouldn't it? I asked, perplexed. Director Zhou looked at me and replied, salary and benefits? Xiaofu, you might not be aware, but Hanbin's salary has always been managed by Old Lin. Each month, Old Lin deducted 800 yuan from his own paycheck, which was then transferred to Hanbin's account. Now that Old Lin is gone, the station simply cannot afford to resolve Hanbin's salary issue. You know, not many of us in law enforcement are wealthy. Hanbin is a capable officer, but Director Zhou's words trailed off, and I understood what he meant. I had not anticipated that Uncle Lin and Appo's method of supporting Hanbin and Appo's employment was through such an arrangement. Hanbin must have been oblivious all these years, had he known. He would likely have vehemently opposed it. How about this, Director? I can cover Hanbin's salary from my own pay. Please allow him to help out at the station. I suggested. Director Zhou sighed again. Alas, Xiaofu, I can empathize with your feelings, but this isn't a sustainable solution. Moreover, you are new to the force with a modest income. I think it's best to let Hanbin take this time to study hard and aim to pass the auxiliary police exam by the end of the year. That way, he can join us on legitimate grounds, and it won't be awkward for anyone. But Director, Hanbin is already struggling with Uncle Lin's passing. Bringing him back home now would only worsen his state of mind. I expressed my concern. Xiaofu, you've worked with him for some time. Please talk to him. Here's the plan. You both stay at the Lin Farm Police Office until the end of the month. After the long holiday, report back to the station. Use this time to process your feelings and support Hanbin, Director Zhou said, patting my shoulder. I watched helplessly as Director Zhou got into his car. Just as he was about to close the door, he popped his head back out. Oh, and Xiaofu, your position at the station hasn't been confirmed yet. When you arrive, you'll work with Fan Liangda and the front desk. The bureau doesn't intend for you to stay there for long. I nodded and helped him close the car door. Returning to Fan Liangda's vehicle, I found Hanbin seated in the back. Due to Uncle Lin's passing, the atmosphere was heavy with grief. None of us spoke as the police car departed from the funeral home. The vehicle drove to Jia village of the Lin farm, where Director Zhou had already arrived with Uncle Lin's ashes, and the tombstone was set in place. The engraving and funeral supplies cost a total of 24,000 yuan. Hanbin contributed 8,000, while I contributed 16,000, which included 5,000 borrowed from Jiang Ruoxing. As dusk approached, Han Bin and I returned to the police office to sort through Uncle Lin's belongings. While organizing Uncle Lin's bookshelf, a photograph fell from one of the books. I picked it up and felt a jolt in my heart. It was a picture of two people, one being Uncle Lin and the other unexpectedly, my father. The photo was taken in the office, with Uncle Lin and my father seated across from one another, both clad in the military green police uniform of the 89 style 95 modified version, gazing confidently towards the camera. I stared at the photograph for a long time before carefully placing it back within the book. Brother Bin, may I take this book of Uncle Lin's with me? I asked tentatively. Han Bin glanced at me, nodded, and replied, Officer Fu, I will take Uncle Lin's belongings to his old house. The police office is shutting down, and these rooms will likely be repurposed. Brother Bin, the police office is closing. I suddenly found myself at a loss for words, feeling a pang of guilt as I looked at Han Bin. Han Bin wore his characteristic goofy smile, though it lacked the innocence it once held. Officer Fu, don't worry. I will study hard when I return. Brother Bin, you can do it. If you need any assistance, feel free to call me anytime. After more than 3 months of working together, it seemed we had developed an unspoken understanding. Han Bin packed up Uncle Lin's belongings, including the honors he had accumulated throughout his life, which were also sealed in a box. That evening, Han Bin did not return home. We shared a drink in the police office, both of us imbibing too much. The next morning, Han Bin loaded Uncle Lin's belongings into his old Jetta, started the engine, and drove towards the village. I stood at the doorway of Uncle Lin's room, gazing into the emptiness, feeling as though the final remnants of his essence had vanished at that moment. After standing there for a long time, I turned back to the office area. Catching sight of the large teacup on Uncle Lin's desk, its enamel finish chipped. Lifting the lid, I found tea stains forming peaks and valleys within. I retrieved a clean plastic bag from my drawer, placed the large teacup inside, and stepped out of the police office. As I traversed the dense woods, the scenery opened up, surrounded by verdant pines and vibrant flowers. The soil atop the grave was still fresh, and the meticulously crafted tombstone glimmered under the sunlight, reading, Lin Jiaming, grave of Yuan Qiulan. The earth before the grave was loose enough that I could easily dig a small hole with my hands. I buried the large teacup at the foot of Uncle Lin's grave. Rising, I turned to leave, glancing back. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to see Uncle Lin sitting on the stone beside the grave, holding his beloved Changbai mountain, with wisps of smoke curling up as he joyfully conversed with his cherished companion. Suddenly, 2 birds flew in from somewhere and perched on a nearby tree, chirping incessantly. Chapter 32. The old 5 drinking on the crate. Han Bin continued his daily routine at the police office, his face still adorned with that familiar silly grin. Though his words had become considerably fewer, time flew by, and as the end of the month approached, the National Day holiday arrived. Marking the day of my parting with Han Bin, a representative from the town arrived to take over the keys to the police office, which had served the community for nearly 40 years. It now became a topic of conversation for the villagers, a fleeting memory etched in their minds. Years later, I returned to this place, where the modest police office had transformed into the administrative building of the Scenic Area Management Committee. Han Bin drove me in his old Jetta to the Hongqi Town Police Station, where the station chief kindly requested that I return to work after the long holiday. Much to the envy of Fan Ge and Men Ge, on the 11th day of the holiday, I visited Linjiang to pay my respects at my father's grave. That afternoon, I hurried to Linchun to visit my mother and grandmother's resting places. On my way back from the cemetery, I ventured to the area where I had spent my childhood. In my memory, it belonged to the suburban fringes of Linchun City, described as rural yet accessible by bus, and urban yet filled with single-story houses and heated Kong beds. As time passed, the once familiar suburban landscape had completely transformed. Towering buildings and overpasses now dominated the skyline, erasing the small courtyard where my grandmother had once played with me. As night fell, I found a modest hotel to stay in, planning to visit my elementary school the next day, perhaps to uncover remnants of my childhood. After checking into my room and preparing to ascend the stairs with my room key, I encountered a security guard descending from above. Our eyes met, and we both froze. Old 5. Shugo. I never imagined running into my university classmate here. We had shared a dormitory, and his name was Zhang Yu. Our dorm consisted of 6 individuals, and by age, I ranked second, but everyone called me Shugo. Zhang Yu was the 5th, sharing my hometown of Linchun. Old 5, what brings you here? I inquired, bemused by his security uniform. Zhang Yu offered a wry smile, sighing, it's a long story. Shugo, what are you doing in Linchun? Aren't you at the Linjiang City Bureau? Is this a business trip? I waved my hand dismissively. I have my own long story. Where are you headed? I just finished my day shift and was about to head home, Zhang Yu replied. Perfect. Don't go home yet. Let us find a place to grab a drink and chat, I suggested. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Not far from the hotel was a barbecue restaurant where we found a table, ordered some skewers, cold dishes, and beer. The food and drinks arrived promptly. I opened 2 bottles of beer and filled Zhang Yu's glass. Old 5, didn't you pass the exam? Why are you back? I asked while pouring myself another drink. Zhang Yu took a hearty gulp from his glass, burping slightly, and replied, I passed the exam, but I was eliminated in the final round of interviews. So I came back. Really? I've never heard of anyone failing interviews after all these years at our school. There must be more to it, I said, puzzled. Zhang Yu's smile held a hint of intrigue. I don't know. I just didn't team make it. My mom fell ill recently, and my dad had to juggle work and taking care of her. I came back to help. Oh, how is she now? I asked, taken aback. She is fine now, already discharged from the hospital. I'm working here as a security guard at this hotel, making about $3,000 a month, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. I nodded. Tentatively probing, old 5, have you given up on becoming a police officer? Zhang Yu glanced at me, chuckled lightly, not pursuing it anymore. Why not just have a steady job? Look at me. I'm doing just fine. I wasn't sure if he spoke from the heart. Joining the police force was relatively easier for us at school, but for someone like Zhang Yu, waiting for civil service recruitment would be a daunting task. With only a handful of positions available each year. Seeing my contemplative expression, Zhang Yu raised his glass to clink against mine. Hey, Chugo. I've come to terms with things. Why are you still so caught up? Let us drink. I smiled and took a hearty sip. Hey, Chugo. What brings you to Linjun? Investigating a case? Zhang Yu asked. I waved my hand again. No, just taking a stroll and visiting my mom and grandma's graves. Zhang Yu nodded. So, what police department are you in now? It must be going well at the city bureau, right? By the way, ISN Jiang Ruoxin also at the Linjiang City Bureau? Her father is the chief. She is set. Yes. Jiang Ruoxin is in the Criminal Investigation Division at the Linjiang City Bureau, I replied, grabbing a skewer just served by the waiter and taking a big bite. And you? Zhang Yu asked, chewing on his meat. I gave a wry smile. Have you heard of the Linjiang Hongqi Forest Farm? I'm at the police office there. It's as grassroots as it gets. Zhang Yu appeared taken aback, and it was my turn to raise my glass for a toast. Oh. By the way, I changed my phone number. You did too, right? Let me have yours. Zhang Yu said as he pulled out his phone. I recited my number, and he called me right away, saving each other's contact information as we continued to drink. Before long, we had polished off a dozen beers. Zhang Yu, with his impressive drinking capacity, frequently boasted about outranking everyone since high school. Having just graduated, we still retained some semblance of our youthful selves, perhaps years later. We would be smoothed out by time, becoming either shrewd or foolish, lofty or pragmatic, ultimately becoming the people we wished or did not wish to be. The night had darkened, and our table was cluttered with empty bottles. I had excused myself to the restroom twice to vomit, while Zhang Yu remained spirited and exuberant. The next morning, I awoke in the hotel room, likely having been brought back by Zhang Yu. When I went to the front desk to check out, I inquired about Zhang Yu's whereabouts, only to learn he was off today. Disappointment washed over me as I left the hotel. Standing on the steps outside, the sun had risen high, glaring brightly. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to alter my nostalgic plan to visit my elementary school. Pulling out my phone to call Uncle Sue. Hello, Uncle Sue, it's Chugo. Ah, Chugo. Finally, you're the one calling me. What is up? Something on your mind? Uncle Sue, I'm in Linchun. When did you arrive? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. No need, Uncle Sue. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at the company. Here is the deal. I'll have Xiao Shou come get you. No worries, Uncle Sue. Just send me the company address. I'll go myself. All right, I'll send it to you right now. Just come directly. After hanging up, a text message arrived shortly with the address from Uncle Sue. I waved down a taxi and headed off. Chapter 33. My confidence in him upon arriving at the address provided by Uncle Sue. I alighted from the taxi. The Linchun City romping building stood before me. As I stepped into the grand lobby on the first floor, I was greeted by an opulent reception area, with the words Romping Group elegantly carved on the backdrop wall. The lavish decor left me momentarily speechless. I had only known that Uncle Sue was in business, but I had not anticipated the scale of his enterprise. Approaching the front desk, a charming young woman rose to her feet. Hello, how may I assist you? She inquired politely. Hello, I am here to see my uncle. Suchirong, I replied. Ah, you must be Mr. Fu. The chairman is expecting you in his office. Please follow me. She smiled warmly. I followed her to the elevator, where she swiped her card and pressed the button for the 15th floor. Stepping into the elevator, she exited first and graciously gestured for me to enter. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as I stepped inside. The elevator ascended directly to the 15th floor, and upon my exit, Uncle Sue was already waiting at the elevator door. Ah, Chu, come here. Let me have a look at you. Have you been enduring hardships at Old Lin's? Uncle Sue exclaimed, pulling me into a warm embrace. I felt a twinge of awkwardness and softly replied, Uncle Sue, Uncle Lin passed away unexpectedly a few days ago. Uncle Sue was momentarily taken aback. What? When did this happen? How did it occur? I recounted the circumstances surrounding Uncle Lin's passing briefly, and Uncle Sue clicked his tongue, his expression revealing a hint of sorrow. Although I was uncertain why Uncle Sue and Uncle Lin had always been at odds, it was evident that the news of Uncle Lin's demise affected him deeply. Following Uncle Sue into his spacious office, which spanned over 100 square meters, I noticed that the desk by the window was adorned with a piece of calligraphy from an unknown master, inscribed with the words "Heaven rewards diligence, humanity rewards kindness, and commerce rewards trust." The opposite side of the office featured an indoor golf setup, reflecting a peculiar affinity among business elites for the sport. Uncle Sue guided me to a sofa, and after a brief moment of melancholy, he donned a warm smile, scrutinizing me with keen eyes. On the wall opposite the sofa hung a large photograph of Uncle Sue and my father, both clad in military uniforms, their youthful faces radiating vitality. Gazing at the image of my father and Uncle Sue in their younger days, I couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. "Chew, I will arrange something for you, aiming to expedite your transfer from that dreadful place. Is there anywhere specific you would like to go? Just let me know, and I will see what I can do," Uncle Sue said while pouring me a glass of water. "Uncle Sue, please don't worry about my work. The police station has been disbanded, and I will temporarily return to the precinct," I replied, accepting the water from him. Uncle Sue chuckled. "Good. It's best that it's been disbanded. I've called your aunt. You should come home with me. She hasn't seen you in years and may not even recognize you now." I nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Uncle Sue stood up, as if recalling something important, and hurried to his desk. I turned in surprise as he returned with a set of keys. "Chew, I've arranged for a place for you in Linjiang. Here are the keys. I will send you the address shortly. You need somewhere to stay while working there. Oh, and another thing. Given the distance you will be commuting from Hongqi town, you'll need a car. The roads are not great, so you can take the Land Cruiser you drove last time. The fuel card is in the glove compartment, so you don't have to worry about refueling. If you find the Land Cruiser too ostentatious, I also have an X5 you can use," Uncle Sue said cheerfully. I quickly waved my hands. "Uncle, I really don't need a house or a car. I can stay in the dormitory at work. Besides, that car is far too flashy. The director drives a Jetta, and if I drive a Land Cruiser or BMW, it would attract unnecessary attention. Why worry about that? It's family. We can use these things without being greedy or taking advantage. There's nothing to fear. If I say you should take it, then you should," Uncle Sue replied dismissively. I smiled and responded, "Uncle Sue, I truly can end oppose. As a newly appointed officer, I need to be mindful of my image. All right, I will respect your wishes. Here, take the keys to the apartment. Should my dear nephew be transferred to the city one day, he will have a home ready. As for the car, I will have Xiao Zhou arrange for a more understated one to be sent to you." Uncle Sue laughed heartily. After a brief silence, I spoke up. "Uncle Sue, the reason I came to see you today is that I have a favor to ask. I'm not sure if you can assist. Whatever it is, just tell me. I will help you, and if I can't, I will find a way to make it happen," he replied enthusiastically. I contemplated momentarily before saying, "Uncle Sue, I have a college classmate from Linshan. He encountered some issues during the entrance exam for the police force. Given your extensive connections, I was hoping you could help him secure a position in Linshan. He is currently working as a security guard at a small hotel. We were classmates and shared a dorm. He performed well academically and is a good person, having completed 4 years at the police academy." Uncle Sue chuckled heartily. "Oh, that's no big deal. Let us not look for other positions. Just have him come directly to me. I have a security department." "What?" I looked at Uncle Sue, somewhat disappointed. "But that would still be a security guard position." Uncle Sue laughed heartily. "Chew. The security department at my company is not your average security detail. He would hold a management position, overseeing the security operations of various branches. As for salary and benefits, you need not worry. It will certainly be higher than industry standards." I nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, Uncle Sue. I appreciate your help." Uncle Sue waved his hand dismissively and moved to his desk, pressing the intercom button. "Director Bai, please send Yuan Li to my office." Moments later, there was a knock at the door, and upon Uncle Sue's response, a woman entered, dressed in a professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. She exuded an air of sophistication. It was apparent that she was Yuan Li. "Chairman, you called for me?" she inquired. Uncle Sue nodded and introduced me. "Director Yuan. This is my nephew, Fu Chu. Chu, this is our company's HR director, Yuan Li." I stood and greeted Yuan Li. Uncle Sue continued, "Director Yuan. My nephew has a classmate who graduated from Jinghai Police Academy. Could you find a suitable position for him in the security department?" Yuan Li nodded. "Certainly, Chairman. There is an opening for a reserve deputy manager in the security department. I will speak with Manager Sue about it. The probation period is 2 months, with a 3-month assessment period. If all goes well, he can enjoy deputy manager benefits after 6 months." Uncle Sue waved his hand. "Oh, let us skip the probation and assessment nonsense. Let us just make him a deputy manager right away." No, I protested vehemently. "Uncle Sue, Let us adhere to company policy. We cannot make exceptions. A probationary period is completely fine. I have confidence in my classmate. Chapter 34. Uncle Su and Aunt Fong Yuanli smiled gently and handed me a business card. Mr. Fu, this is my card. When the time comes, let your classmate come directly to me. What is his name? I will note it down. I accepted the card with both hands. Director Yuan. My classmate's name is Zhang Yu. I apologize for the trouble. Yuanli chuckled and wrote Zhang Yu's name in her notebook. Chairman, if there's nothing else, I will return to work, Yuanli said, nodding at me. Uncle Su nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. Yuanli exited Uncle Su's office. Uncle Su took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, the packaging quite similar to Uncle Lin's Changbai Mountain. He pulled out a cigarette and waved the pack towards me. Would you like one? Sure, I'll have one. I reached for a cigarette from the pack. Uncle Su laughed heartily. Well, my nephew is starting to look like an adult. I smiled awkwardly as we both lit our cigarettes. Uncle Su, may I ask you something? I flicked the ash from my cigarette. What is it, child? Why are you being so formal? Just speak. Uncle Su exhaled a cloud of smoke. Do you have any conflict with Uncle Lin? Why do you both seem to argue whenever you meet? I inquired. Who? Uncle Lin? Lin Jiaming? A hint of disdain appeared in Uncle Su's eyes. Do you dare to call him Uncle Feather? He doesn't deserve it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I responded, Uncle Su, he was partners with my father and is now my colleague. Regardless. By age, I should still call him uncle. Moreover, he is no longer with us. We must show respect for the deceased. Uncle Su scoffed, brushing ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. Partner? Nonsense. It's not about what I call him. He doesn't deserve your respect. You are grown now, and a police officer too. Let me share some wisdom with you. Do you know how your father met his fate? Although I am not a police officer, I know a great deal about your father and his colleagues. When they went out to investigate, partners should accompany each other. But on the day your father had his incident, Lin Jiaming was nowhere to be found. Your father went alone, and that's when the tragedy occurred. If Lin Jiaming had been there, how could your father have met with such misfortune? Uncle Su spoke with palpable anger. Uncle Su, do you know what my father was investigating at that time? I asked. Uncle Su waved dismissively. I don't know the specifics, but your father was quite busy during that period. You were too young to grasp the societal affairs at that time. There was a rather significant figure named Sun Taisheng in Linjiang, who was known to have trouble with his legs and was often referred to as Sun the Lame. He was murdered at home, and your father was investigating this case. However, whether he was looking into that particular matter in Zabaihe, I cannot say. I nodded somberly. Just then, Uncle Su's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and smiled at me. It must be your aunt, worried about us. Hello, what's up? I'm chatting with my eldest nephew. All right, I understand. We'll head back now. Okay, I got it. Stop nagging. Uncle Su ended the call. I told your aunt that you were in Linchun. She must be anxious. I suggested we eat out, but she insisted on cooking for you herself. That's why she is urging us to hurry home for dinner, Uncle Su said with a hint of exasperation. My aunt, Fang Hongyan, is 4 years younger than Uncle Su, and it is said that my father played matchmaker for their marriage. Uncle Su briefed his assistant on a few tasks before we made our way downstairs. The driver, Xiao Zhou, took us to Uncle Su's home. Uncle Su's residence had transformed dramatically. He now lived in a standalone villa. As we arrived, my aunt hurried out to greet us. I felt a twinge of guilt for arriving empty-handed. Xiao Chu, oh my Xiao Chu. It's been years since we last met. You've grown into quite the young man. Come, let me have a look at you. You look so spirited. All right, what's this? Why are you keeping my nephew outside? Let him in. Aunt Fong shot a glance at Uncle Su, took my hand, and led me inside. Upon entering Uncle Su's villa, I was once again taken aback by the opulent decor. Aunt Fong guided me to the living room, showering me with warmth and care. Uncle Su stepped into the dining area, glanced at the dishes on the table, and turned to ask, Hong Yin, did you prepare all this? I let Song Jie take a break. I worried Xiao Chu might not be accustomed to her cooking. After all, he loved my meals when he was young, right? Xiao Chu, Aunt Fong replied, her face aglow with kindness. I smiled gratefully and nodded. Xiao Chu, your sister called yesterday and asked about you. She wanted to know how you were doing in Linjiang. I told her I hadn't seen you yet, and Fong continued, her expression warm. Aunt, Nina is about to graduate, isn't she? I inquired. Aunt Fong nodded. Yes, their schooling abroad is different from ours. They graduate once they complete enough courses. I heard you returned to Linjiang, and she has been eager to come back too. All right, let us eat. The child must be hungry, Uncle Su urged. Aunt Fong complied, leading me to the dining table. The table was filled with dishes I cherished. During my final year in elementary school, I spent an entire summer at Uncle Su's house, where Aunt Fong prepared my favorite meals every day. It was in their warm embrace that I gradually learned to cope with the absence of my grandmother and father. Uncle Su pulled out a bottle of Maotai. Big nephew, shall we share a drink? Old Su, should you be teaching the child such habits? Drinking heavily like you? Aunt Fong chided playfully, eyeing Uncle Su. Uncle Su gave me a knowing glance. I smiled. All right, Uncle Sue, I will join you for a drink. Ah. Uncle Sue exaggeratedly drew out the sound. Look at my big nephew. Do you know what makes his uncle proud? Besides, our nephew is now a police officer. What is wrong with him enjoying a drink? Aunt Fong shot Uncle Sue a look before turning her attention back to me. Since it's a joyous occasion, I will have a little too. But Xiao Chu, remember not to drink on the job. The regulations are strict for you officers. Enough of your chatter. Come, come. Let us eat, Uncle Sue said as he poured the drinks. Just as we settled down, Uncle Sue abruptly stood up, turning to retrieve another glass from the cabinet and poured more liquor. Xiao Chu, come, let us raise a toast to your father. Confused, I followed him with my glass. Uncle Sue led me to a room where the furnishings made my heart skip a beat. The room contained a bunk bed, both levels adorned with military green bedding, and the furniture resembled that of older military barracks. On the walls hung numerous frames, showcasing pictures of my father and Uncle Sue, some in uniform, others in civilian attire. What truly accelerated my heartbeat was the portrait of my father on another wall, adorned with fruits and cigarettes at its base. Come, Xiao Chu. Let us raise a glass in honor of your father, Uncle Sue declared, placing a glass of liquor before the portrait. Brother Fu, our son has come. Let us toast to you and bring you some joy. Uncle Sue downed his drink in one gulp. I followed suit, and a fiery sensation surged from my throat to my stomach. Chapter 35. Miss Su Nina. Uncle Sue patted my shoulder, gesturing towards the furnishings in the room with his glass in hand. Ah. The room where your father and I slept in the army back in the day looks exactly like this. I took the lower bunk, while your father occupied the upper. Even now, I still do the same. Whenever there is joy or sorrow, I come to this room to chat with your father. Uncle Sue spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Old Sue, enough already. Look at how you've made the child tear up. Let us eat, and Fong chimed in, having appeared at the doorway without my noticing. Uncle Sue glanced at me, and I quickly wiped away a tear from the corner of my eye. Aunt Fong pulled me back to the dining table, and Uncle Sue poured more wine for me and himself. Come, Xiao Chu, let us toast. Here's to your success at work and a safe life, Aunt Fong declared, raising her glass. Yes, yes, to safety and peace, Uncle Sue echoed. My heart swelled with gratitude as I downed the wine in one go. After dinner, Uncle Sue and Aunt Fong insisted I stay, leading me to a room on the second floor. Aunt Fong opened the door, and I was once again enveloped by familial warmth. My photographs adorned the walls, and the room was clearly decorated in a style befitting a boy. Xiao Chu, this is a room reserved especially for you. Over the years, we've moved 3 times, but your uncle insisted on preparing a room for you during the renovations. Even if you don't stay here, he said it should be ready for you. Should you ever wish to spend a night, Aunt Fong explained. I gazed at Uncle Sue and Aunt Fong with a hint of guilt. Uncle, Aunt, thank you. It's my fault for not visiting you all these years. Oh, what are you saying? No matter the circumstances, this will always be your home, Aunt Fong reassured me. Taking my hand, Uncle Sue and Aunt Fong retired upstairs to rest, leaving me in the room they had prepared. As I looked at the various photographs of myself on the walls, I noticed even my old certificates from my grandmother's house, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within me. After some time, I called Zhang. Hey Lao Wu, are you busy? Not at all. Chu Ge, what is up? Lao Wu, I've got you a job opportunity. Go check it out, and if it suits you, you can take it. Chu Ge, why are you finding jobs for me? I'm doing well as a security guard, working 12 hours on and 24 hours off, plus I can take care of my mom. Lao Wu, I've arranged everything. Just take a look. I think it's a good fit. I'll send you the contact shortly, just reach out to her. The income will definitely be better than what you're earning now. Just give it a shot. It's fine, Lao Wu. Just check it out. If you find it unsatisfactory, you can make your own decision, and I can help you look for something else later. All right, Chu Ge, I'll go check it out. Thank you. Why are we even saying thank you? After hanging up, feeling the effects of the wine, I lay down and quickly fell asleep. Later that evening, Aunt Fong called me downstairs for dinner. The meal was prepared by Sister Song, who was about the same age as Aunt Fong and had a kind demeanor. After dinner, Uncle Sue and I sat in the living room, sipping tea and chatting, when Aunt Fong peeked over the railing from the second floor. Xiao Chu, Lao Su, come upstairs. Confused, I glanced at Uncle Sue, who smiled and pointed upstairs. In the study on the second floor, Aunt Fong was seated at the computer. Nina, come. I want you to meet someone. Let us see if you recognize her, Aunt Fong called, waving me over. Uncle Sue guided me to the computer, where Aunt Fong was video chatting with her daughter, Su Nina. Aunt Fong stood and pulled me to sit in front of the computer. Nina, do you recognize this person? She asked, bending toward the microphone. I smiled at the camera and waved. The last time I saw Su Nina was over 3 years ago, just before she went abroad to study, when she visited my school. Isn't this my Chu Ge? You finally deigned to visit my home? Su Nina's voice rang through the speakers. Aunt Fong took the microphone. Hey, how can you speak to your brother like that? Su Nina playfully stuck her tongue out at the screen. Dad, Mom, can you leave? I want to have a private chat with my Chu Ge. Aunt Fong and Uncle Su sighed in resignation and left the room. Chugu, are my parents gone? Su Nina asked. I nodded. Nina, long time no see. Hey, Chugu, your feelings seem a bit distant. I still need to settle the score with you. When I came to see you before I left for abroad, you promised to send me off, but where were you? I couldn't and Oppos to get time off. I'm so sorry. Not sincere at all. Chugu, my parents are gone now, so I need you to answer me honestly. Ask away, what is on your mind? Are you seeing anyone? I was taken aback by the question. No. Really? Really? Su Nina chuckled derisively. I wouldn't believe you even if you said you were seeing someone. You're so stingy. Who would want you? I could only smile helplessly. Hey, Chugu, stand up and lift your shirt. I want to see. I was stunned. Surely. This girl hadn't become so bold after a few years abroad. What do you want? I asked warily. Oh, hurry. I want to see if that scar on your side is still there. Realization hit me. I stood and lifted my shirt, turning to the side to reveal the scar near my ribs to the camera. Ha, it's still there. That's great. Su Nina exclaimed excitedly. I sighed, lowered my shirt, and returned to the computer. Chugu, I remember when I was 8, and you were 10, in the orchard at your grandmother's house. I said I wanted to eat plums, and you jumped over the wall to pick some for me. Then a dog chased you. And you got hurt when you climbed back over, leaving a scar, Su Nina reminisced. I smiled. You still remember that? How could I forget? Those were the best plums I've ever tasted. Su Nina replied with a smile. When you saw me bleeding, you were so scared you cried. How could you remember the flavor of the plums? I teased. Come on, I was scared of your bleeding. I was scared of the dog. What terrified me most was knowing my dad would beat me if he found out. Ha! Su Nina laughed heartily. Crying over a little blood? You're not an ordinary warrior, are you? I joked. Su Nina playfully spat at the screen. Hey, Chugu, I need a favor. Sure, what is it? Chugu, I don't want to continue studying here anymore. It's boring dealing with these foreigners. I want to return to China. Can you help me persuade my parents? What? You've been studying for over 2 years, and you're so close to graduation. You should at least finish your degree and come back with your diploma. Forget about that. What is the point of being a sea turtle or whatever? I've already decided to return. If you help me, I can come home comfortably. If not, I'll just not return and come find you in Linjiang. I understood Su Nina's stubborn nature. Once she made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. All right, I'll do my best. Chapter 36. Reporting to the South City branch early the next morning as I rose from my slumber, I received a call from Director Zhou of the Hongqi Town Police Station. Apologies, Xiaofu. I intended for you to rest a few more days. But the Bureau just called and instructed me to inform you to report to Director Tian at the South City branch. Director Zhou, I'm currently in Linchun. Did the Bureau specify when I should report? I inquired. They merely mentioned to do so as soon as possible. How about this? Come to the station, gather your belongings, and hasten to the branch for your report? All right, I will purchase a ticket back immediately. After breakfast, I shared the news of my transfer with Uncle Su and Aunt Fong. Uncle Su offered to drive me back to Hongqi Town, but I declined. Eventually, I relented, and they accompanied me to the train station. I reached the station just after 5 in the afternoon. I planned to treat Director Zhou, Fan Liangda, and Min Yong to dinner. Initially, I considered inviting Han Bin, but recalling my own transfer back to the city while he remained unemployed at home, I ultimately decided against it. Director Zhou was unable to join due to family matters, but Fan Liangda and Min Yong were pleased to attend. After spending a night at the police station dormitory, I packed my belongings the next morning, changed into my uniform, and prepared the transfer documents to head to Linjiang. Fan Liangda was on duty that day, and shortly after 10 in the morning, Min Yong drove me to the South City branch. Upon arriving at the 4th floor of the branch, I called out, reporting in. Come in, responded a deep, resonant voice from the office. I pushed the door open and entered, reporting, Director Tian. I am Fu Chu, here to report to the South City branch. Seated behind the desk was a man in his 40s, clad in a uniform adorned with the rank insignia of a first-class police supervisor. He glanced up and, with a hint of recognition, replied, Fu Chu? The Bureau has already sent your paperwork here. Welcome to the South City branch. I am Tian Wahai. Hello, Director Tian. I saluted. Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. We are all family here. Given our branch's current situation, the leadership has decided to assign you to Han Weigu's team in the Criminal Investigation Division. Hearing the term criminal investigation filled me with uncontainable joy, noticing my momentary shock. Director Tian asked, what are your thoughts on the assignment, Xiaofu? While being a criminal investigator can be challenging, it is a place where one truly develops skills. This will benefit your future career. Most of the senior leaders in various branches in the City Bureau have emerged from criminal investigation. I and Oppos, VE reviewed your background. You graduated from Jinghai Police Academy with a degree in criminal investigation, which aligns perfectly with this role. I have no objections, Director Tian. I am eager to be a criminal investigator. I replied, barely able to contain my excitement. Director Tian nodded approvingly. Good lad. Let us go find Han Weigua. I followed Director Tian to the second floor. At the staircase's right, an iron door sealed off all the rooms along the corridor, marked with a sign reading Criminal Investigation Division Case Handling Area. Director Tian produced an access card and tapped it against the reader, prompting a beep as the iron door opened slightly. This is the case handling area of the division. Here's the office. Over there are the changing rooms and restrooms. Further inside, you will find the reception room, interrogation room, and at the very back, the detention room, along with several other rooms, each labeled. You will become familiar with it all in a few days, Director Tian explained as we walked. I nodded, trailing behind him into the office. The door remained ajar, and we entered to find the room empty. Perhaps they are busy with the case. You, Director Tian began. But his words were interrupted by a woman's voice from behind us. Director Tian. I turned to see a woman in her 40s, shaking water from her hands. Is that you, Sister Lien? Where's Han? Director Tian inquired. To my surprise, despite being nearly 50, he addressed her as sister. Director Han is on a scene. There's a burglary on Kaishiji Street. She responded. Director Tian nodded. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Wang Xuelian, the division's internal affairs officer. Everyone around here calls her Sister Lien. Hello, Sister Lien. I greeted, raising my hand. You must be Fu Chu. Director Han mentioned you would be joining us. A promising young man like you will surely make him happy for days, Sister Lien assessed me. I smiled in acknowledgement. Now, Sister Lien, please prepare a desk for Xiaofu. He is the new addition to your team, so please take good care of him. Director Tian requested. Rest assured, Director. I've already made arrangements, Sister Lien replied, pointing to a workstation near the filing cabinet. I glanced around. Aside from my desk, there were 6 others, paired together, while mine stood alone. Further inside, a glass-partitioned office bore the sign team leader's office. All right, Sister Lien, I will leave him in your capable hands. Who mentors him is up to Han Weigua to decide. I must visit old Yang at the hospital shortly, Director Tian said. Understood, Director. Take care. Sister Lien waved. Goodbye. Director. I echoed. As Director Tian exited the office, Sister Lien approached my workstation and beckoned me over. Come, Xiaofu, let me know if you need any office supplies. I'll ensure you are equipped, she offered. I walked over to examine the items on the desk. Thank you, Sister Lien. Everything seems sufficient. She smiled and retrieved an access card from the pen holder, handing it to me. Here you go. This is your access card. The code is Xingjing 1100. If you forget the card, you can use the code instead. Sister Lien, who is old Yang that Director Tian mentioned. Is he the director's spouse? I asked, taking the access card. Sister Lien chuckled lightly. Old Yang refers to our division's political commissar, Yang Xinghua. They might as well be a couple, haha. I chuckled awkwardly in response. Commissar Yang has been hospitalized recently. Once he is discharged, you will meet him, Sister Lien continued. Oh, and our branch cafeteria is in the back courtyard. Go down the stairs. The door at the end will lead you right there. Thank you, Sister Lien. I nodded in appreciation. Why so formal? All right, it's about time. Let me take you to the cafeteria for a meal, she said, just as I stood up. The office phone rang. Hello, South City Branch Criminal Investigation Team. Sister Lien answered. Ah, Director Han. What is the directive? Yes. He just arrived, personally delivered by Director Tian. Oh, is he capable right away? All right, I understand. I will inform him now. Sister Lien hung up, her brows furrowing as she approached me. Is there a problem, Sister Lien? I asked. She nodded gravely. Xiaofu. Director Han has requested you to go to the scene, at 43, Kaishiji Street, Unit 2, Room 303. Ah, the burglary you mentioned earlier? I will head there now, I said nonchalantly. Noticing Sister Lien's concern, I inquired. Is there anything else, Sister Lien? Her expression turned serious as she replied. Xiaofu, just be prepared. The initial call was for a burglary, but upon arrival, it turned out to be a homicide. Chapter 37. Captain Han and Oppos. As assessment, I can comprehend Sister Lien and Oppos, as concerns. For a novice who has just joined the police force, confronting a crime scene for the first time, especially one where a body remains, can evoke considerable discomfort. Upon exiting the precinct, I hailed a taxi and made my way to Kaishir Street, which, though not far from the station, took over 20 minutes to reach. I alighted at No. 43, Kaishir Street, home to a large agricultural wholesale market in Linjiang City. The streets were lined with aged buildings from the 1980s, their ground floors converted into shops, while the entrances to the units were located at the rear, necessitating a turn around the building to access the upper floors. As I approached the back of the building, I noticed 2 police cars parked in the open space. In one of them sat 2 women, one of whom appeared to be crying, while the other glanced at me briefly, seemingly offering a fleeting smile. After confirming the door plate of Unit 2, I ascended the stairs. The staircase between the 2nd and 3rd floors was cordoned off with police tape, and a man stood within the restricted area, perhaps sensing my footsteps. He turned to face me. Well, if it isn't the rookie. Oh, look at you, a one-bar sergeant now? The man exclaimed, his surprise evident. I scrutinized him, finding him somewhat familiar. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? I'm Lin Nan. We had a meal together at the City Bureau's guest house. Forgotten already? It then dawned on me that he was indeed a fellow recruit who reported to the City Bureau on the same day as I did. Having graduated from the Criminal Investigation Academy, when Yang Qishan announced the job assignments, he was allocated to the Nanjing precinct. Lin Nan. Now I remember. It's been a while. I greeted him with a wave. Lin Nan smiled. Aren't you at the Forestry Police Station? What brings you here? I've been transferred to the precinct. Captain Han from the Criminal Investigation Team asked me to find him. I replied. Ah, so you and Oppos, the new recruit Han mentioned would be coming today? Go on up. He's in the room. Just a friendly warning. There's a body in there, so brace yourself. I nodded with a smile as Lin Nan removed the police tape, allowing me to proceed upstairs. Approaching the door, I noticed that the old security door bore clear signs of having been pried open. I stepped into the open door and surveyed the disheveled room. Spotting shoe covers in the investigation kit at the entrance, I donned a pair. Who are you? A man inside inquired, his voice drawing the attention of others present. I'm Fu Chu. I just reported for duty today, I replied, feeling somewhat out of place at the threshold. Captain Han, the rookie has arrived. The man called towards the bedroom. As his words faded, another man emerged from the bedroom, undoubtedly the Captain Han everyone spoke of. Han Weiguo, in his 30s, had a square face, a crew cut, and dark skin. Clad in a black t-shirt beneath a casual blazer. Fu Chu, right? Come in. I'll assign you a task shortly, Han Weiguo said. By the way, when is the coroner's team arriving? Can you call and expedite their arrival? A man in the living room responded, just spoke to them. Old Lu said they haven't finished their work yet. They'll head over as soon as they're done. At that time, the Nanjing Precinct's criminal investigation team lacked a dedicated coroner. In fact, the City Bureau only had 3 forensic doctors capable of performing autopsies, requiring requests for assistance from the provincial office when necessary. I retrieved a pair of gloves from the investigation kit and made my way to the bedroom. As I reached the doorway, the metallic scent of blood assaulted my senses. Looking up, I saw a man lying between the window and the bed, obscured by the bed's frame, revealing only his bare, bloodied calves. Have you ever seen a corpse? Han Weiguo asked, turning to me. I nodded. Yes. Han Weiguo continued. Not counting those of friends or family. Have you ever encountered a murder victim? I nodded again. Ah, you have some experience then? Been to a murder scene before? Han Weiguo regarded me with a hint of surprise. I took a forensic course in college and observed a few autopsies, I replied. Han Weiguo gestured for me to come closer. As I approached, I beheld the figure sprawled on the floor, a man in his 40s, unkempt, his hair matted with blood. Dressed in pajamas with the legs rolled up to his knees. A deep gash marred his neck, flesh turned outward like a gaping mouth. Han Weiguo stepped aside, revealing blood splatter on the wall. Captain, has the body been photographed? I inquired. He nodded in affirmation, kneeling beside the corpse. I lifted the edge of the man and Oppos' pajama top to reveal dark red liver mortis forming beneath him. I pressed my finger against the spot, noting it had already begun to fade. Gently, I pinched the man's arm, feeling the rigidity of the muscle, and then did the same with his thigh, which exhibited similar stiffness. Captain, based on the corpse and Oppos' condition, the liver mortis is in the settling stage, indicating death occurred approximately 3 to 6 hours ago. Rigor mortis has developed throughout the body, which typically occurs 4 to 6 hours post-mortem. Given that it is now 10 past 12, the victim likely died between 6 and 8 this morning, I reported. Han Weiguo seemed pleased with my assessment. Not bad. What else can you deduce? From the wound on the victim's neck, it was evident that this was a typical sharp force injury. The blade was very sharp and thin, likely the fatal wound. The blood on the floor and walls suggested the body had not been moved, confirming this as the primary crime scene. The blood spatter on the wall indicated that the victim stood at this location, suggesting that the assailant was approximately the same height as the victim, between 1.7 to 1.8 meters. The killer delivered a fatal blow, likely possessing a criminal history or some form of training. I noted the absence of any footprint evidence on the ground, indicating that the assailant either left no trace or cleaned the scene, demonstrating a degree of awareness regarding counter-surveillance. Captain Han, it seems we've struck gold with this recruit. Sounds like he could rival old Lu. A man in Oppos' voice interjected from the doorway. I turned and offered an awkward smile. Well done. Have you finished your task? Han Weiguo inquired of the man at the entrance. Yes, Captain, everything is complete. He replied. Then go downstairs with the second brother and urge old Lu to hurry up. Han Weiguo instructed. Understood. Han Weiguo turned his attention back to me. You've seen the scene. Share your thoughts. I hesitated for a moment, realizing that Han Weiguo was testing me. Lin Nan, a graduate of the Criminal Investigation Academy, remained stationed outside the tape, while those within were undoubtedly seasoned professionals who had likely discussed the matter before my arrival. Since they had posed a question, I could not afford to remain silent. Should I falter, my role within the criminal investigation team would likely be relegated to menial tasks. The signs of disturbance at the scene were apparent, suggesting the possibility of a burglary leading to murder. Of course, it was also plausible that the signs of forced entry were fabricated. If I had to choose between the two, I would lean towards the latter. I responded calmly. Chapter 38. The forensic expert Lou. My words seemed to pique Hanwegwa's interest. Pray tell, how did you arrive at that conclusion? He inquired. This area was filled with dilapidated buildings from the 1980s, indicating that the residents likely lived in modest conditions. Furthermore, the environment within the victim's home suggested that the likelihood of a burglary was slim, given that the perpetrator had committed murder. It seemed implausible that such a ruthless individual would target a residence like this for theft. If my assumptions were correct, and after consulting the victim's family, there appeared to be minimal material loss, the notion of a burglary might very well be a facade. The focus of our investigation should be directed toward the victim's interpersonal relationships, I confidently asserted. Hanwegwa smiled enigmatically, his demeanor markedly different from moments earlier when I had analyzed the condition of the corpse. Team Leader Han, do you find any inaccuracies in my assessment? I asked. Hanwegwa scrutinized me and replied, young man, while it is commendable that we, as criminal investigators, are adept at deduction, such reasoning must be predicated on a comprehensive gathering of all relevant circumstances. I felt a bit perplexed, believing my analysis of the scene was sufficiently objective. Hanwegwa continued. You are correct that these buildings are indeed from the 1980s and the living conditions are poor. However, this does not imply that the residents lack financial means. Do you see that location over there? Following his gesture, I noticed that not far from the window lay the Linjiang fruit and vegetable wholesale market. Observing my lack of reaction, Hanwegwa elaborated. This is the largest fruit and vegetable wholesale market in Linjiang. During retail hours, it is quite bustling. If you were to arrive here at 2 or 3 in the morning, you would find it far more animated. Vendors from all over the city come here to wholesale their goods, and many middlemen who operate large trucks arrive at this hour. Consequently, numerous individuals rent or purchase properties in the vicinity for convenience, engaging in cash transactions daily. Suddenly enlightened, I felt a flush of embarrassment reflecting on my earlier overconfidence. Of course, I do not dismiss your perspective. While there are indeed many middlemen here, it does not necessarily mean that the victim was one of them. It is also possible that the perpetrator made an error in reconnaissance, mistaking the victim for a middleman, intending to rob them but ultimately committing murder without gaining anything. Hanwegwa remarked. Team Leader Han, the forensic expert Lou has arrived. A voice called from the living room. Shortly after, a man in his 40s, slightly plump, entered carrying a forensic kit, clad in a white lab coat, trailed by 2 assistants similarly attired. It seemed this portly gentleman was indeed the forensic expert Lou. Ah, Brother Lou, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Hanwegwa exclaimed, extending a handshake. Team Leader Han, when will you cease this insincere pretense? Just call me Brother Lou. As everyone in your team does. Lou dismissed Hanwegwa's hand with a chuckle. What? Brother Lou, your reasoning is rather skewed. I have never referred to you as such. When have I not called you by your name? Hanwegwa retorted, stepping aside. Lou shot him a glance. If you do not address me this way, how would your subordinates dare to call me that? Hanwegwa offered an awkward smile. Lou began his preliminary examination of the victim's body. As he inspected the head, he seemed to discover something. The victim has blunt force injuries to the head, with 3 areas of skull depression, and the wounds are arc-shaped. Likely caused by a blunt instrument such as a hammer, Lou informed his assistant. Upon hearing of the blunt force injuries, curiosity compelled me to step closer. Lou had cleared the blood from the victim's head, revealing wounds previously obscured by hair. I had only conducted a cursory examination earlier and had not noticed these injuries. Doctor. Lou, these wounds appear to have minimal bleeding. They seem post-mortem, do they not? I inquired, unable to suppress my curiosity. Lou glanced up at me, his brow furrowed in suspicion. I have not seen you before. Are you from the Kai Market police station? No, I just reported for duty today. I'm the new recruit from our team. Fu Chu, just arrived. Hanwegwa interjected before I could respond. Lou scrutinized me again and remarked. You possess some foundational knowledge in forensics, do you? Based on the state of the wounds, they seem to have occurred after the neck injury, indicating post-mortem trauma. To put it simply, the assailant slit the victim's throat before striking them with a blunt object. However, the interval between the 2 actions was brief. Hence the wounds exhibit slight signs of vitality. Moreover, the blow to the forehead would not have resulted in significant bleeding had the victim been alive. Brother Lou, are you implying that the assailant wielded both a sharp and a blunt instrument, first slashing the throat and then striking the head? What a gruesome scenario. Hanwegwa gestured animatedly as he asked. Lou rose from beside the corpse. The assailant struck the victim after they had fallen. Based on the blood spatter on the wall, the assailant's height is likely similar to that of the deceased. Had they attacked while the victim was upright, their height would be insufficient. Lu pointed to the bloodstains on the wall. Then the assailant likely crouched down to strike the victim after slashing their throat. That would account for the height, wouldn't it? Han Weiguo postulated, mimicking a crouching position. Lu waved his hand dismissively. No, if that were the case, the body would not be in its current position. However, the new recruit here has made a valid point. The blunt force injuries to the head suggest the assailant was reinforcing their attack. Say, young man, would you be interested in joining the forensic center? Brother Lu, are you attempting to poach my talent in front of me? That's rather excessive. Han Weiguo interjected, pointing at Lu. Lu chuckled. Oh, I'm just in need of personnel. Don't be ridiculous. What about the estimated time of death? Han Weiguo quickly redirected the conversation. The rectal temperature is 32 degrees Celsius. Considering the condition of the body, the estimated time of death is approximately 4 to 6 hours ago. We can confirm this further after the autopsy based on the residual contents of the gastrointestinal tract. You may await the report, Lu stated. Han Weiguo nodded. All right. We shall remove the body for now. You continue your work. We will await the report as we have tasks to attend to. Lu motioned towards the corpse, and his assistant nodded in agreement. Hey, Brother Lu, given our rapport, could you expedite the process a bit? Han Weiguo implored with a beaming smile. Lu sighed. Alas, there's little I can do. We are indeed short-staffed. Brother Lu. Han Weiguo attempted to negotiate further, but Lu had already waved him off and exited the bedroom. Soon after, two individuals arrived carrying a body bag. Lu's assistant marked the outline of the body on the floor, and together they placed the corpse into the bag and carried it away. How's the scene investigation progressing? Is everything in order? Han Weiguo inquired as he stepped out of the bedroom. All set, team leader. The team replied. Then let us depart and deliberate further. Oh, and ensure the reporting individual is brought back to the station. Han Weiguo commanded. Understood. The team responded in unison, securing the scene before proceeding downstairs. Chapter 39. The colleagues of the criminal investigation team, the personnel gathered downstairs, and I counted, excluding Han Weiguo and myself, there were 6 others in the team. Among them was Lin Nan, whom I recognized, and the woman seated in the police vehicle. We boarded 2 police cars, and perhaps due to my uniform, Han Weiguo gestured towards the backseat of the car where the 2 women were sitting, directing me to sit beside the weeping woman. Upon returning to the precinct, Sister Lian had already prepared meals for everyone. Welcome back, brave souls. Hurry and have something to eat. Sister Lian greeted with a smile. Thank you, Sister Lian. The group replied in unison. Han Weiguo pointed towards the reception room and instructed the woman from the team, send the 2 female officers to the reception room first. The woman nodded, took a box of food from the table, and led the tear-streaked woman towards the reception area. Sister Lian distributed the box meals, having skipped lunch. Everyone was famished and devoured their meals eagerly. Come, everyone, while you eat, let me say a few words. Han Weiguo clapped his hands. We have new members in our team. Let us get acquainted. With that, Han Weiguo approached my side. Allow me to introduce Fu Chu, our new comrade. I've heard from the bureau that everyone calls you Brother Chu, so from now on, Brother Chu will be one of us. Come, show some appreciation. I quickly set down my meal, stood up, and saluted the group, which was met with a round of applause. Hello everyone, I am Fu Chu. As a newcomer, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Since you are all my seniors, just call me Xiao Fu or Xiao Chu. I said somewhat bashfully. Hey, Brother Chu. No need to be nervous. Calling someone brother has nothing to do with age. It's merely a moniker. The man referred to as Erge responded. Indeed, indeed. The others chimed in. Continue eating. You need not be so formal. Han Weiguo pressed me back into my seat while taking a position on my desk. Ergu, why don't you introduce yourself? So Brother Chu can get to know you? Han Weiguo said, twisting the lid of his thermos. Come, Brother Chu, this is Bai Ming, nicknamed Ming Bai. Erge pointed to the man closest to him. Hello, Bai Gu. I nodded in greeting. This is Gue Wen Yang, known as Old Ghost. Hello, Gue Gu. I said. Hey. Not Gue Gu. Erge corrected. This is our Ghost Gu. I exchanged smiles with Ghost Gu as we made eye contact. This is Bai Hainan. Let me tell you. He is formidable. Have you seen Young and Dangerous? He is the boss of Chun Haonan. To be Gu. Ergu introduced earnestly. Bai Hainan shot Ergu a glare. Hello, Bai Gu. I said. This is. I interjected, Lin Nan. We reported to the city bureau together and met at the guest house. Ergu smiled yes. Lin Nan, Da Nan. With that introduction, everyone resumed eating. Hey, Ergu, we've introduced everyone, but we haven't heard about you yet. Ghost Gu said, holding his meal box. Right, I almost forgot about myself. Ergu replied. I looked up at him while chewing my rice. My name is Qin Xiong. Uffed. A few grains of rice flew from my mouth. I'm sorry. I quickly apologized. Laughter erupted, including from Ergu, who seemed unperturbed by my faux pas. Upon hearing Ergu's name, I suddenly understood why everyone called him Ergu. Hey, Ergu, what is the name of that female officer we just saw? I inquired. Her name is Jiao Junyan, Nicknamed Endopos, double-sided tape Endopos. Ergo replied, double-sided tape? What is the significance of that nickname? I asked curiously. What, are you talking about me? Jiao Junyan happened to walk into the office. Honda asked me to introduce the newcomers to the team. Ergo explained. I stood up and said, Sister Jiao. Oh no, I mean, Jiao Jia. Hello, I am Fu Chu. Jiao Junyan, in her early 30s with short, ear-length hair and an oval face. Had almond-shaped eyes and a pleasant smile. Hello, Fu Chu. She waved back at me with a smile. Are you having something to eat? Han Weiguo inquired of Jiao Junyan. She waved her hand. No, I'm not hungry. Han Weiguo nodded. All right, let us go talk to the families. With that, Han Weiguo and Jiao Junyan exited the office. I looked at Ergo and quietly asked, Ergo, why is she called double-sided tape? Ergo glanced towards the corridor, smiled mysteriously. Brother Chu. You'll find out in due time. I nodded in a semblance of understanding. Everyone soon finished their meals, yet Honda and Jiao Jie had yet to return. Hey. Brother Chu, where did you transfer from? Ergo slid closer to me in his chair. I was previously at the Hongqi Town Police Station. In the Hongqi Forest Police Office. I replied. Ergo displayed a hint of surprise. The Forest Police Office? Wow, Brother Chu, that's impressive. From the police office straight to the precinct, come on, tell me honestly, is there someone backing you up? He gestured upwards, and I smiled, shaking my head. Hey, Brother Chu. I heard from Deming by that you conducted an autopsy, and the conclusion was identical to de Lao Lu's? Ergo asked in a low voice. I waved my hand. That was just me trying to show off. I merely took a couple of forensic courses in college and learned a bit of superficial knowledge. In our line of work, no need for modesty. Deming Bai said you and Honda were analyzing things thoroughly in the room. From now on, you'll be solving major cases for us. Let us see how de Lao Lu will handle us after this. Ergo patted my shoulder. I smiled. Turning to Ergo. Hey, Ergo, may I ask a rather impolite question? Who named you? My grandfather. Ergo replied candidly. After I was born. Our family gathered to discuss names. They couldn't decide on one. My grandfather happened to be listening to the Sui Tang romance by Shan Tianfang at that time, and just like that, he decided on Qin Qiong. Initially, he suggested Qin Qiong, but my mother said that sounded too much like a door god, so it was changed to Song Qiong. Ergo. I apologize. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard your name. I expressed my regret. Ergo chuckled. It's fine, since childhood, from kindergarten onwards. Whenever a teacher called my name, my classmates would laugh. I've gotten used to it. Just then, Han Weiguo's voice echoed down the corridor. Miss Jin, please accept our condolences. We will do our utmost to solve the case swiftly. If you discover anything or recall something, do not hesitate to contact us. All right, thank you. A woman's voice replied. Junyan, please escort her. Ergo quickly slid back to his workstation. Clap, clap, clap. Han Weiguo entered the office, clapping his hands. Come, everyone. Gather in the conference room. Everyone in the office rose, grabbing their notepads and following Han Weiguo out of the office. I quickly picked up my notepad from the desk and followed suit. Chapter 40, the initial case assessment. Everyone gathered in the conference room adjacent to the office. As soon as they settled in, Brother Gue activated the projector and connected his computer, revealing the victim's photograph on the screen. Jiao Junyan, having seen off the woman, also entered the room. Once all were present, Brother Gue commenced the briefing on the case. At 10:05 a.m. this morning, the 110 Command Center received a report from the homeowner, Chen Shufan, stating that her front door had been pried open, leading her to suspect a burglary. Upon receiving the notification from the Command Center, we arrived at the scene by 10:40 a.m. There, we discovered a male corpse, which was identified by the reporting party, Chen Shufan, as her husband, Fan Xinghua. Brother Gue pulled up a demographic information sheet from his computer. Fan Xinghua, male, born on September 3, 1971. Resided at the crime scene, Unit 303, Building 2, Number 43 Kaisher Street, South District, Linjiang City. His wife, Chen Shufan, was born on November 5, 1973. The couple had one son, Fan Tiandong, born on August 13, 1992, who is currently attending the experimental high school in our city. Just beginning his senior year and residing in the school dormitory, seldom returning home except during holidays. Deming interjected, today is October 4th. The National Day holiday is not yet over. Shouldn't the child be at home? Why haven't we seen him? Brother Gue waved his hand dismissively, explaining that the experimental high school had a short holiday from October 1st to 3rd, and Fan Tiandong had returned to school on the evening of the 3rd. Han Weiguo nodded and continued. According to our inquiries with the reporting party, Chen Shufan, her husband, Fan Xinghua, was unemployed, indulged in drinking and gambling. And the family's income primarily relied on Chen Shufan's work at the wholesale fruit and vegetable market. This morning, as usual, Chen Shufan went to work at the market. She returned home around 9:30 a.m. to prepare breakfast for her husband, but due to a delay with the delivery truck, she arrived over 20 minutes late. Upon reaching her doorstep, she discovered the door had been forced open. Noticing the disarray inside, she refrained from entering to avoid disturbing the scene and immediately called the police. Ergu expressed his indignation. What kind of man is this? Letting his wife work while he does nothing, and she has to bring him food? Such a leech. And it's led to his own demise. From their expressions, it seemed everyone shared a similar sentiment. Suddenly, Ergu shifted his tone. Hey, Honda? Do you think Qin Shufan, after enduring such a life, might have snapped and murdered her husband, disguising it as a burglary? Han Weiguo nodded, acknowledging that this possibility could not be dismissed. He noted that Qin Shufan, having worked at the market for years, possessed greater physical strength than the average woman. Yet she provided an alibi for the time of the incident. Zhao Junyan will send someone to verify this. I find Qin Shufan intriguing. She was aware not to tamper with the scene and called the police without entering the house, remarked Demise, Hainan. Zhao Junyan clarified, I asked her about that. She said she learned it from a television drama, and at the time, she had no idea her husband would die at home. That doesn't add up. If her husband was at home waiting for her, should she not have checked on his well-being immediately upon discovering the door had been forced open? Demise questioned further. She explained that her husband, Fan Xinghua, often went out to play cards. She assumed he was away, which is why the door had been forced open, Zhao Junyan responded. Han Weiguo continued. Qin Shufan confirmed that there was no financial loss in the home, so we cannot ascertain whether the signs of disturbance were fabricated or genuine. It is widely known that many second-hand vendors live in that area, and it is plausible that the assailant mistakenly identified Fan Xinghua's residence as that of another vendor. During the time of the incident, almost no one else was at home, so the assailant may have assumed Fan Xinghua was also absent and, while searching for valuables, startled him, leading to the fatal outcome. Deming sighed. If that is the case, solving this case will be quite challenging. If the assailant's target was a specific vendor at the market, they likely came from outside the area and made an error while scouting their target, which means they may have already fled the city. Brother Gui added, this can also eliminate the possibility of a familiar person or nearby neighbor being the perpetrator. If the assailant knew Fan Xinghua or was acquainted with him, they would understand his living conditions and would not choose him as a target. Hey, Brother Gui, don't be so definitive. Han Weiguo interrupted. I just mentioned that we cannot rule out the possibility of a staged scene. The assailant could very well be familiar with the Kaisher Street area, deliberately steering us towards the notion of burglary or theft. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hey, Chu Good. Go ahead and share your thoughts. Han Weiguo suddenly addressed me. Me? I replied, a hint of doubt in my voice as I looked at Han Weiguo. I've only been here a few hours and am not yet familiar with the case details. Don't worry, just speak your mind. It's fine to be wrong. A newcomer can provide fresh perspectives. Han Weiguo encouraged. Feeling the attention on me, I steeled myself to speak. I believe what Honda said makes sense. Although I haven't been to many actual crime scenes, I found something off about the security door. Hearing my words, Brother Gui produced a photograph of the security door from the scene and displayed it on the screen. This old-fashioned security door uses a traditional latch lock. While it offers much better security than the older padlocks, it can still be easily opened with a bit of knowledge about locks. Yet, the assailant chose the most primitive and clumsy method, forcing the door open, as if they were eager for everyone to know that this house had been robbed. Han Weiguo was straightened in his seat. Interesting. Please continue. I proceeded, earlier, by mentioned that the suspect might have made a mistake in targeting the wrong door, which Honda also noted at the scene. However, upon reflection, I believe there is another possibility. The suspect did not make an error but rather, after selecting a target in the wholesale market, they might have coincidentally followed that target to Fan Xinghua's residence, mistakenly believing it to be the target's home, thus leading to the crime there. That seems overly coincidental, Ergu interjected. Han Weiguo disregarded Ergu's comment and continued. What are your thoughts on whether the assailant is an outsider or a local? If the prior assumption holds, and the suspect's intent was financial gain, I lean towards the idea of an outsider. Typically, such criminals do not spend much time preparing. They scout quickly, act swiftly, and flee, which could explain the lack of thorough verification of the target address. I replied, you suggest it was for financial gain, which implies there could be other motives. Han Weiguo inquired, looking at me intently. I nodded. Honda, I do not believe the assailant was motivated by financial gain. Rather, their target was specifically Fan Xinghua. Chapter 41. The contradiction. I discovered Han Weiguo rapped his knuckles on the table, prompting everyone to lift their heads in attention. Please state your reasoning, he directed. Pointing at me. The blunt force injury on Fan Xinghua's head, I began, as the forensic expert Lu stated at the scene. The suspect could not wield a sharp weapon in one hand and a blunt weapon in the other simultaneously. The throat was slashed first, and the blunt force trauma clearly occurred after the neck wound, indicating the suspect's intention to ensure the victim's demise. Han Weiguo nodded thoughtfully and inquired, are you suggesting that the suspect, fearing the victim might survive, used a hammer or similar blunt object to strike the victim's head? Yes, but there exists a contradiction here. I replied, A contradiction? What contradiction? Han Wei pressed. I paused before continuing, from the evidence at the scene. There are no signs of a struggle between the victim and the suspect. The victim bore no apparent defensive wounds, which implies he was caught off guard when his throat was cut. The suspect displayed a swift and lethal capability, if they were indeed skilled. The neck wound alone would suffice in determining fatality, rendering any further actions unnecessary. Jiao Zhenyan interjected. So, you are implying the suspect and the victim were acquainted, which led to the victim being unguarded. Does that mean the forced entry was fabricated? If it were a familiar face, the suspect could have simply knocked and been let in. Han Wei waved his hand dismissively. Not necessarily. The suspect might know the victim yet harbor a grudge, meaning the victim wouldn't open the door willingly. Thus, forced entry remains plausible. But such a loud noise from the forced entry Fan Xinghua didn't notice at all? Erge queried. Jiao Zhenyan responded, I asked Chen Shufan about this. She mentioned that Fan Xinghua had won some money the previous night and went drinking with his card friends. By the time he returned, it was already past midnight. So he could have been deep in slumber and missed the sound of the door being pried open. Noticing I seemed to have more to say, Han Wei interrupted their conversation. Chu Ge, do you have any additional thoughts? He asked. I nodded and replied, there's another contradiction. I find the suspect's behavior rather perplexing. Perplexing behavior? In what way? Han Wei pressed for specifics. I elaborated. If the suspect and the victim were familiar enough for the victim to be entirely unguarded, then the suspect must have thoroughly understood the victim's familial circumstances. Consequently, the suspect should easily ascertain whether the victim was home. Indeed, if the suspect knew the victim was at home, then what contradiction exists in going there to kill him? Erge interjected. Han Wei gestured for him to hold his thoughts. Erge, let Chu Ge continue. Erge raised his hand apologetically. I resumed. Whether the victim was home is crucial. Assuming the scene was not staged, and they were acquaintances, the suspect would be aware of the victim's family situation, indicating the motive was not financial gain. The disarray at the scene suggests the suspect was searching for something. This brings forth a contradiction. Fan Xinghua frequently went out to drink and gamble. Chen Shufan worked at a wholesale market, and their child boarded at a high school. Their home would be unoccupied for extended periods. Why then, did the suspect not act when the house was empty? What if the scene was staged? Han Wei inquired. If it was staged, then the suspect's intention would be to obfuscate our investigation. With motives for neither theft nor mere murder, the only remaining intent would be to kill. However, if the aim were solely to kill, the suspect would have no need to venture into the victim's home. A drunken gambler returning home late at night under the cover of darkness would find the conditions quite favorable for such an act. Thus, there exists a contradiction in the timing of the crime. I concluded. Big Brother B interjected. So, are you suggesting that it is neither a crime of theft nor a crime of murder? Yet, Fan Xinghua has undeniably lost his life. I found myself momentarily speechless. Han Wei cleared his throat and remarked, Chu Ge has only just joined our team, and it is commendable that he can articulate these points. Let us offer him our encouragement. With that, Han Wei initiated applause, and the conference room resonated with the sound of clapping, causing me to blush slightly. Indeed, regardless of the correctness of his assertions, he has shown commendable courage. Han Wei declared. Every action must have a motive. However, regardless of the suspect's motivations, Fan Xinghua has been killed. Our subsequent tasks are as follows. First, investigate Fan Xinghua's social connections. Second, conduct a secondary canvass of the area surrounding the crime scene. The timing is opportune, as the street vendors have all returned home. Third, verify the alibis provided by the victim's family, and inquire about the victim's child to ascertain his activities during the time of the crime, as well as to understand the nature of the father-son relationship. Everyone nodded and took notes. Han Wei continued. Now, regarding personnel assignments, our team consists of 2 investigative groups. Lao Gui and Big Brother B will each lead a group, ensuring an equitable distribution of personnel. Chu Ge, to avoid any imbalance, will accompany me. I will take the lead personally. Excellent, Chu Ge. Erge gave me a thumbs up. With the captain guiding you, you'll be able to navigate the precinct with ease. Stop your nonsense. Navigate with ease? Like a crab? Han Wei quipped, tossing his notebook at Erge. Erge hastily caught it, returning it respectfully to Han Wei. As he returned to his seat, Erge kept glancing at me, mouthing master silently. Master, I exclaimed, suddenly realizing and standing to salute. Han Wei waved his hand. Sit down, sit down. Are you a cannon? Just because someone is posturing, you follow suit? I awkwardly resumed my seat. Han Wei continued, Lao Gui's group will be responsible for investigating Fan Xingua's social connections, with one requirement: thoroughness. Identify who he played cards with, who he drank with, what games he played, and whether he drank bottled or loose liquor. Leave no stone unturned. Big Brother B, your group will handle the canvassing around the scene, with the same requirement: thoroughness. I will manage the inquiries concerning the victim's family. Chu Ge, You will accompany me to the school to speak with Fan Tiandong and his teachers. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. All right, let's disperse and get to work. Han Weigua commanded with a wave of his hand. Master, I suddenly called out to Han Weigua. Do you have something to say? Han Weigua turned to inquire. Everyone else halted and turned to look at me. I glanced at the group before turning back to Han Weigua and said, Master, I wish to speak with Chen Shufan before meeting Fan Tiandong. Chapter 42. Chen Shufan and her son. My proposal was met with no objections from Han Weigua, who merely suggested that I change into plain clothes. Once I was properly attired, I took a seat in Han Weigua's vehicle, following the address provided by Chen Shufan. We arrived at Unit 402, number 58, Kaisha Street. Madam Chen, I apologize for the intrusion. This is my colleague, Officer Fu Chu, Han Weigua introduced. Hello, Officer Fu. Chen Shufan replied, her demeanor noticeably softened, though traces of sorrow still lingered on her face. Madam Chen, is this your rendered accommodation or your own residence? Han Weigua inquired. Surveying the interior decor, Chen Shufan responded, this is a place lent to me by someone. He learned of the troubles my family faced and offered me a temporary stay. Han Weigua nodded. Oh, that person is quite kind. Is he a friend of yours? Yes, he sells pork at the market. We met there, Chen Shufan replied. Oh, from the market? What is his name? Han Weigua asked. His surname is Zheng, and he is called Zhang Dogwan. He had previously rented this place, but the tenant moved out early, so it was available, Chen Shufan elaborated. Han Weigua gestured towards me, and I understood his cue to speak. Madam Chen, we are here primarily to seek your perspective. Due to the nature of our investigation, we need to speak with your son, Fan Tiandong, to gather some information. I understand he is currently in his final year of high school, a crucial time for him. Therefore, I would like to ask if we can inform him about his father's unfortunate demise. Chen Shufan appeared troubled, hesitating for a long moment before replying, Officer Fu. Could we avoid involving my son? I fear it may disrupt his studies. You, being relatively young, must understand how significant the college entrance examination is for a child. It was undeniable that my reason for meeting Chen Shufan was precisely this. Given her family's circumstances, this may be her son's only opportunity to alter his fate through academic achievement. Madam Chen, how is your relationship with your son typically? I inquired. Chen Shufan sighed. Who can truly endure such a man? He spends his time either drinking heavily or gambling, neglecting family affairs entirely. My son has been boarding since middle school and seldom returns home. Clearing my throat, I asked, Madam Chen, if I may be frank, why did you not choose to divorce him given his behavior? Chen Shufan cast a glance my way before lowering her head. What good would that do? We might as well make do. At least the child still has a father. I could empathize with Chen Shufan's plight. Individuals of her generation toiled tirelessly in their youth for survival, and once children arrived, their lives became solely dedicated to them, even if it meant enduring hardship. Madam Chen, as a family member of the victim, we must proceed with a formal inquiry. However, we will be mindful of our approach, I stated. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Shufan nodded in agreement. Departing from Chen Shufan's residence, I accompanied Han Weigua directly to Fan Tiandong's school, Linjiang Experimental High School. Upon stopping the car, just as I reached for the door, Han Weigua called out to me. Chugu, Master, please refrain from calling me that. We are not from the same generation. I replied with a smile. Han Weigua waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a code name. What does it matter? By the way, I noticed during your conversation with Chen Shufan that you seemed to harbor doubts about her. I replied, Master, our teachers often recounted various cases during our studies, many of which concluded with the perpetrator being a family member of the victim, particularly a spouse. Hence, So you suspect Chen Shufan? Han Weigua interjected. I nodded. Chen Shufan has been working for many years and possesses a sound physical constitution. At the very least, she has the capacity to commit a crime. Maintaining a reasonable suspicion is a necessary quality for a criminal investigator. But remember, it is crucial to avoid preconceived notions, as they may cloud your judgment, Han Weigua advised. Understood, Master. I will bear that in mind, I assured him. Han Weigua opened the car door. Come, let us find Fan Tiandong. After presenting our credentials to the gatekeeper and clarifying our purpose, we entered the school grounds. Instead of directly seeking Fan Tiandong, we proceeded to the teacher's office, where we located his homeroom teacher, Miss Cheng Qian. Miss Cheng, greetings. We are from the Nan City Criminal Police Team. My surname is Han, and this is my colleague, Officer Fu, Han Weigua introduced. Ms. Chung smiled and shook our hands. Hello, Officer Han, Officer Fu. Ms. Chung, we are here to inquire about Fan Tiandong's situation, Han Weigua stated. Ms. Cheng appeared momentarily startled. What happened? Did Fan Tiandong get into some trouble? Han Weigua waved his hand. Oh, Miss Cheng, there is no need for concern. Something has occurred in Fan Tiandong's family, and we wish to gather some information. Ms. Chung let out a sigh of relief. Let me call him in. You can speak in the office. Not just yet, Miss Cheng, We would like to have a brief discussion first, Han Weiguo replied. Ms. Cheng nodded in agreement. Ms. Cheng, how are Fan Tiandong's academic performances? Han Weiguo inquired. His grades are exceptional. He has consistently ranked first in our class and is generally within the top 3 in the school. We are a provincial key high school, and with such performance, his admission to Tsinghua or Peking University is virtually guaranteed, Ms. Chung stated proudly. Han Weiguo nodded, continuing his inquiry. I noticed there aren't many students in the school. Oh, that's because of the National Day holiday. The first and second year students are still on break, while the third years are preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. Every moment is precious, hence the reduced holiday duration. Although the Education Committee disapproves, it is a necessary measure for the sake of the students' performance, Ms. Chung explained, appearing somewhat apprehensive. I understand. By the way, Ms. Chung, what subject do you teach? Han Weiguo asked. I teach physics, Ms. Chung replied. I quickly jotted down notes as Han Weiguo continued. Ms. Chung, has Fan Tiandong been at school all day today? Ms. Chung nodded. Yes, he is a boarder. He wakes up at 6, begins early study at 7:05, and has classes throughout the day. Right now, he should be in his last class. After which he will have dinner and then 2 additional classes, with evening study ending just after 9. That sounds rigorous. Ms. Chung, can you confirm that Fan Tiandong was present at school this morning, specifically from when the students woke up until 8? Han Weiguo pressed on. Yes, he was present. I even spoke with him during the early study session. We distributed a mock exam during the break. And he was the only one in the entire class to solve the last problem, Ms. Chung confirmed. Chapter 43, The Good Child of a Gambler. Father Han Weiguo nodded. Teacher Cheng, could you please call Fan Tiandong? He inquired. Cheng Qian nodded in acknowledgement. All right, please wait a moment. With that, she turned and exited the office. How about it, Chu Gu? Any thoughts? Han Weiguo asked. Closing my notebook, I replied, based on the information provided by Teacher Cheng. It appears that Fan Tiandong lacks the opportunity to commit the crime. Thus he can be ruled out as a suspect. Comparatively, Fan Tsinghua has inflicted far greater harm on Chen Shufan in daily life than on Fan Tiandong. If we were to identify who would be most inclined to wish harm upon Fan Tsinghua, Chen Shufan would undoubtedly take precedence over Fan Tiandong. It seems you still harbor suspicions towards Chen Shufan, Han Weiguo remarked with a hint of contemplation. I merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. By the way, Chu Gu, how were your grades in high school? Han Weiguo suddenly asked. Me? I chuckled sheepishly. I studied liberal arts. My grades were average. I scored just over 490 on the college entrance examination, barely meeting the admission threshold for the Jinghai Police Academy. Han Weiguo nodded, remaining silent. I ventured, Master, which school did you graduate from and in what year? Turning to look at me, Han Weiguo smiled. I graduated from a police academy in 95. My performance was not as commendable as yours. I chuckled and asked, so, Master, did you come to Linjiang right after your graduation? I arrived in the second half of 95. And it has now been 15 or 16 years, Han Weiguo replied. After a brief hesitation, I continued, Master, are you aware of the case involving a businessman named Sun Taixing who was murdered? He was nicknamed Sun the Lame. Han Weiguo suddenly turned to me. Why do you ask? You were just a kid back then. Do you know Sun the Lame? No, Master, I don't know him. I've merely heard of the case and was curious. I quickly clarified. I recall that incident occurred at the end of 99. Sun the Lame was quite a character in Linjiang during those years, though I don't know the specifics. At that time, I was at the Victory Bridge police station, and the crime scene was about 80 zhang from our jurisdiction. We were often inundated with trivial matters and were too indifferent to inquire further, Han Weiguo recounted. I was momentarily lost in thought when suddenly, the bell signaling the end of class rang, jolting me back to reality. A few minutes later, Cheng Qian returned to the office, accompanied by a student. Fan Tiandong. These 2 officers wish to speak with you, Cheng Qian announced. Officer Han, Officer Fu, this is Fan Tiandong. All right, child, don't be nervous. Please take a seat. Han Weiguo instructed, gesturing toward a chair. Cheng Qian smiled and nodded. Officer Han, Officer Fu, I will step out now. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Cheng. Han Weiguo replied with a smile. Cheng Qian nodded and exited the office, closing the door behind her. Fan Tiandong, is it? Han Weiguo inquired as he sat across from him. Fan Tiandong nodded. Yes. Don't be anxious. We are here to gather some information about your father, Han Weiguo said. Fan Tiandong looked taken aback and asked, my dad, what has he done? Is it about gambling or causing a scene after drinking? Han Weiguo glanced at me before turning back to Fan Tiandong. It and Appos. It's nothing serious. We just want to understand the situation better. Fan Tiandong seemed to relax a bit. Could you tell us about your father? Does he frequently drink and gamble? Han Weiguo probed. Not frequently. He does it every day? Fan Tiandong corrected indignantly. He goes out to gamble right after breakfast, and when he has done playing cards, he goes drinking. When he runs out of money, he asks my mom for it. If she refuses, he throws a fit and sometimes even resorts to violence. When my mom can't provide any money, he goes out to borrow, and once he does, he expects her to repay the debt. How do you know all this? Did your mother tell you? Han Weiwei asked. I witnessed it all when I was in elementary school. Later, when I entered middle school, my mom sent me to board, sometimes during holidays. Although my mom's face showed no signs of injury, I encountered people coming to collect debts from her, Fan Tiandong explained. Were you back at school last night, or this morning? Han Weiwei inquired. I came back last night. After dinner at home, I came to school, Fan Tiandong replied. Han Weiwei nodded. And your father? Did he have dinner with you? Huh. He only eats at home during the New Year's Eve dinner. Other than that, he has either at the card table or the bar, Fan Tiandong scoffed. Did he go drinking last night? Han Weiwei asked. Fan Tiandong shook his head. I don't know. He was back when I left. Han Weiwei patted Fan Tiandong on the shoulder. I've heard from your teacher that your grades are commendable. In the recent mock exams, you were the only one in the class to solve a difficult problem. Impressive. You're doing much better than my daughter. She is in the 3rd grade of elementary school and struggles. If she manages to pass, both her mother and I will feel as if we've struck gold. Uncle, your daughter may not have found the right method for studying. Just like the difficult problem I solved, there are numerous ways to approach it. As long as the correct answer is reached, any method is valid. Your daughter is not lacking in intelligence once she finds the right approach. Learning will become much easier for her, Fan Tiandong said. Han Weiwei smiled and nodded. When the opportunity arises, I'll bring her to you for guidance. Oh, that won't do. You're in a crucial period now. Focus on your studies. Once you get into university and return home for the holidays, I'll hire you as a tutor for my daughter. How does that sound? Fan Tiandong's face turned slightly red as he shyly asked, Uncle, will you pay me for tutoring your child? Absolutely. Han Weiwei laughed heartily. If you can genuinely help improve my niece's grades, I might even offer you a bonus. What do you think? Fan Tiandong chuckled. All right, let us agree on it, then. No need to wait for my university holidays. After I finish my college entrance exams next year, I'll come during the summer vacation. Great. I wish you all the best in getting into your ideal university. Han Weiwei said, patting Fan Tiandong on the shoulder. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. I closed my notebook and opened the door, revealing Ching Qian holding a takeout box. Officer Fu, I hope I'm not interrupting. I was worried Fan Tiandong might miss dinner, so I ordered him a meal to eat while you talk. Is that all right? Ching Qian asked. I glanced back at Han Weiwei, who nodded, so I stepped aside. Oh dear, I completely forgot about you two. You haven't eaten either, have you? I was just thinking about my student and neglected to consider you both. How rude of me, Ching Qian said apologetically. Han Weiwei stood up with a smile. It's quite all right, Teacher Ching. We've gathered enough information. This child is quite remarkable and deserves proper nurturing. Indeed, Officer Han is correct. Tiandong is bright and diligent in his studies, Chang Qian concurred. Well then, we shall take our leave and not delay the child's dinner any longer, Han Weiwei said, nodding towards me. I nodded in agreement as I followed Han Weiwei out of the office. Chapter 44. The Butcher Zheng. As I stepped out of the school gates, Han Weiwei glanced around. Are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat? He suggested. I followed him to a noodle shop. The dinner hour at school had long passed, and the establishment was nearly deserted. Han Weiwei ordered 2 bowls of ramen, and we sat across from each other. How's it going, my novice? Any thoughts on what comes next? Han Weiwei inquired as we awaited our noodles. I looked up at him and said, Master, your daughter is really struggling with her studies, isn't she? Han Weiwei was taken aback, nodding helplessly. I've been so busy, by the time I get home, she's already asleep. And she leaves early in the morning before I wake up. I often work overtime on weekends. Although we live under the same roof, we hardly see each other. Thinking back, the last time we spoke was a month ago. Faced with Han Weiwei's lament and guilt, I found no comforting words to offer, as he was already a father while I had just stepped out into the world. The 2 bowls of ramen were served by a waitress, and Han Weiwei poured a generous amount of vinegar and chili oil into his bowl, mimicking his actions. He glanced at me, a faint smile appearing on his face. Hey, novice, you still haven't answered my earlier question, he prodded, slurping his noodles. I swallowed my mouthful of noodles and replied, Fan Tiandong has an alibi. The remaining suspects are Chen Shufan and those around her. However, Fan Tiandong's alibi is solely based on witness testimony. I believe we could check the school's surveillance to see if there are any recordings of Fan Tiandong during the time of the incident or whether he exited the school premises. Han Weiwei waved his hand, shaking his head. When I entered, I noticed the surveillance points. There are many blind spots, rendering it futile. Moreover, think back to your high school days. Students always found ways to sneak out without using the main entrance. But do you suspect Fan Tiandong? I shook my head. Not really. Although his father is a scoundrel, he has been boarding since middle school, hardly interacting with him. It's unlikely he would resort to patricide. Then how do you propose we adjust our investigative direction? Han Weiwei asked, sipping his soup. I looked up at him. Master, are you testing me? Han Weiwei chuckled. Since I joined the police force in '95, I've had mentors but never taken on a disciple. When you first called me master, it felt nice. As my first disciple, my expectations will naturally be higher. Being a senior brother in the Han family is not something just anyone can claim. Cough, cough, cough. My apologies, master, I choked. I lowered my head, waving my hand. Hey, you little rascal, what's this? Do you think I'm unworthy of being your master? Han Weigwa tossed a napkin at me. Enough. Enough, more than enough, I said, taking the napkin to wipe my mouth. Han Weigwa pulled out a cigarette and offered me one. His being a hard pack of Changbai Mountain. I accepted, igniting it with the lighter on the table for both of us. You smoke well? Seems you weren't the model student back in school, Han Weigwa remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke. I smiled, occasionally, but not excessively. Han Weigwa brushed off the ash. Stop pretending. Let's get to the point. Master, I believe our investigative focus should shift to Chen Shufan and those around her, based on the information we currently possess. I leaned toward the theory of a vendetta, I responded. A vendetta? Han Weigwa pondered, nodding hesitantly. The connections of Chen Shufan's associates are being investigated. We should review our findings tonight. Han Weigwa extinguished his cigarette and rose to leave. Master, I called out to him. He sat back down. What is it? Is there something else? Master, I want to look into someone, I said. Who? Han Weigwa inquired. Zheng Dogwang, I stated, meeting his gaze. Han Weigwa hesitated for a moment, then tapped the cigarette box on the table. Let us go. Soon, Han Weigwa drove me to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market on Kaisha Street. It was nearly 7 in the evening, and the vendors were tidying their goods, preparing to close up for the night. Han Weigwa approached the market management office to inquire about Zheng Dogwang's stall number. We made our way to the grocery section, finding a man tidying up a freezer at stall B05. Excuse me, may I ask if you are Zheng Dogwang? I approached him. The man looked up. I am. What do you want? Han Weigwa displayed his police badge. We're from the Criminal Investigation Division, here to gather some information. Zheng Dogwang glanced at Han Weigwa's badge before returning to his task of scraping ice from the freezer. Do you know Chen Shufan? Han Weigwa asked. Yes. You're here regarding her family situation, right? Zheng Dogwang replied. Han Weigwa did not deny it and continued. Are you quite familiar with Chen Shufan? Zheng Dogwang confirmed. We work in the same market. Her family is not well off. Sometimes, when I have leftover meat or bones, I give them to her. When I'm busy, she helps me out. Is the house she currently lives in one you lent her? Han Weigwa queried. Zheng Dogwang nodded. Yes, with her family's circumstances, what could I do? I just happened to have a vacant property, so I let her stay. Do you know her husband? Han Weigwa asked. Zheng Dogwang waved his hand dismissively. No. I've never seen him. Chen Shufan works alone in the market, and she never mentions her husband. How do you know her family's situation is poor? I asked. Zheng Dogwang looked at me and chuckled. If they were well off, would they send their woman out to do this kind of work? What does Chen Shufan usually do in the market? Where does she work? I continued my inquiry. Zheng Dogwang set down his scraper. She doesn't have a fixed job. She helps wherever there's unloading, and during the day, she assists with deliveries. On good days, she can earn a few dozen yuan, but sometimes, she earns nothing at all. How did you come to know Chen Shufan? I pressed on. Zheng Dogwang pulled out a cigarette and offered it to us. Both Han Weigwa and I declined. He lit one for himself. Taking a couple of puffs, Zheng Dogwang recounted, it's been nearly 3 years, around 2008. One day about this time, I was just about to close up when Chen Shufan approached me, saying she worked in the market and asked if I could sell her 5 yuan worth of pork. Back then, pork was quite expensive, around 15 to 16 yuan a pound. 5 yuan barely got her 3 tails, just enough for a stir-fry. I had some leftover pork belly, about half a pound, so I gave it to her without asking for payment. Later, she came back one day with a pack of cigarettes, which I refused, but she left it on the counter and ran off. After that, I learned she worked as a loader in the market, and we got to know each other over time. It appears that not all butchers named Zheng are as unscrupulous as Zheng Guanxi, Han Weigwa remarked suddenly. I chuckled, while Zheng Dogwang seemed puzzled, casting a bewildered glance at Han Weigwa. Chapter 45. Guess who she is. As the merchants in the market began to disperse, Zheng Dogwang pulled out a tarpaulin to cover the freezer. It's almost time to lock up, he remarked. Han Weigwa and I glanced towards the entrance, where an elderly man stood holding a padlock. I suppose that's it for today. If we need further information, we might return to consult you, Han Weigwa said, casting a glance at me. Zheng Dogwang nodded in response, and we turned to leave. Behind us, Zheng Dogwang muttered somewhat regretfully, had I known, I wouldn't have lent her the house. I glanced back at him. He was now covering his meat stall with another tarpaulin. Upon exiting the wholesale market, we ran into Brother D. Han, I spotted your car from afar. Weren't you headed to the school? What brings you to the market? Brother D inquired. How did things go? Han Weigwa did not respond to Brother D's question. There's no valuable information. During the time of the incident, most neighbors were away, and those who were home were elderly and hard of hearing, rarely venturing out. Brother D replied. So what is the plan? Are we heading back? Han Weiwei asked. Brother D waved his hand dismissively. No, let us continue to look around. We'll gather more information when the market is bustling around 2 or 3 o'clock. All right, thanks for your hard work. Buy something to eat tonight and we'll have Sister Lian reimburse you, Han Weiwei said. Thanks, Han. We'll head over first. Brother D indicated toward the direction behind him. With that, Brother D departed with Jiayun Yen and Lin Nan, while Han Weiwei and I got into the car. Master, where are we heading? I inquired. Han Weiwei glanced at me. What is the matter? Have you lost your sense of direction? I nodded without hesitation. Let us return to the station and check on old Gui and the others, he said, starting the vehicle. By the time we reached the station, it was nearly 9 in the evening. As we entered the office, Gui and the others had already returned. Hey, old Gui, you're back quite early. How did it go? Han Weiwei asked. Oh, don't even mention it, Han. This Fan Xinghua is simply notorious. Aside from a few poker buddies and drinking companions, hardly anyone speaks well of him. And as for those few friends, they only play cards to win a bit of his money, and when drinking, they're just spending the money he won, Gui replied. Urge approached with a folder, looking mysterious. Han, take a look at this photo, and guess who she is? As he opened the folder, I leaned in curiously. Inside was a picture of a woman in her early 20s, modestly dressed, yet possessing a beautiful visage. Who is this? Is she a matchmaker's recommendation from your mother? Han Weiwei asked. Urge shot him a sideways glance. Han, are you trying to be funny? This old photo clearly dates back to the 90s. At this age, I'm not looking for a partner, more like a companion. A companion would suffice. At this rate, even if she were in her 40s, she'd still be a good match for you. Han Weiwei laughed. All right, let us get serious. This is Chen Shufan. Urge pointed at the photo. What? Both Han Weiwei and I exclaimed in unison. You mean this is Chen Shufan? Han Weiwei asked, incredulous. Urge nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This photo was given to me by Zhang Qingxi, a poker buddy of Fan Xinghua. After a game one day, they were drinking at Zhang Qingxi and Appo's house. And during their conversation about women, they bragged about who was beautiful around Kai Market Street. Fan Xinghua pulled this photo from his wallet, claiming, no one can compare to my wife. He showed them this photo, and later, after they had drunk too much, it ended up left at Zhang Qingxi's home. Han Weiwei took the photo from the folder and scrutinized it, his brows furrowing. I too examined the picture, but I could not reconcile her with the current Chen Shufan, whose skin was rough and darkened, her face resembling someone who could never quite be clean. The present Chen Shufan bore little resemblance to Fan Xinghua. If one were to judge by the photo, marrying Fan Xinghua would have been akin to placing a flower in a pile of dung, Han Weiwei remarked with a sigh. Everyone seemed to share Han Weiwei's sentiment. Hey, old Gui, was Fan Xinghua with them yesterday? Han Weiwei queried, looking at Gui. Gui nodded yes. They were playing cards at Du Heilang's house from 9 in the morning until after 6 in the evening. They had lunch there, and that day, Fan Xinghua won some money. They all went out drinking later, and Fan Xinghua spent his winnings and his own capital that night. They wrapped up around 10, and Fan Xinghua said he had spent all his money and planned to come back the next day, at the very least to win back his original stake. Noticing that Han Weiwei was still holding on to the photo, Urge approached to take it from him. Han, she is already an old maid. What is the point of looking at that? Get lost. Han Weiwei exclaimed, tossing the photo back at Urge. Hey, Urge, who gave you this photo? Han Weiwei asked. Zhang Qingxi, a poker friend of Fan Xinghua, Urge replied. Why did he give you the photo? Han Weiwei queried. Urge paused. I'm not sure. I was just trying to gather information from him, and when I was leaving, he mentioned he had a photo of Chen Shufan and handed it to me. All right, Urge. You and Daming head out again and bring Zhang Qingxi back, Han Weiwei instructed. Huh, Han, it's already past 9. Isn't it inappropriate to bring someone in for questioning at this hour? Urge expressed concern. What is inappropriate about it? While there is no evidence linking him to the case, it's a fact he was involved in illegal gambling, right? I'm not even detaining him. So consider yourself lucky. Han Weiwei retorted dismissively. Understood. Urge responded, beckoning Daming as the two hurried out of the office. About an hour later, Urge and Daming returned with 4 individuals in tow. Over there, against the wall. Urge's voice echoed in the hallway. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he entered the office. Urge, are you out of your mind? I asked you to bring Zhang Qingxi back, and you returned with 4 people? For Zhang Qingxi? Han Weiwei exclaimed, throwing a crumpled paper ball at Urge. Urge offered an awkward smile. Han, when we got there, they were all gambling quite fiercely. So I brought them along as well. Gambling in a group is a public disorder issue. Why did you bring them here? Han Weiwei chastised. Urge whispered, Han, keep your voice down. If we keep Zhang Qingxi, we can send the other 3 to Li Dei for handling the gambling charges. Once they pay the stakes, we can borrow him whenever we need. Han Weiwei's expression shifted as he realized. Urge, how much was the stake? Urge held up 4 fingers, 40,000, just right. 10,000 each. Han Weiwei paused, astonished. What? Did Fan Xinghua really dare to gamble that much? Urge waved his hand dismissively. Han, you overestimate him. It's not just a bunch of friends. Fan Xinggua's group is lamenting his demise. Chapter 46. Zhang Qingxi was escorted into the interrogation room, where Han Weiguo and I began questioning him. So, Zhang Qingxi, do you recognize me? Han Weiguo initiated. Zhang Qingxi nodded repeatedly, of course. How could anyone in Nanjing not know team leader Han? Han Weiguo acknowledged his recognition. Since you're familiar with me, let's skip the pleasantries. What is your relationship with Fan Xinghua? Friends. We usually just gather to play a bit of mahjong, Zhang Qingxi responded. Bringing 10,000 yuan to the table is merely playing a bit of mahjong? Quite the high roller, aren't you? Han Weiguo looked at him disdainfully. Zhang Qingxi waved his hands in denial. Misunderstanding, team leader Han. A few friends and I invested together in some business. Today, we just happened to distribute the earnings. Each one got 10,000. The mahjong was just 50 cents a game. Han Weiguo slammed his hand on the table. 50 cents a game, and it brings you to the criminal police station? Zhang Qingxi, I've heard you have more than one mahjong machine at home. If we were to label it as a casino, the evidence would suffice. Zhang Qingxi trembled slightly. No, team leader Han. We were just a few friends playing at my house. Please, show some leniency. Han Weiguo scrutinized him and asked, you must have heard about Fan Xinggua's situation? Zhang Qingxi nodded, then nervously raised his head. Team leader, this has nothing to do with me. We just played cards and had a few drinks, nothing beyond that. Why are you so anxious? I Haven T claimed you're involved. What is the story behind the photograph you provided us? Han Weiguo seized the opportunity to shift the focus. The photograph was left at my house by Fan Xinghua. I heard he was killed, and I feared it might bring me trouble, so I quickly handed it over to you, Zhang Qingxi replied. What trouble could a photograph possibly bring you? Is there something you haven't disclosed? Han Weiguo inquired. Well, Zhang Qingxi hesitated. Han Weiguo slammed the table again. Come on, man, be straightforward. No need for all this hesitation. Zhang Qingxi rubbed his hands together. It's nothing serious. It was just Fan Xinghua bragging about how beautiful his wife is. We were curious and asked how such a lovely girl ended up with him. He got a bit tipsy and said she deserved it, claiming that his wife owed him for life. Owed him? What does that mean? Did Fan Xinghua elaborate on any specifics? Han Weiguo pressed further. Zhang Qingxi continued. We have a general understanding of his family dynamics. No matter how much chaos Fan Xinghua causes at home, his wife never dares to speak up. When he accumulates debts, she uses her salary to pay them off. We don't know why. One day, while drinking and chatting, Li San'er asked him why his wife puts up with him. That day, Fan Xinghua had won some money, and in his jovial mood, he claimed that if it weren't for him, his wife would be doomed. After that, he didn't say much more. Han Weiguo pondered for a moment and nodded. Zhang Qingxi, given these circumstances, you shouldn't be so anxious about a mere photograph. Team leader. We heard about Fan Xinghua this afternoon. Everyone says it must be related to his wife. Honestly, what woman can withstand such torment? If she couldn't take it anymore and ended up killing him, that would be entirely reasonable. The more they say that, the more frightened I become. I was worried that this photograph might get me into trouble. I initially wanted to burn it, but before I could, the police came to interrogate me, Zhang Qingxi recounted. Since you and Fan Xinghua hung out frequently, do you know if he had any feuds or grudges with anyone? Han Weiguo asked. He's just a brash fool among his friends. He wouldn't dare provoke anyone outside. You see, he constantly bickers with his wife, but in public, he has really nothing. Zhang Qingxi scoffed. And how well do you know Fan Xinghua's wife? Han Weiguo probed. Zhang Qingxi shook his head dismissively. Not well. In all the years I've known Fan Xinghua, I've only seen his wife twice. Du Laolu at the market is familiar with her. Du Laolu? Du Gubin? Han Weiguo inquired. Zhang Qingxi nodded vigorously. How did he become acquainted with Fan Xinghua's wife? Du Laolu runs a vegetable shop. Whenever Fan Xinghua ran out of money from mahjong, he'd go there to borrow some, and his wife would have to repay him. She often goes there to work. So they became familiar, Zhang Qingxi explained. Han Weiguo nodded thoughtfully. All right, Zhang Qingxi, considering your cooperation, I'll let you off lightly regarding your little gambling operation. However, the Public Security Department must still address the matter of illegal gambling. Zhang Qingxi expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you. Send him to the Public Security Department. Wait. Never mind, let Urge handle it. Han Weiguo opened the interrogation room door and called towards the office, Urge. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxi seemed to remember something. Team leader Han, if I provide more information, can I get a reduced fine? Han Weiguo paused. Go ahead. Well, about 3 months ago, Fan Xinghua was assaulted. He was hit on the head with a blunt object while returning home at night, Zhang Qingxi revealed. Is that so? Did he mention who attacked him? Han Weiguo pressed for more details. Zhang Qingxi shook his head. I don't know. He didn't report it. He just had his head bandaged for 2 months. Han Weiguo nodded. All right, let me inform Team Li from the Public Security Unit. Zhang Qingxi expressed his thanks again as Urge escorted him out of the interrogation room. Han Weiguo returned to his seat and lit a cigarette. Help yourself, he gestured towards the cigarette box. I refrained from taking Han Weiguo's cigarettes and merely observed him from the side. Han Weigwa glanced at the clock and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, Lu Ge, how is it going? Oh, my dear Lu De Ge, could you help us jump the queue? We're in a hurry. Yes, Lu De Ge, I'll treat you, I promise. All right, tomorrow then. I'll be waiting for you at the station. Hearing Han Weigwa's address on the phone, I realized he was calling the Forensic Center S. Lu, whose autopsy reports are crucial in homicide investigations, often providing clear directions for our inquiries. Unfortunately, during those times, forensic experts were scarce and fewer people aspired to that profession. Perhaps due to a renowned provincial forensic expert publishing some books, the autopsy report from Lu would not be ready until tomorrow. Given our limited time for peripheral investigations and the lack of substantial findings, Han Weigwa decided to conclude the day's efforts. I nodded in agreement, suggesting, Master, I believe we should call in Chan Shufan for further questioning. After contemplating, Han Weigwa replied, let us do it tomorrow. It's too late today. If Chan Shufan was indeed involved, she wouldn't flee from Linjiang with her son still here. Chapter 47. Instructions from Director Tian. After Han Weigwa dismissed everyone for the day, I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to inquire about accommodation. With no place to stay that night, I found a small inn near the bureau to manage for the evening. The next morning, I arrived at the office early. Brother De B and the others were having breakfast. The staff cafeteria provided 3 meals a day, with a generous budget, making each meal quite lavish. Hey, Chuj, you're here so early? Come, let's have a bite together, Brother De B said. I noticed Lin Nan was absent, which piqued my curiosity. Brother Bai, where's Lin Nan? I asked. Brother De B pointed behind him, and I then saw Lin Nan comfortably asleep in a chair. Jiao Junyan handed me a steamed bun. Chuj, have a bun. Our cafeteria's buns are delicious. Thank you, Jiao Jia, I replied, accepting the bun. Don't mention it. We also have porridge and pickled vegetables, Jiao Junyan added. You all stayed up all night yesterday? I inquired while chewing on the bun. Brother De B nodded, his mouth full as he spoke. Yes. The 3 of us didn't sleep a wink. By around 2 o'clock, the market was bustling. We even ran into Chin Shufan. She's truly a hard-working woman. Her husband just passed, and she is still out here working. Jiao Junyan scoffed. I isn't it because her husband was useless? Chin Shufan does odd jobs. If she doesn't work, how will she eat or drink? Plus, she has a son in high school. Honestly, marrying someone like that, she might as well be on her own. Hey, Shuami Angio, you seem to be using this as an excuse for yourself. You're 31 this year, right? It's time to find someone. Brother De B chuckled. Buzz off. Whether I find someone or not is none of your business. I'm just speaking facts. Don't drag me into it. Jiao Junyan shot him a glare. Hey, watch your tone with leadership. Regardless, I am the head of our investigation team. Brother De B feigned seriousness. Well then, what is our task today? Jiao Junyan deliberately raised her voice. Huh? Is there a task? Lin Nan, seemingly awakened from his slumber, asked groggily. Brother De B turned to him. No tasks. Go back to sleep. Lin Nan responded with an O, pulled his coat over himself, and dozed off again. Jiao Junyan chuckled, sipping her porridge, and I couldn't help but smile. As we were eating, Ergu and Deming walked into the office, laughing and joking. And upon seeing breakfast on the table, Ergu abruptly broke away from Deming, heading straight for the beef buns. Hey, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Brother De B teased. Ergu ignored him, taking a huge bite of the bun. Our bureau's buns are simply delightful, he said, chewing. Hey, Ergu. Where is Gu? Why didn't he come with you? Brother De B asked, pushing a bowl of porridge toward Ergu. Ergu waved his hand, still chewing. Gue took the kids to visit Gue's mother-in-law. Gue dropped them off. Shortly after 8, Han Weigwa and Gue entered the office together. It was evident they had already had breakfast and showed little interest in the buns on the table. Hurry up and eat. Director Tian will be here soon. Han Weigwa said. At his words, we hastened our meal, and in no time, the table was cleared. After waiting for nearly half an hour in the conference room, Director Tian arrived. Oh, you all look a bit worn out. Did you stay up all night? He asked, eyeing Brother De B and the others. Brother De B rubbed his face and replied, we went to the market for investigation. It only gets busy in the early hours. Thank you for your hard work. Director Tian responded kindly. It's nothing, Director. It's not tiring, Brother De B smiled. Good, your work ethic is commendable. Weigwa, let us begin. Director Tian said as he took his seat at the head of the conference table. Han Weigwa first provided a brief report on the case, followed by updates on the team's activities and the gathered investigative data. How did the investigation at the fruit and vegetable market go yesterday? Did staying up all night yield any results? Director Tian turned to Brother De B. We spoke with the vendors in the market. Everyone is quite familiar with Chan Shufan. After all, it's rare for a woman to handle loading and unloading in a wholesale market. However, her husband, Fan Xinghua, is not well known. They only know he was a gambling addict. The vendors and fellow workers all sympathize with Chan Shufan. They let her take on any job to support her. Brother De B explained. Director Tian nodded. So it seems this group of loaders has a good relationship with Chan Shufan? Did you find any signs of a special connection? Based on experience, it's plausible that one of these loaders could have killed Fan Xinghua due to their relationship with Chen Shufan. Brother Debi nodded in agreement. We did consider that angle. However, it was quite chaotic at the time, making it difficult to discern anything. We've registered the personal information of those loaders and plan to talk to each of them individually today to verify their whereabouts during the incident. We're currently awaiting the coroner's report to confirm the time of death, which will aid our investigation. Director Tian then turned to Han Weiguo. When will De Lao Lu's report be available? It was no wonder De Lao Lu held grievances against the Nanjing Bureau, as everyone from Director Tian to the investigators referred to him as De Lao Lu. Han Weiguo replied. De Lao Lu said he would try to provide it before the end of the day. Director Tian nodded, addressing us, everyone, while routine investigations may seem trivial and familiar. One must remain meticulous and thorough. No detail should be overlooked. Every piece of suspicious or valuable information must be weighed carefully to ensure absolute accuracy. We all took diligent notes. Hey Xiaofu, I just saw you. You've only just joined the criminal investigation team and already encountered a murder case. How does it feel? Director Tian asked, looking at me sitting in the back. I quickly stood up, reporting to Director Tian, I feel. Suddenly, I found myself at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, I added, I feel great. Having a case to work on right after joining is fantastic. And I can learn a lot from my mentor. Your mentor? Director Tian raised an eyebrow. Who is your mentor? Sitting next to Director Tian, Han Weiguo raised his hand. I'm mentoring him. You're mentoring him? Han Weiguo, you've finally taken on a disciple. Director Tian looked at Han Weiguo incredulously. All right, do a good job. I sat back down, feeling a bit dazed and anxious. Director Tian cleared his throat and said, Comrades, a murder case has occurred in our jurisdiction, presenting us both an opportunity and a challenge. If we handle this well, it could lead to commendations and rewards. If we fail, I need not elaborate on the consequences. I emphasize 4 words. The case must be solved. Yes. We all stood up resolutely in response. Director Tian raised his hand to signal us to sit again. And we returned to our seats. Chapter 48 Revisiting Chen Shufan. Director Tian slowly rose to his feet. I have other meetings to attend. You all continue your discussion. And please be swift. As he uttered the words be swift, he gave Han Weiguo a gentle pat on the shoulder. Han Weiguo resumed leading the meeting. Everyone. Based on our findings from yesterday's investigation, let us sift through the key individuals one by one, eliminating those we can clear of suspicion. What are your thoughts? Han Weiguo inquired. Ghost Brother spoke up. Through our exploration of the market area, it appears that the general sentiment towards Chen Shufan is one of sympathy. I believe the murderer is likely someone from the market. Han Weiguo nodded in agreement. What Old Ghost said hinges on our confirmation that the scene was staged. However, based on the evidence we currently possess, we lack direct proof or physical evidence to substantiate that claim. Second Brother raised his hand, saying, Han, I believe we should focus on Chen Shufan and delve deeper into how she and Fan Xinghua became involved. All right then, double-sided tape. You and I, along with Chu Guo, will meet with Chen Shufan. As a woman, your presence will be beneficial. Old Ghost, assist Big Brother in filtering through the suspects and conduct targeted inquiries. Second Brother, you and Deming should visit the market street, seek out Du Laolu, and inquire about Fan Xinghua's debts. Let us wrap up everything we can before the autopsy report is released, Han Weiguo instructed. Everyone proceeded to follow Han Weiguo's directives. I hopped into the car with Zhao Junyan. Upon arriving at Market Street, Han Weiguo checked the time and led us directly to number 58 Market Street. As we ascended to the 3rd floor, we encountered Chen Shufan descending with a cloth bag. Upon seeing us, she paused momentarily. Ms. Chen, are you heading out? Han Weiguo asked. Chen Shufan nodded. I wasn't aware you were coming. I was planning to check the market for some work. Zhao Junyan interjected. I apologize for the inconvenience. Ms. Chen, but may we come in and chat? That's fine. Let us go upstairs, Chen Shufan replied, turning to ascend the stairs. Upon entering the room, I was greeted by the aroma of chive boxes. Chen Shufan set the cloth bag aside, revealing a multi-layered stainless steel lunchbox within. Ms. Chen, we have some questions to discuss with you. To be straightforward, we're puzzled about your relationship with Fan Xinghua. It's not a matter of compatibility, rather. We are curious why you have endured such a husband for so many years. You previously mentioned it was for the sake of the children, but as a fellow woman, I cannot fathom enduring such a life daily, even for my children. Furthermore, Fan Xinghua claims you owe him something. What exactly do you owe him? Zhao Junyan asked candidly. Chen Shufan lowered her head, nervously rubbing her dry fingers. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Yes, I owe him, because the child is not his. Upon hearing this, both Han Weiguo and I turned our attention to Chen Shufan. Are you implying that Fan Xinghua is not your son's biological father? Zhao Junyan inquired. Chen Shufan nodded. Both Fan Xinghua and I come from rural backgrounds. Before marrying him, I had a relationship with a local postman who later moved to the city. After our breakup, I discovered I was pregnant. In the countryside, such situations leave one with no dignity. Hence, I married Fan Xinghua. Initially, he treated me well, and when the village gossiped, he took me away from there. Eventually, we moved to Linjiang for work. Did Fan Xinghua never suspect anything after the child's birth? Zhao Zhenyan asked. At first, he had no doubts. However, those who worked with him began to say the child didn't resemble him. Over time, the comments persisted, and he secretly conducted a paternity test. From that point on, he changed drastically. He stopped working, began to beat me regularly, and sold the new house we had saved for, moving us to a small place on Market Street. Squandering the remaining money, Chen Shufan recounted, tears streaming down her face. If he knew the child was not his, why did he not divorce you? Or why did you not propose a divorce? Zhao Zhenyan pressed. Through her sobs, Chen Shufan replied, when he found out, I told him the truth and suggested we divorce. I would leave everything to him, but Fan Xinghua refused. He insisted that I would owe him for life and threatened to tell the child he was a bastard if I angered him. I had no choice but to continue living with him. What about the child's biological father? Did you never consider searching for him? Zhao Zhenyan asked, wiping her tears. Chen Shufan said, before marrying Fan Xinghua, I did look for him in the city, but the address and workplace he gave me were both false. I had no idea where he was. Miss Chun, what can you tell us about the incident 3 months ago when your husband was attacked at night? Han Wei was suddenly interjected. I'm unsure of the details. About 3 months ago, one night, Fan Xinghua came home drunk, covered in blood. When I asked what happened, he said he was robbed, but they found no money on him and fled. I took him to a clinic for treatment, Chen Shufan replied. Why didn't you report it to the police? Han Wei queried. He wouldn't allow it, saying that if we reported it, the police would continually question him, disrupting his drinking and gambling. He said. Chen Shufan hesitated. What did he say? Han Wei pressed. He said places like the police station bring bad luck, and he would lose at cards if he went there, Chen Shufan admitted, lowering her head in shame, though Han Wei seemed unfazed. Where did the robbery occur? Han Wei asked. Chen Shufan shook her head. He didn't mention that either. Miss Chen, where were you between 6 and 8 o'clock yesterday morning? What were you doing? Han Wei inquired. Chen Shufan was taken aback. Officer Jiao asked me that yesterday as well. Han Wei nodded. I am aware. We need to verify, for work purposes. Please understand. I arrive at the market around 1 in the morning and work until after 5. At 6, a shipment of chickens arrived, and I helped unload it, finishing around 7:30 or 8. Then I heard from another vendor that more goods would arrive shortly, and since it was still early, I agreed to help. However, I waited quite a while for the truck to arrive, and by the time we finished unloading, it was almost 9:40, Chen Shufan recounted. Han Wei nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of silence, suddenly asked, Miss Chen, what about the morning of the day before yesterday, between 6 and 8? Where were you, and what were you doing? Chapter 49, an uncommon response. The question posed by Han Wei not only took Chen Shufan by surprise, but it also caught me off guard. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shufan replied, I leave home at approximately the same time every day. The day before yesterday, I delivered peaches to the oil peach vendor and then loaded goods for the grain and oil merchant before returning home. In the wholesale market, many vendors specialize in specific products, and thus, they often refer to each other by the goods they represent. Home already? You left at around 1 in the morning and managed 2 jobs by 9? Did they have a lot of goods? Han Wei inquired. The oil peach vendor had quite a bit, but the grain and oil merchant did not have much. I mainly had to get back home because my son was there. He wakes up at 6, so I needed to prepare breakfast for him, Chen Shufan responded. Han Wei nodded in understanding, saying, I see. Well, let's leave it at that for today. We won't delay you any further. As we prepared to leave, Chen Shufan stood to see us off. Hey, Miss Chun, are you making chive pockets? It smells delicious, Han Wei suddenly remarked, evidently having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Rural folk, we don't do much else. I still have some in my lunchbox. Would you like to try? Chen Shufan offered, pulling out the lunchbox from her cloth bag. No. I merely mentioned it in passing. Are you planning to take all this to your son? Han Wei asked. Chen Shufan closed the lunchbox and replied, No. I brought this to eat at the market while waiting for work. I do physical labor, so I have a hearty appetite. Han Wei nodded. All right then. We'll take our leave. If you remember anything regarding Fan Xinghua, feel free to reach out to us. Once back in the car, Han Wei seemed lost in thought. Han, Chen Shufan is quite something, isn't she? Fan Xinghua just passed away, and here she is working and making chive pockets. Looks like she isn't too affected. Zhao Zhenyan remarked. Han Wei turned to her, replying, It and Oppos. As normal, they didn't and Oppos share much affection. When one dies, life goes on for the living. Han, why did you ask Chen Shufan about her activities the day before yesterday? I asked, somewhat perplexed. Han Wei smiled and responded. Do you think there is a difference in Chen Shufan's response regarding her activities over the past 2 days? I paused, recalling Chen Shufan's inquiry record. I didn't notice any difference. I scratched my head in confusion. Zhao Zhenyan's eyes suddenly lit up. I get it. It's the timing. Han Weigwa glanced at me, saying, Chugo, you still need to practice. What's with the timing? I still didn't quite understand. Zhao Junyan explained, when Qin Shufan recounted her activities from yesterday. She not only specified where she worked, but also provided precise end times for each task. However, regarding the day before yesterday, although she mentioned 2 jobs, she did not emphasize any timing. What could that imply? Fan Xinghua was still alive then. What significance does her schedule or timing hold? I remained bewildered. Zhao Junyan chuckled. Shugo, when people respond to similar inquiries, they often frame their answers based on how they answered the previous one. For instance, if I ask you what you had for breakfast yesterday, you might say, I had noodles at the Red Flag Town Police Station cafeteria. Then, if I ask what you had for breakfast today, you might say, and Oppos, I had buns in our office, and Oppos, I suddenly understood. Oh, I see, Zhao Jia. You mean to say that while Chen Shufan included timing in her account of yesterday's activities, she completely omitted any mention of time regarding the day before yesterday? Zhao Junyan nodded in satisfaction. But what does that signify? I questioned again. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Junyan said, All right, let me explain. Han Weigua interjected. Chen Shufan's 2 contrasting responses clearly emphasized that she was not present at the crime scene during the time of the incident. However, since the murder hadn't occurred the day before yesterday, she naturally wouldn't need to stress that point. This indicates Chen Shufan anticipated we would suspect her. Hence her deliberate emphasis, I interjected. Han Weigua smiled, adding, Moreover, she may have specifically recalled or intentionally memorized her schedule from yesterday. Han. Her reaction doesn't necessarily increase her level of suspicion. It could simply be a result of her anxiety. And what she said today aligns perfectly with her account yesterday in the team. Ghost Brother verified everything, and she wasn't lying, Zhao Junyan pointed out. Indeed. You're correct about that. Her statements yesterday and today were identical, even to the very words. Han Weigua remarked. Zhao Junyan looked somewhat astonished. I found myself admiring Han Weigua's memory. If he had merely seen similar content in the records, it would be understandable. But to confirm it word for word was beyond my own capability. Are you suggesting that Chen Shufan practiced how to respond to our inquiries? Zhao Junyan exclaimed in disbelief. Han Weigua nodded. That's a possibility. Let us review the details you verified yesterday and see if we overlooked anything. Have we checked the market surveillance? Yes. We reviewed all the footage available, and it aligns with Chen Shufan's account, Zhao Junyan replied. Han Weigua paused, asking, Are there any cameras we haven't checked? Zhao Junyan responded, Yes, some vendors only have cameras in their storage areas, but none outside. Let us go take a look. Han Weigua said as he started the vehicle. We arrived at the wholesale fruit and vegetable market, where Zhao Junyan led us to the vendors Chen Shufan had mentioned. Han, look, this is Chen Shufan, Zhao Junyan indicated. Han Weigua nodded but soon furrowed his brow. Why are they all dressed the same? I can't tell which one is Chen Shufan, he remarked. Zhao Junyan laughed. Pointing at the monitor, Han, see this? Chen Shufan is a bit shorter, and she has a pink towel tied around her neck. The other laborers may wear similar clothing, but they are taller and bulkier. The key detail is the towel around her neck, and Oppos, S white. Watching the surveillance footage, I saw Chen Shufan carrying heavy bags on her shoulders, working alongside the burly men. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. If she had chosen her companions wisely, perhaps her life wouldn't have been such a chaotic mess. Given this, it seems Chen Shufan was indeed not at the crime scene. Shugo, let us copy this surveillance footage to analyze later, Han Weigua instructed. Han, do you suspect something amiss? Zhao Junyan queried. Han Weigua waved his hand, saying he couldn't be certain. Let us copy it first and discuss it later. Chapter 50. The arrival of Big Lou once back in the car, Zhao Junyan, seated in the passenger seat, turned to me and said, Hey, Chuj, during the case analysis. You seem quite knowledgeable. Your performance at the police academy must have been commendable, right? Which police academy did you attend? I scratched my head and chuckled, Sister Jiao. I graduated from Jinghai Police Academy, but most of what I shared was actually learned from an old officer. Oh, Honda. It seems your disciple has more than one mentor, Zhao Junyan remarked, looking at Han Weigua. I quickly clarified, Sister Jiao. That old officer didn't formally take me as a disciple, and he is no longer with us. Noticing my somber expression, Zhao Junyan offered a hint of regret. You mean old Lin, right? Han Weigua asked, turning back to me. I nodded. All right, let's head back to the station. Big Lou's autopsy report should be ready. Han Weigua said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyan promptly fastened her seatbelt. Master, I think we should visit the market again, I suggested. Han Weigua turned around, questioning, what for? Master, Sister Jiao, do you remember the lunchbox that Chen Shufan had? It had 3 layers. When she opened it, I caught a glimpse and estimated it contained 4 or 5 items. If each layer holds the same, that could amount to 14 or 15. Even if she has a large appetite, she couldn't possibly consume that many chai boxes in one sitting, I explained. Han Weigua chuckled. So you believe her chai boxes were intended for someone else? I nodded, adding, "Moreover, master, consider this. Her husband just passed away yesterday. Yet she still had the presence of mind to prepare chive boxes for someone else. This implies a significant relationship between that person and Chen Shufen." Han Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "No need to go. She is already aware that we discovered the lunchbox and won't be passing it on to anyone else." "Well, if you knew that, why did you even ask?" I mumbled. Han Weiguo smiled. "Whether I ask or not makes little difference. She knows we are investigating in the market, and even if I don't inquire, she wouldn't take the risk." "Master, do you also suspect that the murderer of Fan Xinghua is related to Chen Shufen?" I inquired. "I never said that. Let us go." Han Weiguo started the vehicle, merging onto the main road. Upon our return to the station, Gue Gu and Debaij had already arrived. "Old Gue, Debaij, how did it go? Any breakthroughs?" Han Weiguo asked. Gue Gu handed Han Weiguo a folder, stating, "We identified 5 key individuals: Chu Jikue, Lu Shiwen, Ma Ming, Zheng Daguan, and Guo Wei. They all had favorable relationships with Chen Shufen, and their physiques align with our estimations. Among them, Chu Jikue, Lu Shiwen, and Ma Ming are dock workers. Zheng Daguan sells pork in the grocery section, and Guo Wei is a wholesale supplier of all kinds of meatballs." Jiao Junyan added, "Honda, Guo Wei is from the last surveillance footage we reviewed today." Han Weiguo nodded. "What were they doing during the time of the incident? Have you checked?" Gue Gu waved his hand. Debaij and I discussed it. 3 of the dock workers were together most of the day, only going home to sleep. If we question them separately, we risk alarming the other 2. We plan to start with Guo Wei and Zheng Daguan, and after they close up for the day, we'll bring them back to the station for questioning. The other 3, we intend to bring back together, which may require additional personnel, so we'll coordinate once you return. That plan works. I have interacted with Zheng Daguan previously. Here's what we'll do. I'll handle the questioning of Zheng Daguan with Chuj, Debaij. You take a team to Guo Wei, and old Gue, you lead the team to bring back the 3 dock workers. The market is quite crowded now. If one of those 5 happens to be the murderer and feels cornered, it could lead to complications. Let us aim for around 7 in the evening when the market will mostly be left with vendors," Han Weiguo outlined. Just then, the office door swung open, and Han Weiguo turned to see Big Lu entering, his face lighting up with joy. "Ah, Lu Gu, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Han Weiguo exclaimed, approaching him with a broad smile. "Danan, please prepare some tea for Lu Gu." Big Lu waved his hand. "Honda, no need for formalities. Quickly gather your team. I have a mountain of matters to address. All right, everyone, gather in the conference room. Lu Gu, please, after you," Han Weiguo said respectfully. In the conference room, Big Lu handed the autopsy report to Han Weiguo and gestured for Gue Gu to come forward with a USB drive. Gue Gu promptly passed his laptop to Big Lu. Soon, the electronic version of the autopsy report along with corresponding evidence photos was projected on the screen. Following our examination of the deceased, Fan Xinghua, we confirmed that the sharp force injury to the neck was fatal. The blunt force injury to the head occurred post-mortem, indicating that the assailant acted after the victim's death. The autopsy revealed that the stomach contents primarily consisted of fat and meat paste, with traces of alcohol present. Therefore, it is concluded that the victim had barbecued food and consumed a significant amount of alcohol prior to death. Based on the degree of digestion, the estimated time of death was approximately 9 hours after the last meal. Considering the condition of the body, we can ascertain that the time of death was between 6 and 8 o'clock yesterday evening, Big Lu stated. Han Weiguo nodded. This aligns with our discussion at the scene. Lu Gu, have we identified the murder weapon? Big Lu displayed the injury photographs. Upon our comparison, we confirmed that the weapon causing the sharp injury was a wallpaper knife or a similar thin-edged instrument. The blunt injury to the head, besides its curved outline, also displayed a rounded indentation, confirming it was caused by a hammer. These weapons are common tools, making the prospect of identifying the perpetrator through them rather challenging. Big Lu explained. Han Weiguo agreed, then asked, Lu Gu, we've covered the usual information. It's time to delve into the key points. Big Lu cast a sidelong glance at Han Weiguo, seemingly unimpressed by this understanding. He then retrieved a photograph of the victim's neck. From the external signs, there are no defensive wounds or restraint marks on the victim, indicating that he was not killed while being controlled. This implies that the assailant likely struck when the victim was caught completely off guard, delivering a fatal blow. Does this mean the assailant might have approached Fan Xinghua from behind and swiftly slashed his throat, or perhaps confronted him face to face? I ventured. Big Lu produced another photograph, displaying blood splatter on the wall. Observe the bloodstains on the wall. Our necks contain arteries, and once severed, they can cause a significant spray of blood. However, the splatter here is incomplete, clearly obstructed by something, Big Lu noted. The assailant must have been standing opposite Fan Xinghua, and the obstruction of the blood spray must have been the assailant's own body, meaning the assailant likely has blood from Fan Xinghua on their face and body. Han Weiguo exclaimed. Big Lu smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 51. The origins of and oppos, double-sided tape and oppos. Second brother picked up a pen, wielding it like a knife. Hey, Lu Gu. If that's the case, the murderer must have confronted Fan Xingwu directly. How could Fan Xingwu have been completely unprepared? That seems illogical, doesn't it? If anyone is standing opposite a person wielding a knife, wouldn't they at least attempt to evade? Second brother inquired. Dalao Lu turned to me. Hey you, the newcomer with a forensic background, why don't you share your thoughts with second brother? Dalao Lu's sudden suggestion took me by surprise. And everyone turned their attention to me. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. I believe the murderer might have improvised, as they were empty-handed at the time. Which is why Fan Xingwu did not take precautions. Second brother waved his hand dismissively. That doesn't quite add up. Even if they improvised, take us, for instance. As he spoke, second brother patted the large man beside him. I already have a knife. With that, he dramatically slashed the pin towards the large man, who quickly dodged. You see, that's a normal person's reaction. How could he have been killed with a single blow? Second brother questioned. Second brother. I think that when Fan Xingwu faced the murderer, even with a knife in hand, he did not believe he would be killed. Have you read Water Margin? Fan Xingwu might have been like the rogue Neo heir, extending his neck and saying, come, go ahead and kill me if you can. I explained. Then it follows that Fan Xingwu must have known the murderer, second brother concluded. Indeed, this also clarifies the subsequent hammering behavior if Fan Xingwu hadn't died. He would have exposed himself directly, I added. Han Weiguo interjected. This further narrows our investigation scope, but let us not dwell on that yet. Let Lu Gu provide us with more information. Dalao Lu glanced at Han Weiguo and continued. Upon examining the wounds on the deceased's neck, we found that the incision on the right side is significantly deeper than on the left. This indicates that the knife entered from the right and exited on the left. As you all witnessed earlier, second brother is right-handed, and his slashing motion would result in a wound that is deeper on the left side and shallower on the right. The murderer is left-handed, second brother declared, slapping the table. That is all I can provide. The rest you can find in the report. I've placed the electronic version on the desktop. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Dalao Lu announced. Han Weiguo stood to see him off, thanking him. Dalao Lu waved and exited the conference room. Han Weiguo returned to his seat. Hey, old Gue Big B, have you filtered the key suspects? Han Weiguo asked. Old Gue and Big B exchanged glances. Big B shook his head. Han, we haven't checked that yet. Zheng Daguang. I called out loudly. Everyone turned to me in unison. Han Weiguo looked at me and asked, are you suggesting Zheng Daguang is left-handed? Can we confirm that? I nodded. Master, do you remember when we went to interview Zheng Daguang yesterday? He was in the process of scraping ice from the freezer, and he was using his left hand to do so. Moreover, when he smoked, he also used his left hand to light the cigarette and kept it pinched between his left fingers. Given this, it seems Zheng Daguang is indeed highly suspect. However, we cannot conclude he is the murderer solely based on him being left-handed. Let us stick to our original plan and bring in all 5 individuals for questioning. Han Weiguo suggested. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Han Weiguo continued. Among these 5, Zheng Daguang is a key figure. But that doesn't mean we need to bring too many people. I think 3 will suffice. Double-sided tape will accompany us, and we'll bring a woman along. This way, Zheng Daguang won't become suspicious. If we were all men, he might think we're coming to arrest him, which could lead to unnecessary complications. By 6 in the evening, we all arrived at the vegetable and fruit wholesale market on Kaisher Street. Han Weiguo had also requested police support from the substation. So with our team included, there were about 20 people in total. As it struck 7, Han Weiguo led me and Zhao Junyan to the grocery area, where most vendors had already packed up their stalls. Zheng Daguang was in the process of putting unsold pork bones into the freezer. As we approached the stall, Zhao Junyan nudged me and motioned towards a corner of the stall. Following her gaze, I noticed a cloth bag containing a stainless steel lunchbox. Zheng Daguang, Han Weiguo called out. Zheng Daguang turned around. We need to ask you a few more questions, please. Han Weiguo began, but before he could finish, Zheng Daguang hurled the pork bones at us. As we dodged, Zheng Daguang leapt over the stall and bolted away. Chase him, Han Weiguo shouted. You two block him. Chu Ge, go close the door. Zhao Junyan yelled at me. The 2 of them pursued him, while I sprinted towards the entrance of the grocery section, pulling down the iron gate with all my might. Some vendors who hadn't tea left yet paused their tasks, watching the 3 of us dash through the grocery area. Zhao Junyan managed to cut off Zheng Daguang's escape route while Han Weiguo closed the distance. Zheng Daguang glanced at a stall beside him, then leaped onto another path directly facing the entrance, where I stood. I didn't notice when Zheng Daguang had acquired a cleaver, but by the time I realized it, he was merely 2 or 3 meters away, and I sensed he could close the gap in just 2 strides, with the knife already raised. Faced with the charging Zheng Daguang and the knife dripping with remnants of bone, I found myself frozen in place. In a split second, I seemed to hear the cleaver slicing through the air. Bang! In that instant, Zheng Daguang suddenly flew past me, crashing heavily into a pile of cardboard boxes. Jiao Junyan zipped past me, racing towards Zheng Dogwang. He scrambled to his feet, swinging the knife at her. She dodged, slipping under his arm to get behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. With a backward roll and a quick pivot to the right, her movements were fluid, and Zheng Dogwang was thrown to the ground. "Chu Ge, handcuff him," Jiao Junyan shouted. Before I could move, Han Weiguo was already at their side, producing a pair of handcuffs. The cleaver flew from Zheng Dogwang's grip as he hit the ground. Jiao Junyan brushed off the dust from her clothes, snagged a plastic bag from a nearby stall, and bent down to retrieve the cleaver, sliding it into the bag. Han Weiguo escorted Zheng Dogwang out of the grocery section. Jiao Junyan approached me and patted my shoulder. "It's all right, Chu Ge. It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it." In truth, I had regained my composure when Zheng Dogwang fell. But the lingering shock was due to my realization of why Jiao Jia was referred to as and Appos, double-sided tape, and Appos, standing under 1.7 meters, with a charming appearance that seemed harmless. She could not only deliver a powerful kick, but also take down a knife-wielding man much larger than herself with a single throw. Now that was truly double-sided. Chapter 52. Zheng Dogwang's concerns. After a moment of reflection, I hastily caught up with Han Weiguo, and together we escorted Zheng Dogwang into the vehicle. Upon returning to the precinct, Brother B and the others had also brought back the other 4 suspects. Zheng Dogwang's act of resisting arrest had only amplified his suspicions, making him a prime candidate for interrogation. In the interrogation room, I sat opposite Zheng Dogwang while Jiao Junyan took a seat beside me, and Han Weiguo leaned casually against the desk. "So, Zheng Dogwang, daring to confront us with a knife, it seems you have quite a bit on your plate. Don and Appos, to you?" Han Weiguo inquired. "I didn't recognize you. Had I known, I wouldn't have fled," Zheng Dogwang replied. Han Weiguo let out a cold laugh. "Really, Zheng Dogwang? Are you trying to pull a fast one on us? Come on, I'll entertain your claim of not recognizing us. Now tell me, who were you expecting that made you feel the need to run? Who is it and why?" Zheng Dogwang was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Han Weiguo's probing question. "What's the matter? Struggling to find an answer? Then spare me the nonsense and tell me. What is your relationship with Chen Shufan?" Han Weiguo pressed on, his gaze fixed on Zheng Dogwang. "Nothing much. We just know each other," Zheng Dogwang replied. "Nothing much. Yet you borrow her house. Nothing much. Yet she makes you chive dumplings?" Han Weiguo continued his line of questioning. Zheng Dogwang raised his head defiantly. "What's the big deal? I saw she had nowhere to stay, so I lent her an empty room. To express her gratitude, she made me some chive dumplings. Isn't that quite normal?" "Indeed, normal. Now, tell me, Zheng Dogwang, where were you between 6 and 8 o'clock yesterday morning? What were you doing?" Han Weiguo inquired. "I was at my stall. You can check with the market. My neighbors can vouch for me," Zheng Dogwang stated. "Zheng Dogwang, you must seize this opportunity I'm giving you. Don't be foolish. You'll regret it when the time comes," Han Weiguo admonished. Zheng Dogwang maintained a nonchalant expression as he looked at Han Weiguo. "I was at my stall. If you don't believe me, check it out." Han Weiguo nodded and gestured to Jiao Junyan, who understood and handed him a laptop. "Here, Zheng Dogwang, take a good look. This is the surveillance footage from your food section. Isn't this your stall?" Han Weiguo pointed at the screen. Zheng Dogwang glanced at it and nodded. "Yes." Han Weiguo pressed further. "You claimed you were at your stall the whole time. Then explain why there's no one at your stall. Where were you?" A flicker of fear crossed Zheng Dogwang's eyes, and he fell silent. "What's wrong? Can't answer? Then stop with the nonsense. Tell me, what is your relationship with Chen Shufan?" Han Weiguo asked again, his eyes narrowing. Zheng Dogwang remained silent. "Zheng Dogwang, as I said earlier, I'm giving you a chance to come clean, which might lead to leniency on your part. Our team is already at your home searching. If we uncover something, your opportunity for honesty will be lost." Han Weiguo continued. Zheng Dogwang remained unresponsive. Han Weiguo lit a cigarette and strolled over to Zheng Dogwang, exhaling smoke as he spoke. "The first time we met, I genuinely thought you were a decent person. It turns out you're not just a butcher, but a real villain, akin to Shimin Qing. Just as Shimin Qing conspired against Wu Dalong, you conspired against Fan Xinghua, didn't you? You're spouting nonsense. Shufan has nothing to do with this," Zheng Dogwang shouted defiantly. "Why are you so defensive? I'm merely making an observation. If you insist that Shufan is innocent, then it must implicate you, right?" Han Weiguo pressed. "That." Zheng Dogwang faltered once more. Ding. A text message arrived on Han Weiguo's phone. He glanced at it before placing it on the table. "Zheng Dogwang, it seems your time is running out. I'll be frank with you. This message is from my colleagues who are searching your home. I haven't checked its content yet, but I'm giving you one last chance. If I open this message, the opportunity for you to confess will be completely gone." Zheng Dogwang's unease grew as he looked at Han Weiguo, fear evident in his eyes. As Han Weiguo reached for the phone, Zheng Dogwang finally spoke up. "Yes, I did it." Han Weiguo nodded, opened the message, and showed it to me and Jiao Junyan. The text, sent by Gue Ge, reads simply, "The murder weapon has been found. Well, it seems you grasped your opportunity. Now tell me, why did you kill Fan Xinghua?" Han Weigua asked. Zheng Dogwan looked at Han Weigua. Could I have a cigarette? Han Weigua nodded, handed him a cigarette, and lit it for him. Zheng Dogwan, with his hands cuffed to the interrogation chair, could only hold the cigarette in his mouth. Once he finished the cigarette, he discarded the butt. I like Chen Shufan. You must have investigated me. I'm a bachelor. My wife passed away over a decade ago. I met Chen Shufan at the market, and initially, I only knew she was struggling. Over time, as we grew closer, I learned about her situation, and she knew mine, how I had no one to cook for me. She often brought me food, and that is how Fan Xingwa found out. He confronted me a few times, and I simply sent him away with a few bills. Han Weigua nodded. Now, tell me about yesterday morning. Early yesterday morning, around 7, Fan Xingwa called me, demanding 10,000 yuan. He threatened that if I didn't give it to him, he'd detail the market I was having an affair with Chen Shufan. I agreed, and he asked me to bring it to his house. I didn't mind, but I was concerned about Shufan's reputation. I feared he would cause a scene. So I went to withdraw the money and went to his house. And what about your relationship with Chen Shufan? If there is nothing going on, why fear him? Han Weigua probed. Zheng Dogwan sighed. I don't know what Shufan thinks, but at least I have feelings for her. Although we haven't progressed to that level. A woman's reputation is at stake. If someone accuses her of infidelity, it tarnishes her name regardless of the truth. I advised Shufan to divorce Fan Xingwa, telling her to agree to any conditions he proposed, but she refused. Zheng Dogwan's reasoning was not without merit. Though I lacked personal experience in matters of the heart, I could somewhat empathize with his concerns. Chapter 53. The deep affection of a widower. Zheng Dogwan relinquished his resistance, and naturally, the subsequent interrogation proceeded much more smoothly. Please recount the entirety of your criminal process, Han Weigua inquired. In an instant, it appeared as though the light in Zheng Dogwan's eyes had dimmed. Yesterday morning, I received a call from Fan Xingwa, and I took 10,000 yuan to his house. I handed him the money, and he remarked, "You truly are investing in Chen Shufan, aren't you? It seems you have quite the affair with her." I retorted, "Shut your foul mouth. I'm giving you this money to treat Chen Shufan better. You're a grown man, for heaven's sake. Why should your wife bear all the burdens? Have you no shame?" He countered, "Shame? You should be ashamed. Being a gopher entangled with a married woman. Do you even know what shame is?" We began to hurl insults at one another, Zheng Dogwan recounted. Was this dispute the cause of your altercation? Did it escalate to physical violence? Han Weigua queried. Zheng Dogwan shook his head. No, we did not resort to blows. Later, Fan Xingwa insisted that I give him the 10,000 today, and when that was spent, he would come back for more. He threatened that if I refused, he would gossip about our affair and harass Chen Shufan daily. At that moment, I felt a sudden daze. I noticed a wallpaper knife on the desk, seized it, and struck him, slicing his throat. As he clutched his neck and fell, fearing he might survive, I saw a hammer by the wall and struck him twice more. And after you killed Fan Xingwa, what did you do next? Han Weigua pressed. Initially, I was in a panic, but once I calmed down, I contemplated removing his body. However, it was broad daylight, making that impossible. I decided to ransack the room and found a crowbar to pry the door open. I thought that the police would assume it was a burglary and not suspect an acquaintance, Zheng Dogwan replied. Han Weigua chuckled. It's evident you possess some awareness of counter-investigation, Zheng Dogwan. Where did you learn that? I enjoy watching crime shows. I picked it up from television, Zheng Dogwan responded. What happened next? What did you do? Han Weigua continued his inquiry. After all that, I washed the blood off my face in his bathroom, wiped the blood from my apron, and although there were a few bloodstains on my clothes, as a butcher, no one would suspect me. Thus, I didn't bother to change. Then, I packed the wallpaper knife, hammer, and crowbar, placed them in my small truck, and returned to selling meat, Zheng Dogwan recounted. Han Weigua nodded. And what are the clothes you wore that day? Where are they? I burned them. Initially, I intended to dispose of the knife and hammer, but didn't expect you would find me so quickly, Zheng Dogwan lamented. And Chen Shufan? Did she have any involvement? Han Weigua asked. Zheng Dogwan shook his head. She had no part in it. She still doesn't know I killed Fan Xingwa. Yesterday afternoon, she came to the market looking for me, informing me of a family crisis and asking to borrow some money, claiming she had nowhere to stay that night. I happened to have a vacant apartment, so I lent it to her. Han Weigua turned to glance at me and Jiao Junyan, who nodded in affirmation. All right. We shall conclude for today. Please review the record, and if everything is correct, sign and provide your fingerprint, Han Weigua instructed. Jiao Junyan printed the interrogation record and handed it to Zheng Dogwan. Review it, and if there are no discrepancies, write the above record consists of number, pages and corresponds with what I have stated. Then sign each page and provide your fingerprint, Jiao Junyan said, placing the ink pad before Zheng Dogwan. Zheng Dogwan was taken away for photographs, blood sampling, and fingerprinting, while Han Weigua escorted us back to the office. Honda. Everything is accounted for. The knife, hammer, and crowbar. The entire evidence collection process was recorded on video, ensuring no discrepancies. Gu pointed to several evidence bags on the table. Han Weigua nodded. Good. Send it all to Lao Lu for biological residue and blood analysis first thing tomorrow. How did it go, Honda? Did that fellow confess? Gu inquired. He did. The motive is clear, and the evidence is substantial. He had no choice but to confess, Zhao Junyan replied. Gu clapped his hands. Excellent. From the moment the case was reported to the apprehension of the suspect and obtaining his confession, it took less than 36 hours. The monthly mobile flag is surely ours. Han Weiguo smiled. Oh, by the way, Honda, let me show you a photo, Gu said, picking up a photograph from the desk and handing it to Han Weiguo. Both Zhao Junyan and I leaned in with curiosity. Who is this? Chen Shufan? Han Weiguo asked, waving the photo at Gu. Gu smiled mysteriously. Hey, second brother, what do you think? I bet Honda thinks it's Chen Shufan too. Old Gu. What is going on? Just speak plainly. Han Weiguo tossed the photo back to Gu. Gu caught it deftly. Honda, this is not Chen Shufan. Her name is Jean Feng, Zheng Daguan's late wife, who passed away from illness in 97. We discovered this photo while searching Zheng Daguan's home. Initially, we mistook it for Chen Shufan, but later found her memorial portrait in a cabinet and, upon checking the household registration, realized her name was Jean Feng. Zhao Junyan exclaimed. Oh, Honda, I understand now why Zheng Daguan has developed a close relationship with Chen Shufan. She bears a striking resemblance to his deceased wife. After years of widowhood, it's only natural that encountering a woman who resembles his late spouse would stir deep feelings within him. Enough reminiscing. You all can clock out now, Han Weiguo declared. Are we off? What about you, Honda? Aren't you leaving? Zhao Junyan inquired. Han Weiguo waved his hand. I'll organize the case report. Director Tian is bound to come by first thing in the morning. You all should return home and rest well. Tomorrow, when the leadership arrives, I expect everyone to be sharp. Understood. The group responded, barely concealing their excitement. Lin Nan and I, residing in the precinct's dormitory, walked out of the office building together. Chusher, I heard that when you apprehended Zheng Daguan today, he drew a knife? Lin Nan asked. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. He did. I was completely stunned. Lin Nan laughed. That's normal. I reckon if it were me, I'd react similarly. You've witnessed the power of double-sided tape, haven't you? I nodded. Genuine admiration causing me to give him a thumbs up. Do you know what else Sister Jiao is? Lin Nan asked, feigning mystery. What is it? I queried, intrigued. Lin Nan laughed. She's a judge for both combat and wrestling at the Provincial Police's Grand Competition in Anji. Do you know what she did before joining the police? Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, I realized Sister Jiao's background must be extraordinary. What did she do? I asked, looking at Lin Nan. Have you heard of the Sea Eagle Special Forces? Lin Nan inquired. Aren't they the Navy? No way, a Special Forces soldier? And a woman at that? I exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Lin Nan nodded. She was the only woman among that group of Special Forces soldiers. However, due to certain circumstances, she transitioned to local public security and came to Linjiang afterward. Hearing Lin Nan's words, I was nearly rendered speechless. Chapter 54. The case cannot be closed yet. Upon returning to my dormitory, I refreshed myself briefly before settling at my desk, retrieving a notebook from the drawer to document the work I had accomplished over the past 2 days. Perhaps influenced by Uncle Lin's work journal, I had developed a habit of recording my thoughts. As I reflected on the events of the last couple of days, the image of Zheng Daguan wielding a bone-cutting knife flashed through my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. This chill made me instinctively retract my neck. And after a moment of adjustment, I resumed my writing. Closing the notebook, I lay back on my bed, closing my eyes, only to snap them open again as the moment I had just shut my eyes returned. Zheng Daguan and that menacing knife. I thought of my father. What kind of scene had he faced years ago at the Purple Lily bathhouse? Who had stood before him? Could it have been the killer of Sun Casey? Did he possess the same fear I felt? No, surely not. He must have stood with righteous resolve, fearless in the face of danger. Yet, I felt I had brought him shame. At the moment Zheng Daguan raised his knife against me, I had succumbed to terror, a fear that rendered me helpless. As dawn approached, I jolted awake from a nightmare, a coolness on my forehead, and I raised my hand to wipe away the sweat, recalling the dream. Zheng Daguan's eyes were still filled with ferocity, and the knife glimmered ominously. I again saw my father. Though his face remained obscured, I was certain it was him. Clad in his cement-gray police uniform, simply watching me. I could not discern his expression. Perhaps he was anxious, or perhaps he harbored a hint of disdain. The following day, as the National Day holiday drew to a close, the long break felt both a luxury and a burden for us police officers. We yearned for a chance to enjoy the holiday, but dreaded the fact that during such times, we were not only unable to take leave but also found ourselves busier than usual. However, I had grown accustomed to this since my first year at the police academy. I had never truly enjoyed a long break. During the May Day and National Day holidays, we were always required to assist with duty, as Jinghai was a tourist city, bustling with visitors at every scenic spot. During my university winter and summer breaks, I interned at various police units, primarily at grassroots police stations. Compelled to serve as free labor in order to submit my internship reports when school resumed. Lin Nan and I had breakfast in the cafeteria. Hey, Chugo, it's still early. Han and the others probably haven't arrived yet. Would you accompany me to withdraw some money? Lin Nan proposed. Not far from the precinct S entrance stood an ATM. And with nothing pressing on my agenda, I readily agreed. At the ATM, Lin Nan withdrew 1,000 yuan. Hey, Don, why are you withdrawing so much? We're provided food and lodging at the station. 100 yuan could last us 10 days. I inquired curiously. Lin Nan stuffed the cash into his pocket and replied, I have my reasons. Let us hurry. It's almost time to head to the team. Intrigued by Lin Nan's mysterious demeanor, I felt a sudden question arise. The voice of Zheng Daguang echoing in my mind. Upon returning to the team, I took my seat, still pondering. The office gradually filled with activity. Comrades, well done. The suspect was apprehended in less than 36 hours, a commendable achievement. Director Tian's voice resonated at the office entrance. Director Tian, are you just all talk? How about some concrete action? Second brother jested. Director Tian laughed heartily. All right, let us get to it. The Bureau has allocated a batch of new firearms. You've had your fill of the old 64s, right? You can choose from this new batch first. New guns. That's great news. Thank you, Director Tian. Everyone chimed in eagerly, though Zhao Junyan did not share their excitement. Hey, when I was at the shooting range, my performance was poor. I told you, it was the gun's fault. Once you get the new ones, let me have another go. I assure you, I won't miss a single shot. Second brother declared, mimicking a gun's aim. Second brother, take my advice. Don't be so confident. They might not perform better than the old 64s. Zhao Junyan doused second brother and Oppo's enthusiasm with a splash of reality. Hey, double-sided tape. Do you look down on your second brother? If you don't believe me, let us hit the range for some practice. Second brother retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Zhao Junyan chuckled. Second brother, I've handled that gun in the army. Do you have any doubts? What's this all about? Can't you two wait until the leaders leave to discuss such matters? Han Weigua interjected. Director Tian shot a glance at Han Weigua. What are you implying? You little rascal? Seems you're often gossiping about the leadership behind their backs. Han Weigua quickly smiled apologetically. No, Director Tian. I was just trying to educate them. He handed over the case closure report titled Kai Shiji murder case to Director Tian. Master, we cannot close the case just yet. Upon seeing Director Tian accept the report from Han Weigua, I quickly interjected. Everyone turned to look at me. What is going on? Chugo, do you believe there is something amiss with this case? Han Weigua asked. I stepped forward, replying, Master. It's not that I think there is an issue with the case. I believe there is something we haven't investigated yet. And I wish to verify it before reporting back to you. Second brother chimed in. Huh? Chugo, the suspect has already confessed. And we found the tools and weapon at his home. What more could there be? We could close the case and send it for review. Han Weigua raised his hand to interrupt second brother. Chugo, what do you think we haven't investigated? I pondered briefly before responding, Master. Zheng Daguang mentioned last night that he received a call from Fan Xinghua. Chugo, I already checked that. At 7:25 p.m. that day, Fan Xinghua's landline did indeed call Zheng Daguang's mobile phone. Second brother interjected. Han Weigua shot a glance at second brother. Let him finish. Master. Zheng Daguang stated he withdrew 10,000 yuan after receiving the call from Fan Xinghua. I think we should check Zheng Daguang's bank card for any withdrawal records after 7:25 p.m. that day and review the ATM surveillance footage to confirm if it was indeed Zheng Daguang who made the withdrawal. I suggested, looking at Han Weigua. Is that really necessary? Whether he withdrew money has no bearing on our case, second brother remarked. Second brother, the suspect disclosed this information during the interrogation. I believe we should verify it. I replied. Director Tian stepped forward, stating, what Xiao Fu said is correct. As police officers, particularly you detectives, we must be meticulous in our investigations and thorough in our evidence collection. Thus, Weigua, I'll return the case report to you for now. Take Xiao Fu with you to investigate further and add your findings to the report. Understood. Han Weigua straightened up, affirming. Chugo, second brother didn't mean to challenge you. It was just a word of experience, second brother said, patting my shoulder as he walked by. I nodded, wishing to say something, but second brother had already moved away. Han Weigua patted me. What are you thinking? You did nothing wrong. Let us go. We should visit Zheng Daguang at the detention center. Chapter 55. Am I overthinking? On the way to the detention center, I sat in the passenger seat, my head bowed, feeling as though I had committed a grave mistake. What's wrong with you? Why the long face? Han Weigua glanced at me before turning his attention back to the road. Master, I mean no offense, it's just. Am I overthinking this? I struggled to articulate my thoughts. Han Weigua chuckled lightly. Come on, are you still dwelling on this? What difference does it make whether we solve a case in 24 hours or 48? The most important thing is that the case is resolved, the suspect apprehended, and handed over for prosecution. If you get this worked up, what would happen if you encountered a cold case that remained unsolved for 10 years or more? You'd drive yourself mad. He tossed me a pack of cigarettes and continued, "Stop worrying and have a smoke. It might invigorate you. I also have a few questions to ask Zheng Dagwan." I rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette, feeling considerably more relaxed. Upon arriving at the detention center, we interrogated Zheng Dagwan. "Zheng Dagwan, you stated in your record that you withdrew 10,000 yuan before going to Fan Xinggua's place. Where did you make that withdrawal? Which bank card did you use?" Han Weiguo inquired. Zheng Dagwan replied, "I withdrew it from the ATM located east of the market entrance. It was an agricultural bank ATM, and I used my agricultural bank card." "And what about the bank card?" Han Weiguo pressed. Zheng Dagwan, handcuffed, pointed outside, "It's in my wallet, which the detention center has confiscated." Han Weiguo nodded. "By the way, Zheng Dagwan, I have another question. Did you strike Fan Xinggua?" Han Weiguo asked. Zheng Dagwan looked up and smiled. "I knew he wouldn't dare report me. I should have just taken him out back in the dead of night without anyone knowing." "Why did you hit him?" Han Weiguo inquired. Zheng Dagwan's disdain was palpable as he responded, "That bastard was bullying women. I ran into Chen Shufan at the market, and she had a black eye. I knew it was Fan Xinggua's doing, so I took care of him." Han Weiguo chuckled. "Who would have thought that a rough butcher like you would be so righteous?" Zheng Dagwan lowered his head, opting not to respond. Before we left, Zheng Dagwan asked Han Weiguo for a cigarette, which he generously provided, allowing him to finish before escorting him back to his cell. After locating the agricultural bank card that Zheng Dagwan mentioned, Han Weiguo and I noted its number and, with the necessary paperwork and a letter of introduction, proceeded to the agricultural bank's Linjiang branch to retrieve account statements and surveillance footage from the ATM. According to the transaction history of Zheng Dagwan's bank card, he withdrew cash 5 times between 7:50 a.m. and 7:55 a.m. on October 4th, each time for 2,000 yuan. The surveillance confirmed that it was indeed Zheng Dagwan who made the withdrawals. "All right, now we have everything we need. We'll include this in the case report when we return," Han Weiguo declared. "Master, I have another question." I turned to him. Han Weiguo looked at me, somewhat surprised. "What is it?" "Master, you mentioned that Zheng Dagwan received a call at 7:25 a.m. According to the footage, he left his stall by 7:28. We also checked the ATM, and it takes no more than 5 minutes to walk there. Why did it take him nearly half an hour to make the withdrawal?" I voiced my concerns. Han Weiguo chuckled. "Oh, you don't need to dissect this so meticulously. Think about it. Zheng Dagwan was being blackmailed by Fan Xinggua. He couldn't just hand over the money without a second thought, could he? Even if he and Chen Shufan were involved, he wouldn't easily part with 10,000 yuan. Would he?" I hesitantly nodded. "Are we heading back to the station? Or do you have more questions? Do you want to investigate further?" Han Weiguo asked. I pondered for a moment. "Master, should we not check on Chen Shufan? After all, we have apprehended the perpetrator. She is, in a sense, a victim's family member, and we ought to inform her. Moreover, her home is still sealed. Now that the case is closed, Shuden and Appos, to the scene be cleared?" Han Weiguo nodded in agreement. "All right. Since we're in the vicinity, let us pay her a visit." Soon, Han Weiguo's vehicle pulled up outside Building 58 on Kaisher Street. "She should be home at this hour," Han Weiguo remarked, glancing at his watch. "It's nearly 11:30. I followed Han Weiguo up to the 4th floor and knocked on the door of apartment 402. The door opened promptly, revealing Chen Shufan, her eyes slightly red and swollen, her already weathered face appearing even more haggard. "Captain Han, what brings you here?" she inquired. Han Weiguo nodded. "Let and Amp, Appos, let's discuss this inside." Chen Shufan stepped back, allowing us entry. Han Weiguo let me go in first, then opened the door wider for himself. "Ms. Chen, not working today?" Han Weiguo casually asked. Chen Shufan shook her head. "I decided to quit. I'm planning to find a job near my son's school that provides meals and lodging, so I can be closer to him." The disarray in her apartment indicated she was in the process of packing. "Why quit? It's not too far from your son's school, is it? Are you preparing to move today?" Han Weiguo probed. Chen Shufan wiped her nose and replied, "Everyone in the market knows that Zheng Dagwan was arrested by you. They say he killed Fan Xinggua because of me. How can I stay in the market after that? Besides, this place belongs to Zheng Dagwan." And her voice trembled, and she began to weep. "We have resolved the matter. If anything, it does relate to you. But the primary issue was Fan Xinggua extorting 10,000 yuan from Zheng Dagwan. Don't carry too much psychological burden. Take good care of your child. I've met him. He is quite promising. If he gets into a prestigious university next year and secures a good job afterward, you can enjoy a comfortable life," Han Weiguo reassured her. At the mention of her child, Chen Shufan seemed to regain some composure. Han Weiguo continued, "The case has reached a conclusion. Hence, your home no longer needs to be sealed. In the next day or two, please visit the precinct. We'll send someone with you to your home to conclude the matter. You can tidy up your place, as there's no place like home. When your child returns for the holidays, it would be nice to have a place to stay, wouldn't it?" Chen Shufan shook her head. Thank you, Captain Han. But whether the house is sealed or not, we won't be returning to live there. It's not just because my worthless husband died there. I'm more concerned about my child returning to a place where there are so many rumors floating around. I understand your feelings, but we still have to follow the necessary procedures. Oh, and by the way, Fan Xinghua's body is still at the forensic center. After we communicate with him about when you can retrieve the body, I will let you know. Although, Sai, he was your husband, after all. And the deceased must be treated with respect, Han Weiguo said with a hint of resignation. Chapter 56. Criminal Defense Lawyer Li Yizhou. When Han Weiguo and I returned to the team, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. As soon as we entered the office, my second brother called out to Han Weiguo. Han, someone is looking for you in the reception room. Han Weiguo glanced at my second brother and inquired, who is it? A distinguished lawyer. My second brother deliberately emphasized the word distinguished. Han Weiguo shot him a glance and retorted, what? Is his surname distinguished? My second brother smiled awkwardly. No, it's Li Yizhou, from the Yuanzhou law firm. Han Weiguo scoffed. So just Li Yizhou, right? What is so distinguished about him? When did he arrive? Let him wait. I have matters to attend to. Han. He has already been waiting for over 40 minutes. My second brother remarked. 40 minutes? That half an hour doesn't end oppose. Make a difference. Han Weiguo replied dismissively. From Han Weiguo's tone, it was evident that he harbored a strong bias against Li Yizhou, which piqued my curiosity. As Han Weiguo entered the office, I tapped my second brother on the shoulder. Hey, what's the story with Li Yizhou? I inquired softly. My second brother glanced towards the captain's office. Li Yizhou is a lawyer and partner at Yuanzhou law firm. The other partner is He Ziyuan. They are both top figures in their respective fields. One specializes in criminal law, the other in civil law, he explained, giving a thumbs up. It seems my mentor has quite a strong opinion about him? I asked. My second brother chuckled. When you get the chance, talk to prosecutors Zhang and Liu. Their grievances are even more severe. Li Yizhou is a criminal defense attorney who has caused us no small amount of trouble. Zhang and Liu are among his defeated adversaries, having faced numerous cases dismissed or defendants acquitted under his representation. Upon hearing this, I quickly comprehended Han Weiguo's sentiments. In criminal cases, suspects have the right to appoint a lawyer during the investigation phase, which allows them to verify the evidence collected during our interrogations. Although I had just joined the criminal police team, my teachers had emphasized the necessity of adhering strictly to procedural principles in investigative work, largely due to the potential scrutiny from lawyers representing suspects. After all, we are human and can sometimes err. If a suspect's lawyer seizes upon a mistake, it could jeopardize all our efforts. After about 20 minutes, Han Weiguo emerged from the office. Chuch, come, let me introduce you, he said. I rose and followed him. Upon entering the reception room, a sharply dressed man in a well-tailored suit was sipping tea. This must be Li Yizhou. As we entered, Li Yizhou promptly set down his cup. Ah, Captain Han, at last you've returned, he said, rising respectfully. Apologies, Lawyer Li, the team has been busy, Han Weiguo replied. Li Yizhou nodded repeatedly. I understand, Captain Han, your work is crucial for the safety of Linjiang. I completely understand. He extended his hand to shake Han Weiguo's. But Han Weiguo did not reciprocate. Allow me to introduce our new investigator, Fu Chu. Chu, this is our old adversary, the renowned lawyer from Linjiang, Lawyer Li Yizhou. Han Weiguo said, Officer Fu, a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Yizhou, and I look forward to your guidance. Li Yizhou extended his hand. I hesitated, unsure whether to shake his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. Lawyer Li is busy. Let's get to the point, Han Weiguo interjected, alleviating my awkwardness. Very well. I will be direct. I am here today on behalf of my client, Mr. Zheng Dogwan. Here's the letter of authorization. Li Yizhou stated as he retrieved a document from his briefcase. Han Weiguo frowned and asked, Who? Zheng Dogwan. Was he not apprehended by your team? Li Yizhou replied. Han Weiguo examined the letter of authorization, confirming it bore Zheng Dogwan's name, dated October 5, 2010. Lawyer Li, what do you require from us at this juncture? Han Weiguo inquired. Li Yizhou smiled. Captain Han, we are well acquainted and have had many dealings. You know why I am here. Han Weiguo maintained a serious demeanor and replied, Let us be clear, Lawyer Li. Work is work, and camaraderie is camaraderie. We must keep them separate. Upon hearing this, Li Yizhou's smile faded. Then let us proceed with business. I wish to understand the interrogation process regarding my client and certain evidence collection aspects. Additionally, I am requesting a meeting with my client, Li Yizhou stated. Han Weiguo stroked his chin, nodding after listening to Li Yizhou. No problem, the entire interrogation process was recorded. You may review it. For physical evidence, you can inspect it with the proper documentation. As for meeting Zheng Dogwan, we will arrange it and notify you accordingly within 48 hours. However, since Zheng Dogwan is suspected of intentional homicide, and we are still in the investigation phase, we must have personnel present. Also, do not expect bail. Li Yizhou smiled again. Captain Han, are you questioning my professionalism? I am aware of the charges my client faces and have no intention of applying for bail. He continued, to be candid. I do not plan to pursue a not guilty verdict in this case. Han Wei nodded. Li Yijo reviewed the interrogation footage and the evidence, said nothing further, thanked us, and departed from the criminal police team. Master, it seems Zhang Dogwan was well prepared? I asked Han Wei. He nodded. The authorization was dated yesterday. So it's likely Zhang Dogwan anticipated he couldn't hide for long. He is alone, without family, hence the early hiring of a lawyer. Hiring Li Yijo must cost a fortune. Is he that expensive? I inquired with curiosity. Han Wei held up 5 fingers, stating, that is the starting amount. It varies with the complexity of the case, with no upper limit. Really? I was taken aback. This case, at the very least, carries a death sentence. Does it warrant such extravagance? Must be a case of too much money to burn. Han Wei dismissed. Should we arrange for their meeting? I asked quietly. Han Wei glanced at me. We must arrange it. He has that right. However, our interrogation procedures are lawful and compliant, with no flaws in evidence collection. The facts are clear, and the evidence is solid. Regardless of how renowned Li Yijo is, he cannot stir up much trouble. Hearing Han Wei's confidence, I gradually felt reassured. The investigation into the Fan Xinghua case seemed to have reached a pause. That evening, there was no overtime at the team, and Han Wei treated us to dinner. Since the case had not yet been transferred for prosecution, this meal was not a celebration. My second brother labeled it a welcoming dinner for Lin Nan and me as we joined the Nanjing Criminal Police team, marking it as a welcome ceremony. Chapter 57. Visit to the Forensic Center the following day. As our team gathered, Director Tian arrived at the station. Weiguo, I have reviewed the case report, and it is quite impressive, detailed, and showing progress. Director Tian said approvingly. Han Wei smiled. Director Tian, it is thanks to the hard work of my rookie, Zheng Deguang. I appreciate your efforts in securing such talented assistance for me. Director Tian laughed heartily. Han Weiguo, isn't that a bit self-serving? You call him your apprentice when you need him, but now you refer to him as Dalao Lu. The room erupted in laughter. Everyone has done well. You have brought honor to our South City branch. There are no issues. We shall transfer the case today, allowing ample time for the prosecutor's office. Director Tian continued. Han Wei nodded. Director, Zhang Deguang has engaged a lawyer. Director Tian paused, his expression shifting to one of caution. A lawyer? Who is it? Our old acquaintance, Li Yijo from the Yuanzhou law firm. Han Wei replied. Director Tian and Appos, brow furrowed. Li Yijo? This rascal, Zhang Deguang, has sought out such a prominent figure. Intriguing indeed. Director, Li Yijo visited yesterday. I saw the power of attorney, which was dated October 5th. That very evening at 7, we apprehended Zhang Deguang. Han Wei noted. Director Tian's eyes narrowed as he grasped the implications in Han Wei's words. What are you suggesting? Han Wei hesitated before responding. Director, I believe there is something amiss. Based on my understanding of Li Yijo, if he has accepted Zhang Deguang's case, he would undoubtedly strive for his client's best interest. Why then did he not counsel Zhang Deguang to surrender? A voluntary confession would greatly benefit Zhang Deguang during sentencing. Moreover, Zhang Deguang must have realized escape was futile, prompting him to secure legal representation beforehand. If he was aware of his unavoidable capture, why then did he choose to resist arrest with a weapon? Gu interjected. Director, Han. I suspect Li Yijo might have discussed the possibility of surrender with Zhang Deguang, who may have initially agreed but later reconsidered and planned to flee, resulting in his refusal to comply. Han Wei waved his hand dismissively. Li Yijo's fees are substantial, and he typically demands payment up front. Having already paid, would Zhang Deguang allow Li Yijo to take advantage of him? A silence fell over the group. Enough speculation. Desperation often leads to incomprehensible actions. Weiguo, please prepare the necessary documents to send to Dalao Lu. The investigation is complete. The family can take care of the remains, Director Tian instructed. Understood. Han Wei acknowledged. At 10:30 that morning, I accompanied Han Wei to the Municipal Forensic Center. In the forensic physician and Appos' office, we encountered Dalao Lu. Dalao Lu, are you busy? Han Wei inquired. Dalao Lu cast a sidelong glance at Han Wei. I must say, Han Wei, you are quite selective with your titles. When you need me, it's Brother Lu, but once I'm of no use, I'm Dalao Lu. Han Wei chuckled apologetically. Oh, Lu Gu, I'm just being casual. We have concluded our investigation, and Director Tian asked me to deliver the paperwork to you. The family can be notified to reclaim the body, correct? Dalao Lu accepted the documents from Han Wei. All right, inform them to come quickly. I have limited space in the cabinet. Got it. Han Wei signaled with an okay gesture. There's a new fellow here? I see you didn't even notice me. What is your surname again? Fu, isn't it? Dalao Lu turned to me. Lu Gu, I am Fu Chu. I responded respectfully. Yes, Fu Chu, a fine name indeed. What you contribute will surely return to you, Dalao Lu remarked, gesturing toward me as he spoke to Han Wei. Enough of the theatrics, Dalao Lu. He now my apprentice. Han Wei-Guo draped an arm over my shoulder. Dalao Lu shot Han Wei-Guo an exasperated look before turning back to me. Xiao Fu. Let me show you around our forensic center so that you'll find it convenient on your future visits. Wait, Dalao Lu, what do you mean by convenient? Are you plotting to steal my apprentice? Han Wei-Guo interjected. Dalao Lu chuckled. What are you so nervous about? I meant that Xiao Fu will find it easier to handle matters here in the future. So, will the South City branch no longer visit my office? That reassures me, Han Wei-Guo sighed in relief. Come, Xiao Fu, I'll take you to see a case that the East City branch sent over yesterday. We're currently examining it. Dalao Lu beckoned me. Han Wei-Guo perked up at this. Wait, isn't that the case of Zhao Guobin from East City? Care to share some details? Dalao Lu shot a sidelong glance at Han Wei-Guo. I don't know. I was led out of the office by Dalao Lu, with Han Wei-Guo following closely behind. In the first dissection room, a forensic doctor and an assistant were conducting an autopsy. Hey, Dalao Lu, you've got a new recruit. Han Wei-Guo commented. Dalao Lu responded proudly. What of it? Are you implying that only you can take on apprentices? Look there. Mine just arrived at the end of last month. Fresh out of medical school with a specialization in forensics. Really? A recent graduate and already independent? Han Wei-Guo exclaimed in disbelief. What is so surprising about that? We aren't like you. Your cases involve the living complex and ever-changing. We deal with the deceased. The human anatomy is largely the same. And besides, how many cadavers do you think they've dissected in school? Dalao Lu retorted dismissively. Peering through the glass, I observed the autopsy. The forensic doctor inserted a pair of tweezers into a wound on the corpse, marking the location before withdrawing them. I understood this was to measure the depth of the injury. Suddenly, I thought of Fan Xinguo. Lu Gu. Was the depth of the wound on Fan Xinguo and Appo's neck measured in the same manner? I asked. Dalao Lu looked at me, puzzled. How else would it be measured? Is there a problem? No. I hastily clarified. Lu Gu. I meant to ask if, after measuring the depth of the wound, you examined the condition at the base of the injury? Dalao Lu instantly grasped my implication and stepped into the dissection room. Xiao Zhou paused for a moment. The forensic doctor inside lifted his head. Though masked, his eyes reflected surprise. Dalao Lu conversed with him, but we could not hear through the glass. After some time, Dalao Lu approached the storage cabinet, opened one of the drawers, and extracted a corpse. He bent down to examine it closely and even requested a magnifying glass from the assistant. After a thorough inspection, Dalao Lu stood up, his expression grave as he exited. Han, I need to redo the previous autopsy report, Dalao Lu admitted, a hint of regret in his voice. Chapter 58. The indifference of a dead pig. Upon hearing Dalao Lu's words, my heart jolted, and Han Wei-Guo appeared equally astonished. Dalao Lu, what is going on? Han Wei-Guo inquired with palpable tension. Dalao Lu seemed somewhat dejected, burdened more by guilt than anything else. Han, we were careless. The incision on the neck of the corpse was not examined thoroughly. There are signs of secondary processing at the base of the wound. It dawned on me that Dalao Lu was trying to absolve his apprentice, as the autopsy of Fan Xinguo was likely performed by the newly appointed forensic doctor. Secondary processing? What does that imply? A follow-up stab? Han Wei-Guo pressed further. Dalao Lu sighed and shook his head. It was a question from Xiao Fu that reminded me. Initially, we only measured the depth of the incision without a detailed examination at the base. Upon further inspection, the muscle tissue at the bottom of the wound shows minimal retraction, indicating post-mortem injuries. This suggests that the perpetrator made subtle adjustments to the right side of the incision, possibly to create a false impression of depth, thereby misleading us into concluding that the assailant was left-handed. So, the assailant is not left-handed? Han Wei-Guo asked. Dalao Lu nodded, admitting, I misled your investigative direction. All right, I understand now. Chu Gu, let's head to the detention center. Han Wei-Guo urged, his urgency palpable. The car sped out of the municipal compound, Han Wei-Guo driving with fervor, as if eager to press the accelerator into the floor. Chu Gu. It seems that Zheng Daguang's counter-investigation awareness is more formidable than we anticipated. He even considered the forensic examination. Han Wei-Guo remarked as he navigated the vehicle. Did he not mention that he enjoys watching detective dramas? Some of those shows depict forensic examinations quite comprehensively, I replied. Damn it. I almost forgot that this old rascal is a butcher. He must be more adept with knives than most, Han Wei-Guo retorted, his frustration evident. I concurred with Han Wei-Guo and Appo's assessment. Master, Zheng Daguang's actions are clearly an attempt to frame someone else. The true perpetrator is likely Chen Shufan. Before I could finish, Han Wei-Guo interjected. Chu Gu, immediately call the team and instruct them to locate Chen Shufan and bring her back for questioning. Understood, I affirmed, retrieving my phone to contact the team. Upon our arrival at the Linjiang Detention Center, we once again interrogated Zheng Daguang. Zheng Daguang, how have you been managing in the detention center these past few days? Han Wei-Guo asked, his demeanor now composed. Zheng Daguang shifted slightly, the handcuffs clinking softly. What habits can one develop in here? Whether I am accustomed or not, You won't let me out anyway. When will I be sentenced? Are you eager to know your sentence? Han Weigo inquired, scrutinizing Zheng Daguang. Zheng Daguang paused, momentarily taken aback but remained silent. Han Weigo continued. Although the sentencing is ultimately the court's decision, based on my experience, you are likely facing the death penalty. Have you sought legal counsel? If not, you can apply for legal aid. I shot a surprised glance at Han Weigo, perplexed as to why he would say such things when he had already met Li Yizhou. I have already retained a lawyer from Yuanzhou law firm. Lawyerly, Zheng Daguang replied. Feigning astonishment, Han Weigo remarked, Oh, Li Yizhou? He is quite the esteemed attorney. However, hiring such a prominent lawyer for your case seems rather excessive. Given our acquaintance, let me offer you some advice. No matter who you hire, be it Li Yizhou or a public defender, you are destined for the death penalty. Whether it's by firing squad or lethal injection, that is another matter entirely. A flicker of terror crossed Zheng Daguang's face. That is impossible, Captain Han. You needn't try to intimidate me. Lawyer Li has assured me that I was extorted. Even if I am sentenced, it will likely be a suspended death sentence, Zheng Daguang asserted with conviction. A suspended death sentence? Is that what Li Yizhou told you? Han Weigo scoffed. You're quite naive. He is only after your money. If he were to tell you that regardless of the lawyer you choose, you'd be facing the death penalty, would you still pay him such a hefty fee? Zheng Daguang fell silent, his expression revealing signs of internal conflict. Life is neither excessively long nor short. While we all face death eventually, one ought to die with purpose. You have no children. When you close your eyes for the last time, who will remember you? Han Weigo spoke earnestly. Zheng Daguang remained silent, the interrogation room enveloped in a heavy stillness. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze. Captain Han, please don't frighten me. I should be able to see my lawyer soon, right? At that moment, there was no trace of fear on Zheng Daguang's face. Han Weigo smiled, lighting a cigarette, smoking leisurely while casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Daguang. Their eyes met, and instead of flinching, Zheng Daguang appeared almost smug, as if he had seen through the facade. Han Weigo straightened his posture, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. Zheng Daguang, I told you that you're foolish, yet you refused to accept it. Do you think we would come to see you if we hadn't gathered any evidence? To be frank, we have already apprehended Chen Shufan. Why have you arrested her? This has nothing to do with her. Zheng Daguang exclaimed, agitated. Han Weigo tapped the cigarette box against the table, urging him to calm down. Your agitation is irrelevant. We rely on evidence and testimonies. So think carefully. I reiterate, this is your only opportunity. Zheng Daguang fell into silence once more. I demand to see my lawyer. He suddenly declared. Han Weigo chuckled, certainly. Seeing your lawyer is your right. However, not at this moment. According to legal protocol, your lawyer must file a request with us, and we will arrange a meeting within 48 hours. But Zheng Daguang, given your understanding of our police force, do you believe we want to uncover the information we seek within that time frame? Zheng Daguang's brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Han Weigo exchanged a glance with me, seemingly confident in his approach. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of tension, Zheng Daguang's resolve returned. I want to see my lawyer, he enunciated deliberately. Han Weigo and Appo's brow furrowed deeper as he slammed his hand on the table. Zheng Daguang, it seems you won't shed a tear until faced with the coffin. I've given you the chance, but if you don't value it, then the consequences are on you. Zheng Daguang remained as unyielding as a dead pig indifferent to boiling water. Let us go back. Sometimes it's futile to reason with a stubborn fool. Han Weigo remarked, nudging me as we made our way back to the car. Master, are we really leaving just like this? I asked, feeling a sense of injustice. Han Weigo smiled. I never intended to extract a confession from Zheng Daguang. Instead, when we return to the station, you can call Li Yizhou and inform him that we can arrange a meeting with Zheng Daguang. According to regulations, we need to have personnel present for supervision, so you should accompany them. Being new, Li Yizhou wanted to be overly cautious. I understood Han Weigo's intentions, nodded in agreement, and got into his car. Chapter 59. Interrogation. As Han Weigo's vehicle entered the precinct, they coincidentally encountered Brother Gui and Sister Jiao. Sister Jiao assisted Chen Shufan out of the car. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she led Chen Shufan inside. Old Gui, why have you only just returned? Han Weigo inquired. Brother Gui nodded. Chen Shufan went to see your son. We refrained from intervening in front of him and waited until he entered the school building before bringing her back. Han Weigo patted Brother Gui on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the effort. I followed them into the precinct's office building. Chen Shufan was escorted into the interrogation room, with Han Weigo and Sister Jiao overseeing the proceedings. My brother and I, along with Lin Nan, stood behind the one-way mirror adjacent to the interrogation room, listening to the dialogue through headphones for observational learning. Chen Shufan, I believe this is your first time in this room, Han Weigo casually remarked. To my surprise, Chen Shufan appeared remarkably composed, betraying no signs of anxiety. Captain Han, you summoned me to assist with the investigation. Wasn't Zheng Daguang apprehended by you? What further purpose do you have for me? Chen Shufan queried. Nothing of great consequence. It is simply a standard procedure to verify some details with you, Han Weiguo replied. Chen Shufan nodded in understanding. Tell us about your relationship with Zheng Dagwan. Are you well acquainted? Han Weiguo continued. Chen Shufan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and responded, I met Zheng Dagwan at the market. Noticing my family's financial struggles, he tended to look after me when I purchased meat from him. We gradually became acquainted, exchanging greetings and small talk when we crossed paths. Han Weiguo nodded, prompting further inquiry. What is your perspective on his alleged murder of Fan Xinghua? When I first heard the news, it was quite shocking. Zheng Dagwan has always seemed affable. I never imagined he would commit such an act. Chen Shufan replied. According to Zheng Dagwan, Fan Xinghua had previously extorted him due to your association. Were you aware of this? Han Weiguo asked. Chen Shufan nodded. Yes, I advised him. I told him we are innocent. Let him say whatever he wishes. After my counsel, Zhang never mentioned Fan Xinghua's harassment again. I believe Fan Xinghua must have tried to extort money a few times without success and eventually ceased. Zheng Dagwan, given that you two had no substantial ties, why did he tolerate such behavior? Han Weiguo sighed. Chen Shufan remained silent. Han Weiguo turned to Sister Jiao, lamenting. It's unfortunate that despite being in the right, this situation has escalated to such dire consequences. It seems Zheng Dagwan cannot escape a death sentence. Chen Shufan's expression tightened. Isn't there a possibility of a suspended death sentence? Han Weiguo abruptly turned to her. Suspended death sentence? How do you know this? Have you consulted a lawyer? Chen Shufan hesitated, shaking her head. I haven't asked, but I've heard it discussed in the market. Everyone knows Fan Xinghua's character. They claim he got what he deserved, and that Zheng Dagwan should receive a suspended death sentence. Chen Shufan, you appear quite concerned about Zheng Dagwan and Appo's trial outcome, Sister Jiao interjected. Chen Shufan paused, then replied. It's not concern, Peresi. You all are aware of my family's circumstances and Fan Xinghua's nature. Frankly, his death is a relief for me. Zheng Dagwan is a good person. It would be a grave injustice for him to sacrifice his life for someone like Fan Xinghua. Han Weiguo sighed again. Indeed. Who can argue against that? Even if he were to receive a suspended death sentence, it's troubling. Chen Shufan, do you understand what a suspended death sentence entails? Chen Shufan responded. I've inquired. It's a death sentence that is deferred for 2 years. Exactly, Han Weiguo affirmed. Though it may seem he is spared from death, it largely depends on his behavior in prison. If he behaves well, the death sentence could be commuted to life imprisonment. In essence, he would be confined for the rest of his life, which is akin to death. Isn't it said that good behavior can lead to a sentence reduction? Chen Shufan asked nervously. Han Weiguo glanced at her. Oh, it appears you've done some research. Let me calculate. Zheng Dagwan is around 40 years old, correct? Even if he receives a suspended death sentence, after 2 years of good behavior, he might be commuted to life imprisonment. If he continues to behave well, he could be released after 25 years. Add that up, and he would be in his 60s upon release, a life without children or family, essentially a wasted existence. In my opinion, it would be better for him to face immediate execution and be done with it. Chen Shufan remained silent. Yet her expression revealed a hint of inner turmoil. Han Weiguo scrutinized her, asking, Chen Shufan, don't you wish to voice anything? Although Zheng Dagwan has taken your husband's life, from another perspective, he has liberated you. Chen Shufan hesitated, seemingly on the verge of articulating a thought, but ultimately withdrew her words. Very well, since you have nothing further to convey, you may leave now. Thank you for your cooperation. Should we require any further information, we will reach out to you, Han Weiguo concluded. Sister Jiao approached and assisted Chen Shufan from the interrogation chair. Oh, and Chen Shufan, I must inform you that you cannot leave Linjiang for the time being. Your identification is under surveillance, and you want to be able to purchase train tickets. Han Weiguo added suddenly. Chen Shufan nodded as Sister Jiao escorted her from the interrogation room. Han Weiguo then entered our room next door. Master, are we just letting her go? We have substantial evidence. We could simply proceed with the charges. I expressed my confusion. Han Weiguo waved his hand. The evidence is compelling, but not conclusive. It only indicates that Zheng Dagwan tampered with the crime scene, but it does not definitively implicate Chen Shufan. Then why bring her in at all? Lin Nan queried, puzzled. Han Weiguo smiled. To intimidate the tiger by shaking the mountain. With that, he turned and departed, leaving me and Lin Nan in a state of bewilderment. My brother clasped my and Lin Nan's shoulders, grinning. Initial brother, Big Nan, did you two not catch on? Brother, what does Han mean by intimidating the tiger by shaking the mountain? Lin Nan asked. We huddled together, and my brother explained, today. Han intended to bring Chen Shufan in to gauge her reaction. Moreover, as you heard, he repeatedly emphasized the potential sentencing for Zheng Dagwan. Based on Chen Shufan's reaction, it's clear she is perturbed. If she is involved, what do you think is her primary concern? To see a lawyer. I blurted out. Provide your reasoning. My brother prompted. If she is indeed implicated, her first priority would be to ascertain whether Zheng Dagwan and Oppos. Sentencing aligns with what Master has indicated. Secondly, she may reassess her strategy and potentially seek a confession for leniency, but this hinges on her trust in the lawyer to provide her with clarity. If she is truly involved, that lawyer would undoubtedly be Lee Ijo. I replied. My brother gave me a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Chapter 60. Does he think I'm foolish? Lin Nan and I followed second brother back to the office, where Big B and Sister Jiao were absent. Upon seeing Han Wei was seated in the office, I recalled the matter he had discussed with me at the detention center. Master, didn't you ask me to inform Lee Ijo that he could meet Zheng Dogwan? Should I give him a call now? I inquired as I stepped into the captain's office. Han Wei waved his hand dismissively, no rush. Let us wait for Big B and Shuang Miango to return. I nodded and exited the office, returning to my desk. As the afternoon drew near to the end of the workday, Big B and Sister Jiao returned. Seeing them, Han Wei emerged from the office. Big B and Sister Jiao were gulping down water from their thermoses. So, any developments? Han Wei asked. Sister Jiao set down her thermos and replied, Honda. You guessed correctly. Chen Shufan went home for a quick visit, just about 10 minutes, before heading straight to the Yuano law firm. Although we didn't tea in her. I suspect she went to see Lee Ijo. Han Wei smiled slightly and patted my shoulder. Chugo, call Lee Ijo now and set a time to meet Zheng Dogwan. No? I replied, somewhat astonished. Shouldn't the lawyers have already left for the day? Han Wei confidently stated, it's fine, call him now. If my instincts are correct, you'll be able to meet tonight before 8. Though skeptical, I followed the contact information Lee Ijo had left and dialed his number. Han Wei and Amp. Oppos. Foresight proved accurate. Lee Ijo proposed we meet at the detention center at 7:30. At 7:25 that evening, I arrived at the Linjiang City Detention Center, where a Volvo S80 was parked outside the gate. Just as I parked my vehicle, Lee Ijo stepped out of the luxury sedan. Observing his pricey imported car contrasted with my police-branded Jetta left me feeling slightly unsettled. My vehicle hardly surpassed Han Bin's, though the police livery offered some semblance of dignity. It still revealed the car's original dark red hue upon opening the door. Lee Lawyer, you arrived early, I said as I got out of the car. Lee Ijo, impeccably dressed in business attire with his hair neatly styled, extended his hand. Officer Fu, right? It's a shame we couldn't chat longer due to the rush, he said. I hesitated to shake his hand, feeling it might be impolite, yet I did so reluctantly. Did you come alone, or did Captain Han accompany you? Lee Ijo inquired. No, he is busy at the station. Time is of the essence, shall we? I responded. Lee Ijo nodded and gestured for me to follow him. We submitted our respective paperwork to the detention center and soon met Zheng Dogwan in the visitation room. Lee Ijo asked Zheng about the events leading to his arrest, and Zheng recounted everything truthfully. After noting Zheng's account, Lee Ijo closed his notebook. Mr. Zheng, rest assured, we will exert every effort on your behalf. As I mentioned when I accepted your case, we will strive to achieve a satisfactory outcome, Lee Ijo assured him. Zheng Dogwan expressed his gratitude with a nod. As we exited the visitation room, I turned to Lee Ijo. What exactly do you mean by a satisfactory outcome? Lee Ijo smiled. Nothing much. As lawyers, we operate on the principle of providing value to our clients. It's business. We ensure our clients feel secure, and that is how we maintain our practice. ISNT it? Outside the detention center, Lee Ijo bade farewell first. Watching his Volvo drive away, I finally started my vehicle. Upon returning to the station, I found most of the team had already left for the day, except for Han Wei and Lin Nan, who were waiting for me, one for my report, the other to head back to the dormitory together. So what did they discuss? Han Wei asked. I recounted the entire meeting with Zheng Dogwan and Lee Ijo. Master, Lee Ijo didn't say much to Zheng Dogwan. It was all quite compliant and legal, I remarked, puzzled. Han Wei chuckled. I didn't expect him to be so cautious around you. However, it is understandable. If Lee Ijo could say anything in front of the police, he wouldn't be Lee Ijo. What shall we do now? I inquired. Han Wei pondered for a moment before replying. Chen Shufan's visit to Lee Ijo indicates her involvement in the case. Even if she isn't the perpetrator, she is at least an accomplice. Lee Ijo has clearly conveyed information to Zheng Dogwan, so he must have communicated something to Chen Shufan beforehand. Convey information? What information? I asked, feeling perplexed. Didn't you just mention? Lee Ijo assured Zheng Dogwan that they would achieve a satisfactory outcome. This outcome likely refers to what he promised Zheng upon accepting the case. I suspect it pertains to a suspended death sentence or life imprisonment. During the prosecution, he will undoubtedly push in that direction, Han Wei explained. If that is the case, I believe there is a significant chance Zheng Dogwan will take the fall. His choice of such a prominent lawyer clearly indicates he is seeking to save his life, I stated. Han Wei nodded. Your trip was indeed worthwhile. Thankfully you went. Had anyone else gone, Lee Ijo would never have said that final line. I was taken aback and asked, Master, does that mean Lee Ijo thinks I'm foolish? Han Wei patted my shoulder and laughed. He has already taken you seriously. I felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. Now that we have a general understanding of the situation, the most crucial task is to find direct and compelling evidence. All right, it's getting late. Let us return and rest, Han Weigwa concluded. Upon returning to my seat, I couldn't shake Han Weigwa's words from my mind. So much so that I didn't hear Lin Nan calling me. Noticing my lack of response, Lin Nan came over and tapped me gently. Let us go, Chugo. It's time to head back to the dormitory, he said. I snapped back to reality. Oh, Don, you go ahead. I want to check the surveillance footage from Kaisha Street Market. I have nothing to do at home. I'll accompany you, Lin Nan replied. He pulled up a chair beside me as I opened my laptop and retrieved the surveillance video copied from the market. In the footage, at 6:20 a.m. on October 4th, Chen Shufan appeared, engaging in brief communication with a merchant before sitting aside. At 6:25 a.m., she exited the frame. Returning at 6:45 a.m., and 5 minutes later, everyone began their tasks. Dawn, I didn't notice this during the first viewing. But Chen Shufan was absent for 20 minutes. I turned to Lin Nan and asked. Lin Nan pointed at the monitor. Sister Zhao already queried Chen Shufan about this. She claimed she went to the restroom. Besides, 20 minutes is just enough time for her to make a round trip home. Where would she find the time to commit murder and set up the scene? Lin Nan's reasoning was sound, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, and I found myself staring blankly at the monitor. Chapter 61. Discoveries in the surveillance footage. Hey, you two haven't left yet? What are you doing? Han Weigwa suddenly appeared before Lin Nan and me. Honda. Chugo wanted to check the market surveillance, Lin Nan replied. That's not right. Someone has changed. I suddenly exclaimed. What do you mean someone has changed? Why the alarm? Han Weigwa approached, inquiring. I pointed at the monitor and said, Master, look, this Chen Shufan has been replaced. Replaced? What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Han Weigwa looked at the monitor, puzzled. I hastily grabbed the mouse and adjusted the progress bar. Master, look. The person sitting on the steps resting has taken off her mask, and we can confirm it is Chen Shufan, but this person moving the goods is not her. I continued to manipulate the progress bar. Not her? How can you be so sure? Han Weigwa asked, scrutinizing the frozen frame. Socks. I adjusted the image, Master, see? When Chen Shufan was resting here, a part of her white sock was visible. But look here, this person has a black or dark blue sock. Moreover, Chen Shufan disappeared from the surveillance for 20 minutes, and her excuse was going to the restroom. If she merely went to the restroom, why would she change her socks? Han Weigwa took the mouse and adjusted the progress bar himself. After a moment, he straightened up. Well done. Shugo, you've observed meticulously. Did you receive special training at school? Han Weigwa praised. No. I learned from an old police officer who told me that regardless of the case's magnitude, objectivity, comprehensiveness, and meticulousness are paramount. He once identified the tracks of a lost sheep among hundreds of hoof prints. As I spoke, a tinge of sorrow welled within me. Such an exceptional officer searching for sheep seems like a waste of talent, Lin Nan remarked, somewhat perplexed. I did not respond to Lin Nan's comment. And Han Weigwa redirected the conversation back to the surveillance footage. You are correct. It appears Chen Shufan has played a trick on us. A classic case of switching identities. Han Weigwa stated. Lin Nan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Honda, Shugo, does this mean that Chen Shufan could have been missing for more than 20 minutes? Could she have gone back during that time to kill Fan Xinghua and then called Zheng Dogwan for assistance in handling the scene? If so, who is this person? I believe the process of the murder is likely similar to our previous assumptions. Perhaps Chen Shufan did not initially intend to kill Fan Xinghua, but after returning home and getting into an altercation with him, she acted in a fit of rage. Following the incident, she sought help from Zheng Dogwan, who assisted in staging the scene and formulating a strategy to deal with our investigation. Han Weigwa explained. Master, it seems we must locate this individual. Once we identify them, all our questions will be resolved. I asserted. Han Weigwa glanced at his watch and said, You are right. Without delay, we should head to the market early this morning. This individual appears proficient in their work, likely a professional in unloading goods. From our previous investigation, Chen Shufan was the only female loader at the market. Thus, this person should be a man of similar stature to her. At around 1 a.m., Han Weigwa led Lin, Nan, and me to the vegetable market. By this time, large trucks loaded with fruits and vegetables had arrived, and the market was gradually becoming bustling. Shugo, Lin Nan, do you have the physical characteristics of that person noted? Han Weigwa inquired. Yes. Lin Nan and I replied in unison. Good, then let's split up. Unloading workers are typically quite strong, so you both must prioritize your safety. Han Weigwa cautioned. Rest assured, Honda. Lin Nan confidently replied. Don't worry, Master. Perhaps influenced by the previous encounter with Zheng Dogwan, my response lacked Lin Nan's assurance. All right. Whoever finds him should call over the intercom. Do not take action on your own. With that, Han Weigwa handed us each a walkie-talkie equipped with an earpiece. The three of us entered the market, embarking on our search along three distinct paths. In the surveillance footage, the individual appeared to be of similar height to Chen Shufan, noticeably shorter than the others, which might explain why she chose to substitute him. Nevertheless, amidst the throngs of people in the market, compounded by the dim lighting and similar attire of the loaders, identifying this person proved to be a considerable challenge. A sudden idea struck me. I approached a truck where a loader was finishing unloading the last box. "Excuse me, sir, could you help me with some information?" I called out to him. He glanced at me, and I quickly pulled out a cigarette, offering him one. "Who are you inquiring about?" the man asked, taking the cigarette and placing it in his mouth. I lit it for him and said, "I have a fellow villager working here as a loader, but I lost the paper with his name and phone number. I can't quite recall his name, but I know he is short, around 1.6 meters. Do you have anyone like that here? Your fellow villager? Lee, the little guy? From your accent, you don and amp, oppos, T sound like a southerner," the man replied suspiciously. I quickly responded, Yes, his surname is Lee. I'm from the south, but I grew up in the northeast. My accent has changed." The man seemed satisfied with my explanation and pointed towards the northwest. "Try looking over there. He should be near the green onions." I thanked him profusely and hurried towards the northwest direction. The northwest area was the vegetable zone, where a truck from Shandong was unloading green onions. A few loaders were in the process of unloading, and soon I spotted the short loader. I brought the microphone of the walkie-talkie close to my mouth. "Master, Lin Nan. I've located the target at the northwest section of the market, vegetable area, C16. Received. On our way." A few minutes later, Han Weiguo and Lin Nan arrived sequentially, and I waved them over. "Where?" Han Weiguo inquired. I pointed to a loader standing beside a pile of green onions, his height almost matching the bundle. "Let's go find him," Han Weiguo said, patting my shoulder. As we approached the individual, Han Weiguo displayed his credentials. "Police, we need to ask you a few questions. Please come with us." The man wore a mask, but his nervousness was evident in his eyes. "What is this about? I still have work to do." His southern accent was unmistakable. "Stop for now. Cooperating with the police is your obligation," Han Weiguo asserted sternly. The man waved his hand dismissively. "I've only done half the work. How will my payment be calculated?" Han Weiguo pondered for a moment and replied, "Come with us first. Your payment is guaranteed. If your boss doesn't pay, I will." The man followed us, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Han Weiguo led him to our vehicle, and Lin Nan and I sat on either side of him in the back seat, while Han Weiguo occupied the front passenger seat, turning to face him. "What is your name? Where are you from?" Han Weiguo asked. "My name is Jiang Mingyang from Sichuan," the man replied timidly. Whether it was being surrounded by us or Han Weiguo's intimidating demeanor, the already diminutive Jiang Mingyang seemed to shrink even further. "Okay, I will present a refined version of the text you provided, focusing on enhancing the language and removing extraneous elements." Chapter 62. The diminutive porter in the marketplace. Han Weiguo produced a cigarette, extending it to Jiang Mingliang. "Care for a smoke?" Han inquired. Jiang Mingliang demurred with a wave. "No, thank you. What's this about?" "Work dwindles after this hour. I have a matter to discuss with you," Han Weiguo stated directly. "Be forthright and avoid complicating things for yourself." On the morning of October 4th, between 6 and 7 o'clock, were you unloading goods at the Xiaogong family's poultry stall? October 4th, morning? Jiang Mingliang muttered, then hesitated. "Ah, yes. No, I wasn't." Han Weiguo's expression darkened, Jiang Mingliang's deception palpable. "Let me be frank. You are aware of the events that transpired on Kaisher Street on the 4th. Do not offer misguided loyalty at your own expense." Han Weiguo warned, his tone grave. Jiang Mingliang equivocated, then conceded, "This matter has no bearing on me. I was merely substituting for Chen Shufan. She mentioned that the proprietor remunerated her more generously due to her being a woman, and she instructed me to ensure the proprietor did not discern my presence." Lin Nan and I shared a moment of elation, though Han Weiguo's countenance remained inscrutable. "Relate the entire sequence of events," Han Weiguo pressed. "When did she approach you? And what were her exact words?" Jiang Mingyang recounted, his gaze lowered. "On the 4th, I was awaiting employment in the market. As a non-local, I am often outpaced by the residents, so my opportunities diminish after 6. That morning, around 6:30, Chen Shufan sought me out to take her place. She explained that the poultry vendor paid her an additional 15 yuan due to her gender, and to maintain the illusion, she provided me with her towel to wear. Did her colleagues not detect the substitution? Han Weiguo probed. "No, I remained taciturn throughout the work. Upon completion, Chen Shufan settled the account with the proprietor and compensated me." Jiang Mingyang replied. "Jiang Mingyang, upon learning of the events surrounding Chen Shufan's family, did you not harbor suspicions? Why did you not apprise the authorities?" Han Weiguo inquired. "Chen Shufan informed me that her son was returning to school and she had neglected to provide him with living expenses. I gave it little thought. Moreover, as an outsider, I wish to avoid entanglement. My opportunities in the market are already scarce. Meddling would further jeopardize my prospects," Jiang Mingyang lamented. Han Weiguo stated sternly. "Be advised that your statements are being recorded. Should we ascertain any concealment or falsehoods, you may be subject to criminal prosecution. I have uttered no falsehoods. I have spoken only the truth. Jiang Mingliang insisted. Very well. Provide us with your contact information. You are dismissed. We may require your cooperation in the future. Han Weiguo instructed. Jiang Mingliang recited his telephone number. Lin Nin retrieved her mobile phone and dialed the number. As the ringtone echoed, Lin Nin exited the vehicle. Hold a moment. Han Weiguo interjected as Jiang Mingliang prepared to depart. What was the remuneration for today's labor? Han inquired. 30 yuan. Jiang Mingliang responded. Han Weiguo extracted 30 yuan from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Mingliang. Here, to compensate for the disruption to your work. Jiang Mingliang accepted the money and departed. Han Weiguo conveyed Lin, Nan, and me back to the precinct before driving away. He did not disclose the ensuing arrangements, but I surmised that Qin Shufan would soon be apprehended. Indeed, the following morning, neither Sister Jiao nor Debi were present. Shortly after 9:30, Qin Shufan was escorted into the station, her wrists bound by handcuffs, a departure from her previous appearances. Within the interrogation room, Han Weiguo, accompanied by Sister Jiao, commenced the interrogation, while the Nan and I observed from the adjacent room, as per protocol. Name? Sister Jiao demanded, her countenance grim. Qin Shufan. Age? 37. With the preliminary formalities concluded, Han Weiguo assumed the lead. Qin Shufan, are you cognizant of the reason for your presence here today? Han Weiguo inquired. Qin Shufan smoothed her hair, displaying none of the cooperation she had shown Sister Jiao. She remained silent, as if deaf to the question. Han Weiguo emitted a sardonic chuckle. It appears you are already aware of the situation. Let us dispense with pretense. We possess a comprehensive understanding of the events that have transpired within your family. Whether you choose to speak is immaterial to us. Qin Shufan remained impassive, unmoved. Qin Shufan, what was the purpose of your visit to Yuanzhou law firm yesterday? Han Weiguo inquired. Qin Shufan started, yet remained mute. Were you seeking legal counsel? It is curious, is it not, that Zheng Daguang and Apos, defense attorney is Li Yizhou, of Yuanzhou law firm. Did you both happen to select the same firm? Han Weiguo asked, feigning patience. Slap. Sister Jiao slammed her hand on the table, bellowing, Qin Shufan. Answer the question. Now, why the agitation? Let us proceed at a leisurely pace, Han Weiguo chided, tapping the table before Sister Jiao. Qin Shufan lowered her gaze, averting her eyes from Han Weiguo and Sister Jiao. Qin Shufan, I am privy to your internal deliberations. Your collusion with Zheng Daguang is irrefutable. We possess ample evidence. If you desire, I can furnish you with a detailed exposition. You are presented with two alternatives. First, be complicit with Zheng Daguang and face prosecution for intentional homicide. Second, be honest. The truth of Zheng Daguang's involvement is known to you. If you insist on shielding him, consider the ramifications for yourself, Han Weiguo declared. Though Qin Shufan remained silent, her agitated wringing of her fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Qin Shufan, through our numerous interactions, I have come to understand you. We harbor a degree of empathy for your situation. However, should you squander this opportunity, consider the consequences you will face. I presume Li Yizhou has apprised you of the potential outcomes. Your son is exceptionally gifted. If you wish to have the opportunity to see him again, reflect upon my words. I grant you 3 minutes. Should you maintain your silence, the interrogation will conclude, and we will proceed with the case without your testimony. You will forfeit this opportunity. Han Weiguo's tone was even, yet his words carried the weight of a mountain. As the seconds elapsed, Qin Shufan remained silent, her head bowed, while Han Weiguo and Sister Jiao observed her intently. 2.5 minutes have elapsed, Han Weiguo announced, glancing at his watch. Gather your belongings. Wait, Qin Shufan exclaimed. Raising her head, Han Weiguo retracted his movement and regarded Qin Shufan, awaiting her statement. I confess, I committed the act. Qin Shufan's psychological defenses crumbled in that instant. With composure, Han Weiguo adjusted his posture, signaling Jiao Jie to commence recording. Relate the entire sequence of events, Han Weiguo instructed. Qin Shufan's countenance bore a weathered aspect, disproportionate to her years, appearing gaunt. On the morning of the 4th, I recollected that I had neglected to provide my son with his living expenses the previous night before his departure. It was while awaiting work at Xiaogong's establishment that this realization dawned upon me. In pursuit of additional earnings from loading and unloading, I arranged for a substitute to assume my duties at the market, while I myself returned home, Qin Shufan recounted. At what hour did you arrive home? Han Weiguo inquired. Approximately 6 or 7 in the morning. I did not consult a timepiece, but it was in that vicinity, Qin Shufan replied. Han Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, proceed. Upon my return, I retrieved the funds earmarked for my son's sustenance from the drawer, intending to deliver them to him. At this juncture, Fan Xinghua awoke and demanded the money upon observing it in my possession. I asserted that it was designated for our child's welfare, to which he retorted that he cared not, as the son was not his own. He endeavored to seize the funds, but I resisted. He then resorted to physical violence. In exasperation, I seized a utility knife from the table. I declared to Fan Xinghua that he must relinquish the money, lest I stab him to death. I had anticipated that Fan Xinghua would be intimidated, but contrarily, he remained unfazed and verbally assailed me, goading me to proceed with the act. He advanced toward me, intending to strike me, whereupon I brandished the knife, inadvertently slicing his neck. Chen Shufan elucidated. Subsequently, what transpired? Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan paused to regain her composure before responding. I was overcome with trepidation and discarded the knife. Fan Xinghua convulsed on the ground, and fearing his survival. I seized a hammer from beneath the table and struck his head. Provide a more precise account, indicating the specific location and the number of blows delivered, Han Weiguo instructed. I struck him slightly above the forehead, delivering 3 blows, after which he ceased all movement. Chen Shufan stated. Following the demise of Fan Xinghua, what actions did you undertake? Han Weiguo inquired. Upon witnessing Fan Xinghua's death, my mind was rendered blank. Upon regaining my composure, I contacted Zheng Daguang and informed him of my transgression. He counseled me to remain calm and await his arrival. I remained at home until Zheng Daguang arrived. I confessed to him that I had committed murder and expressed concern that I would be executed, imploring him to care for my son. Zheng Daguang demurred, asserting that he would devise a solution. He assisted me in changing my attire and inquired whether anyone had observed my return home. I divulged to him that I had procured a substitute for my duties. He deemed this fortuitous and instructed me to promptly return to the market, instructing me to maintain that I had remained there continuously if questioned. Chen Shufan recounted. Did Zheng Daguang not articulate his intentions? Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan shook her head. No, he did not disclose anything at that time. He instructed me to change into work attire and leave the blood-stained garments at home. After which I returned to the market. At approximately 9:20, Zheng Daguang sought me out at the market and instructed me to return home and contact the authorities, claiming that the residence had been burglarized and cautioning me against entering the premises. Did Zheng Daguang not disclose his actions after your departure? Han Weiguo inquired. He did not divulge anything at that time. Initially, I hesitated to return home, but he persuaded me at length. I expressed apprehension about inadvertently divulging the truth, to which he advised me to simply recall the precise time and location of my work that morning, emphasizing that I had not returned home. Subsequently, I complied with his instructions. Upon arriving at my residence, I observed that the door had been forced open and contacted the authorities, Chen Shufan replied. Subsequently, what transpired? What further plans did Zheng Daguang orchestrate? Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan began to weep, stating, in the evening, I proceeded to his residence on Kaisher Street and inquired as to the course of action. He stated that the police would inevitably uncover the truth and that the only means of safeguarding me was for him to assume responsibility. He asserted that a son could not be deprived of his mother and that he had consulted with legal counsel, who advised that such circumstances would result in a suspended death sentence at most, and that with good behavior, he would be released after a decade or so, provided that my son and I would provide for his care in his later years. And you acquiesced? Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan sighed. Initially, I demurred, asserting that implicating him in this matter would be unjust, and that I would bear the consequences of my actions, imploring him only to care for my son. I asserted that he had no offspring and that my son would become his own, providing for him in his twilight years. Zheng Daguang retorted that the penitentiary was not a conducive environment for a woman and that it was preferable for me to remain outside to care for the child, and to assume his butcher stall, and furthermore, Han Weiguo pressed, observing Chen Shufan's hesitation. Furthermore, Zheng Daguang stated that he had already staged the scene, asserting that the police were too astute to evade and that his assumption of guilt was the optimal course of action. Chen Shufan stated. Did you not inquire as to the precise manner in which he had staged the scene? Han Weiguo inquired. I did inquire, but Zheng Daguang did not disclose the details, asserting that the less I knew, the more likely I was to deceive the police, and that excessive knowledge would increase the likelihood of exposure, Chen Shufan stated. Han Weiguo chuckled, remarking to Jiao Jia, it is remarkable that Zheng Daguang, despite his coarse exterior, possesses such a meticulous mind. Jiao Jia reciprocated with a smile, whereupon Han Weiguo turned his attention back to Chen Shufan. Chen Shufan, what is the true nature of your relationship with Zheng Daguang? What motivates Zheng Daguang to assist you in such a manner? Homicide is no trivial matter and can result in capital punishment, Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan paused in silence before responding. I have visited Zheng Daguang and Appo's residence, and we have engaged in intimacy. Both Han Weiguo and Jiao Jia, as well as Lin Nan and myself, who were observing from the adjacent room, comprehended the meaning of Chen Shufan's euphemistic reference to intimacy. For how long have you maintained such a relationship? Is Fan Xinghua aware of this? Han Weiguo inquired. Chen Shufan replied, it has been over a year. He is unaware, nor does he care, provided that I furnish him with funds in a timely manner to settle his debts. He neither inquires as to my activities nor my whereabouts. How did your relationship with Zheng Daguang evolve into such intimacy? Han Weiguo inquired. Subsequent to becoming acquainted with Zheng Daguang, he invited me to his residence one day, prepared a meal, and we consumed some alcohol. Subsequently, he showed me a photograph of his deceased wife, who bore a striking resemblance to my younger self. He expressed his grief over his wife, whereupon I offered solace, and we engaged in intimacy, Chen Shufan recounted. Do you not perceive yourself as merely a substitute for Zheng Daguang's deceased wife? That Zheng Daguang's affections for you are predicated upon his longing for his late spouse? Jiao Jia interjected. Chen Shufan chuckled. At my age, what does it matter whether I am a substitute? He treats me well, and I reciprocate. That is sufficient. Han Weiguo concluded the interrogation, and Jiao Jia printed the transcript, which Chen Shufan signed and affixed with her fingerprint. Having witnessed this interrogation, I was overcome with a lang of emotions. Although I am of a tender age and lack extensive romantic experience, I am capable of empathizing with Chen Shufan. When one is in dire need of warmth, one is less concerned with whether the source is a bonfire or a conflagration. Chapter 64. The task assigned by the master having concluded the interrogation, Han Weiguo entered the adjacent room. Han, you're truly remarkable, Lin Nan exclaimed. Han Weiguo responded with a smile, remaining silent. Master, why did you not mention Jiang Mingliang's involvement? Wouldn't his testimony make it easier for Chen Shufan to confess? I inquired. Perplexed. Han Weiguo ignited a cigarette and responded. Jiang Mingliang's testimony can only substantiate that Chen Shufan was not working at the market during the time of the incident. But it does not necessarily incriminate her. But with Jiang Mingliang's testimony, it's already evident that Chen Shufan is prevaricating, isn't it? I pressed. While all the information, evidence, and testimonies we gather serve as weapons against suspects, discerning which weapon to employ for which tactic requires cerebration. Take Jiang Mingliang and Oppo's testimony, for instance. It indeed proves that Chen Shufan is dissembling, thereby bolstering our confidence in interrogating her. However, if we were to unveil the Jiang Mingliang card prematurely in that particular context, it could potentially allow Chen Shufan to seize the opportunity to evade responsibility, ultimately hindering us from obtaining the desired answers, Han Weiguo elucidated. Master, if Chen Shufan remains taciturn, how would you deploy the Jiang Mingliang card? I queried. Han Weiguo chuckled and replied. In truth, I never intended to use Jiang Mingliang against Chen Shufan at all. I was planning to utilize the Jiang Mingliang card to confront Zheng Daguang. From the moment I learned that Chen Shufan sought out Li Yizhou, I surmised that Chen Shufan had already begun to waver. All we needed to do was add weight to one side of the scale, and she would naturally incline in the direction we desire. Undeniably, whether it involves questioning witnesses or interrogating suspects, while interrogation techniques are undoubtedly crucial, it ultimately boils down to a psychological game. Whether it's the interrogating police officer or the interrogated suspect, the individual with the stronger psychological fortitude is more likely to dominate this psychological battle. Master, shouldn't we be engaging with Zheng Daguang next? I inquired. Han Weiguo nodded. Not hastily. Let him have a couple of days of respite, allowing him to unwind. Once a person's mind is at ease, they tend to contemplate more. Master, if we're not pursuing Zheng Daguang, what should we be doing? I asked. Han Weiguo responded. In the next couple of days, meticulously verify all the details of Chen Shufan's confession and organize the case files. Oh, right. Chu, you have another task. Retrieve the Fanxingwa case closure report from Director Tian. Understood. I responded. Exiting the case handling area, I ascended to the 4th floor, arriving at the entrance of the director's office. Report. I announced. Enter. Director Tian's voice resonated from within the room. I pushed open the door to the director's office, where Director Tian and an individual clad in a white shirt police uniform were seated on the sofa, sipping tea. The white shirt uniform indicated a police rank of commissioner, and the individual in question bore the insignia of a 3rd-level commissioner on his shoulders. I recognized the white shirt as Jiang Yijia, the director of the Linjiang City Public Security Bureau, who had spoken at Uncle Lin's memorial service. Director Jiang, greetings. I promptly saluted. Jiang Yijia scrutinized me, smiled, and gestured dismissively. Fu Chu, is it? It's been quite some time since you arrived in Linjiang, and this is our first encounter. Oh, no, strictly speaking, it's our second. Second? I was perplexed, rummaging through the recesses of my memory, but I had no recollection of ever having met him. Jiang Yijia nodded and chuckled. The first time I saw you, you were still wearing open-crotch pants. Ha! Director Tian joined in with hearty laughter, causing my face to flush crimson. Director Jiang, Director Tian, if you leaders are engaged in conversation, perhaps I should return later? I inquired nervously. Jiang Yijia waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. We're just old comrades having a casual chat, not official business. If you have something to say, go ahead. If you require my absence, I can take a stroll outside. As Jiang Yijia made a show of getting up, Director Tian hastily pulled him back. Hey, Director Jiang, what are you doing? Does our Nanqing Branch Bureau have anything that requires the recusal of a superior leader? Director Tian said with a smile. I quickly interjected. Well, Director Tian. My master instructed me to retrieve the Fan Xinghua case closure report that I previously submitted to you. The report needs to be redone. Your master? Jiang Yijie inquired. His curiosity peaked before Director Tian could respond. Han Weiguo. Director Tian clarified. Han Weiguo is his master? Isn't that a generational discrepancy? Jiang Yijie questioned. I was unsure of the generational discrepancy Jiang Yijie was alluding to, but I was growing increasingly nervous in the presence of the two leaders. Hey, Director Jiang. Let's just keep the titles separate. It's all for the sake of rapid growth. Director Tian said, rising from his desk to retrieve a case file and hand it to me. I've heard about you, Fu Chu. You encountered a homicide case right after arriving. And you performed admirably. Whether you've earned merit remains to be seen, but at least you didn't falter, which is quite commendable for a rookie officer, Jiang Yijie remarked. Director Jiang, Ruoxin has also performed admirably. As the director's daughter, she's persevered in one of the most demanding departments, proving that women can hold their own. Director Tian lauded. Spare me the flattery. Jiang Yijie waved his hand dismissively. I'm not afraid to admit that I had a bit of self-interest when it came to my daughter's job. I thought a girl could just handle clerical work or internal affairs, but this girl just wooed and oppos. Have it, giving me the cold shoulder. Fine, I hardened my heart. You don't want to do internal affairs? Then go to the crime scene. There just happened to be a corpse case, so I sent her there. Oh, the vomiting. This morning, I had some fermented bean curd for breakfast, and she took one look and ran to the bathroom to throw up again. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yijie and Director Tian erupted in laughter. I couldn't help but chuckle, picturing Jiang Ruoxin retching over the toilet bowl. I should have recorded Jiang Yijie and Appos' words and played them for her when I saw her again. Well, esteemed leaders, if they're and Appos' nothing else, I and Appos' I'll get back to work, I said, noticing that their laughter had subsided somewhat. All right, go ahead. Director Tian responded. Back in the office, Han Weiguo was nowhere to be found. Seeing the case file in my hand, second brother inquired curiously, Chu, what and Appos' that you and Appos' got there? I showed it to him and replied. The closure report for the Fan Xinghua case that I submitted to Director Tian. My master asked me to retrieve it because it needs to be redone. Second brother smiled knowingly and said, Chu, you've just saved your master. I was perplexed and asked, what do you mean by that, second brother? Second brother glanced out the office door and whispered mysteriously, do you know why Han asked you to retrieve the closure report from Director Tian? I shook my head. Still puzzled. Second brother blew on the tea leaves in his thermos and pointed at me. Oh, you're so dense. Han's afraid of getting a scolding. And Director Tian might even kick him. Han, you and Appos, back? Ghost suddenly shouted. Second brother scalded his mouth with the tea, hastily wiped his mouth, and sat up straight, glancing anxiously toward the door. Second brother's comical appearance elicited a burst of laughter from the office. Chapter 65. Photos from the scene. No one entered the office, and Urge let out a sigh of relief. I said, Old Gue, are you joking about poking my eyes out? My tongue is blistering. Urge extended his tongue as he spoke. Gue picked up the puncturing tool from the desk and replied, come on, let me see. It'll heal faster if we pop that blister. Urge quickly retracted his tongue. Don't be ridiculous. Gue chuckled. Urge, even though Honda isn't here, do you not fear that your disciple will report your disparaging words about his master? Urge slung his arm over my shoulder and said, a brother like Chuj, who is so righteous, would never do such a thing, right, Chuj? I nodded with a smile. Urge turned to Gue and continued, Old Gue, I'm not boasting, but even if Honda were here, I wouldn't hesitate to speak my mind. Everyone knows Honda fears Tianju. It's common knowledge in the Southern City branch. Suddenly, Gue turned away. Hey, Old Gue, what's wrong? You don't believe me? Urge pointed at Gue. Of course. He believes you, I chimed in. Just then, a voice behind us announced, Han Weiguo. Urge immediately stiffened. Honda, when did you come in? Urge asked, his face plastered with a smile. What's the matter? Did I arrive at an inconvenient time? Han Weiguo retorted, glancing at Urge. Urge waved his hands repeatedly. No. It and Appos. That's just the right time. Then continue. What were you saying about my fear of Tianju? Han Weiguo inquired. No, you must have misheard. You definitely misheard. Urge hastily clarified. Laughter erupted among the others, and Han Weiguo smiled, seemingly unfazed by the playful banter in the office. All right, let us get down to business. The case involving Fan Xinghua is nearly wrapped up. We need to discuss how to address Zheng Dogwan's destruction of the crime scene, interference with our investigation, and his suspected shielding of the perpetrator, as well as assaulting police officers. We won't deal with that just yet. For now, let's organize all the physical evidence, interrogation records, and witness statements, and expedite the request for an arrest warrant. Han Weiguo stated. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Additionally, regarding the Fan Xinghua case, the higher-ups have commended Chuj for promptly discovering crucial leads, which enabled us to apprehend the true culprit. The leadership intends to recognize Chuj's efforts once the case is concluded, so others should not harbor any thoughts otherwise. After all, he is new and deserves some extra care, Han Weigwa continued. Applause filled the office. I felt a rush of embarrassment, particularly upon realizing that Han Weigwa intended to commend me personally, which only intensified my sense of humility. Hey, Honda, what rank is the leadership considering for Chuj? Urge asked. Han Weigwa approached me, patting my shoulder. The leadership hasn't decided yet, but it should fall within the city bureau's authority. Likely a commendation or a third-class individual award. Master, please let that go. I haven't done much. If we're talking about contributions, they belong to all of us. It would be more fitting to apply for a collective award, I said, still feeling a twinge of guilt. Han Weigwa chuckled. Chuj, there is no need to feel pressured. Whenever someone in our squad is recognized, it's a collective honor for us all. Moreover, for a collective award, our case's specifications might not suffice. It's all right, Chuj. Once you receive more awards, you'll get used to it. If you still feel pressured, how about this? When the reward money comes in, you treat everyone to a meal. Urge suggested, laughing. All right, treating everyone to a meal is definitely doable. I replied with a smile. Now, let us get back to work. Chuj, you and Urge should organize the photos of the physical evidence. The prosecutor's office has many issues, so remove any unrelated photos to prevent them from saying we submitted irrelevant material, Han Weigwa instructed. I nodded as he turned and returned to his office. Urge handed me some materials and photographs. Chuj, I'll give you this half. It's simple. Just match the photos to the contents of the scene investigation report. Urge said. Urge, why don't you give me everything? I can handle it all at once, I suggested as I accepted the materials and photos. Urge waved his hand. No way. Honda said it himself. If I give you everything, he'll think I'm bullying the newcomer. Haha. I chuckled, taking the materials and photographs back to my desk. As I examined the photographs taken during the scene investigation, I felt as though I had been transported back to that moment, thanks to the objective and comprehensive nature of the investigator's images. After sorting through over a dozen photographs, I came across images from Zheng Dogwan's residence. It was also an old house, not much newer than the area around Keishuji, with decor reminiscent of the 1990s. One photograph captured the television cabinet in Zheng Dogwan's home, featuring an old-fashioned color television atop a DVD player, with a glass door cabinet underneath, its door ajar, revealing numerous DVD discs inside. I found myself lost in thought as I gazed at the photograph. What are you pondering? Urge asked, having approached my side without me noticing. Huh. I jolted back to reality. What has you so engrossed? I've called your name several times. Urge inquired. Feeling a bit awkward, I paused before speaking. Urge. Did you go to Zheng Dogwan's house during the search? Urge nodded. Of course, I went with Goei and the others. Urge, could you take me there? I asked. Urge looked at me in surprise. Why? Did you discover something? I can't say for sure. Just take me to see it, I replied. All right, then inform Honda. Urge said. I nodded and approached Han Weigwa's office. Master, I'd like to visit Zheng Dogwan's home. I began. Han Weigwa looked up at me. What do you want to do there? Is there something you need? I can't specify just yet. I have a question I need to verify, I explained. Fine. Go ahead. I have a matter to attend to with Tianju shortly. See who is available to accompany you, Han Weigwa said. Urge will accompany me. I replied. Han Weigwa waved his hand. Then you may go. Urge drove me to a small community named Green Garden. I had seen Zheng Dogwan's address in the case file. Unit 203. Building 2, Green Garden. Urge unlocked the door with Zheng Dogwan's key. Standing at the entrance, I recalled the photographs I had just seen, matching them to the furnishings within the room. I donned shoe covers and gloves and approached the television cabinet. I opened the cabinet doors and pulled out stacks of DVD discs, which filled the cabinet. There must have been hundreds. I picked them up one by one, reading the titles before setting them down, repeating the process. Chuj, what are you looking for? Urge asked, puzzled. I remained silent, hastening my pace, noticing my lack of response. Urge curiously picked up one of the discs I had set aside, glanced at it, and then returned it. Urge, something's not right, I suddenly exclaimed. Urge replied with a puzzled and turned to look at me, his eyes filled with questions and confusion. Chapter 66, Zheng Dogwang and Amp. Oppo's DVD collection. The second brother crouched down, retrieving a few more discs. Rookie, what's the deal? What's wrong with these discs? He inquired. I held up the discs, responding, second brother. Look at these DVDs. Once Upon a Time in China, Swordsman, The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain. All right, rookie, I can read. What are you trying to say? The second brother asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Second brother, I was present during Zheng Dogwang's interrogation. He claimed he learned how to set up the scene from TV dramas, stating he enjoyed watching crime shows. But look at his collection, they're all wuxia films. If he truly enjoyed crime dramas, how could he not have a single one? I asked, gazing at the second brother. The second brother paused for a moment, then dismissed it. Hey, rookie, is that all? What does it have to do with our case? We have the confession and the evidence. The next step is to approve the arrest and prosecution. What does it matter what kind of films Zheng Dogwang watches? I set down the discs and stood up. Second brother, consider this. If Zheng Dogwang doesn't have a penchant for crime dramas, where did he learn all his counter-investigation tactics? I think something's amiss here, I said, furrowing my brow. Amiss? What could be amiss? The second brother asked, puzzled. I can't say for sure yet. Let's head back to the station first. I want to report this to my mentor, I suggested. The second brother nodded. Back at the station, the second brother and I went straight to Han Weiguo's office. You're back? Any discoveries? Han Weiguo asked as we entered, preempting my explanation. Mentor, I found some DVDs in Zheng Dogwang's TV cabinet. Mentor, remember how Zheng Dogwang said he liked watching crime dramas, so he learned some techniques to stage the scene and mislead us? I stated. Han Weiguo nodded. Yes, I remember. He said that in the interrogation room, and it's in the transcript. What about it? Mentor, I looked at the DVDs in his TV cabinet. They're all wuxia films. Not a single crime drama. This is highly unusual, I declared. Unusual? How so? He could have watched them and thrown them away or given them to someone else. Han Weiguo countered. That's possible, but wouldn't there be at least one? I'm convinced Zheng Dogwang lied about this, I asserted. Han Weiguo paused, then turned to the second brother. Hey, second brother, what's your take? The second brother chuckled, responding, Chief Han, I share your sentiments. I don't see any issue. What kind of TV show Zheng Dogwang enjoys isn't particularly relevant to our case. Perhaps Zheng Dogwang was afraid we'd find a lot of crime dramas in his house, which would lead us to suspect he tampered with the scene to mislead the police. So he picked them all out and threw them away. Impossible. I remained firm. Mentor. Second brother, think about it. If, as the second brother suggests, Zheng Dogwang disposed of all those crime dramas, then why didn't Apos he dispose of the murder weapon? Given he had the time? The crowbar is bulky and hard to carry, but what about the hammer and the utility knife? Especially the utility knife. He could have slipped it into his pocket and tossed it anywhere. Han Weiguo nodded. Indeed, the rookie has a point. We've already established that Zheng Dogwang is taking the blame for Chen Shufan, so he deliberately created clues to draw suspicion to himself. He left the murder weapon at home so we could discover it promptly, further solidifying his guilt. If that's his intention, then he's even less likely to dispose of the discs. Exactly, Mentor. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a third party involved in this case. And this third party likely guided Zheng Dogwang's actions. He knew Zheng Dogwang had a habit of watching DVDs, so he instructed him to attribute all his actions at the scene to what he learned from TV dramas when facing our interrogation. However, he didn't know Zheng Dogwang's true preferences, and time was short. He didn't have time to prepare crime dramas DVDs for Zheng Dogwang. I explained. The second brother exclaimed, Chief Han, could this person be Li Yizhou? This guy has been a criminal defense lawyer for so many years. He knows our investigation methods inside and out. If he were to provide off-site guidance, it would be even more direct. Han Weiguo waved his hand. No, Li Yizhou accepted the commission on October 5th. According to our investigation, he had no contact with Zheng Dogwang before that, so it's impossible for him to have provided off-site guidance during the crime. Then who could it be? It can't be Chen Shufan, right? I don't think she has the ability, given her education level. The second brother wondered. Suddenly, a name popped into my head, but I couldn't accept the idea. Seeming to notice my distraction, Han Weiguo called out, Hey, rookie, what are you thinking about? I snapped out of my reverie, paused, and then said, Mentor, is it possible that it's Fan Tiandong? Fan Tiandong? Han Weiguo asked, surprised. He's just a high school senior. Does he have the capacity for this? Besides, even if he does, he was at school during the crime and knew nothing about what was happening at home. How could he have guided Zheng Dogwang? Han Weiguo and Apos' words relieved me. Considering Chen Shufan and Apos' attitude towards her son, she would never have voluntarily told him about this matter. Chief Han, rookie, Idon and Apos, do you think we need to rack our brains so much? Let Apos just ask Zheng Dogwang directly. The second brother suggested. Han Weiguo waved his hand. No. We won't get anything out of Zheng Dogwang by asking him directly like that. He's willing to take the blame for murder. He certainly won't crack so easily. Then let's ask Chen Shufan. She's suspected of intentional homicide, and I think she wants to save her life the most right now. We can definitely get something out of her. The second brother said confidently. Han Weiguo smiled wryly. You can forget about Chen Shufan. Once someone like her chooses to confess, she's prepared to die. It's unlikely she'll implicate anyone else. Oh right. Chief Han, Zheng Dogwang doesn't know that Chen Shufan has already confessed. Should we inform him? The second brother suddenly realized. I've got it. I suddenly exclaimed. Mentor, let's go see Zheng Dogwang now. I want to use Chen Shufan's confession as a pretext to talk to him. You're going to talk to him? Do you have a way to make Zheng Dogwang talk? Han Weiguo asked, looking at me with some skepticism. I smiled. Mentor, I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. Han Weiguo smiled as well. We won't know if it works unless we try. Whether he talks or not won't affect the transfer of the case. Go see him. Consider it practice. I nodded, suddenly feeling nervous. This nervousness was different from the fear I felt when facing Zhang Dogwang's ferocity. The fear then was mixed with terror, but the pressure I felt now, though no longer accompanied by fear, was no less daunting than facing that glinting blade. Chapter 67, The Chivalrous Spirit of Zhang Dogwan in the Evening. At the detention center of Linjiang City, I met Zhang Dogwan once more, accompanied by Han Weigua. In merely a few days, Zhang Dogwan appeared significantly more gaunt. Zhang Dogwan. We have come to know each other to some extent. As the saying goes, one must engage in a fight to truly know a person. I must admit, I admire your chivalrous spirit, I began. Zhang Dogwan glanced at me, seemingly disappointed, and chose not to respond. I pressed on, as for you. We have conducted extensive work to understand you better. Those who know you speak highly of your integrity, suggesting you possess a sense of chivalry akin to that found in martial arts novels. Do you not secretly wish to embody a character like those heroic figures? Zhang Dogwan lifted his gaze momentarily, but quickly lowered it again without uttering a word. To be honest, I too have harbored such dreams. As a child, I was captivated by Indapos, the smiling, proud wanderer Indapos, and aspired to be Ling Hu Chong, a master swordsman who champions justice. Particularly, his Indapos, evil-repelling sword manual Indapos, is truly remarkable. I also enjoyed demigods and semi-devils. Although it seems everyone favors Qiao Feng, I personally prefer Su Zhu with his one-yang finger technique. So stylish. I animatedly gestured. Zhang Dogwan smiled slightly. Officer Fu. Ling Hu Chong practices the Dugu 9 swords, while it is not Su Zhu who wields the one-yang finger but rather Duan Yu, the young master of Dali. Ah, yes, my apologies. I chuckled awkwardly. No wonder you exude such a heroic aura. Surely you have indulged in numerous martial arts films? When you have the chance, do recommend some for me. I could use them to pass the time after work. Not a problem. Let me assure you, from the spring and autumn period to the late Qing dynasty, from the tales of sleeping on firewood and tasting bitter to the Heaven and Earth Society's rebellion, I am well versed in all martial arts films. Zhang Dogwan boasted proudly. I nodded in approval and gave him a thumbs up. By the way, Zhang Dogwan, I recall you mentioned your fondness for detective shows. Do you have any recommendations for me? Or perhaps you could share how you learned to stage a crime scene. Which television series inspired you? I jested. Zhang Dogwan's expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? You were so lively a moment ago. Why the sudden silence? I inquired. After a brief pause, Zhang Dogwan replied, those were all from a long time ago. I can't recall the names now. You can remember all those tales from the spring and autumn period in the Indapos, Heaven and Earth Society, Indapos, yet you can't Indapos. Do you recall a single detective show that you've applied your learning to? That seems improbable. I scrutinized him. Zhang Dogwan hesitated. I was watching. Zhang Dogwan, I advise you to think carefully before answering. To be candid, I graduated this June. While I may not yet be proficient in police work, becoming an officer has been my lifelong dream, largely influenced by television dramas. Do not try to pass off vague hearsay with me, I said, my tone stern. It seemed I had closed off his last avenue of escape. As Zhang Dogwan bowed his head in silence, Han Weigua glanced at me, and I subtly shook my head. Zhang Dogwan, I forgot to mention earlier that Chen Shufan has been formally arrested. She has confessed to her criminal acts. Although you did not kill Fan Xinghua, you have obstructed the investigation, tampered with the crime scene, and assaulted an officer. These charges you must still bear, Han Weigua stated. Upon hearing Han Weigua's words, Zhang Dogwan's body trembled, and he abruptly looked up, astonished at both of us. No, don't listen to Chen Shufan's nonsense. It was all me. I did it all. Zhang Dogwan insisted repeatedly. Enough, Zhang Dogwan. Stop pretending to be a hero. Even heroes must adhere to the law. If I were you, I would take the time to study how to defend against charges of obstructing justice and assaulting an officer when your lawyer arrives, Han Weigua advised. Zhang Dogwan instantly appeared despondent. Regarding your relationship with Chen Shufan, she has shared that with us. I can understand both you and her. One has been widowed for many years, the other has endured abuse. It is indeed a tale of two star-crossed lovers, Han Weigua reflected. Alas, it is a pity for Chen Shufan's son, who excels academically. With his father deceased and his mother imprisoned, what will become of him? I interjected. Suddenly, Zhang Dogwan raised his head. Captain Han, how long do you think someone in my situation will be sentenced? He asked. That is uncertain. The specifics of sentencing are determined by the court, Han Weigua replied coldly. With that, Han Weigua patted my shoulder and said, let us wrap this up and head back. I stood up, preparing to leave with Han Weigua. Captain Han, I want to see my lawyer. Just as he was about to be taken away, Zhang Dogwan suddenly made his request. Han Weigua turned back and said, no problem. Just submit a request to the guards at the detention center, and you will be able to see him. I followed Han Weigua out of the detention center. Master, if Li Yizhou comes to see him, do I still need to come back? I inquired. Han Weigua waved his hand. No need. Zhang Dagwan has lost his significance. So, did you gain anything from your conversation with him? Initially, I had not, but now I do. I replied. Han Weigua turned and smiled at me. You sly one. Trying to keep me in suspense? I scratched my head and chuckled. No, master, it's just that I now strongly suspect that this matter is related to Fan Tiandong. Fan Tiandong. Elaborate. Han Weigua replied. Master, I intentionally mentioned Fan Tiandong in front of Zhang Dagwan to gauge his reaction. I believe Zhang Dagwan harbors deep feelings for Fan Tiandong, perhaps even more profound than we have come to understand, almost akin to a father-son bond. When you informed him of Chen Shufan's arrest, he initially reacted normally, but he quickly shifted his concern to how long he might be sentenced. I suspect he is considering the implications for Fan Tiandong, I explained. Han Weigua nodded. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Zhang Dagwan and Chen Shufan are engaged in a game of mutual sacrifice. Both are valuable to one another, yet one must protect the other, as the one being protected bears the responsibility of caring for Fan Tiandong. What a pity, I lack evidence linking this matter to Fan Tiandong. Zhang Dagwan and Chen Shufan and Appo's S-bond is incredibly strong, leaving me uncertain about how to proceed. I lamented. Han Weigua patted my shoulder. Well, it's commendable that you can think of this so soon after joining the criminal investigation team. With that, Han Weigua opened the car door, preparing to get in. I suddenly halted and said, Master, I wish to seek out Fan Tiandong. Chapter 68. The burden too heavy to bear. Han Weigua hesitated for a moment before getting into the car. I followed suit, yet he did not start the vehicle immediately. Chugo, do you think you can extract anything from Fan Tiandong? Han Weigua turned to me and inquired. I paused, slowly shaking my head. I feel we currently lack direct evidence to implicate Fan Tiandong. If we approach him without any solid proof, I worry it might adversely affect the boy. With his father deceased and his mother imprisoned, he is already quite unfortunate. Moreover, this is a critical moment for him. I believe we should exercise caution. Han Weigua advised earnestly. As a father himself, his concerns were understandable. Lacking such experiences, I wondered if one day, should I become a parent, I would feel the same way. Master, I see your point. I will ponder over it further, I replied. Han Weigua smiled. All right. Let us set aside that matter and discuss Zhang Dagwan. Why do you think he is so willing to bear such a heavy burden? Master, after several encounters with Zhang Dagwan, I have gleaned some understanding of him. Although I am not well versed in psychology, we studied criminology in school. From that perspective, various aspects of a criminal's social structure and life can influence their behavior, such as family background, marital status, educational history, cultural level, occupational traits, and economic conditions, I responded. Han Weigua displayed a hint of approval. Not bad, but it remains too theoretical. Be more specific. Zhang Dagwan lost his wife early on and has not remarried since, indicating he is quite sentimental. His low educational background, combined with the nature of his occupation, makes him rather straightforward in dealings. Additionally, his cultural interests, particularly his fondness for martial arts films, suggest he yearns for a chivalrous ideal. Thus, when confronted with orphans and widows, it naturally ignites his inner desire for justice. Making his actions understandable, I elaborated. The term orphans and widows fits well. Chen Shufan killed Fan Xinghua, so she and Fan Tiandong are indeed orphans and widows, Han Weigua chuckled. I offered an awkward smile in response. All right, it's getting late. Shall we head back? Han Weigua suggested. Before long, his car entered the precinct's compound. You can clock out now. I am heading home as well. It's nice to leave early today and put my daughter to bed, Han Weigua said with a smile. I nodded and exited the vehicle, watching as he drove away. The next day, I had breakfast in the cafeteria before arriving at the office. Urge leaned closer. Hey, Chugo. How did it go yesterday? Did you manage to get anything from Zhang Dagwan? I shook my head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Urge patted my shoulder in reassurance. It's all right. The case has progressed sufficiently. Even if someone is advising Zhang Dagwan, what can we do if we find that person? They could simply claim it was a casual chat. Just like Li Yizhou, who has engaged in such conversations frequently, and we have no means to act against him. Urge, don't lead Chugo astray. Be careful. Or Han will deal with you. Guegu interjected from the side. Urge chuckled sheepishly. Here you go. Guegu tossed Urge a few evidence bags. What is this? Urge asked. Items collected during the crime scene investigation. After ruling them out of the case, they need to be returned to the homeowner. I noticed you seemed free, so I'm handing them to you, Guegu replied. Hey, Guegu, the male homeowner is deceased, and the female homeowner is in custody. Who am I supposed to return these to? Urge asked, surprised. Guegu shot him a glance. They still have a son, don't they? Find a time to deliver it to him. Sighing, Urge lamented, that poor child, his father is dead, and his mother is in trouble. What a miserable fate. Enough with the lamentation. Why don't you just take that boy in? You're single, after all. You get a free 18-year-old son. Guegu teased. Get lost. Urge retorted, throwing a marker at Guegu. Give it to me. I've interacted with Fan Tiandong before. I can ask him when he is free to pick it up, I suggested to Urge. Urge smiled. Ah, the new recruit is quite proactive. Well then, I'll leave it to you. I grinned as I took the evidence bag from Urge. Upon examining the bag, I noticed the contents were minimal: a key, a pair of gloves, and a few cards resembling bank cards. Out of curiosity, I pulled out the cards. 5 in total. 4 were bank cards from different banks, and one was a library card from the South District Library. Hey, Gu, whose bank cards are these? I asked, holding the cards up. Gu glanced at me. The one from the construction bank is under Chen Shufan's name. The agricultural, postal, and industrial and commercial bank cards belong to her son, Fan Tiandong. And what about this library card? I continued my inquiry. Gu chuckled. Chugo, do you even need to ask? Do you think Chen Shufan and Fan Xinghua have that level of education? It belongs to Fan Tiandong. Nodding, a thought suddenly struck me. Urge, Gu. I need to step out for a moment. Please inform my master when he arrives. With that, I placed the library card back into the evidence bag, pocketed it, and swiftly left the office. The South District Library was not far from our unit, roughly a 20-minute walk. Upon my arrival, the library had just opened. Approaching the front desk, I presented my credentials. Hello, I am from the South District Criminal Police Team. I would like your assistance in checking this library card. I handed the card to the staff member. The attendant took the card and asked, Officer, would you like to check? I'd like to know the card holder's name and their borrowing history, I replied. The staff placed the card on the reader, and after a moment, responded. The card holder is Fan Tiandong. Please hold on for the borrowing records. My system is a bit slow. I nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, he seems quite studious. So many borrowing records. The staff member remarked, looking at the computer screen. May I take a look? I inquired. The staff member nodded, turning the screen towards me and handing me the mouse. As I scrolled through the records, a sudden shock surged through me. Excuse me. Could you print this record for me? I asked the staff member. Certainly, please wait a moment. After a brief wait, the printer spat out several pages. Here you go, the attendant said, organizing the pages and handing them to me along with the library card. Thank you. I smiled, accepting the papers. As I walked back to the unit, a heavy feeling settled in my heart. Though I had been suspicious of Fan Tiandong's involvement, deep down, I genuinely wished to clear his name. At that moment, those pages felt heavier than my own heart, as if they bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. Chapter 69. Will he return home? Upon returning to the office, I found everyone engaged in their respective tasks, while Han Weiguo sat at his desk. Approaching the door to the captain's office, I knocked gently. Han Weiguo glanced up and gestured for me to enter. This morning, Ergo mentioned you had stepped out. What was your purpose? Han Weiguo inquired. Master, I visited the South City Library. I wanted to show you something. I responded, placing the printed borrowing records before him. What is this? Han Weiguo asked, picking up the stack of papers. Master, these are the borrowing records of Fan Tiandong from the library. I replied. Han Weiguo skeptically leafed through the pages. As he reached the latter half, his brow began to furrow. Forensic notes, forensic toxicology, the corpse speaks, criminal procedure law, investigative logic methods, criminal technology tutorial, he murmured, contemplating the titles. These are specialized studies? He remarked, somewhat astonished. I nodded. Master, it seems my earlier suspicions were not unfounded. Fan Tiandong must have been the one guiding Zheng Dogwan. After a moment of silence, Han Weiguo waved his hand dismissively and said, these borrowing records alone cannot serve as conclusive evidence. It is possible that Zheng Dogwan or Chen Shufan borrowed these books using Fan Tiandong's card. Master, I believe it unlikely for either of them. Zheng Dogwan barely completed middle school, and Chen Shufan only possesses a primary education. I doubt they could comprehend such specialized literature. However, Fan Tiandong, being an excellent student, would have no trouble understanding these texts, I asserted confidently. Han Weiguo remained silent for a moment, his expression pensive. The borrowing dates for these books are roughly a year prior to the incident. If we follow your reasoning, does that imply Fan Tiandong had been plotting this for at least a year? Master, I think there is a possibility, though I am reluctant to accept this reality. Consider the book Forensic Toxicology. If his only aim were to fabricate a scene, there would be no need for him to borrow this book. It seems quite likely that Fan Tiandong had long been planning to poison Fan Xinghua, I replied. Han Weiguo nodded thoughtfully, given that his mother had long suffered domestic violence, and he himself might have also been subjected to abuse by Fan Xinghua. Such thoughts were not surprising. Yet, he reiterated, but again, this alone cannot be deemed direct evidence. I understand, Master. To speak candidly, I personally do not wish to implicate Fan Tiandong. Had this murder not occurred, he could have attended a prestigious university that would have transformed his fate. I expressed, a sense of despondency creeping into my voice. Han Weiguo regarded me thoughtfully and replied, Chugo, have you heard the saying, and Oppos, mercy does not command troops, and kindness does not guide the police and Oppos. I comprehend your sentiments. Since graduating from the police academy in 1995, I have served as an officer for 15 years, encountering hundreds of cases. Not all suspects are heinous villains. Some crimes arise from desperation. However, we cannot allow our empathy for the suspect to obscure the truth. This is a principle that we, as police officers, must uphold. I nodded, feeling a tinge of shame. I will remember, Master. Han Weiguo waved his hand, encouraging me to lighten up. What are your thoughts moving forward? Do you intend to approach Fan Tiandong directly? Master, I do not wish to make contact with him at this moment, I replied. Han Weiguo looked at me in surprise. Weren't you eager to meet him before? Now that there are signs, why the sudden hesitance? Master, if Fan Tiandong is indeed involved, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. As you mentioned, these borrowing records cannot serve as direct proof. I believe he must also be well equipped to handle our investigation, so I must find irrefutable evidence. I explained. Han Weiguo smiled approvingly. Progress is evident. How do you intend to uncover this evidence? I pondered for a moment before responding. Master, let us assume Fan Tiandong guided Zheng Daguan. Yet Fan Tiandong does not possess a mobile phone. After Chen Shufan committed the act, it is unlikely she could contact Fan Tiandong immediately. How then could he have instructed Zheng Daguan? Were they perhaps in collusion from the start? Did the three of them devise a plan together beforehand? That is a possibility we cannot dismiss, Han Weiguo acknowledged. Setting aside the details of the crime, Chen Shufan killed Fan Xinghua, and from how Zheng Daguan arranged the scene to his arrest, followed by our discovery of Chen Shufan. It appears the entire operation was meticulously orchestrated. Accomplishing this within a mere 2 to 3 hours, particularly without proper communication, would be quite challenging. However, Master, if they had premeditated this, they should have chosen a more secure method. Take Zheng Daguan, for instance. He is a butcher and possesses transportation. Even if he dismembered Fan Xinghua, disposing of the remains discreetly would be feasible. Even if we discovered body parts, tracing them back would require considerable effort. Yet, given the circumstances, I lean towards the notion of a crime of passion rather than a premeditated act. I expressed a hint of doubt in my tone. Han Weiguo nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound, but we currently lack evidence. All the material evidence and testimonies we have at our disposal could form a closed loop of evidence. Even if we were to close the case now, the documentation would be more than sufficient. But there are still uncertainties. We cannot simply conclude it here, can we? I exclaimed. Han Weiguo chuckled. That is not my intention. I have already reported to Chief Tian. This case will not be closed for now. He also concurred, but he has set a deadline. Today is the 9th, Saturday, and we must have a resolution by next Wednesday. What? I gasped. What's with the surprise? 4 days is ample time, Han Weiguo remarked. No, Master. You said today is Saturday? I questioned. Han Weiguo looked at me in astonishment. The calendar is right here. See for yourself. Master, if today is Saturday, does that mean school is not in session? I continued to inquire. Han Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. Due to the National Day holiday, Saturday is a regular working day for schools. Tomorrow is Sunday, a day off. I exhaled deeply. Whether or not there is a holiday has little bearing on our duties as criminal investigators. Why do you concern yourself with this? Han Weiguo asked. Master, if school is indeed closed tomorrow, do you think Fan Tiandong will return home? I asked earnestly. Han Weiguo replied. The school may be closed, but his father is deceased, and his mother is in our custody. What reason would he have to go home? No, Master. You forget, Fan Tiandong is still unaware of the situation at home, especially regarding his mother. Even if he knows about his father and Appo's murder, he is certainly oblivious to his mother and Appo's arrest. I believe he will surely return home tomorrow, I asserted confidently. Han Weiguo turned to me, leaning closer. Chugo, do you have any thoughts on whether he will indeed return home? I turned to face Han Weiguo, replying, Master, I believe we should stake out at the school entrance and observe whether Fan Tiandong returns home, or to which home he might go. Chapter 72nd follow-up. Han Weiguo glanced at the time. How about this, Chuj? This afternoon, you and Urge should go over, with Urge driving. He said. All right, I replied. Han Weiguo turned his gaze towards the door and called out, Urge, come here for a moment. Urge quickly entered Han Weiguo's office, asking, What's up, Honda? Well, this afternoon, you will accompany Chuj to the experimental high school. You two can communicate the specifics among yourselves. Han Weiguo instructed. Although Urge was unsure of the purpose of the visit to the experimental high school, he nodded in agreement. After receiving the car keys from Sister Lien and finishing lunch, Urge took me on our way. On the route to the experimental high school, I shared the situation with Urge, who nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Hondo is right. Life is filled with various helplessness, yet the law remains the ultimate boundary. This applies to everyone. Urge stated solemnly. This was the first time I witnessed this serious side of him. Usually, he was carefree and jovial. Urge parked the car outside the gates of experimental high school, and we sat inside, gazing towards the entrance. Chuj, does it really matter where Fan Tiandong goes? Urge suddenly inquired. Well, if Fan Tiandong has a day off tomorrow, where do you think he would go after school today? I posed a question. Oh, home, of course. Where else could he go? I'm not concerned about where he goes. What's it to us if he returns home or not? Urge replied, puzzled. Urge, can you take a guess at which home he would return to? I turned to ask him. Urge glanced back at me and remarked, considering his family and Appo's living conditions. Do you think they could possibly have a second house? Before I could respond, Urge seemed to realize something. Oh, I see. You're asking whether he is heading to 43 or 58 Kaisher Street, right? He exclaimed. I smiled and nodded. Urge chuckled. Well done, Chuj. Fan Tiandong has always been an outsider. He is unaware that his father has passed away and that his mother has been arrested. If he doesn't return to 43 but goes directly to 58, it indicates he is aware of the situation at home and knows his mother resides in the unit belonging to Zhang Dogwang at 58 Kaisher Street. In that case, he must clarify this matter. After finishing his statement, Urge took a swig from a half-empty bottle of water in the car. Urge, keep an eye on things. I'll step out for a moment, I said as I opened the car door. Not far from the school, there was a shopping street where Han Weigua had previously brought me for noodles. I purchased a few bottles of water and a couple of packs of cigarettes from a small supermarket, since waiting around was both time-consuming and exceedingly dull. After paying, I returned to the car. Hey, I thought you couldn't sit still and needed to stretch your legs. You shouldn't be spending money like this when the elder brother is present. Urge waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Urge. Money is meant to be spent, I replied, handing him a bottle of water and a pack of cigarettes. Knowing that Urge smoked red Nanjing, I bought him a pack while I opted for a hard pack of Shangbation. Urge hesitated, refusing several times, but I insisted and placed the cigarettes in his hands. I tore open the packaging of Shangbation and took one out. Oh, Chuj, how can I accept this? You buy this for me while you smoke hard pack Shangbation? Urge remarked, shaking the red Nanjing in his hand. I chuckled. I'm used to it, Urge. The wafting smoke quickly filled the car with a familiar scent, conjuring an image of a person holding a cigarette in one hand and a porcelain teacup in the other. As evening approached, the area in front of the school began to bustle with parents arriving to pick up their children. Watching the increasing crowd made me anxious. I kept peering out, fearing that if I lost focus, Fan Tiandong might slip by unnoticed. Sensing my tension, Urge reassured me. Hey, Chuj, there's no need to be nervous. The high school seniors haven't been dismissed yet. Around 6 o'clock, the third-year students finally emerged from the school. My gaze fixed on the departing students, and eventually, I spotted Fan Tiandong. Urge, over there. That's Fan Tiandong, the boy in the black jacket and white baseball cap. I pointed into the distance. Let us go. Urge replied as he opened the car door. I pulled a hat from my bag and placed it on my head. This marked my first time following someone. Well, to be precise, my second. Nevertheless, I felt a flutter of nerves. Urge, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected as he followed suit. Fan Tiandong neither hailed a taxi nor headed towards the bus station. So Urge and I were compelled to abandon the car and walk. The experimental high school was a fair distance from Kaisher Street, and on foot, it would take at least an hour. I speculated that Fan Tiandong was merely trying to save a few coins on public transport. Maintaining a safe distance behind Fan Tiandong, Urge walked across the street. We strategically switched positions at intervals, a technique in following that minimizes exposure. This method not only prevents drawing attention when the target crosses the street but also reduces the risk of being detected, given the unpredictable nature of outdoor environments. As I predicted, Fan Tiandong and Appo's trajectory led him towards Kaisher Street. With this realization, my heart began to race. An hour and 5 minutes later, Fan Tiandong arrived at the entrance of Kaisher Street. He paused in front of the fruit and vegetable wholesale market, causing my heart to sink. I hadn't anticipated this. He was unaware that his mother, Chen Shufan, had been apprehended. If he entered the market, he might learn from others that his mother hadn't shown up for work in several days. Urge, observing my anxiety from across the street, pressed his hand down against his chest in a calming gesture. I attempted to quell my rising tension, yet it felt as though my breath had halted. I fixed my gaze on Fan Tiandong standing before the market entrance, silently urging him, don't go in, don't go in. Finally, I exhaled a long sigh of relief as Fan Tiandong turned and walked away from the market, heading deeper into Kaisher Street. On our side of Kaisher Street, which bore odd-numbered addresses, if he maintained his course, his destination would likely be 43. If he intended to visit 58, he would need to cross the street to Urge's side. As we passed 37, 39, and approached 41, I noted that 41 and 43 were separated by a small alley. For Fan Tiandong to reach home, he would have to turn right in front of 41. And if he were headed to 58, he would either need to cross the street directly or continue walking for a ways before crossing to reach 58. At this moment, I distinctly felt my heart racing, while Urge across the street also halted, watching Fan Tiandong's direction. I came to a stop in front of 39. Glancing toward Fan Tiandong, who was now at the alley's entrance, Chapter 71 Farewell to Fan Tiandong. Fan Tiandong stood at the entrance of the alley, casting a brief glance inside before continuing on his way. A few minutes later, he paused by the roadside, and after a truck passed, he crossed the street. At No. 58, Kaisher Street, I met my second brother at the entrance of the building, yet we did not ascend. After approximately 5 minutes, footsteps resonated in the hallway. Before long, Fan Tiandong descended the stairs, only to be intercepted by my second brother and me. We brought Fan Tiandong back to our team, where my second brother handed the car keys to Daming, instructing him to retrieve the vehicle. Considering Fan Tiandong was still a student, we proceeded to question him in the reception room. Fan Tiandong, do you remember me? I inquired. He nodded, recalling, yes, you came to the school to find me. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Fu, and this is my colleague, Qin. We have a few matters to discuss with you, I stated. Fan Tiandong regarded my brother and me with a calm demeanor, revealing no hint of anxiety. Fan Tiandong, what were you doing at number 58, Kaisher Street? I asked directly. I went to see a friend of my mother, he replied. Your mother's friend? Which friend? I pressed further. Fan Tiandong glanced at me and answered. His name is Zheng Dagwan. He sells pork at the Kaisher Street market. Why did you not return home first, but instead went directly there? I continued. I noticed the lights were off at home and figured my father was gambling again. I hadn't had dinner, so I thought of going to Uncle Zheng's for a meal. He explained. Did you often dine at his home before? I queried. Fan Tiandong nodded. According to Zheng Dagwan, his apartment has always been rented out and only recently became available. How could you have frequently dined there? I scrutinized him. Fan Tiandong was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. I don and Appos. No, I only began visiting him recently, during the National Day holiday, he replied. I had to admit, his quick responses compelled me to reassess this newly matured young man before me. There is something I feel is necessary to mention, from a legal standpoint. You are now an adult and should possess a certain level of emotional resilience, correct? I observed him closely. Fan Tiandong met my gaze, saying, Officer Fu, please just tell me what you need to say. I nodded. On the 4th of this month, the very first day of your holiday, your father, Fan Xinghua, was murdered. The reason I did not inform you during our initial meeting was primarily to avoid interfering with your studies. Fan Tiandong remained remarkably composed. You appear unfazed by this news. Did you already know? I asked. He sighed and shook his head. No, but whether he is alive or dead holds no significance for me. Since I can remember, it would have been better had he not existed at all. I was not surprised by his response. In fact, had he displayed shock or profound grief, I would have suspected it to be an act. In truth, I know he is not my biological father. To him, I was merely referred to as little bastard. Since I entered middle school, I had long ceased to acknowledge his existence. Fan Tiandong continued. Are you not curious about who killed your father? Who murdered Fan Xinghua? I probed. Fan Tiandong regarded me, stating, in my view, this person is a hero who eliminates harm from society. If given the chance, I would like to meet him. Has he already been captured by you? I refrained from answering his question and instead asked, Fan Tiandong, do you have anything to say regarding the relationship between Zheng Dagwan and your mother, Chen Shufan? You imply they may have an improper relationship? I do not know, but even if they do, I believe my mother has the right to pursue happiness. If she can be with Uncle Zheng, I sincerely wish them well. Fan Tiandong asserted. I remained silent, observing my second brother as he recorded Fan Tiandong and Appos' statements on the keyboard. Suddenly, Fan Tiandong spoke up. Officer Fu, you Don and Appos, think Uncle Zheng killed Fan Xinghua, do you? I looked at him, asking, what makes you say that? He responded, you just inquired about the relationship between Uncle Zheng and my mother, which must mean that Uncle Zheng is somehow involved in Fan Xinghua's death. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so concerned about their relationship. Fan Tiandong. No wonder your academic performance is exceptional. You are indeed quite astute. If Zheng Dagwan did kill Fan Xinghua, would you still wish to see him, as you mentioned earlier? I asked. Fan Tiandong nodded resolutely. Yes, not only would I want to visit him, but if he avoids the death penalty, I would also wait for his release to care for him in his old age. You truly seem grateful to him, Don and Appos. To you? I remarked as I scrutinized Fan Tiandong. He suddenly appeared taken aback. If? What do you mean by if? It isn't Uncle Zheng who killed Fan Xinghua? I nodded, affirming, you are correct, based on our investigation. We have sufficient evidence to prove that Zheng Dagwan is not the one who killed Fan Xinghua. Then who is it? Fan Tiandong's demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly anxious. I cleared my throat and stated, Fan Tiandong, as a family member, you have the right to be informed. The suspect in the murder of Fan Xinghua has been formally arrested, and that person is your mother, Chen Shufan. Impossible. How could it possibly be my mother? You must have made a mistake. It cannot be her. Fan Tiandong exclaimed, growing agitated as colleagues standing guard quickly moved to steady him. Please remain calm. I understand your emotions. It is difficult for anyone to accept such a reality, but it has happened, and your mother, Chen Shufan, has confessed to all the criminal acts. I explained. Fan Tiandong lowered his head, curling into himself, and after a moment, he buried his face in his hands and wept. I picked up a tissue from the table and approached him. After approximately 10 minutes, he wiped his eyes. Officer Fu, when can I see my mother? He asked. His eyes reddened. I am very sorry, but not at this moment, I replied. Fan Tiandong nodded, a bit disheartened. After a brief silence, he said, Officer Fu, if there is nothing else, I would like to return to school. At this hour, the school has closed. How about this? You can stay with us tonight. And I will take you back to school in the morning, I suggested. I instructed Sister Lien to prepare a meal, but Fan Tiandong declined, choosing instead to work on his homework alone in the reception room. Han Wei will enter the adjacent room, observing Fan Tiandong through the window. Sure Fu, what are your thoughts? Han Wei asked. Master, this Fan Tiandong is quite quick-witted. I worry that directly questioning him about the case may give him an advantage to prepare. So we must find concrete evidence as soon as possible, I replied. Han Wei nodded. I just observed your conversation. This lad is indeed sharp. But that only confirms your suspicions. Your concerns are not unfounded. Noticing my silence, Han Wei turned to me. What is it? Is there something you don't understand? I paused for a moment before responding. Master, I fear I may have been mistaken. Chapter 72. He bought a knife hearing my words. Han Wei was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? He inquired. Master, it appears I was initially mistaken. I thought Fan Tiandong provided some counter-surveillance guidance to Chen Shufan and Zhang Dogwan. However, based on Fan Tiandong's recent reaction, I suspect he might be directly involved in the case. I replied. Han Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Are you implying that Fan Tiandong murdered Fan Xinghua? I nodded in affirmation. Do you have any basis for this assertion? Han Wei asked. I paused before responding. Master. When I mentioned Zhang Dogwan to Fan Tiandong, he displayed no reaction, as if he was already prepared. Yet, when I asserted that the true culprit was not Zhang Dogwan, but his mother, Chen Shufan, his reaction was not one of incredulous shock. Although he feigned surprise, I sensed a hint of guilt and disappointment in his eyes. Guilt and disappointment? I can understand the guilt, as you suggested. Chen Shufan took the blame for him, leading to his feelings of remorse. But where does the disappointment stem from? Han Wei questioned. I replied, Master, I believe Fan Tiandong thought his scheme was flawless. In his design, Zhang Dogwan was meant to bear all the blame. However, reality has proven his plan to be utterly flawed, with Zhang Dogwan cleared of suspicion, while Chen Shufan faces imprisonment. This reaction indicates that Fan Tiandong bears significant culpability. That makes sense, at least the motive is understandable. If Fan Tiandong is indeed the perpetrator. Initially Zhang Dogwan took the blame, but when that failed, Chen Shufan, as a mother, could very well act to shield her son. Han Wei mused. But the pressing issue is that we lack evidence. I pondered for a moment and asked, Master, what did Chen Shufan say about the murder weapon? The wallpaper knife. Han Wei replied. Chen Shufan explained the origin of the weapon. She works in unloading and uses a wallpaper knife for unpacking. That knife was one of several she used. Why do you ask? Is there an issue with the weapon? Master, if I recall correctly, the wallpaper knife had a green handle, correct? I inquired. Han Wei nodded yes. There are photos in the office. The knife is with the evidence department. You can retrieve it from there. Master, I believe the murder weapon might be our breakthrough. Today, while staking out with Ergo at the school entrance, I spotted a wallpaper knife identical to the murder weapon at a nearby convenience store. Adjacent to where we last had ramen, I said. Han Wei furrowed his brow and then stated, Chugo, go fetch the photo of the weapon. I will wait for you in the parking lot. Soon, I returned with the photo and found Han Wei already in the car, which he promptly started. He drove directly to the detention center in Linjiang City. In the interrogation room of the detention center, Chen Shufan was brought in by two female officers. Chen Shufan, do you recognize this knife? Han Wei presented the photo to her. Chen Shufan nodded. Yes, I used this knife to kill Fan Xinghua. Han Wei acknowledged her response. You previously mentioned that you used this knife for unpacking at work, correct? Chen Shufan nodded again. Please recall how and when you acquired this knife, Han Wei probed. Chen Shufan replied, haven't you already asked? I bought this knife at a hardware store near the market. We often use them, and I've purchased many. I truly cannot remember when I bought this particular one. That's fine. Confirming it was bought at the hardware store is sufficient, Han Wei said. That I can confirm. We all go there to buy supplies. Gongshan Hardware. Chen Shufan stated. Han Wei led me back to the car, glanced at his watch, and started the engine. Leaving the detention center. When we parked again, we found ourselves near the commercial street next to Experimental High School. Han Wei patted my shoulder. Chugo, the remaining matters are in your hands. I nodded confidently and brought Han Wei to the small convenience store. Hello, owner. We are from the Nanjing Criminal Police team and would like to inquire about something. I addressed the man behind the counter. He stood up, looking at us with confusion. Could you check if this type of wallpaper knife has been sold in your store? I showed him the photo. The man examined it and replied. We do sell this type of wallpaper knife, but I cannot confirm if this specific one was sold here. I nodded and pointed to the box of wallpaper knives behind him, asking, can you bring those knives over for me to inspect? The man complied, bringing the box to me. Indeed, the entire box of wallpaper knives looked identical to the one in the photo. Officer, this type of wallpaper knife is available in many supermarkets, stationery stores, and hardware stores. Selling this is not illegal, the man explained. I remained silent, carefully examining the production batch number on the back of the knife handle. What do you think? Hanwei asked. Master, the production batch number is very close, I said, holding up one of the wallpaper knives. Hanwei nodded in agreement. I turned to the man and pointed at the cash register in front of him, asking, Owner, do you keep records of your sales? The man nodded. In that case, could you please check the sales records for this type of wallpaper knife? I requested. The man operated the cash register, filtering through the sales records. As I looked at the sales data on the computer screen, I could hardly contain my excitement and lightly tapped Hanwei's arm. Hanwei leaned in to view the screen. October 4th, 5:35 p.m., wallpaper knife, 3 yuan. He murmured, reading the information aloud. I glanced at the surveillance camera above the counter and asked, Owner, how long do you keep the footage? The man turned to check. 15 days. I felt a surge of joy and quickly asked the man to retrieve the footage from October 4th. As we watched the surveillance footage, Hanwei and I exchanged knowing smiles. Back in the car, Hanwei excitedly started the engine. Great, Shugo. This time, I can end Oppos. Wait to see how Fan Tiandong tries to evade responsibility. I paused for a moment before looking at Hanwei. Master, let us not rush. We still need a few more details, I said. Hanwei was taken aback. What are we missing? Master, the time of the crime, I replied. Hanwei's expression shifted to realization. Let us go find that teacher, Cheng Qian. Shortly thereafter, Hanwei located Cheng Qian's address, and we hurried over. Arriving at Cheng Qian and Oppo's door, Hanwei knocked. A refined-looking man opened the door. Chapter 73. The surge of suspicions. Who are you looking for? The man inquired. Good day. Is this the residence of teacher Cheng Qian? Hanwei asked. The man nodded suspiciously. Yes, and you are? Hanwei presented his credentials. We are from the South City Criminal Police Team, seeking to speak with teacher Cheng regarding some matters. Is she at home? The man opened the door wider. She is home. Please come in. Teacher Cheng Qian emerged from her bedroom, draped in a coat. Oh, Officer Han, Officer Fu, what brings you here so late? She asked. The man looked at us in astonishment. Old Ding, these two are police officers from the South City Bureau. It concerns one of our students, teacher Cheng explained. Officer Han. Officer Fu, this is my husband, Ding Wentao, a Chinese teacher at Linjiang High School. Hanwei shook hands with Ding Wentao, and we settled onto the sofa. Teacher Cheng, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. It pertains to Fan Tiandong. Let's get straight to the point. Regarding our previous inquiries, we have uncovered some information. I must clarify that cooperating with the police is a civic duty, and providing false testimony can lead to legal consequences, Hanwei stated solemnly. A flicker of panic crossed Cheng Qian's face as she fidgeted with her hands. Teacher Cheng, I can see that you care deeply for your students. But such care must never supersede the law. I would like to ask again, was Fan Tiandong present at school on October 4th? Hanwei pressed. You need to think carefully. To speak frankly, Fan Tiandong's family is involved in a homicide case. Teacher Cheng appeared taken aback but hesitated. While Ding Wentao, and we looked at her intently. Come on, at this point, what is there to hesitate about? Just tell us what happened. It's not worth getting into trouble for someone irrelevant. Ding Wentao remarked. Cheng Qian lifted her gaze and replied. That morning, he didn't attend the morning self-study session. He returned just before it ended. He came to my office and told me that he had stolen money for the mock exam from his father, who had reported it to the police. He asked me to vouch for him that he was at school the whole time. I understood his family situation and had heard about the kind of person his father is. Tiandong is a bright student. If he could excel in the college entrance examination, he might even become the top student in Linjiang City or perhaps even in Anji Province. So, I agreed to help him. What were you thinking? Just because he excels in his studies, you do whatever he asks? What is the big deal about a mere commendation? Now look, you're involved in perjury. Your teaching career is likely at an end. Ding Wentao expressed his frustration. Cheng Qian was momentarily speechless. Teacher Cheng, Mr. Ding, there's no need to be anxious. Teacher Cheng acted without full knowledge of the situation, and we should have communicated the seriousness more clearly. However, going forward, while caring for students is commendable, it must not be blind. Hanwei advised. Cheng Qian nodded repeatedly. Officer Han, thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Ding Wentao responded gratefully. Hanwei waved his hand. All right, it's late. I want to keep you from your rest. Ding Wentao escorted us to the door. Officer Han, you want to hold my wife accountable, will you? Ding Wentao asked tentatively. Hanwei glanced at him. I cannot give you a definitive answer at this moment. We will see after our investigation. If what Teacher Chung says is true, the repercussions should not be severe. Ding Wentao expressed his thanks repeatedly. I followed Han Weiguo back to the car. Master, now that Fan Tiandong's alibi is useless, and he purchased the murder weapon, we can essentially confirm his suspicion of committing the crime, right? I inquired. Han Weiguo waved his hand. Not quite. These are merely supporting details. He could easily claim he just returned home, leaving the wallpaper knife on the table. That does not prove he killed Fan Xinghua. What should we do then? Is there no other way? I asked. Han Weiguo pondered for a moment and replied, to ascertain that Fan Tiandong committed the act, we need to establish the time of Fan Xinghua's death, which should be between 6 and 7 a.m. If we can confirm this time frame, securing Fan Tiandong and Appo's testimony will allow us to close the case. But Master, the forensic expert Liu provided a death time of between 6 and 8 a.m. It may be challenging to pinpoint it further. I responded. Han Weiguo chuckled. No worries. Just call him Old Liu. The issue lies within those 2 hours. It seems that Fan Tiandong has indeed studied forensic literature. I nodded. Master, Fan Tiandong must have understood our forensic expert and Appo's estimate of the time of death, which is why he crafted a series of plans afterward. Clearly, we underestimated this young man. Han Weiguo reflected. Indeed. Master, I believe we can interrogate him directly. Although he has acquired some relevant knowledge, he is still only 18 and may not possess the maturity to navigate this situation, I suggested. After a moment of silence, Han Weiguo replied, interrogating him alone is insufficient. We need to pursue a dual approach and gather additional witness testimony. Master, are you referring to Zhang Dogwan? I asked. Han Weiguo shook his head. No, I mean Chen Shufan. I was taken aback. Master, Chen Shufan is Fan Tiandong's mother. It will be exceedingly difficult to get her to cooperate. I believe Zhang Dogwan would be easier. Han Weiguo smiled. You're mistaken, my novice. Zhang Dogwan's actions stem from his feelings for Chen Shufan. If he speaks the truth and Fan Tiandong is imprisoned, even if they both emerge later, his relationship with Chen Shufan would be over. However, Chen Shufan is different. Despite their mother-son bond, once the situation becomes dire, she will surely weigh the pros and cons. Her primary concern will not be her freedom or imprisonment, but ensuring that Fan Tiandong remains alive. As long as he is alive, there will always be a chance for reunion. Han Weiguo and Appo's words illuminated my understanding. Indeed, as he suggested, when faced with an irretrievable situation, Chen Shufan would undoubtedly make a choice. Master, what should we do now? I inquired. Han Weiguo responded. Here is the plan. You and Urge will interrogate Fan Tiandong, while I interrogate Chen Shufan with Shuamiangio. You can drive the car back. I'll wait here for Shuamiangio. Huh. Master, you want me to interrogate Fan Tiandong at such a crucial moment? I asked nervously. What? You lack confidence? Go ahead with assurance. I believe in your capability. Han Weiguo said, stepping out of the car. After hesitating for a moment, I followed suit. Han Weiguo placed the car keys in my hand and patted my shoulder. Starting the vehicle, I glanced at Han Weiguo through the rearview mirror, seeing him stride away with purpose. Upon returning to the station, Urge was already prepared. In the interview room, Fan Tiandong was still engaged in his exercises. Urge and I entered the interview room in succession. Fan Tiandong, we have some questions for you. Please come with us. Urge stated. In the interrogation room, Fan Tiandong sat bewildered in the chair, examining the surroundings as Urge and I positioned ourselves across from him. Chapter 74 The Wallpaper Cutter. Fan Tiandong. Let's not beat around the bush. On the 4th of this month, which was the first day of your school's National Day holiday, what were you doing between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m.? I inquired. Didn't you already ask me this question? Why ask again? Fan Tiandong retorted. Just answer the question without all the unnecessary chatter. My second brother interjected impatiently. I gently patted my brother's arm, and he cast a glance at Fan Tiandong before returning his focus to the computer. I was at school all morning. I woke up at 6, had breakfast, attended morning self-study, and then went to class. That's all. Fan Tiandong replied. Is there anyone who can corroborate your account? I pressed on. Teacher Chung can vouch for me. You can ask her. Fan Tiandong insisted. The teacher Ching you mean is your homeroom teacher, Cheng Qian, right? We and Appo's VE already spoken with her. But she arrived at school at 7 a.m. Who can verify your whereabouts before 7? I looked at Fan Tiandong, awaiting his response. Fan Tiandong was momentarily taken aback. Is that a difficult question to answer? I probed further. Fan Tiandong remained silent. So, from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., during morning self-study, you have no one to verify your presence? I continued. I was at school the whole time. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance at the school entrance. If I had left, the cameras would have captured it, Fan Tiandong asserted. Sighing, I turned to my brother, pretending to casually say, well, I wasn't as studious as he is. I often snuck out to play games during school. Fan Tiandong ignored my comment, and I turned back to him, stating, Fan Tiandong, Your willingness to cooperate and your attitude towards confession will significantly influence the court's sentencing in the future. Why are you telling me this? I haven't committed any crime. Fan Tiandong replied defiantly. Fan Tiandong, we have gathered considerable information about your situation and possess substantial evidence. The reason we haven't presented it to you yet is to offer you a chance to confess, which is crucial for you. You must understand, I am assisting you. I explained. I've already said it. I am not guilty, and I don't need your help. Fan Tiandong retorted without gratitude. His demeanor stirred a flicker of anger within me. Very well, Fan Tiandong. Everything you say and do in this room will be documented. So don't blame me for not giving you a chance later. To be frank, I just came from your homeroom teacher Chung Qian's house 2 hours ago. She has already provided us with the details. Do I need to continue? I asked sternly. Fan Tiandong paused, then responded, yes. I convinced her to mislead you because of Fan Xinghua. I had no money to pay the assignment fee, so I took 400 yuan from his pocket. He threatened to report me for stealing, which is why I asked the teacher to confirm I was at school the whole time. So, you were not at school on the morning of the 4th? I asked. Fan Tiandong nodded. Before the holiday, the teacher asked us to pay the assignment fee on the first day back. I intended to ask my mom for the money, but on the first day home, my dad hit her, taking all her earnings. That night, I knew he was going out for drinks, so on the 4th, I got up early and went home, hoping to sneak the money while he was asleep, but he caught me, so I ran away. What time did you arrive home, and when did you leave? I inquired. I got home just after 6, but I didn't check the time. I left before 7. I was at home for less than an hour, but when I left, Fan Xinghua was alive. Fan Tiandong replied. I sensed he was lying, yet I refrained from exposing him immediately, hoping to document his admission in the interrogation record. However, it seemed he was not interested in that opportunity. Fan Tiandong, how did you leave the school? Did you go straight home from there? And when you left home, did you return directly to school? I questioned. Yes. I jumped over the east wall of the school at 5 a.m. and went home. After leaving home, I returned to school the same way without going anywhere else. Fan Tiandong stated. I examined Fan Tiandong, sighed, and said, well, take a look at this. I stood and moved beside him, presenting several printed surveillance snapshots. This footage is from a small convenience store near your school. Is that you? I asked. Yes. Fan Tiandong confirmed. What did you buy? I leaned over the interrogation chair, scrutinizing him. I forgot. He replied. I stood upright and scoffed. That an amp. Oppos. S fine. Forgetting is understandable. That store has a cash register that records your purchase time and item names. I turned back to my desk and picked up another photo. You bought this, didn't you? I held up the image. Fan Tiandong's eyes widened as he recognized the wallpaper cutter. Oh, I remember now. Yes. I bought a wallpaper cutter at his house. He admitted. What did you buy a wallpaper cutter for? I pressed on. To cut assignment papers. The sheets are too large to handle, so we cut them into smaller pieces for easy access. Fan Tiandong explained. And where is that cutter now? I pursued. This. I don't know. I might have lost it. He replied. Lost it? So you didn't buy another one afterward? I questioned. No, I borrowed one from a classmate. Fan Tiandong responded. I found this difficult to comprehend. You jumped over the east wall, bought a wallpaper cutter at the convenience store, then went home. Since you claim you were cutting assignment papers at school, why didn't you buy it after returning from home? I asked. A flicker of panic crossed Fan Tiandong and Oppos' eyes as he explained. I just went to the nearest store. It was right outside the east wall. I saw his house was open, so I went in to buy it. After bringing it home, I forgot it on the table. Yes, I admit I bought it, but I had no idea someone would use it to kill Fan Xinghua. You can't treat me as a suspect just because of that. I smiled at Fan Tiandong. We never claimed that this wallpaper cutter was the murder weapon used against Fan Xinghua. How do you know that someone used this cutter to kill him? I queried. Chapter 75. Desires and disdains. Fan Tiandong was momentarily taken aback. I gazed at him with a sense of quiet triumph in my heart. However, his daze lasted only an instant before he met my gaze with an unflinching demeanor. You were just inquiring about the wallpaper knife. So I presume it must be the murder weapon. Fan Tiandong replied. A knot tightened in my chest. I had thought I had found a flaw in his defenses, a crack through which I could pry open his psychological barriers. Yet, to my astonishment, in a mere exchange of words, my plan unraveled. Oh, you're quite the guesser, aren't you? I quickly adjusted my mindset, maintaining eye contact with him. Since you've deduced it, I might as well confirm it. Indeed. The wallpaper knife was the instrument of Fan Xinghua's demise. Fan Tiandong offered a half-smile, nodding with calm assurance. You mentioned earlier that you left the knife on the table when you departed, which raises a question. According to the supermarket surveillance, after purchasing the wallpaper knife, you placed it in your pocket. You claimed you intended to retrieve money from Fan Xinghua's pocket upon returning home. Why then did you take the knife out and leave it on the table? Or were you planning to use it for something? I had no intentions. I merely placed it there casually. Fan Tiandong retorted. Suddenly, a realization struck me: clothing. Yes, the clothing I had just mentioned. Fan Tiandong, on the day you returned home. You were wearing a denim outfit, yet when we visited the school to find you, you were in your school uniform. Why did you change your attire that day? I probed. Oh, I recall now. I changed at home. We had a flag-raising ceremony on Monday that required school uniforms, and I forgot to bring mine. I simply went back to fetch it, but I couldn't find a place to stow my casual wear, so I changed right there. Fan Tiandong explained. Fan Tiandong. Do you not find this explanation rather feeble? Very well, tell me, where is that denim outfit you wore that day? I inquired. It's at my home. Fan Tiandong responded. Then let us proceed to your residence to search for it, I declared. Fan Tiandong remained silent, exuding an air of confidence. I exited the interrogation room and approached Brother Gui in the office. Brother Gui, could you please send someone to Fan Xinghua's residence to locate the denim outfit? Once found, have it sent directly to Big Brother Liu. I handed Brother Gui the photograph of Fan Tiandong in the denim attire. He nodded, rest assured. I will inform you the moment we locate it. Before long, I returned to the interrogation room. Fan Tiandong, I've dispatched someone to your home to find that garment. Let us consider this a brief intermission as we await news of the clothing. I resumed my seat. Fan Tiandong remained composed, displaying no signs of anxiety. His demeanor suggested he had anticipated this line of questioning. Approximately 40 minutes later, a text message arrived on my phone from Brother Gui. I looked up at Fan Tiandong and smiled. Fan Tiandong, we have indeed located your outfit, I announced. He feigned innocence. I told you, I changed at home. What reason would I have to deceive you? I nodded and approached him. Fan Tiandong, there is something I neglected to mention. Have you not read any forensic science literature? Are you aware that once bloodstains have touched an article of clothing, even if thoroughly cleansed, we possess methods to detect them? I find myself puzzled as to why you did not dispose of the clothes you wore while committing the act against Fan Xinghua. Surely, you could have burned them? Fan Tiandong appeared flustered. After changing, I simply left the clothes at home. Even if there were blood from Fan Xinghua on them, it could have been from someone else who harmed him. You cannot accuse me of murder solely based on bloodstains. He protested. It seemed I needed to enlighten him further about forensic knowledge. Our blood residue test revealed the precise pattern of the stains, whether they're splatters or drips. It is quite telling, I explained. Fan Tiandong's gaze began to waver, his face tinged with a hint of red, as though calculating his next move. Do not entertain fanciful notions. You wish to suggest that the true culprit donned your clothing to frame you, correct? We have located your outfit, including your trousers and the t-shirt you wore underneath. It seems implausible that the assailant would go so far as to wear your entire outfit to implicate you. I previously stated, you should have disposed of those garments. I stated firmly, if I had discarded them, it would have raised your suspicions. I knew that once my mother reported the incident, you would come to the school to investigate. If you had discovered I had changed clothing and then disposed of the original outfit, your suspicions would have intensified. Thus, I instructed my mother to take the clothes to Uncle Zheng's house for cleaning. This way, even if you investigated, I could present the garments. Fan Tiandong explained. In that moment, I understood why he remained unperturbed when I mentioned the clothing. He had already devised a countermeasure. His cleverness had led him to miscalculate his actions. So, you are admitting to the murder of Fan Xinghua? I inquired. Fan Tiandong lingered in silence, his head bowed. Yes, I killed Fan Xinghua, he uttered despondently. Brother Er slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice, louder. Yes, I confess, I am the one who killed Fan Xinghua. Are you satisfied now? Fan Tiandong nearly shouted his admission. I stood before him. Fan Tiandong, if I am not mistaken, your intention to kill Fan Xinghua has been brewing for over a year. Has it not? Fan Tiandong looked at me with a hint of confusion, raising his gaze. You are curious about how I came to this conclusion, aren't you? I queried. He remained silent, lowering his head once more. It is quite simple. From the moment you borrowed those books on forensic science, you had already harbored murderous thoughts. Back then, you were still young. Even if you killed Fan Xinghua, you would not face criminal liability. Am I correct? I probed. Fan Tiandong slowly lifted his head, actually. You're mistaken. From the very first time he struck my mother, I contemplated killing him. However, I was hesitant, as I did not wish to jeopardize myself. Therefore, I needed to devise a foolproof plan that would ensure his demise while allowing me to escape unscathed. For years, I struggled to conceive a flawless strategy. Buzz. My phone vibrated. A text message had arrived. I pulled out my phone, and the message was from Han Weigua. Chun-E has been eliminated. The text contained only 3 words, sending a chill through me. My heart raced with conflicting emotions. This outcome was both what I desired and what I dreaded. Chapter 76. The plan of a talented student being a police officer entails confronting the darker facets of human nature, a characteristic that fosters in us an unparalleled yearning for and reverence towards the light. In the face of darkness, we must cultivate an unwavering inner strength. However, no matter how resolute, there will always be tender aspects within us, which, when touched, may evoke profound contradictions and turmoil. Fan Tiandong's psychological defenses had been breached, rendering the subsequent matters relatively simpler. Could you elaborate on the entire process of the crime? I inquired, placing a cup of water before Fan Tiandong. After taking a sip, he began his narrative. Before the National Day holiday, our teacher informed us that we needed to pay a homework fee of 305 yuan. I mentioned this to my mother, and on the second, she gave me the money, placing it in the pocket of my clothes. However, on the night of the third, when I returned to the dormitory, I discovered the money was missing. My pocket had a zipper, so I was certain it couldn't have been lost on the way. The only possibility was that Fan Xinghua had taken it. Fan Tiandong asserted. Did you not call your mother to inquire? I interjected. He shook his head. No. I didn't have a phone. To make a call, I would have to use a public telephone outside the school. I was certain it was Fan Xinghua, so I didn't want to waste the money. I nodded in understanding. Fan Tiandong continued. The next morning, I woke up before 5 a.m., climbed over the school wall, and saw that the supermarket outside was open. I figured Fan Xinghua would not readily return my money, so I went in and bought a wallpaper knife. He paused momentarily to sip his water. Upon returning home, I found Fan Xinghua just waking up. I asked him, "Did you take my money?" He admitted it immediately, saying, "Yes, I took it. I spent your money. It and Appos. It's only fair since it was mine to begin with, and Appos." I insisted that it was my homework fee, and he retorted, "And Appos, so what? It and Appos. It's my money, and I can spend it however I wish, and Appos." I replied, "And Appos, that money was earned by my mother, and Appos," to which he. Tears welled in Fan Tiandong and Appos' eyes, his lips quivering. "What did he say?" I asked gently. He said, "Your mother, that bitch, should earn money for me. She just needs to lie there to make money." Anger seemed to radiate from Fan Tiandong's tear-filled eyes. I felt a tightening in my chest, awkwardly clearing my throat. Fan Tiandong continued. In that moment, I wished I could kill him with a single blow. But then I thought of my mother, and I didn't want to get entangled with him any further. I picked up his pants from beside the bed, intending to search them for my money. When he saw me rummaging through his pockets, he lunged at me, and I pulled out the wallpaper knife. He paused again, his flushed face calming somewhat, and his clenched fists loosening. I merely intended to frighten him, but when he saw the knife, instead of being afraid, he slapped me and said, "Who are you trying to scare? Go ahead, kill me." He leaned in closer, and seeing his demeanor, I became frightened and loosened my grip, intending to leave for the market to find my mother. Just as I was about to walk away, he shouted from behind, "Bastard, you have no guts." That infuriated me, and I turned around and struck him. Blood spurted forth, and he clutched his neck and collapsed, seeing him on the ground writhing. I picked up a hammer from beside the bed and struck his head several times. Fan Tiandong clenched his fists, illustrating his words. "What happened next? How did Zheng Dagwan and your mother, Chen Shufan, find out?" I asked. Fan Tiandong wiped his tear-streaked face. "After I killed Fan Xinghua, I sat on the bed to collect myself for a moment and called my mother, asking her to come home. I knew there was a short porter in the market who was about my mother and Appos' height, so I instructed her to find him and have him substitute for her. They all wore the same work clothes, masks, and hats, so the surveillance wouldn't catch anything. Listening to Fan Tiandong, I couldn't and Appos' help but reassess him. He was remarkably clever, able to devise such plans in a short time. Had he possessed more worldly experience, implementing a crime could have made him a formidable adversary for us. What transpired after your mother returned? I probed further. When my mother arrived and saw that Fan Xinghua was dead, she was taken aback and insisted I return to school, claiming she would turn herself in, asserting that she had killed Fan Xinghua. I told her that was unwise. The police would surely uncover the truth. She asked what we should do, and I mentioned Zheng Dagwan, suggesting she call him to come to our home. Fan Tiandong recounted. "Why did you believe Zheng Dagwan could resolve such a matter? Murder is a serious crime, potentially leading to execution." I questioned. Fan Tiandong wiped his tear-streaked face, mixed with snot. "I was aware of the relationship between him and my mother. Comparatively, I preferred to have Zheng Dagwan as my father." "Did Zheng Dagwan arrive after your mother called him?" I inquired. Fan Tiandong nodded. "Yes, I told my mother to inform him to withdraw 10,000 yuan from the ATM at the market entrance before coming over. When she asked why, I said I would explain once Zheng Uncle arrived. Before long, Zheng Uncle came to our home. It appeared that before instructing his mother to contact Zheng Dagwan, he had already formulated a plan. Didn't it, Appos? Tihi? I asked. Fan Tiandong did not deny it. Yes, I knew Zheng Uncle had no children and regarded me as his own son. As long as I could ensure his well-being in his later years, he would surely agree to my plan. When Zheng Uncle arrived, I told him I had killed Fan Xinghua and that I wanted to confess. Noticing his pause, I gestured for him to continue. I informed Zheng Uncle that I asked him to withdraw 10,000 yuan, which was to be given to my mother. Once I was sentenced, whether imprisoned or executed, I wanted him to take care of my mother for the rest of her life. This 10,000 yuan would serve as the bride price for marrying my mother, Fan Tiandong explained. I had to admit. Fan Tiandong had once again altered my perception of him. He was indeed astute, and his strategic maneuvering was nothing short of remarkable. This was not your original intention, was it? I gazed at Fan Tiandong. He met my gaze with calmness, nodding. Jung uncle often took me to watch martial arts films at home, sharing tales of various heroes. I could sense his desire to envision himself as a great hero. As long as I could ignite that yearning within him, he would undoubtedly act according to my plan. Indeed, just as you had envisioned, Zheng Daguan acquiesced? I queried. Yes, upon hearing my intention to confess. And seeing my mother in tears, he immediately offered to shoulder the responsibility. I insisted it was futile, as the police would inevitably find out. Zheng uncle said, Tiandong, you were clever. Think of a way to deceive the police. I then shared my plan with him, knowing he was left-handed. I had read that forensic experts could determine which hand the perpetrator used based on the wound. I asked Zheng uncle to tend to the wound. Being a butcher, using a knife was second nature to him. After that, it was as you witnessed, creating the appearance of a disordered home, and before leaving, I asked Zheng uncle to pry open my front door. Fan Tiandong elaborated. A sense of inexplicable agitation brewed within me, perhaps due to Fan Tiandong, or perhaps because of Zheng Daguan. Chapter 77. There are no ifs before the law. My second brother seemed to notice my discomfort and gently patted my arm. Looking at me with concern, I nodded in response. Fan Tiandong, aside from Zheng Daguan, you must have a contingency plan, right? With your meticulous thinking, it's improbable that you would rely solely on Zheng Daguan, I inquired, gazing at him. Fan Tiandong slowly raised his head. Initially, I only considered this one option. My mother asked me if Uncle Zheng would be executed if he were arrested by the police. I told her no. I would inform Uncle Zheng to say that Fan Xinghua had extorted him. If there were justifiable reasons, the worst-case scenario would be a suspended death sentence. And with good behavior, he could have his sentence reduced. But why did Zheng Daguan resist arrest with a knife when we apprehended him? Did you tell him to do that? I questioned, perplexed. Resisting arrest with a knife? Fan Tiandong looked astonished. I had arranged for him to surrender on October 7th or 8th. He was not to turn himself in prematurely. Why? I pressed. Because I wanted to make everything seem more authentic, to give you all the impression that Zheng Daguan was surrendering under police pressure. If he turned himself in too soon, you would have your suspicions, Fan Tiandong replied. I couldn't help but admire Fan Tiandong's intellect. It was indeed rare for someone his age to consider matters so comprehensively. Fan Tiandong. You still haven't answered my previous question. Why did Zheng Daguan resist arrest with a knife? I asked again. With a sigh, Fan Tiandong said, perhaps this is my fault. I told Uncle Zheng that if the police suspected him before the 7th, he should not appear overly cooperative. I never anticipated he would resort to violence against you. Then tell me about your contingency plan, I prompted. Fan Tiandong shifted his position and continued. On the way back to school, my mother asked me what would happen if Uncle Zheng's situation turned precarious. I didn't understand what she meant at first, and she explained that if Uncle Zheng were to have a change of heart or if he were sentenced to death, what would we do? I admitted I didn't know. She insisted I think of another way, and when I said there was none, she suggested she would turn herself in and claim responsibility for the murder. I couldn't persuade her otherwise. So I told her that even if Uncle Zheng showed any signs of abnormality, she must not voluntarily turn herself in. Seeing Fan Tiandong fall silent, I asked, is that all you said? He nodded. Deep down, you understood that if anything went awry with Zheng Daguan, your mother would undoubtedly take the blame for you, correct? I asked directly. Fan Tiandong paused, his expression confirming my assumption. From the moment you purchased that wallpaper knife, you had already devised a plan. You intended to kill Fan Xinghua, didn't you? Honestly, I initially thought your ability to concoct such a meticulous plan in such a short time was due to your intelligence. In reality, you had been preparing for this all along, from Fan Xinghua to Zheng Daguan. Even your mother, Chen Shufan, were all part of your scheme, weren't they? I scrutinized him. Fan Tiandong stared at me blankly, and then unexpectedly, a sly smile crept across his face. The chilling nature of his smile sent a shiver down my spine. You are correct. To be precise, I formulated my plan on October 3rd. But I never anticipated that I would need to execute it just a day later, he replied coldly. Why? What transpired that compelled you to devise this plan? I asked. My curiosity piqued. On October 2nd, I found a paternity test at home, and in that moment, I realized that Fan Xinghua was not my father. I also understood why Fan Xinghua had treated me the way he did over the years. The remnants of the father-son bond one had held on to vanished completely in that instant. Fan Tiandong spoke calmly. I can understand your hatred towards Fan Xinghua, but why involve your mother in this? Although Fan Xinghua is not your biological father, Chen Shufan is still your mother. She has endured so much for you over the years. Can you truly bear to treat her this way? I asked, bewildered. She should never have given birth to me. Fan Tiandong exclaimed fiercely. Yes, From your perspective, she sacrificed a great deal for me. But what about me? I was aware of her struggles, of how poorly Fan Xinghua treated her. At that time, I thought their troubles stemmed from my disobedience. If I could just be a good child and excel academically, their relationship would improve. So, I worked tirelessly, but what did they do? The root of all this was that I was not his biological child. I lit a cigarette, the smoke rising and obscuring my vision, making Fan Tiandong appear blurry. As the interrogation concluded, my second brother placed handcuffs on Fan Tiandong. Upon exiting the interrogation room, a heavy weight settled in my heart, suffocating me. As the case involving Fan Xinghua reached this point, I pondered who was truly responsible for the mistakes that had led to this chaos. Fan Xinghua, Chen Shufan, Fan Tiandong, or even Zheng Daguan. Had that mailman not abandoned his responsibility, had Chen Shufan made the right choice initially, perhaps none of this would have transpired. If Fan Xinghua had refrained from undergoing the paternity test, or had he chosen to divorce Chen Shufan upon discovering the results, this might also have been averted. If Fan Tiandong had not stumbled upon that paternity test, perhaps the dark thoughts within him would never have been awakened. If Zheng Daguan had not engaged in an improper relationship with Chen Shufan, or had assisted her through legitimate means to escape her suffering, perhaps all of this would not have occurred. Yet, before the law, there are no ifs. Once choices are made, there are no ifs left. Before one falls into irreversible despair, no one considers the ifs. Upon returning to the office and taking my seat, Han Weiguo and Zhao Zhenyan arrived. My second brother showed Han Weiguo the statement. As he read it, Han Weiguo's brows furrowed increasingly. After finishing, he approached me and placed another statement on my desk. This is Chen Shufan's statement. Take a look, Han Weiguo said, tapping the paper. I first glanced at Han Weiguo, and upon seeing he had no further comments, I picked up the document. This was Chen Shufan's interrogation record. From the content, it appeared she was initially uncooperative, but under Han Weiguo's pressure, she ultimately accepted the reality. Even so, she believed throughout that Fan Tiandong had acted without malice and never harbored any suspicion towards him. The truth of the case was finally revealed, yet I felt no joy. Instead, I pondered what would become of Chen Shufan and Fan Tiandong if the case concluded with Zheng Daguan. Would they wait for Zheng Daguan to be released, as Fan Tiandong suggested, to care for him in his old age? If the case ended with Chen Shufan, what then? Would Zheng Daguan raise Fan Tiandong, waiting for the day when Chen Shufan would emerge, and the three of them would form a new family? No, I believe that was improbable. At least Fan Tiandong would not allow it. Once dark thoughts take control, a person becomes entirely unmoored. No matter how intelligent he may be, under the devil's influence, the only fate awaiting him is an abyss from which there is no return. Chapter 78. The squad comes to borrow personnel the following day. Han Weiguo submitted the new case closure report, which was duly signed by Director Tian, marking the official resolution of the case. However, I found myself devoid of any joy. A day after the report was submitted, Director Tian arrived at our office accompanied by a man of similar age, who everyone referred to as Comrade Yang. It was only then that I realized he was Yang Jisun, the division commissioner who had previously been hospitalized due to illness. Director Tian beckoned me forward and introduced me to Yang Jisun. We exchanged a handshake. He had a kind and amiable demeanor, appearing very approachable. In the afternoon, Han Weiguo returned with news that Fan Tiandong, Chen Shufan, and Zheng Daguan had been officially arrested, and it was anticipated that Li Yizhou would soon be called upon. Despite the resolution of the case, Guigu and demise remained occupied, as their investigative teams still had several other unresolved leads to pursue. Thus, aside from Sister Lien and myself, everyone else in the office continued to be busy. As I sat idly, I heard the telephone ring in Han Weiguo and Appo's office. Shortly after, he hung up and approached me. Chu Gu, Director Tian, just called and asked me to take you to the squad. Han Weiguo's voice was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. Could it be that Chu Gu is being directly transferred to the squad? Gu inquired curiously. No, at least judging by Han's expression. Zhao Zhenyan replied. Enough with the wild guesses. The squad has a mission that requires support, but the specifics weren't disclosed. Han Weiguo said, then turned to me. Chu Gu, gather your things. We're heading over now. Before long, Han Weiguo drove me to the municipal bureau compound. The criminal investigation squad was located on the east side of the administrative building, a three-story structure of reddish-brown bricks that appeared particularly ancient and solemn amid the surrounding trees. Upon arriving at the squad leader's office, Han Weiguo knocked on the already open door. Lu Ji, are you busy? Han Weiguo greeted the man seated at the desk. A nameplate on the desk read, Lu Chengdong, captain of the criminal investigation squad, Linjiang City Public Security Bureau. Oh, Weiguo, you're here. Please, take a seat. Lu Chengdong replied, looking up. Lu Ji, this is Fu Chu. Han Weiguo introduced me, pulling me closer. Fu Chu, this is our renowned detective from Linjiang City, Captain Lu Chengdong of the criminal investigation squad. I quickly saluted. Hello, Captain Lu. Lu Chengdong waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities, just sit. Lu Ji. Let's skip the formalities. If you have any instructions, please feel free to give them. Han Wei was said. Lu Qingdong nodded with a smile. All right, please wait a moment. He then picked up the phone on his desk. Hello, this is Lu Qingdong. Notify the special investigation team members to gather in the second conference room. After a brief statement, he hung up. Lu Ji, what is going on? A special investigation team? What case is it? Han Weiguo inquired. A series of thefts. The Bureau leadership has ordered the squad to establish a special task force. Details will remain confidential for the time being, Lu Qingdong explained. Han Weiguo grimaced. Then what is the purpose of calling our Chu Gu here? Lu Qingdong glanced at me before responding to Han Weiguo. Isn't this about borrowing personnel? Everyone knows you. Han Weiguo are quite protective of your prize talents, so I had to invite you here. Come now, Lu Ji. You make it sound like I'm reluctant to lend a hand. I'm just following orders. Han Weiguo chuckled awkwardly. Lu Qingdong laughed lightly. All right then. Since the person is here, I won't keep you any longer. You can head back to your duties. Han Weiguo paused. Oh, Lu Ji. It seems you and Appos V borrowed my person. This feels a bit like taking a monk and Appos S offering after reciting the scriptures. Enough with the complaints. There is no danger involved. The case has been resolved, and he'll be back in no time. Trust me, Lu Qingdong assured him. Han Weiguo turned to me. Chu Gu. Since Lu Ji has personally requested you, make sure you don't embarrass our South City division. Yes, rest assured, master. I replied resolutely. Ah, so you're Han Weiguo's apprentice. No wonder you're here making a scene. Don't worry. I will take good care of your apprentice. Lu Qingdong said, patting Han Weiguo on the shoulder. Han Weiguo recognized the hint that Lu Qingdong was signaling for him to leave and nodded with a smile as he exited the office. Please, take a seat. Let us have a chat. Lu Qingdong gestured towards the sofa. I settled onto the sofa while Lu Qingdong took a seat across from me. Fu. The reason I called you to the squad is to discuss a task I would like to assign to you. I would like to gauge your thoughts on it. If you're unwilling, that is perfectly fine, and we can seek other alternatives. Lu Ji, I am willing. I declared firmly. Are you not curious about what the task entails? Lu Qingdong asked. No need. As long as the leadership has faith in me, I am open to any task. I responded. Very well, let us go, Chu Gu. Lu Qingdong said, giving me a light pat. I followed Lu Qingdong out of the office, down the stairs, and into the second conference room of the Criminal Investigation Squad. A few people were already seated, and upon Lu Qingdong's entrance, they all stood up. Comrades, allow me to introduce Fu Chu from the South City Division S Criminal Police Team. He is affectionately referred to as Chu Gu, Lu Qingdong announced. Suddenly, I noticed someone discreetly waving at me. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Ruoxin. I smiled in recognition. Lu Ji, do you think he is capable? A man in his 40s with a square face asked Lu Qingdong directly, revealing his straightforward nature. Lu Qingdong did not respond immediately, but instead pulled me closer. Let me introduce you to this individual. He is Ling Ming, the deputy leader of the 8 to 11 Special Investigation Team, and also the captain of our first squad. Hello, Captain Ling. I greeted. Ling Ming nodded, scrutinizing me intently. I've heard you have some expertise with locks. He queried. I hesitated before responding. I studied a bit in college, but I wouldn't call it expertise. Ling Ming then gestured to a lean-faced man beside him, who understood the cue and retrieved a bag from beneath the conference table, spilling various locks onto the table. We have no ulterior motives. We simply want you to demonstrate your skills. Chu Gu. Ling Ming indicated the array of locks before us. I examined the assortment of padlocks, U-locks, drawer locks, and pin tumbler locks laid out on the table. Do you need any tools? We have some prepared for you, Ling Ming offered. I glanced at the table, retrieved a paper clip from a stack of documents, and deftly straightened 2/3 of it, holding the unstraightened portion in my hand. With a swift motion, I opened the first lock, then the second. After successfully unlocking several locks, I took another paper clip, straightened it to match the first, as the remaining locks required more than just a single wire. Within 10 minutes, I had opened every lock on the table, even managing to unlock a pair of handcuffs that rested in front of Ling Ming. I looked around the conference room, expecting applause for my performance. Yet the room remained eerily quiet, though Ling Ming's gaze no longer bore the skepticism it had before. He then waved his hand again, and 2 individuals brought in a safe and set it down on the conference table. Chapter 79. The Assessment of the Special Task Force in the Conference Room. All eyes were fixed upon me, while my gaze remained locked on the antique mechanical safe on the table. It was a green, single-keyed safe, adorned with a rotatable dial at its center. Can you open this thing, Chu Gu? Ling Ming inquired, pointing at the safe. I turned my head to glance at Lu Qingdong, who remained silent, wearing a smile. Let me give it a try, I replied, stepping closer to the safe for a meticulous examination. Having identified the model, I realized it was a 3-combination safe. For a seasoned expert, it posed little challenge. However, I did not consider myself an expert, and a degree of uncertainty lingered in my mind. The hallmark of such a safe is its combination dial. which serves as the primary security feature. Without the proper skills and knowledge of the codes, opening it is exceedingly difficult, even if one were aware of the combination. Without prior experience with such a safe, success was not guaranteed. To unlock a 3-combination safe, one must first rotate the dial 3 full turns clockwise, stopping at the first digit of the combination on the final turn, then turning it counterclockwise for 2 full revolutions, halting at the second digit, and finally returning to a clockwise rotation, stopping directly at the third digit. Each step must be executed flawlessly. Any mistake requires a complete restart. Upon aligning the dials correctly, one would insert the key into the lock, turn it, and pull the handle outward to open the door. Before me lay this safe. With neither the combination nor a key at my disposal, I fidgeted with 2 paper clips in my hand, scrutinizing the safe while scanning the table for any useful items. On the desk, I spotted several stacked paper cups and pulled one free. Inverting the cup onto the safe and Oppo's door, I pressed my ear against its base, observing my actions. Ling Ming quickly gestured for silence among the onlookers as I commenced my endeavor. Holding my breath, I cautiously rotated the combination dial, straining to hear the faint clicks of the internal mechanism. After what felt like an eternity, I began to feel lightheaded and had to pause for air. Despite the collective gaze upon me, my focus remained solely on the safe. Approximately 10 minutes later, I exhaled a long breath of relief. Removing the 2 paper clips from my mouth, I inserted them into the keyhole, feeling around for the mechanism. A slight turn elicited a grin from me. I lifted the handle, and the safe sprang open with a satisfying click. A moment of silence enveloped the conference room, soon followed by applause. "Lu Ji, this brother is impressive. He managed to crack it open," exclaimed Ling Ming approvingly. Lu Qingdong looked at me with a broad smile. "Well done. If Ruoxin highly recommends you." Her words are surely justified. "Thank you, Lu Ji and Lingda, but I must admit that while I have some skill with older models of safes, I would be at a loss with the more modern security measures," I replied, a hint of regret in my voice. "That's sufficient for our needs," Ling Ming exclaimed excitedly. "But Lu Ji, Lingda, what case are you working on?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "Chuge, let me explain," Ling Ming began. 3 years ago, a series of thefts occurred in financial offices across several neighboring cities, prompting significant concern from local authorities, including ours. After investigations revealed commonalities among the cases, provincial leadership decided to form a special task force to consolidate efforts across these cities. However, despite our strenuous efforts over the past 6 months, we have made little progress. A sense of confusion washed over me. A series of thefts that warranted provincial attention must involve substantial sums, perhaps beyond my comprehension. Yet, I wondered, why had they sought my assistance? Seemingly sensing my bewilderment, Lu Ji exchanged a glance with Ling Ming. "Chuge, through our recent investigations, we have identified a potential suspect. However, he is merely a low-level accomplice, and we intend to approach him to gain further insight," Ling Ming clarified. "Lingda, do you mean for me to get close to him and infiltrate their ranks?" I asked, seeking confirmation. Ling Ming nodded. "Indeed, but we also wish to gauge your willingness. If you prefer not to participate, we will respect your decision." Surprised, I regarded Ling Ming. "Lingda, I accept this task, but I would like to know why I was chosen." Ling Ming glanced toward Jiang Ruoxin, and I sensed I was nearing the truth. "Chuge, to facilitate our operations, we require a fresh face who possesses the ability to capture their attention. For a group of thieves, proficiency in lock-picking is paramount. While there are others in our bureau with such skills, they are not suitable for undercover work due to their age or other factors. It was during our deliberations that Comrade Jiang Ruoxin recommended you," Ling Ming explained. Lu Qingdong added, "Chuge, you are new to Linjiang and lack established social connections, which will aid your efforts. I understand that you have only recently emerged from a homicide case and have been assigned to us on short notice. We appreciate your understanding of the situation, as this case is of great importance to the provincial authorities." Standing resolutely, I replied, "You can count on me, Lu Ji. I, Fu Chu, will complete this mission without fail." Lu Qingdong exchanged a glance with Ling Ming before turning back to me, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. "Very well, Chuge, let me outline the details of your engagement. This undercover operation is strictly confidential, known only to Lu Ji and our task force. Should any issues arise, I will be your primary contact. In emergencies, you may report directly to Lu Ji. We will provide you with a dedicated phone number for communication. Lu Ji is your uncle, and I am your uncle's elder brother. In addition to the phone number, you will receive 2 QQ accounts to use as a female online friend and an email address as a backup communication method. If these channels are unavailable, we have a rendezvous point, a newsstand outside the south gate of Maple Leaf Valley Community. You can approach the vendor with the code phrase, 'Do you have yesterday's football newspaper?'" Ling Ming concluded. Chapter 80, Preparation for the Undercover Mission. I etched Ling Ming's words into my memory, for they contained pivotal information that would directly determine the success or failure of my undercover mission. Ling Ming continued. Chugo, to facilitate your undercover operation, we have arranged for someone to assist you. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback and cast a puzzled glance at Ling Ming. Jiang Ruoxin, Ling Ming proclaimed loudly. Yes. Jiang Ruoxin stood up at the sound of her name. I am aware that you two are classmates from university, so I shall refrain from further introductions. This undercover mission will be executed by the two of you in collaboration, Ling Ming declared. But this may not be appropriate, I voiced my concerns hesitantly. Huh? Chugo, what do you mean? I recommended you to the task force. Why undermine me? Jiang Ruoxin interjected. That and amp. Oppose. That's not what I meant. I cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Ruoxin before turning back to Ling Ming. Ling, I have no doubt about Jiang Ruoxin's capabilities, but what? Ling Ming inquired. After a brief hesitation, I replied, Director Zhang's daughter is Jiang Ruoxin. Lu Qingdong and Ling Ming exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Qingdong remarked, We are aware of that. It's not an issue. We have already reported Jiang Ruoxin's participation in the undercover mission to Director Jiang, and he has given his consent. Ling, that's not my concern. I fear that the target gang may have conducted investigations on us, particularly regarding the families of leaders. If they become aware of this, the undercover operation may be compromised before it even begins. I responded. Lu Qingdong waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about that. We have arranged new identities for you and Jiang Ruoxin, all of which are verifiable. Your new name is Yu Linchen, hailing from Mopankun, Wujia Town, Yulin County, Linchen City. Jiang Ruoxin and Appo's new name is Lu Yan, and she is from the same hometown. During the mission, you will be posing as a couple. After hearing Lu Qingdong and Appo's words, I still felt uneasy. Lu, while identity information is one aspect, I remain concerned. What if? Before I could finish, Jiang Ruoxin interjected, Chugo, why are you so fearful? This is not your character. I was about to speak again when Jiang Ruoxin swiftly exited the room. Minutes later, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing a flamboyantly dressed woman with striking red hair, wearing a sequin V-neck top and a denim skirt. Chewing gum with an air of nonchalance. I stared in disbelief as she sauntered over and contemptuously tilted her chin towards me. Are you Jiang Ruoxin? I asked, astonished. Sorry. You have mistaken me. I am Lu Yan. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Are you now reassured? Jiang Ruoxin reverted to her original demeanor. Lu Qingdong patted my shoulder. Chugo, the concerns you raised have already been addressed. There is nothing to worry about. However, there is one pressing matter. Your mentorship. Mentorship? I was taken aback. Lu Qingdong nodded. Every profession has its own rules, whether it and amp, Appo's, a notorious thief or a petty pickpocket. The distinctions are clear, and mentorship is highly valued. Our plan is to find an inmate who can assist us, allowing you to claim that you are under the tutelage of this individual. However, we have yet to identify a suitable candidate, and we worry that if he conceals information from us or acts maliciously, your cover could be easily compromised. Hearing this, a name sprang to mind. Lu, Ling, there and amp, Appo's. No need for such complications. I have a candidate, I proclaimed. Lu Qingdong and Ling Ming exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with enthusiasm as they turned to me. Who is it? Are you confident? Ling Ming inquired. Do you know of a notorious thief named Hisaner? His real name is Yishan Kue. I believe, Lu, with your extensive time in the police force, you might recognize him, I said, looking at Lu Qingdong. Hisan and amp, Appo's. How do you know him? If he is still alive, he must be nearing 80. Lu Qingdong exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared Lu Qingdong was familiar with the man, which was not surprising. Yishan Kue had been a child when he first committed theft, becoming a seasoned criminal after multiple incarcerations. He eventually turned his life around after suffering a leg injury. Lu, to be honest, my expertise in lockpicking is only partially attributed to my training at the police academy. The majority was taught to me by Yishan Kue. He lives next door to my grandmother and Appo's house and has been in a wheelchair since his accident, making a living by repairing small appliances. I often visited him as a child. My grandmother insisted I call him third uncle. After my grandmother passed away when I was in elementary school, I continued to visit him in middle school. He not only imparted valuable lockpicking knowledge, but also shared many of his past experiences. I replied, Goodness, Chugo. Wasn't your grandmother concerned that this old fellow might lead you astray? It's much easier to learn bad habits than to unlearn them. Ling Ming remarked with a hint of apprehension. I smiled. Although third uncle taught me the art of lockpicking, he always emphasized the importance of not engaging in illegal activities. The stories he shared were meant to serve as cautionary tales, teaching me that crime does not pay. His intention in teaching me was to provide me with a legitimate skill for the future. Who would have thought that Hisan and Appo's possessed such awareness? It seems your mentor has not wasted his efforts. Lu Qingdong reflected. Lu, this was all part of your mentor's generation? Ling Ming was astonished. Lu Qingdong nodded. When I first joined the police, I was aware of this individual, My mentor even introduced me to him. It's been over 30 years since then, but in the last 2 years before my mentor retired, Saner suddenly vanished, and I haven't heard of any criminal activity associated with him since. Indeed, given Chigo's skills, Hishan Koei must be quite adept, Ling Ming asserted. Lockpicking is merely one of his many talents. He possesses not only technical prowess, but also remarkable psychological resilience and intelligence. I recall a case involving him. Back when we were in Linjiang, individual clothing stores were just emerging. There was a couple who had just become engaged and were operating a store near the train station. They were expecting a shipment from the south the next day, so they spent the night in the store, placing 20,000 yuan in cash under their pillows for safekeeping. However, unexpectedly, despite their caution, that 20,000 yuan disappeared overnight. Lu Chidong recounted. How intriguing. They lost money while sleeping with it under their heads? Were they in a deep slumber? Ling Ming expressed his incredulity. We were just as baffled, and both claimed they had not been asleep. Yet, they could not explain how the money vanished. Lu Chidong continued. What exactly happened? Ling Ming pressed. Lu Chengdong smiled slightly. This is where Saner truly excels. Chapter 81. The Master Thief Hishan Koei. Lu Chengdong's words piqued the interest of everyone present. Lu Ji, could you enlighten us on how this Saner managed to pull it off? Ling Ming inquired. Lu Chengdong sipped his tea and began, at that time. My master took me to investigate the scene and gather information from the victim. Based on the traces at the scene, it was evident that the thief had entered through a small window of the clothing store. The abundance of hanging garments provided an excellent hiding place for him, even placing him within a mere garment's distance from where the couple slept, yet the victim remained entirely unaware. Lu Ji, it seems that Saner possesses an extraordinary psychological fortitude, Ling Ming remarked with a hint of admiration. Lu Qingdong nodded. Initially, we did not know the suspect was Saner. During our investigation, we collectively concluded that the suspect was hiding behind the clothing rack, waiting for the couple to fall asleep before executing the theft. However, the victim was adamant that the bag containing the money had never left her head. That's rather intriguing, isn't it? The bag was nestled beneath her head, and any slight movement would have awakened her. Did the money sprout wings and fly away? Ling Ming expressed his astonishment. That was indeed a perplexing aspect for us at the time. My master subsequently consulted many habitual thieves he had previously encountered, but none could fathom how this individual accomplished it. Lu Chidong recounted. And what happened next? How did you locate the suspect? Ling Ming pressed. Eventually, a tip-off from an informant led my master to apprehend Hisan and Oppos. After several preliminary interrogations, although Hisan and Oppos confessed, he stubbornly refused to disclose the method of his theft. It was only after my master treated him to a feast of food and drink and engaged in conversation with him for an entire night that we finally discovered the truth. Lu Chidong continued. Everyone listened intently to Lu Chidong, myself included, for this story had never been shared with me by my granduncle. Lu Chidong took another sip of tea and elaborated. According to Saner, the situation unfolded as follows. The man indeed had the bag resting beneath his head. Saner was crouched beneath the clothing rack beside them. As the night progressed, Saner stealthily reached into the man's blanket and touched his thigh, causing the man to instinctively roll into the adjacent bed. In that fleeting moment, Saner swiftly extracted the money from the bag, replacing it with pre-prepared white paper. Once the couple had finished and drifted off to sleep, Hisan and Oppos quietly departed without a trace. Wait, Hisan and Oppos not only stole but also witnessed a live performance? Ling Ming questioned. Why didn't the couple mention this detail? Did they not claim the bag was always beneath their heads? Lu Chindong chuckled. In those days, things were different. The couple was merely engaged, without formal registration or a wedding, making it rather awkward to discuss such matters. However, it was precisely because they were not yet married that it was a particularly precarious situation. And Saner had managed to slip in 2 bundles of paper without the man noticing. Impressive. This Saner is no ordinary thief. He is a master of his craft. Anyone else would have hesitated to act so audaciously. Ling Ming mused, a sentiment echoed by those present, myself included. By the way, Lu Ji, what happened to Saner's leg? Ling Ming queried. Lu Qingdong waved his hand, seemingly unaware. Allow me to share, I interjected. Lu Qingdong and Ling Ming turned their attention to me, along with the others. When I met him, he was already in a wheelchair. After we grew closer, he shared that many years ago, one summer night, granduncle attempted to steal from a household, believing it to be unoccupied. Upon hearing the sound of a child inside, he contemplated fleeing, but with no adult response, he peeked into the bedroom and saw a toddler crawling dangerously close to the window. The window was low, the screen was missing, and the child was half out. Without a second thought, granduncle rushed in and pulled the child back to safety. While the child was saved, granduncle lost his balance and fell out of the 3rd-story window. That was how he ended up in a wheelchair. At that moment, the image of granduncle's smile came to mind. Who would have thought Santa had such a noble heart? Ling Ming remarked. So, did he turn a new leaf after that? I nodded. Granduncle claimed that he broke both his legs as a consequence from heaven, but because he saved the child, he was spared his life. Upon returning home from the hospital, he completely severed ties with his former self. Ah, that he's san and amp, opos. It is fortunate he had that experience. Otherwise, he might never have found redemption in this lifetime. Lu Qingdong reflected. However, I believe Chud's plan is feasible. Yet it would be prudent to inform his Sanner in advance, lest he inadvertently reveals something due to his advanced age. I glanced at Lu Qingdong and reassured him. You need not worry, Lu Ji. Granduncle has been deceased for many years. Lu Qingdong nodded. Very well. His Sanner was quite renowned in his day. He can certainly hold his own. With a clap of his hands, Ling Ming exclaimed, Excellent. Now everything is in place. We only await the right moment. Let us welcome Comrade Fuchu officially into the task force, Ling Ming announced. Applause erupted from those present. Allow me to introduce, this is Yu Shufeng, our team's investigator. And this is Gao Ming, also an investigator from our team. Ling Ming gestured toward the two male officers who had just placed the safe on the table. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Ming continued with the introductions. This is Bao Jian, temporarily assigned from cybersecurity, responsible for network information and imaging technology, and this is Wen Wan, a female officer from the criminal technical team, handling simulated portraits and imaging technology. Bao Jia and Opos, and, wearing glasses and a checkered shirt, exuded the typical appearance of a programmer. While Wen Wan, the only other woman in the task force alongside Zhang Ruoxin, was a police officer. Ling Ming pointed to an older man and continued. This gentleman is Song Dawei, a reinforcement from the preliminary examination team, and beside him is Captain Li Jiangong from the public security anti-pickpocket team. Li Jiangong waved his hands repeatedly. Deputy, no need for introductions. You all are classmates and know each other better than we do. Ha! Ling Ming chuckled. As I caught a glimpse of Zhang Ruoxin, dressed in a non-mainstream fashion, smiling at me, I managed a somewhat forced smile. I had known her for 4 years. Yet this was the first time I had seen her dressed in such a manner, which felt quite unfamiliar. Once Ling Ming concluded the introductions, Lu Qingdong addressed the group. Now that our personnel are adequately assembled, the remaining task lies in the capabilities of our elite task force. If we can crack this 3-year case under the provincial department's banner, it would bring significant recognition to our criminal investigation team in Linjiang. Thus, I wish everyone fruitful collaboration and swift success. Chapter 82. I am going to undercover. Having concluded his remarks, Lu Qingdong exited the conference room, leaving behind a few members of the special investigation team, their gazes sharp and filled with fervor. The remaining matters are for you to arrange. I have other obligations, Lu declared before departing. As everyone settled into their seats, Ling Ming took the center position. Comrades, the leadership has spoken, and how we proceed now rests in our hands. Allow me to announce our investigative plan. Ling Ming began. The team members promptly opened their notebooks, ready to record, while I retrieved a compact notebook from my pocket. Beginner. You need not take notes. Even if you do, they will serve no purpose, Ling Ming remarked. Confused, I tucked my small notebook away. Ling Ming continued, Comrades. In accordance with our previous strategy, the special investigation team shall maintain the original task assignments, with the exception of Zhang Ruoxin and our newcomer, who will oversee the covert operations. The rest of us will handle the overt tasks. Those on the overt team must remain prepared to assist their counterparts in the covert operations. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement as they recorded the information. Now, let us review the situation, Ling Ming announced, rising from his seat. 3 years ago, in Linjiang City and its surrounding counties, a series of thefts occurred in financial offices. After extensive investigation, we have confirmed the existence of a well-organized theft syndicate. However, regrettably, we have no additional leads. These individuals are remarkably adept and highly professional, leaving virtually no valuable traces at the crime scenes, which is a significant reason for the failures of our special investigation team 3 years ago, Ling Ming expressed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. At that time, Ling Ming served as the captain of the criminal investigation team within the Linjiang Public Security Bureau and was a key member of the 708 Special Investigation Team, having invested considerable resources into the investigation. I could understand the impact of their setbacks. On the 2nd of this month, the Beijing branch received a report from the Tongshun Logistics Company in Linjiang City regarding a theft in their financial office. The investigation revealed that both the entry method and the modus operandi were strikingly similar to the series of thefts from 3 years prior. After deliberation, the Bureau decided to take over the case and reinitiate the investigation into the cold cases from 3 years ago, as Ling Ming explained. Bao Jian activated the projector, illuminating images of the crime scene on the screen. This is the office building of Tongshun Logistics, comprising 5 floors. The financial office is located on the 3rd floor. The suspects gained entry through the window. Our investigation indicates at least 3 individuals were involved. However, we face a dilemma. We have yet to find any evidence to ascertain how the suspects reached the window outside the financial office. Prior to the crime, they disabled the surveillance cameras at the location, and there were no signs of intrusion in the adjacent rooms. It is as if these individuals simply materialized outside the financial office window. Ling Ming frowned. Could they have descended via ropes? I ventured a question, raising my hand. Ling Ming waved dismissively. We considered that possibility, but upon thorough inspection of the rooftop, we found no evidence of any descent. If it wasn't via ropes and there were no stairs used, then they must have employed a ladder. However, given the height of this office building, approximately 7 or 8 meters to the 3rd floor, even a folding ladder would be cumbersome to carry, making them conspicuously noticeable. I expressed my confusion. Ling Ming nodded, acknowledging my point. Indeed, this is a source of our puzzlement. Similar scenarios were encountered in the thefts from 3 years ago, which is one of the reasons we are conducting a comparative investigation. Bao Jia and Appos, and switched the projection, revealing a photograph of an individual. This man is Gao Ruiming, nicknamed and Appos, Xiao Rui, and Appos. He is known to associate with the area around Hongqing Road. According to intelligence reports, he may have connections to the theft syndicate, prompting us to focus our attention on him. We plan for the beginner to adopt the alias Yu Linsen, while Jiang Ruoxin will go by Lu Yan. To approach him and seek an opportunity to infiltrate the organization, Ling Ming outlined. Ling, how do we plan to approach him? Do we have a strategy? I inquired. Ling Ming gestured dismissively that approach is too cliché. Such tactics are portrayed in television dramas. These individuals are far from foolish. Moreover, they are exceptionally cautious. If Xiao Rui is apprehended, it could alert their organization, jeopardizing our entire operation. I nodded in understanding. Ling, what is our proposed plan then? Ling Ming resumed his seat and stated, Xiao Rui has a girlfriend named Lisa, whose real name is Li Dingxiang, working at the Huangqiao KTV. Our strategy involves first establishing contact with Lisa, which is why Jiang Ruoxin is paired with you. Once the operation commences, Jiang Ruoxin will approach Lisa, subsequently introducing you to Xiao Rui. I will provide you both with a detailed operational plan after this meeting. From now on, you must forget your real names, as well as those of all members of the special investigation team. You will only be known as Yu Linsen and Lu Yan. Jiang Ruoxin chimed in with a smile. Ling, since Li Dingxiang has a foreign name, should I prepare one as well? Ling Ming nodded. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ruoxin declared, Then I shall be called Fiona. Very well, Fiona it is. Now it falls to you both. Ling Ming instructed, gesturing toward me and Jiang Ruoxin. Oh, and you will need to rent a place. However, due to budget constraints, you two will need to cover the rent up front. I will reimburse you once I secure the funding. An idea suddenly struck me. Ling, no need to rent. I have a suitable place available right here in Linjiang. Excellent. Then let us disperse. Beginner, Jiang Ruoxin, follow me. Ling Ming instructed. Jiang Ruoxin and I trailed Ling Ming out of the conference room and into his office. Ling Ming handed us each a folder. Beginner, Xiao Jiang, this contains the operational plan and all the information we have gathered. Familiarize yourselves with it quickly. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you both in 2 hours. After giving my shoulder a reassuring pat, he exited his office. Jiang Ruoxin and I spent the next 2 hours poring over the relevant materials until Ling Ming re-entered the room. He carried 2 file bags, handing one to each of us. Inside are your new identification cards, household registration documents, and mobile phones. Take good care of these phones. I borrowed them from technical surveillance. They must be returned afterward. Each phone is equipped with a tracking device, allowing us to locate you even if the battery dies. Ling Ming explained, gesturing to the folders in our hands. Having received the address from Uncle Su, we promptly located Building 8, Apartment 401 in the prestigious Jiangwan Residences. Thanks to the clear signage throughout the estate. My word, this estate is rather upscale. Where did you acquire this apartment? Jiang Ruoxin inquired with curiosity. Our assignment has commenced, so refrain from using my former appellation. You must disregard my previous identity. I am now known as Yu Linsen, I stated with utmost gravity. Jiang Ruoxin nodded with a touch of resignation. Understood, brother senator, this residence belongs to my uncle, who has graciously provided it for my use. However, I am accustomed to residing in the unit dormitory and have not yet had occasion to visit, I responded. Upon exiting the elevator, I retrieved the key from my satchel and unlocked the door to apartment 401. Heavens! Jiang Ruoxin exclaimed in astonishment. I, too, was taken aback. The apartment was lavishly appointed and quite expansive, spanning at least 140 square meters. Brother Sin, your uncle is exceedingly generous. I would be delighted to make his acquaintance, should the opportunity arise, Jiang Ruoxin remarked as she surveyed the premises. Certainly, perhaps at some future juncture, I replied nonchalantly. Gazing upon the opulent decor and high-end furnishings and appliances, I felt a subtle sense of unease. Pray tell, brother son, What occupies your thoughts? Jiang Ruoxin inquired. Noticing my preoccupation, I was unaware that the apartment was of this caliber. Do you not believe that our presence here, as individuals in our early 20s, might arouse suspicion? I questioned, casting a glance around the living room. Jiang Ruoxin dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand. Nonsense. I believe it is to our advantage. Given your technical prowess, you must have amassed a considerable fortune, which would serve to corroborate your capabilities. I nodded in agreement. Tell me, Yinzi, shall we proceed with our operation this very evening? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ruoxin responded, Brotherson, using given names sounds too distant. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Yinzi or Fiona, if you prefer. I regarded Jiang Ruoxin's guileless countenance and chuckled. Are you feigning ignorance? Do you know why Li Dingxiang goes by Lisa? Jiang Ruoxin shook her head. Li Dingxiang is employed at the Dynasty KTV, and her line of work is no secret. Those in her profession typically refrain from addressing one another by their true names, hence the adoption of foreign aliases. So, Fiona is out of the question. But you can call me Yinzi, I said, looking at Jiang Ruoxin. Jiang Ruoxin appeared enlightened, but quickly dismissed the idea. It an Oppos. S okay, let an Oppos. S keep this name for now. Maybe it will come in handy, but you can still call me Yinzi. I smiled, took a stroll around the apartment, and found that in addition to the living room, dining room, and kitchen, there were also 3 bedrooms and a study. I opened the door to a south-facing bedroom and examined it. Yinzi, you shall reside in this chamber, as it offers ample natural light. I shall take the adjoining room. Jiang Ruoxin peered inside and nodded approvingly. However, Brotherson, should they visit our abode and discover that we are not sharing a room, might they not suspect our relationship? Jiang Ruoxin inquired with some trepidation. I was taken aback by her question and found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps you could relocate your belongings to my room, Brotherson, for added security. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, we would be better prepared to respond, Jiang Ruoxin suggested. Very well, I acquiesced. I possess few possessions in any case. We promptly attended to the task of unpacking. Brotherson, I am famished. Shall we procure some groceries? Jiang Ruoxin proposed. Might we dine out instead? The kitchen is rather bare, I replied, casting a glance at the empty room. Jiang Ruoxin smiled. All the better. We shall embark on a shopping expedition to the supermarket. As you wish, I conceded. Jiang Ruoxin took my arm as we exited the apartment and entered the elevator, causing me to flinch involuntarily. Why such a strong reaction? Jiang Ruoxin chided playfully. This is the first time a young lady has ever taken my arm. I explained. Oh, I see. Brotherson, that simply will not do. As we are portraying a romantic couple for the purposes of this investigation, we must appear convincing. Who knows if our neighbors might be questioned about us? Jiang Ruoxin said, holding my arm. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Ruoxin had completed her preparations. Her mission for the evening was to approach the target at the Dynasty KTV. I must confess, I was somewhat apprehensive. Despite Jiang Ruoxin and Amp, Oppo's status as a law enforcement officer, she was, after all, a woman, and a rather attractive one at that. Such establishments are not without their hazards. Yinzi, exercise caution at all times, regardless of the situation. Your safety is paramount, I said to Jiang Ruoxin as she prepared to depart. Jiang Ruoxin smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Brother Senator, we have personnel in the vicinity for backup. There should be no cause for concern. I nodded and watched as Jiang Ruoxin left the apartment. According to the task force's plan of action, Jiang Ruoxin would contact me at the appropriate juncture, requesting that I collect her from the venue. I sat in the living room, periodically checking my mobile phone to ensure that it remained charged. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of this type of mission, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but I felt a persistent sense of unease. Finally, after midnight, my phone rang. Brotherson, have you returned home? The gathering is about to disperse. Could you come and fetch me? I shall be there forthwith. I replied. I hailed a taxi to the Dynasty KTV and telephoned Jiang Ruoxin. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ruoxin emerged from the KTV, arm in arm with another young woman. I recognized her as Li Dingxiang. Lisa, this is my boyfriend, Yulinson. Brotherson, this is my friend Lisa. Jiang Ruoxin announced. Greetings, Brotherson. I am Lisa. Li Dingxiang was heavily made up, and had I not seen her photograph in the briefing room, I might not have recognized her. Fiona, I am most grateful for your assistance today. Rest assured, I shall speak to Sister Sue about it as soon as she returns to work tomorrow, Li Dingxiang said, clasping Jiang Ruoxin and Amp, Oppo's hand. Nonsense, we are sisters now. There is no need for such formalities. Jiang Ruoxin responded with a smile. I looked at the two women, puzzled. Very well, I shall not intrude any further. I shall treat you to hot pot another time. Li Dingxiang said, waving goodbye. I smiled and hailed a taxi. Lisa, please. You go first, and be careful, I said, opening the car door for Li Dingxiang. Li Dingxiang smiled and got into the car. Jiang Ruoxin and I watched as the taxi drove away, and Jiang Ruoxin sighed deeply. Have you been drinking? I asked, detecting the scent of alcohol as soon as we met. Jiang Ruoxi nodded and smiled. A little, but fear not. I am in control. Why, brotherson? Are you concerned about me? I paused, momentarily taken aback, and did not reply. I hailed another taxi, opened the door, and allowed Jiang Ruoxin to enter the vehicle. Chapter 84. Jiang Ruoxin's plan upon returning home. I proceeded to the kitchen to boil some water while Jiang Ruoxin went to the bathroom to wash her face and remove her makeup. I prepared a glass of lemon water and took it to the living room. Just as Jiang Ruoxin emerged from the bathroom, her face freshly washed. Have some water. I placed the cup in front of her. Oh, lemon water? Jiang Ruoxin took a sip and added, it would be even better with a bit of honey. I chuckled awkwardly, admitting, I forgot to buy some today. I'll pick some up tomorrow. Jiang Ruoxin waved her hand with a smile. I was just saying that. I'll wait for you to buy it. All right, how did today go? It seems to have gone smoothly. I inquired, gazing at her. Jiang Ruoxin nodded yes. There shouldn't be any major issues. Why did she thank you? Did you help her with something? I asked. Jiang Ruoxin set down her cup and replied. It was nothing much. While Lisa was accompanying a client at KTV, she accidentally spilled some drink on him, and he confronted her. I just stepped in to defuse the situation. What? How did you handle it? You didn't resort to violence, did you? We don't want her to become suspicious. I asked, a hint of worry in my voice. Jiang Ruoxin waved her hand dismissively. No, of course not. I simply compensated him with 500 yuan. You paid for her? Aren't they making decent money in that line of work? Why would they need your money? I questioned, puzzled. Jiang Ruoxin took another sip of water and explained, well, she offended the client, lost her tip, and didn't have cash on her, so I covered it for her. What did she mean when she mentioned Sister Sue? I continued my inquiry. Sister Sue is their boss. She said she would repay me the 500 yuan once she made some money tomorrow. I told her she doesn't need to pay me back. But I asked her to speak to Sister Sue about getting me a job at the Huangchao KTV. Jiang Ruoxin replied, what? You're going to work there? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what kind of work they do? I exclaimed, my face a mask of shock. Jiang Ruoxin leaned closer. Oh, I know, but isn't this the quickest and most effective way to get in touch with our target? Don't worry, I can handle myself. I've thought it through. When the time is right, I'll quit, and I can bring Lisa out with me. What do you mean? Our action plan doesn't include this? I said, my expression serious. Hey, Sengu. Didn't our plan state that undercover operatives can adjust their strategies based on actual circumstances? If it's inconvenient to report beforehand, we can inform the special task force after making adjustments. I'm not mistaken, am I? Jiang Ruoxin argued. But that clause only applies when the safety of undercover personnel is at stake. This I don't know how to respond, I replied, feeling exasperated. Jiang Ruoxin waved her hand dismissively. Enough, don't worry. I know how to protect myself. My plan is to get close to Lisa in this way. And when the time is ripe, I'll tell her I'm quitting. She will definitely ask why. And I can say I've made a big deal and can afford to take some time off. She will be curious, and that will lead her boyfriend, the one named Xiao Rui, to reveal himself. I had to admit that Jiang Ruoxin's plan was indeed feasible. Yet the thought of her engaging in such work left me feeling uneasy. How long do you plan to do this? When will the time be right? I asked. Jiang Ruoxin pondered for a moment before replying. It's hard to say exactly, but you need to devise a plan. If we're going to act, we should do it thoroughly. You're better at this than I am. I understood her implication that I needed to employ my skills in stealth and subterfuge. After a brief silence, I suggested, how about this? I'll report to Lingda tomorrow. Since those people keep targeting safes, I'll make a move as well. And then let Lingda and the others create a stir. That should provoke them even more. All right, that is settled then. It's getting late. I need to sleep. My eyes can barely stay open, Jiang Ruoxin said with a yawn. The next day, as Jiang Ruoxin was still asleep, I prepared breakfast and headed out. In a private room at a tea house, I met with Lu Changdong and Ling Ming. I reported on the events of the previous night and shared the plan Jiang Ruoxin and I had devised. Lu Chudong expressed the same concerns I had, while Ling Ming remained relatively calm. Lu Ji, don't worry. Ruoxin is clever. She won't run into any problems. Besides, our team is always providing covert protection, and we will intervene if necessary, Ling Ming assured. Lu Chengdong nodded in agreement. When should I act? How do we select our target? I asked. Ling Ming considered for a moment and replied, in the coming days, the city is hosting investment promotion meetings. We can leverage this opportunity to create a scenario involving a company with external investments, followed by a theft from the finance office as safe. That would create a significant impact. Lu Chudong frowned. Ling Ming, while that would certainly create a stir, it might adversely affect our city's image. If it disrupts our investment promotion efforts, even Director Jiang Wunti be able to bear that responsibility. I believe it's safer not to involve outsiders. A local business would be more prudent. Ling Ming waved his hand dismissively. Lu Ji, if it's a local business, especially a newly established one, how could we make it seem significant? Wunti that raise suspicions? Hey, Ling Ming, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we don't take local businesses seriously? Whether local or foreign, our duty as police officers is to safeguard the lives and property of the people. Your line of thinking is rather dangerous, Lu Chengdong replied firmly. Ling Ming quickly clarified, Lu Ji, that's not what I meant. According to our jurisdictional principles, a single theft wouldn't reach our department. The substation would handle it. If our city bureau gets involved, they will suspect foul play, and I worry that could backfire. Lu Chengdong nodded, contemplating for a moment. You have a point, but I still maintain my stance. Do not involve investment promotion. Lu Ji, I think you're overthinking this. Even if it's not a foreign enterprise, such an incident would still affect the overall business environment of the city. Ling Ming argued. Then I'll report to the main leaders in the city to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Lu Chengdong decided. Absolutely not. Ling Ming and I said in unison. Well, you two seem quite united. What is going on? Lu Chengdong asked, looking at us both. Lu Ji, if we escalate this up the chain, not only do we not know how long it will take to get a response, but the individuals involved are not just any run-of-the-mill thieves. If our plan leaks, not only could the entire operation fail, but our undercover personnel could also be put in life-threatening situations. Ling Ming explained. Lu Chengdong nodded. What about Chu Ge? What are your thoughts? Lu Ji, my thoughts are quite similar to Ling De's, but I believe we shouldn't overly exploit the investment promotion opportunity. Finding a local business of similar scale would suffice, I replied. Lu Chengdong glanced at Ling Ming, and the two silently continued to smoke their cigarettes. Chapter 85. The stakeout amidst a haze of smoke. Both individuals wore expressions of gravity. Lu Chengdong hesitated for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and spoke. This is too perilous. If the other party fails to cooperate, it could jeopardize our operation. Lu Ji, we do not require their cooperation. It is precisely in their ignorance that they will exhibit genuine reactions, thus rendering our endeavor more authentic. However, I must clarify that my intentions are solely for our mission, and I have duly reported this to our two leaders. Let us not mistake me for old Rome when the time comes, I said with a smile. Lu Chengdong and Ling Ming were momentarily taken aback. Well, Chuj, you're quite astute for your age. You even know the lingo. Lu Chengdong chuckled. Isn't it all about immersing oneself in the role? I learned a bit from Uncle San, I replied. Ling Ming interjected. Lu Ji, I find Chuj's idea rather commendable. Since we are performing, let us do it with utmost realism. After a brief silence, Lu Chengdong nodded. Very well, Chuj, do you have a specific action plan? I straightened up and responded. Lu Ji, Ling De, my plan is as follows. Jiang Ruoxin will need some time to approach Li Dingxiang, and I will utilize this interval to scout the area, identify suitable targets, and wait for the opportune moment to act. Rest assured, whatever I procure will be reported in full. Another silence ensued, and after a moment, Lu Chengdong slapped the table decisively. Let us proceed as planned. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Having secured the leaders and Oppo's approval, I departed the tea house. Upon returning home, I retrieved the map of Linjiang City that I had purchased along the way and marked several potential routes for action. In selecting a target, convenient transportation was paramount, facilitating both access and escape. After a day of thorough research at home, combined with the relevant materials provided by Ling Ming, I settled on my final target, Mousen Real Estate Development Company. I chose this company based on Ling Ming's intel, which indicated that it was an established real estate firm in Linjiang City with considerable reputation. Most importantly, the company had recently encountered issues with their public accounts, with recent home purchase funds stored in the company's financial office safe. As dusk fell and Jiang Ruoxin had yet to return, I opted not to prepare dinner and instead dined at a nearby noodle shop. After my meal, I followed the pre-planned route and boarded a bus. I disembarked at the Chunjiang Road station, which was merely 2 streets away from Mousen Company. The remainder of the journey required me to walk, allowing me to better familiarize myself with the routes and surveillance surrounding the Mousen Company. After nearly 2 hours of wandering, I settled down across from the main entrance of Mousen Company. I had meticulously mapped out all the surveillance cameras and devised routes to evade them. The remaining concern lay within the company's premises. The office space of Mousen Company was situated in a courtyard adjacent to the road, with the main entrance facing the street. A 5-story office building occupied the center of the courtyard, flanked by a parking lot in the front and various utility rooms and garages in the back. The company's surveillance was extensive. Based on my observations, cameras were positioned on either side of the entrance, surrounding the parking lot, and covering the rear utility area as well, leaving almost no blind spots. This realization unsettled me slightly, as I had only assessed the exterior of the office building, with no knowledge of the interior, undoubtedly complicating my operation. Besides the physical security apparatus, understanding the security personnel within the company was paramount. Such a company would undoubtedly have security staff on duty at night, but the number of personnel and patrol protocols would directly influence my course of action. At this juncture, I needed to devise a way to enter the office building. If I were to enter legitimately, I might require Ling Ming's assistance. I lingered around Mouse and Company until past 1 in the morning, gathering information on the night security. Upon receiving a call from Jiang Ruoxin, I took a taxi to Huangqiao KTV. Shortly after my arrival, Jiang Ruoxin and Li Dingxiang emerged from inside, and it was evident their relationship had grown closer. Jiang Ruoxin reeked of alcohol, though thankfully she remained coherent. Upon returning home, she proceeded with her usual routine of removing makeup and washing up, while I prepared her a glass of lemon water infused with honey she had bought earlier in the day. "How was it? Did you encounter any danger today?" I inquired, handing her the glass as she settled onto the sofa. Jiang Ruoxin took a sip and placed the cup on the coffee table. "It was manageable. I had quite a bit to drink, but Lisa helped me fend off a few rounds. I think you should extricate yourself from that environment swiftly. Those who go there are not merely there to sing. You must have been taken advantage of," I remarked. Jiang Ruoxin chuckled. "What is this? Are you concerned for me or feeling a touch jealous, Singa?" My face flushed. "What jealousy? I and Appos am merely worried about you being taken advantage of. In any case, I need to act swiftly here. You should withdraw sooner rather than later. Has your plan been approved by the leadership?" Jiang Ruoxin asked. I nodded. "Tomorrow, Lingda will coordinate a bit, and I will assess the situation inside Mouse and Company. Once I understand the internal dynamics, I will make my move." Jiang Ruoxin acknowledged with a nod while sipping her water. The following day, before Jiang Ruoxin had risen, I left early. Arriving at the agreed meeting place with Ling Ming, I found it deserted and climbed into his car. I have made the necessary arrangements and informed Mouse and Company that today there will be a joint inspection by the public security and fire departments. You will don the fire brigade uniform and accompany our personnel. This will provide you with the necessary cover to explore the office building freely. Ling Ming indicated toward the attire in the back seat. "Excellent. Thank you, Lingda," I replied with a smile. Ling Ming shot me a glance. "No need for thanks. It's all for the case. However, I must caution you that my assistance ends here. The rest is up to you. If things go awry, do not get caught, as the company will hold us accountable, and we could find ourselves in a difficult situation." I retrieved the uniform from the back seat. "Rest assured, Lingda." Ling Ming nodded. "Then hurry and change. When our people arrive, you'll leave with them." I changed into the fire brigade uniform in the car, and shortly thereafter, a van approached. Ling Ming pointed to the vehicle. "Go ahead and board that one. They're all our people, and they know what needs to be done." Before long, the van reached the parking lot of Mouse and Company. A slightly overweight man with a receding hairline came out to greet us. He was not tall, and his baldness gave him a resemblance to Xie Guangquan. "Greetings, leaders. I'm Kwang Shikai, the logistics manager for Mousen." The man introduced himself. "Manager Kwang. We are from the Joint Inspection Team. Today, we will conduct a routine check on your company's security and fire safety measures. We apologize for any disruption to your operations," spoke Li Jiangong, the deputy captain of the anti-pickpocket team at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, whom I had previously encountered in the task force. Accompanying us were Wenwan, Bao Jia and Amp, Appos, Un, Yu Shufeng, and Gao Ming. Chapter 86. Assistance. We followed in Amp, Appos, Xie Guangquan and Amp, Appos, into the office building of Mouse and Company. "Manager Kwang, we are responsible for security, and this comrade from the fire department is here to inspect the fire safety equipment. Would you prefer to accompany him, or should I arrange for someone else?" Li Jiangong inquired. "Leadership, I will have our head of security accompany this comrade. I will stay with the leaders from the public security department," Xie Guangquan replied respectfully. Li Jiangong nodded. And Appos, Xie Guangquan and Appos, called over a man dressed in a suit. "This is our head of the security department, Sun Can," and Appos, Xie Guangquan and Appos, introduced the newcomer. "Xiao Sun, please guide the fire department leader and show him the company's fire safety facilities," Xie Guangquan instructed the man. "Understood, Manager Kwang." The man turned to me. "Leader, shall we proceed?" I nodded at Li Jiangong, who then led them away. "Director Sun, is it?" I asked the man. "Just call me Xiao Sun," he replied. I smiled and glanced around. There were cameras at both ends of the corridor. "Could you provide me an overview of your floor layout, Director Sun? How many offices are there on each floor?" I inquired. Sun Can paused and responded. "On the first floor, to the left upon entering, is the office of the logistics department, which has 4 rooms. To the right is the engineering department, also with 4 rooms, but because there are more personnel in the engineering department, the second floor on the same side is also designated for them. We can discuss the other floors as we ascend." I interrupted Sun Can, nodding. Sun Can led me to the second floor. "Here, Director, is the office of the human resources department, which also has 4 rooms." Sun Can explained. I looked around. The layout was quite similar to the first floor, except it lacked a lobby and included 2 additional rooms for copying and refreshments. There were also cameras at both ends of the corridor. I walked back and forth on the second floor, performing a cursory inspection of the fire hydrants and extinguishers mounted on the corridor walls. Upon reaching the third floor, I encountered the same arrangement. On the third floor, the left side is the office of the finance department, while the right side is the office of the development department. Sun Can introduced. I nodded and walked back and forth again. As I passed the finance office, feigning an inspection of the fire hydrant, I caught a glimpse inside. To my surprise, I noticed that the finance office door was also equipped with surveillance equipment, which startled me. Ascending to the fourth floor, the layout changed significantly. This floor houses the offices of our vice president and executives, along with their lounge and meeting rooms. Sun Can described. On the fifth floor, the top floor of the office building, I was astonished to discover that there were no cameras at all. This floor is reserved for our boss's office, with several other rooms serving as the boss's lounge and activity room. Sun Can explained. Director Sun, how is your security department organized? Is there a dedicated team for fire safety during both working hours and night shifts? I asked. Indeed, our security department consists of 20 personnel, with 10 on duty each shift, working one day and resting the next. There are 5 assigned for the day shift and 5 for the night shift, each with a designated fire safety officer, all trained according to the requirements of the fire department. Sun Can confidently replied. He readily provided the information I needed, and I now had a solid understanding of the internal layout. Director Sun, where is your monitoring room? Could you take me there? I requested. Without hesitation, Sun Can responded. It's located in the equipment room at the backyard. I'll lead you there. Soon, Sun Can guided me to the equipment room in the backyard, where Li Jianglong and the others were also present. Manager Kwong, your monitoring system is quite comprehensive. It seems your company places great emphasis on security. However, installing so many cameras raises some questions about the local security situation in Linjiang, doesn't it? Li Jianglong joked. Steg Wangquan laughed awkwardly, saying, please don't misunderstand. We have no such intention. The complete installation of cameras is primarily the boss's directive. You may not be familiar with our industry, but finances are one aspect. We also have tendering work that involves commercial secrets, so we must take precautions. Li Jianglong waved his hand and chuckled. Manager Kwong, no need to be nervous. I'm just joking. Ensuring the safety of the public's life and property is our duty. If every enterprise had your awareness, we would have it much easier. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, leader. Xie Guangquan nodded eagerly. I glanced at the surveillance footage in the monitoring room. Both indoor and outdoor views were indeed comprehensive, especially in the finance office. In addition to the 2 cameras I had seen, there were 2 more capturing the interior of the finance office, positioned above the door. Having completed the inspection, we returned to the Iveco van. How did it go? Are you confident? Li Jianglong turned to me and asked. About 70%, I replied. Li Jianglong smiled, turning away to hand me a rolled-up tube. What about this? I received it, somewhat surprised, and upon opening it, I found it was the construction blueprint for Mouse & Company. With this, we should be at least 90% prepared, right? Li Jianglong inquired with a smile. Looking at the blueprint in hand, I nodded confidently. Additionally, I visited Mousen and Oppo's finance office. There are 4 safes, all of the old-fashioned type you opened that day. You should prepare for the finance office and Oppo's cameras, and Oppo's not so much about capturing the theft process, but about ensuring no one in the monitoring room sees the footage. Li Jianglong advised. Yes, I noticed that too, Team Li. With this blueprint, we can likely avoid the external surveillance issues. But those safes in the finance office are indeed a challenge. I replied, expressing my concerns. That's not a problem. Bao Jian suddenly spoke from behind. I turned to look at Bao Jian, who was holding a USB drive. While inspecting Mouse & Company and Oppo's surveillance equipment, I secretly copied the stored video footage. Simultaneously, I implanted a Trojan program on their computer. Once you finalize the timing of the operation, I can infiltrate their monitoring room's computer at any moment. At that point, I can control what they see on the screens, although I cannot switch between all the camera feeds, as that might raise suspicion. Bao Gu. As long as we can manage the finance office, that and Oppo's sufficient. I replied. Bao Jian grinned and gave me an Oppo's, okay and Oppo's gesture. How about now? Are we at full confidence? Li Jianglong turned to me once more. I nodded, feeling a sense of assurance that surpassed my earlier confidence. Under the cloak of night, I revisited Mouse & Corporation. Even at this late hour, some employees were still working overtime. I procured a Jianbing and positioned myself on the rooftop across from Mousen, observing the scene with binoculars as I ate. Around 11 o'clock p.m., the last illuminated office was extinguished, and a sedan exited the company grounds. A security guard in uniform then secured the electric gate. From my vantage point, only the guardhouse remained lit. Sensing the moment was opportune, I contacted Bao Jia and Oppo's, and approximately 10 minutes later, he texted me a simple okay. According to the blueprints Li Jianglong had provided, the equipment room in Mousen's backyard had ventilation ducts that led directly into the office building. Moreover, the ducts were situated behind the equipment room, a rare blind spot for surveillance cameras. After scaling the perimeter wall, I stealthily approached the rear of the equipment room and the ventilation duct opening. As it was autumn, neither ventilation nor air conditioning was in use, which greatly aided my endeavor. I carefully removed a panel without making a sound. With no one around, I swiftly entered the duct. Using my memory, I crawled forward. Although the distance was only a few dozen meters, it took me nearly 20 minutes. I continued crawling, but then halted, a sense of frustration washing over me. The ventilation duct branched off here, and the space narrowed, making it impossible for me to proceed. Regrettably, the construction plans Li Jiangong had given me did not perfectly align with the actual construction of the office building, or perhaps changes had been made later. This unexpected development caught me off guard. With no other option, I had to descend from this point, but fortunately, I was already inside the office building. Peering through the louvers, I confirmed that the office was empty and removed the louvers before jumping inside. I was on the first floor, but the finance department was on the third. To accomplish my mission, I had to find a way to avoid the surveillance cameras and reach the third floor. Using the door was out of the question, as there were cameras in the hallway. The only option was to use the windows, but they were barred, which left me feeling trapped. After a moment of contemplation, I put on my headphones and decided to call Bao Jia and Apos. At this point, I had to rely on him to deal with the hallway cameras. Bao Jian answered quickly. After hearing my situation, he replied that he could handle it. But only for 3 minutes. Hearing that I only had 3 minutes, I felt a pang of anxiety. Brother Bao, can't you give me 2 more minutes? I can't. Chu Go. Their hallway cameras are equipped with radar, and they switch every 3 minutes. If they don't switch after 3 minutes, the system will alert them. Bao Jian said over the phone. Upon hearing Bao Jian's response, my heart began to race. The entire building was eerily silent, and I could clearly hear my own heartbeat. I had only 3 minutes to get from the first floor to the third, unlock the finance department door, and enter the office. I didn't know if I could succeed, but I had to give it my all. Okay, 3 minutes it is. Brother Bao, let me know when you're ready, and I'll move immediately. I replied, no problem. I'll give you a countdown for the last 5 seconds. There was silence in my ear, and I tried to calm myself down. At that moment, I truly understood the feeling of a guilty conscience. Chu Go ready. Bao Jia and Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos. S voice came through the headphones. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The outside was pitch black. I darted out of the room and quickly made my way to the third floor, with my lockpicking tools already in hand. In front of the finance department, I didn't Amp, Apos, to even catch my breath before starting to pick the lock. Chu Gu, 10 seconds left. Bao Jia and Amp, Apos, and warned. I didn't Amp, Apos, T respond. Chu Gu, retreat if you can't do it. Bao Jian urged anxiously. I squatted in the corner, taking a long breath. Brother Bao, I'm already inside. I'll hang up now. Okay. Don and Apos, T worry. The cameras in the finance department are different from those in the hallway. I and Apos, VE already taken care of them. You can do whatever you want in there. But you'll only have 3 minutes to get out later. Okay, I know. I'll call you if I need anything. After hanging up, I slowly stood up. The tension from before had dissipated, and I felt much more relaxed as I picked the lock on the second door. Soon, I was in front of the safe. There were 3 safes, side by side against the wall. I replaced my lock-picking tools and took out the stethoscope I had prepared. In this quiet environment, with the help of the stethoscope, I felt confident that I could open the safes. I quickly opened the first safe, but to my disappointment, it didn't contain anything valuable. Just some documents and company seals. When I opened the next one, there was some money inside, but not much, for bundles of 100 yuan bills, each worth 100,000 yuan. I quickly put the money in my bag and turned my attention to the third safe. I took 2 deep breaths and reached for the safe. The moment I opened the door, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This safe was filled with 100 yuan bills, at least 3 or 4 million yuan. According to my estimation, looking at the red banknotes in front of me, I was momentarily at a loss. After calming down, I put all the money in the safe into my backpack. Fortunately, the backpack I had prepared was large enough. After packing everything, I tested the weight. It was about 100 pounds. I sat on the backpack full of money, sweat pouring down my forehead. Another 3 minutes. I could have done it before, but now, carrying this 100-pound bag, there was no way I could do it in 3 minutes. Suddenly, I thought of the 5th floor of the office building. Sun Can said that it was the floor reserved for the owner of Mao Sun, and I had observed that there were no cameras on that floor. There wasn't enough time to go from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, but as long as I could get through the corner of the 4th floor in 3 minutes, I would be successful. With that thought, I called Bao Jian again. I put on my backpack and waited for Bao Jian's instructions. When the time came, I quickly left the finance department, carrying 100 pounds of weight on my back, which made me much clumsier. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I reached the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors, panting heavily. After a short rest, I continued upwards and reached the 5th floor. According to my observations during the day, there was a vertical ladder at the end of the hallway that led to the roof. Soon, I was standing on the roof of Mouse Corporation, with the night wind blowing gently across my face. Chapter 88. The mistake. I leaned against the parapet of the rooftop, seated upon a backpack containing 3 to 4 million. Presently, my pressing concern was how to abscond with this substantial sum. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, the moon obscured by dense clouds. After resting for a moment, I rose and peered down, discovering the courtyard was deserted. Recalling the surveillance footage I had observed earlier in the Mosin Company's monitoring room, I remembered that all outdoor cameras could only capture the upper edge of the first-floor windows. If I descended from the rooftop to the second floor, the cameras would undoubtedly fail to detect my movement. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that although I possessed a rope, the weight of the backpack, approximately 120 pounds, would hinder my descent, and the rope might not withstand such a burden. I glanced around and noticed a downspout extending from the rooftop to the ground, situated less than half a meter from the office window. After careful consideration, I secured the backpack with the rope and fashioned a slip knot around the downspout support, allowing me to easily retrieve the rope after reclaiming my backpack. Gradually, I lowered the backpack, estimating its position to be near the second-floor office window, and halted the descent. Thanks to the cover of darkness, the suspended backpack was not easily discernible. The next step depended on the sturdiness of the downspout. Without further hesitation, I vaulted over the parapet, grasping the downspout with both hands. Below me lay an impenetrable darkness. Though I could not see the ground, I was aware that I was 5 stories up, and a misstep could result in catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, the downspout proved sufficiently robust, and I successfully reached the backpack and Appo's location. Gently prying open the window, I entered the office without incident. Just as I reeled in the rope, a beam of light flickered outside, sending a jolt of alarm through me. The window remained ajar. In the stillness of the night, I could even hear the footsteps of the approaching figure, the flashlight's beam wavering with its owner's movements. My heart raced, for if this person noticed the window ajar, I could easily find myself cornered in the office. At that moment, I dared not act rashly, forcing myself to remain still and wait. The footsteps grew nearer, the beam of light continuing its erratic dance. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into an eternity. As the footsteps receded and the light moved ahead, I exhaled deeply, gently closing the window. I promptly contacted Bao Jia and Appo's, and needing him to buy me 3 more minutes to return to the office on the first floor. Soon, I found myself back in the office from which I had descended through the ventilation shaft. The already cramped space of the shaft now left no room for me to carry the backpack. Reluctantly, I stuffed the backpack into the ventilation duct and followed it inside. Securing the louvered window, I nudged the backpack, inching it forward. As I leaped over the Mosin Company's wall, I glanced at the time. It was nearly 2:00 and Appo's clock. A gust of wind swept by, its chill sending shivers down my spine, and I realized that my t-shirt was thoroughly soaked. Arriving at the predetermined meeting point with Ling Ming, he had arranged a vehicle for me. I placed the backpack in the car, and we sped towards the task force headquarters. Everyone was awake, and upon my return, they rushed to assist. When the contents of the backpack were poured onto the conference table, gasps of astonishment filled the office. "Shugo, you've struck quite a fortune," Gao Ming exclaimed, brandishing a stack of cash. "This is pure overnight wealth. Gao, this money must not be touched. If it decreases, I will be in serious trouble," I replied, gesturing towards the money on the table with a smile. Ling Ming approached, patting my shoulder. "Well done. Don't worry. I will explain everything to the rightful owner when the time comes." "Ling, I didn't go to pick up Jiang Ruoxin today. She is safe, right?" I faltered, unsure of how to articulate my concern. Ling Ming chuckled. "Rest assured, she is perfectly safe and has returned home to rest. Now you should hurry back as well." Nodding with a smile, I turned to leave. "Hey, Shugo." Ling Ming suddenly called me back. I turned to face him. "Tomorrow, Mosin Company will likely file a report. Once they do, we will leak information to the media. You may not have much time left," Ling Ming said, a hint of remorse in his voice. I smiled reassuringly. "Ling, don't worry. I am always prepared." Upon returning home, I found Jiang Ruoxin already asleep. I tried to tread lightly, yet still managed to wake her. "You're back? How was it? Did everything go smoothly?" she asked, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "My apologies for waking you," I said sheepishly. Jiang Ruoxin waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I had just lain down. By the way, why did you return empty-handed? Did something go wrong?" "No worries. We can find another opportunity." Seeing the concern in Jiang Ruoxin's eyes stirred my emotions. I succeeded. Not only did I succeed, but the amount is considerable, around 4 million. I replied. Jiang Ruoxin's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much? 4 million? Well, we've hit the jackpot. Where's the money? Show me. I've never seen 4 million piled together." I shrugged. "The money has been turned in. If you wish to see it, you'll need to speak with Lu or Ling. Come on, tell me the truth. Did you pocket a couple of stacks?" Jiang Ruoxin asked in a hushed tone. Guess what? I replied, feigning mystery. Jiang Ruoxin rolled her eyes at me. Why are you teasing? I know you well enough to be certain you turned it all in. Not even pocketing a single bill. I chuckled. You have such faith in me. Jiang Ruoxin shot me another glare, then anxiously turned away. Wait. If you turned all the money in, what do we do? How will we spend? She queried. I looked at her, surprised. What are you thinking, little sister? Do you really think you can spend that money? If Mosin Company pursues this, I could land in serious trouble. If the amount they report differs from what I turned in, I would be in a bind. Jiang Ruoxin sighed. Oh, brother, where is your mind? Who would dare take advantage? I meant we need to show off our overnight wealth in front of Lisa and her boyfriend. If the money is turned in, how can we claim we've become rich? Realizing Jiang Ruoxin's point, I suddenly understood. I had been so focused on turning in the money that I had forgotten about the need to maintain appearances. All right, I'll speak with Ling tomorrow. We at least need to convince Lisa and her boyfriend. We must have something to show, I declared. Jiang Ruoxin sighed again. Oh, brother, you don't understand, Ling. That money is probably already in a trust account. Want to retrieve it? You can only dream. I felt a wave of frustration. How had I overlooked this detail? How could Ling Ming not have reminded me? It was indeed vexing. Chapter 89. Remediation. I called Ling Ming, as the next phase of our operation was set to commence tomorrow, and funds were imperative. The call connected swiftly. Ling, I forgot to mention. You haven't retrieved that 4 million yet, have you? I inquired directly. What do you mean? Ling Ming responded. Ling, we need to kickstart our next move tomorrow, and that requires money, I replied. Forget about that money. It has already been reported and sealed. What? What are we to do then? Ling, perhaps you could speak to Lu about borrowing it for now. Forget it. The sealing was Lu's decision. I told him we need funds for our plan. But he insisted we must finance ourselves and not touch that sum. It must be returned in full. Ling, this is quite the predicament. I have just started my job 6 months ago, and I have no money. Hey, watch your tone. Lack of funds is one thing, but we must adhere to our principles. Ling said, I'll try to gather some money for you tomorrow, but we're not exactly wealthy. So be cautious even if you're just putting on an act. Fine, I said, somewhat disheartened as I ended the call. Jiang Ruoxin approached, asking, Hey, Sun Gu, what is the verdict? The money is off limits. We must raise funds ourselves. Ling said he would try to help. I replied. Jiang Ruoxin chuckled, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Just wait, she said and returned to her room. In a short while, she emerged, holding a bank card. Here, use mine for now. I gazed at her incredulously. What are you doing? Ling said he would sort it out tomorrow. Jiang Ruoxin smiled. Don't rely on him. He is not much better off than you. Even if he manages to scrape together some funds, it won't be substantial. Take this for now, and if it's insufficient, I'll call my mother. I hesitated to accept Jiang Ruoxin's card. Oh, come on. Just take it. The password is my birthday. Listen, once the media reports it, our next move will commence immediately. Tomorrow night is crucial. If we falter, all our efforts will be in vain. Jiang Ruoxin insisted, pressing the card into my hand. The next morning, I was awakened by a call from Ling Ming. Upon arriving at our designated meeting place, I noticed a BMW X5 parked there instead of Ling's usual vehicle. Just as I was about to call him, he emerged from the BMW. Good morning, Ling. I greeted him with a smile. Ling Ming chuckled. Ling, driving this car for work? Aren't you worried about drawing attention? I teased. He glanced back at the vehicle. I'm not that fortunate. This car is for you. With over 4 million at hand overnight, you ought to drive something nice. Joy surged within me as I approached the car and peered inside. Get in and take a look, Ling Ming said, pressing the car key. I opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, caressing the steering wheel with delight. Ling Ming handed me a tissue. What is this for? I asked, puzzled. To wipe the drool off your face. You look like you've never seen luxury before. He teased. I chuckled sheepishly. It's not that I've never driven a luxury car. Just so you know, this vehicle is seized by the Economic Investigation Unit. I'm merely borrowing it. So don't scratch it, Ling Ming cautioned. I nodded in agreement. By the way, about that money we discussed last night. I gestured with my fingers. Ling Ming sighed and retrieved an envelope from his pocket. Here you go. I accepted the envelope with a grin, opening it to find 2 stacks of 100 yuan notes. Ling, is this just 20,000? I said, feeling somewhat let down. Ling Ming replied, what is wrong with that? 20,000 is not trivial. And this is what the entire team managed to gather. Ling, I understand that as police officers we're not wealthy, but if we underfund Li Dingxiang and the others, they certainly won't believe us. I explained. Ling Ming tapped the dashboard of the BMW. Isn't this a nice car? Consider it a consolation. You have no idea how long I had to plead with the Economic Investigation Unit to lend it to me. Bear with it. Once the case is resolved, we'll have everything we need. I realized that for some time now, the higher-ups had become adept at the art of making promises that rarely materialized. However, recognizing the situation, I understood that further negotiations would be futile. Hey, Ling, This car is seized by the Economic Investigation Unit. What if the owner discovers it? That would certainly expose me. I voiced my concerns. Ling Ming waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, the involved parties are already apprehended. And I've changed the license plates for you. The registration is all sorted. Reassured by his words, I relaxed. All right, that's enough for now. I must head back. You two should proceed with the next phase of the operation, Ling Ming stated as he exited the vehicle. After watching him leave, I started the car and drove it back home. Upon returning, I found Zhang Ruoxin already awake, breakfast laid out on the table. Where have you been this early? She asked. Come eat. I waved the car keys before her. Wow, a BMW? Where did that come from? She inquired. Ling brought it. He also gave us 20,000. I said as I took my seat at the table. Zhang Ruoxin nodded, exclaiming, it seems Ling is really going all out this time. I smiled in agreement. Sengu. Now that everything is in place, can we initiate the next phase? Zhang Ruoxin asked. Indeed, we must act swiftly. I plan to make my move tonight. You need to arrange a meeting with Li Dingxiang, I said, chewing on a youtiao. Zhang Ruoxin nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her out tonight. Oh, by the way, Lisa mentioned her boyfriend is back, so I expect he'll come over tonight. Is it that Xiao Rui? Perfect. This saves us some effort. Let us invite both of them for dinner tonight. After you meet Lisa, drop her a hint. Once the news about Ling's case breaks, Xiao Rui will surely take action. I suggested. Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhang Ruoxin replied confidently. I finished the last sip of soy milk. Gazing at Zhang Ruoxin. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? She asked, puzzled. I hesitated for a moment before saying. Once I make contact with Xiao Rui, you should withdraw from the undercover operation and return to the special task force. Zhang Ruoxin looked taken aback. Why? Throughout this mission, we have encountered no real danger, primarily because we have not yet engaged with core figures. Once we connect with Xiao Rui, we will face unpredictable risks. Thus, I believe it's safer for you to exit the operation. According to the operational plan, your most crucial task is with Lisa. Once that is completed, you will have fulfilled your mission. I explained. Zhang Ruoxin, holding her chopsticks, stared at me in silence. After a long pause, she set her chopsticks down and said, Sengu, I understand your concern for my safety, but you are a police officer, and so am I. I will only withdraw from this operation if the Special Task Force orders it. Chapter 90. News based on my understanding of Zhang Ruoxin. This topic must end here. After finishing breakfast, I organized my work log in the study, accurately documenting the events of the past few days. Just as I completed my writing, my phone vibrated. I picked it up to find a text message, 11:00 and Oppos, clock, city news. The message was from Ling Ming, and upon reading it, I swiftly deleted it. I understood that Ling Ming's message indicated that the theft case involving Mouse & Company had made the news. Approaching 11 o'clock, I called Zhang Ruoxin out of her room. We settled onto the sofa in the living room and turned on the television. The news channel of Angie TV soon commenced its broadcast. Zhang Ruoxin sat beside me. Sengu, did Ling and the others take action? She inquired. I nodded in response. This morning at 9 o'clock, the Linjiang Public Security Bureau received a report of a theft at the finance office of Linjiang Mouse and Real Estate Development Company. The Linjiang Public Security Bureau is taking this matter very seriously. Now, let us turn to our reporter for the frontline report. As the host concluded, the screen shifted to the entrance of Mouse & Company. Dear viewers, I am currently outside the door of the stolen company. We can see that the criminal investigation team of the Linjiang Public Security Bureau has arrived at the scene. Shortly, we will interview the officer responsible for this case. Zhang Ruoxin and I remained fixated on the television. Sengu, Ling, and the others are making quite a stir, aren't they? Even the provincial television station is involved. Zhang Ruoxin remarked. I maintained a serious expression, fixated on the screen, and did not reply immediately. Hey, Sengu, I'm talking to you. She nudged me. We might be in trouble, I replied, not averting my gaze. Trouble? What do you mean? Zhang Ruoxin asked, puzzled. The television broadcast continued. Hello everyone, I am Luo Weiman, the vice mayor of Linjiang City. I am deeply shocked by such a heinous theft in our city. First, on behalf of all levels of leadership in Linjiang City, I would like to apologize to the affected company and the citizens of Linjiang. Our work has not been sufficient. We failed to take preventative measures. However, please rest assured, we will hold the Linjiang Public Security Bureau accountable to fully investigate this case and recover the losses of the affected company, restoring peace to the citizens of Linjiang. Zhang Ruoxin seemed to grasp the meaning of trouble. Sengu, why has even Vice Mayor Luo been involved? This is getting a bit excessive, isn't it? She remarked. I paused for a moment before responding. This may not be entirely Lu Ji and Ling's intention. The situation is likely developing beyond our control. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Ruoxin and Oppos' face. Sengu, what should we do? Will this bring you any trouble? I remained silent. Sengu, I believe you need not worry. We are all working to solve this case. I think the leaders will understand. Jiang Ruoxin spoke with a hint of reassurance. Now, we can only pray that we can resolve this case smoothly. If it remains unsolved, it may not only be my misfortune. Ling, Lu Ji, and even your father could be implicated, I said, looking at Jiang Ruoxin. Jiang Ruoxin was silent for a long time. The television screen shifted again, and a man in police uniform was being interviewed. I tapped Jiang Ruoxin and pointed at the screen. Your father. Jiang Ruoxin looked up at the television, where the police chief of Linjiang City, Jiang Yijie, was surrounded by various cameras. Jiang Yijie did not say much, delivering only very official statements, essentially reiterating the need for heightened attention and a deadline for solving the case. Soon, the media's focus shifted to another man, who had a side part and a slightly plump physique, dressed in an expensive suit. Now, let us interview the general manager of the stolen company, Ma Kaijiang. Mr. Ma, could you share a few words with us? How severe is the loss your company has incurred? Hello everyone, I am Ma Kaijiang of Mouse & Real Estate. According to our finance department statistics, our company has suffered a loss of nearly 4.5 million, most of which consists of homebuyers' funds. However, I assure all homebuyers that although the funds have been stolen, they have already entrusted their money to our company. Regardless, we will ensure timely delivery of the properties. Furthermore, we hope the Linjiang police can swiftly solve the case and recover the company's losses. We at Mouse & Real Estate will actively cooperate with the police and provide all possible support. Thank you. After watching the news, I felt as though a heavy stone had been placed upon my heart. I turned to glance at Jiang Ruoxin, who seemed to feel similarly. I considered calling Ling Ming but ultimately abandoned the thought, as he was likely overwhelmed at this moment. Around 6 in the evening, Jiang Ruoxin changed her clothes and did her makeup, then took a taxi to Huangqiao KTV. I remained at home, following our plan to pick her up around midnight. Around 9 o'clock, my phone rang suddenly. It was Jiang Ruoxin. Hello, Yinzi. What's up? I answered the call. Sengue. Lisa and I have decided to skip work tonight. Come pick us up. Let us go have dinner. Jiang Ruoxin said over the phone. All right, where should I pick you up? I inquired. We're still at Huangqiao. Come over now. Jiang Ruoxin said before hanging up. From Jiang Ruoxin's tone, I sensed that something significant must have happened. Before long, I arrived at Huangqiao KTV. Jiang Ruoxin emerged with Lisa, and they approached my car. Oh, it's only been a few days, and you've upgraded to a BMW? No wonder Fiona is so generous today, Lisa remarked, glancing at Jiang Ruoxin. Get in. You two are underdressed, I said, opening the car door. The two of them settled into the back seat, and I joined them in the car. Where are we going to eat? I asked, turning my head. Don't rush. Lisa's boyfriend will be here soon. Let us wait for him. Jiang Ruoxin replied. Fiona, had I known your boyfriend drove a BMW, I wouldn't have invited him. You're embarrassing me, Lisa complained. Jiang Ruoxin chuckled. Oh, Lisa, what are you saying? We're all sisters here. It's no big deal. Inviting your boyfriend is just a chance for them to get to know each other. We can just look forward to spending money together. Lisa smiled, seemingly pleased with Jiang Ruoxin and Appo's words. Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of Huangqiao KTV, and a slender man stepped out. It was the one known as Xiao Rui. Ah, my deadbeat is here, Lisa exclaimed, opening the car door. Hey, over here. Lisa called out to him. Xiao Rui spotted Lisa and hurried over. Is this your friend? He asked, eyeing my car warily. I rolled down the window, and Xiao Rui's beady eyes immediately sharpened. Rui Gu, this is my sister Fiona's boyfriend, Sun Gu, Lisa introduced. Hello, I'm Yulin Sen. I gestured toward the passenger seat. Let us talk inside the car. Xiao Rui scrutinized me before glancing at Lisa, then finally walked around the front of the car, opened the door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. Chapter 91. Making connections after more than 20 minutes. We arrived at a hot pot restaurant where Jiang Ruoxin had reserved a table in advance. The dishes were served promptly, and the two women began to feast heartily, while Xiao Rui's gaze seemed to linger on me. Where is brother Sun making his fortune? Xiao Rui inquired. What fortune? I'm just scraping by, I replied with a smile. Brother Sun, you are being overly modest. It and Appo's. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you are already driving a luxurious BMW. If you come across any opportunities for wealth, do keep us in mind. Let my Xiao Rui share in the soup while you enjoy the meat. Lisa interjected. My dear sister, you think too highly of brother Senator, by the way. I've noticed you've been calling your partner Xiao Rui. What is his full name? I asked while savoring the beef tripe. Gao Rui Ming. Xiao Rui raised his glass in response. I clinked my glass against his and said, Yulin San, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hey, why are you two gentlemen being so sentimental? Just exchange numbers, and you'll be acquainted. Jiang Ruoxin pointed out, directing her comment at Xiao Rui and me. Indeed, just exchange numbers, and we will be friends from now on. Lisa chimed in. I provided my phone number, and Xiao Rui called me. After saving the contact, I casually asked, what line of work are you in, Rui Gu? I work at Haoyue Company. Xiao Rui replied. Haoyue Company? I apologize, Rui Gu. but I am new to Linjiang and not very familiar with the area. What industry does your company operate in? I inquired. Hey, Brotherson, don't listen to him ramble. Since the day I met him, he has claimed to work at that company. Yet I have never seen it engage in any legitimate business. Lisa interjected. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Rui and Appo's face. Although our company may not be large, let me assure you, in terms of profits, there are few companies in Linjiang that can compare. If you ever need anything, just speak up. I and Appo's am sure I can assist. Xiao Rui asserted. All right, having met you today, we are now friends. I look forward to relying on you in Linjiang. I raised my glass. Certainly. Xiao Rui clinked glasses with me. Spare me. If you truly have that ability, then perhaps you should pay your rent for the next quarter first, Lisa remarked without mercy. Xiao Rui appeared somewhat embarrassed, his demeanor soured. Jiang Ruoxin sensed the awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. Hey, Lisa, let's not meddle in the affairs of these gentlemen. As long as they can earn money to share with us, that's all that matters. You all enjoy yourselves. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Rui announced as he stood up. I'll go too, I said, also rising. After attending to our needs, I called out to Xiao Rui. Rui, go. Step outside with me for a moment, I said. Xiao Rui, puzzled, followed me out of the hot pot restaurant. Once we reached the parking area, I opened the trunk. Unzipping a tote bag inside, I retrieved a stack of cash. Rui, go. I mean, no offense, but now that we are brothers, I will rely on you for support in Linjiang. Please take this money to resolve your current issues, I said, pressing the cash into Xiao Rui and Appo's hands. Hey, Brotherson. What are you doing? I can't accept this. Xiao Rui protested verbally, but his hands remained still. I chuckled. Let us not be so formal. We are both trying to make our way in the world. Who doesn't, and Appo's team need help? The future holds plenty of opportunities for us to assist one another. All right, Brotherson. Consider me your friend. If anything comes up on Hongqing Road, just let me know, Xiao Rui said as he tucked the money into his pocket. Returning to our seats, Xiao Rui's attitude towards me had noticeably warmed. The two women exchanged surprised glances as we returned with our arms around each other. Wow, did you two just bond over a bathroom break? Lisa teased. Xiao Rui and I both chuckled. Hey, Lisa, let us not pry into the affairs of men, Jiang Ruoxin said. What business does Brotherson engage in? Lisa often mentions you to me. Honestly, if any opportunities for wealth arise, do look out for your brother, Xiao Rui said. Of course. I raised my glass in acknowledgement and downed my drink. Brotherson, I noticed your BMW looks impressive. When did you purchase it? Lisa asked. I glanced out the window at the car and replied, I bought a second-hand car today. It was a bargain at just over 400,000. Brotherson, what kind of business are you in? It's only been a couple of days, and you're already spending tens of thousands? Lisa questioned, looking at me and Jiang Ruoxin. Lisa, would you believe me if I said I won the lottery? I joked. Lisa looked at me, laughing. I would. How much did you win? Let us bask in your fortune. Not much, just over 4 million. I teased. Come on, Brotherson, you can't be serious. Lisa playfully nudged me. I smiled. Xiao Rui looked at me, then spoke up. Hey, Brotherson, did you catch the news today? A real estate company in Linjiang was robbed, and they reportedly lost over 4 million. I was taken aback and shook my head. I haven't heard about it. Xiao Rui scrutinized me, his lips moving slightly. Brotherson, your 4 million wouldn't happen to be from that incident, would it? I froze momentarily. My hand trembled as I raised my glass, spilling some beer. Jiang Ruoxin quickly handed me a couple of napkins. Rui Gu, you really think highly of me. I wouldn't have the guts for that, and even if I did, I wouldn't have the skills, I said, finishing my beer. I didn't look up, but I could sense Xiao Rui appraising me. We continued to eat until after midnight, and since we had been drinking, I opted not to drive. After bidding farewell to Xiao Rui and Lisa, I strolled with Jiang Ruoxin toward home, as it was not far. Hey, Brotherson. Do you think Xiao Rui suspects it was you? Jiang Ruoxin asked. I smiled and replied, he's probably close to guessing. The questions he asked later indicate he might have figured it out. To be honest, your reaction was quite convincing. I think if you weren't a police officer, you could be a great actor. Jiang Ruoxin laughed. I suddenly pulled Jiang Ruoxin close, startling her. Let us not speak like that until our task is complete, I said. My expression serious. What is the matter? There is no one around. Why the dramatic reaction? Jiang Ruoxin asked, bewildered. I glanced around and whispered, to complete our mission successfully, we must forget our identities. This is no trivial matter. Sometimes, if we are not careful, a slip of the tongue could expose us. Jiang Ruoxin nodded in understanding. We continued walking forward as the starlight dimmed and the night enveloped the city. Perhaps somewhere in the shadows, malevolence was unfolding, while we traversed the darkness, vigilant and hopeful for the dawn that awaited us. Chapter 92. Old friends. Upon returning home, Jiang Ruoxin completed her evening routine and retreated to her bedroom for rest. However, slumber eluded me entirely. Despite my assertion to Jiang Ruoxin that the matter was nearly settled, I harbored considerable uncertainty regarding the effectiveness of the youth, Xiao Rui. It remained to be seen whether the subtle hints I had deliberately revealed would resonate with him. The following day, while Jiang Ruoxin and I were enjoying breakfast, my phone rang, displaying Xiao Rui and Appo's name. I pressed the speakerphone button and placed the device on the dining table. Hello, Brother Rui. Up so early? Singe. What time is it? It's still early. Do you have plans today? If not, why not come by the Xingyue Billiards Room on Hongqing Road for a visit? Sounds good. I was just pondering what to do today. How about this? Once I finish up, I'll arrange things, and you pick the place. We can enjoy a drink together. Perfect, Singe. Just head to Hongqing Road, near the intersection with Wenhua Street. The billiards room will be on your right. You won't miss it. All right. I'll tidy up and be there shortly. After ending the call, Jiang Ruoxin let out a sigh of relief. Wow, Xiao Rui contacted you so quickly? Are you sure you can manage on your own? She inquired with concern. I waved my hand dismissively. It and Appo's. That's fine. Don't worry. His call indicates that last night's efforts bore fruit, a promising sign. You can take the day off from the royal dynasty and rest at home. Jiang Ruoxin nodded in agreement. I swiftly finished my breakfast, changed my attire, and walked to the hot pot restaurant from the previous evening, where I retrieved the BMW. Before long, I arrived at Hongqing Road, situated in the southwestern part of the Southern District, previously known as Anqiao Town, which had transformed into the Anqiao Street of the Southern District due to urban expansion. Upon entering the Xingyue Billiards Room, I noticed that the early hour meant a sparse crowd. As I stepped inside, I spotted Xiao Rui engaged in a game with a few others, oblivious to my arrival until I approached them. Hey, Singe, you're here? Xiao Rui exclaimed as he recognized me. I nodded, and the two companions of Xiao Rui shifted their attention towards me. Come on, say hi to Singe. Xiao Rui called out to them. Hello, Singe. They chorused in unison. I smiled and acknowledged their greeting. Xiao Rui, allow me to introduce you, he said. These three are my brothers. This is Ma Wu. This is Yunlong, and he is He Guang. Singe, why not play a game with Brother Rui? Ma Wu suggested, handing me a cue. I shook my head. No, you all continue playing. Xiao Rui waved me over. Come on, Singe, let us have a match. Fei Fei set up the balls. A girl approached and arranged the balls as instructed. Though Xiao Rui appeared carefree, his billiard skills were impressive, and I found myself defeated time and again. Wow, I didn't expect this, Brother Rui. Your skills are quite professional, I remarked, pulling out cigarettes to share with the group. Xiao Rui chuckled modestly, just basic skills. We played until afternoon, and noticing that everyone was beginning to feel hungry, I suggested we go out for a meal. All of us piled into my car and headed to a restaurant. Just as we were about to enter, a sudden jolt of anxiety struck me. Someone was exiting the establishment. The individual spotted me, and a frown creased his brow, quickening my heartbeat. Hey, Captain Han. What a coincidence. Xiao Rui greeted first. Isn't this Brother Rui from Hongqing Road? What brings you here? Settling disputes? Han Weiguo responded with a hint of disdain. Xiao Rui wore an ingratiating smile. Captain Han, why do you always look at me like that? I'm perfectly law-abiding now. Just ask them. We're here for a meal. Han Weiguo turned to scrutinize me. This brother looks a bit unfamiliar. Where are you from? Xiao Rui quickly interjected. Captain Han, this is my brother, Singe. I must formally introduce him. He is our guardian angel, the captain of the criminal police team at the Southern District. I extended my hand, saying, Hello, Captain Han. I'm Yulinsen, new to Linjiang. Ignoring my greeting, Han Weiguo simply walked away. Once seated, I instructed Xiao Rui's three companions to order, while Xiao Rui and I remained in the private room. Hey, Brother Rui, is that police officer someone of significance? I inquired. Not just significant, he is extremely influential. In this area of the Southern District, regardless of your stature as a big boss or a respected figure, everyone gives Han Weiguo face. To put it bluntly, if you cross him, you won't find peace in Southern District, or even the entire Linjiang. Xiao Rui replied earnestly. I nodded in understanding. Be careful, Singe. You might have inadvertently offended him. He is genuinely not someone to be trifled with, Xiao Rui warned softly. I chuckled, responding, what should I fear? Even if I had committed an offense, he would need evidence to apprehend me. Without proof, I can easily dismiss him. Xiao Rui gave me an approving thumbs up. Singe, you clearly have experience. Be honest with your brother. Where did you come from before? I waved my hand dismissively. What experience? Just trying to get by? I used to be in Linshan and had some dealings with the police. Let me assure you, they're and Appo's. There's no need to fear them, as long as they lack evidence. They won't dare to make a move against us. Xiao Rui chuckled and offered me a cigarette. Before long, our drinks and dishes were served, and we began to indulge. When men drink, boasting often follows, a ritual that my companions eagerly participated in. As the afternoon wore on, with the time creeping past 4:00 and Appo's clock, everyone's faces flushed and tongues loosened. Xiao Rui suggested we find a place to rest before continuing the evening's festivities. I readily agreed. Xiao Rui located a hotel on Hongqing Road and secured a separate room for me. Upon entering, I maintained a cautious demeanor, ensuring there were no hidden cameras, before relaxing and downing a bottle of mineral water to alleviate the effects of the alcohol, though I had tea truly intoxicated myself. Fatigue soon enveloped me, and I drifted off to sleep. When I next opened my eyes, the world outside was cloaked in darkness, and the clock indicated it was past 7 in the evening. I reached for my phone to call Xiao Rui, only to find it was turned off. Remembering that he had booked the room next to mine, I decided to seek him out. As I approached his door and knocked, silence greeted me from within. I intended to retrieve my phone from the bedside table, but realized I had left it behind. Just as I turned to go back, the door opened. To my surprise, the person who emerged was neither Xiao Rui nor any of his companions. Apologies for the intrusion. I quickly apologized. In that moment, I felt a sudden rush of air behind my ear. Before I could react, a forceful blow struck my neck, and I lost consciousness, plunging into darkness. Chapter 93. Beaten. When I regained consciousness, I found myself suspended, my head covered with a black cloth, allowing only the faintest glimpse of light, while everything else remained obscured. It seemed that upon noticing my reaction, the ropes binding me were pulled tighter, causing my body to involuntarily rise until I could barely touch the ground with my toes. Hey, which path are you on? What do you want? I ventured to ask. Bang! A sharp pain pierced my chest, and I was unaware of what had struck me. My stomach churned violently, nearly leading me to retch. Come on, there and Oppos. No need for violence. We can talk this out, I pleaded, suppressing the agony. Where are you from? A man's voice inquired. I'm from Linshan, brother. What's this all about? Please give me a hint. I directed my question toward the voice. Kid, you a Linshan native. Come to our Linjiang to conduct business without paying respects to the local powers. Doesn't seem right, does it? The man questioned. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. I've just arrived in Linjiang. I haven't even decided what business to pursue. Rest assured, once I do, I will certainly pay my dues. I responded. Bang! Another blow landed on my chest. This time, I couldn't hold it in and vomited. But the black cloth covering my head caused the bile to flow down to my chest, filling the air with a rancid stench. If you want to feel better, just speak honestly. The man's voice persisted. Listen, we have no grievances from the past, nor any enmity recently. I genuinely came to Linjiang for business. And I don and Oppos, know what I and Oppos, ve done to offend you. Please enlighten me. My voice no longer resembled my own. Brother, since we ve managed to bring you here, we must have our reasons. Fine, let me clarify things for you. You were involved with the Mouse and Company, Warren and Amp, Oppos, you? Though I couldn't and Amp, Oppos, see the speaker. His voice radiated an unsettling chill. Brother, I have no knowledge of this Mouse and Company. I swear I've never heard of it. I replied. Bang. Another hit. I knew the consequences of my words would lead to more pain, but I braced myself for this blow. Kid, let me tell you. We've been aware of you since you scouted the Mouse and Company. We've monitored your every move. We know exactly how you entered and exited. The man said with a mocking laugh. Hearing this sent a jolt of fear through me. Was my identity about to be exposed before my mission even began? If they had been watching my actions, did they also know when I went to the Special Task Force? This seemed improbable. I had carefully observed my surroundings and taken detours, noticing no signs of being followed. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on me that if my identity had been compromised, they could simply change their location, as I had yet to uncover any of their secrets. But if it was and Oppos, them, then who were they? Could they be affiliated with the Mouse and Company? Yet, if they were, they should have turned me over to the police. What should I do now? My mind raced to discern their identities. What? Still reluctant to speak the truth. Let me tell you, those few hits were merely an appetizer. If you continue this charade, I'll serve you a full-course meal. The man growled menacingly. Yes, it was me. I admit it. Not paying my respects was my mistake. But I can't be solely blamed. Before coming to Linjiang, I inquired, and there's no leader in Linjiang's old Rome. You can't intimidate me, so just say what you want. But let me warn you, my grandfather is not to be trifled with. If you can't kill me, I will surely make you pay. I steeled myself for a confrontation. All right, kid, you've got some spirit, huh? The man remarked, and I could hear footsteps approaching, indicating he had moved closer. Not too old, but quite the mouth, huh? We've seen the news. You've made quite the profit from this venture, haven't you? He questioned. He and T approached too closely, likely due to the acrid odor emanating from me. Let us cut to the chase. What do you want from me? If you think you can extort me for some benefits, let me tell you, you're dreaming. I'm not the right pillow for that. I value money highly, if you want. Just turn me over to the police. You might even earn a reward for assisting in solving a case. I retorted defiantly. Ha, with your meager gains, I wouldn't even look your way. However, your last statement reminds me. If I were to hand you over to the police, would that be considered an act of heroism? We would be good citizens, and with over 4 million at stake, That should keep you behind bars for a decade, right? Damn. You and Amp, Oppos, re quite the piece of work. If this were the time of emperors, you and Oppos, D surely be a eunuch. I spat defiantly. Bang. I felt a kick slam into my chest. A forceful blow that sent me reeling, but I quickly regained my footing, desperately balancing on my toes to steady myself. Kid, do you realize you've angered your father? Lao San, pack up. We're leaving. Call the police and inform them that the ones who smashed the mouse and kiln are here. The man ordered. Yes. Another man responded. Anxiety crept into my mind. What on earth were these people up to? Had they brought me here just to beat me? I could hear footsteps surrounding me, and it seemed there were at least 5 or 6 individuals nearby. Alongside the footfalls, there were rustling sounds, as if they were clearing away evidence. Soon, the noises began to fade, the footsteps growing distant. A loud bang echoed, likely the sound of a door slamming shut, leaving me in silence. Hey, is anyone there? You lot, let me down. Don't you dare let me find you. If I do, I will end you. I shouted, but received no reply. I attempted to fall downward, but the ropes were tied too securely. I tried to lift myself, but another wave of pain shot through my chest, and I reluctantly abandoned the idea. My arms, held aloft, had grown numb, and I stood on my toes, attempting to ease my discomfort. I still couldn't discern the identities of my captors. If it were the gang led by Xiao Rue, they would have recognized me when I scouted the area, and his reaction upon first meeting me would have been different. But if they weren't Xiao Rue's crew, then who were they? Could it be that Linjiang harbored 2 thieving factions? Chapter 94 Interrogation in my mind. I recalled the moments I spent surveying the surroundings of the Mouse and Company, striving to remember every individual I encountered. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. I was still too inexperienced. As an investigator, I should always remain vigilant, aware of everything and everyone around me. Just as I was lost in thought, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. It seemed those individuals had indeed called the authorities. My heart plummeted. Although the arrival of the police meant salvation, it also signified the end of my undercover mission. And I might even be forced to withdraw from the task force altogether. Once taken by the police, even if I managed to return unscathed, the prospect of approaching the Real theft ring would be rendered impossible, nullifying my purpose in the task force altogether. Moreover, to have been reported by criminals at the onset of my undercover operation would surely reverberate throughout the entire Linjiang police force, and even the provincial department of Anji. It would be akin to a failed venture before it had even begun. The sound of a heavy door jolted me from my thoughts. Someone approached me briskly. Before long, I was released from my restraints, but before I could remove the hood from my head, I found myself cuffed. Behave yourself. Don't move. What is your name? A man barked. Yulinson, I replied. That's you. Take him away, he declared, and before I knew it, I was hoisted up, through the fabric of the hood. I sensed the glaring red and blue lights outside, likely the police car and Oppos' signal. I was ushered into a vehicle, and soon after, it roared to life. Where are you taking me? I inquired. Just sit tight. You'll be informed of what you need to know, the man beside me responded. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle finally came to a halt. I was escorted from the car by 2 individuals. They led me down a corridor and pressed me into a metal chair, unshackling my cuffs momentarily, only to restrain me again. Suddenly, my hood was yanked off. Blinding light assaulted my eyes, making it difficult for me to see. It took time for my vision to adjust, but eventually, I discerned the 2 uniformed figures seated before me in the interrogation room environment I found myself in. Name? The interrogating officer asked. Yulinson. Age? 24. Residential address? Mopen Village, Wujia Town, Yulin County, Linchun City. I'm asking for your address in Linjiang. I have no residence in Linjiang, otherwise. I wouldn't have been abducted from the hotel, would I? The officer glanced at me, seemingly uninterested in pursuing that line of questioning further. Do you know why you've been brought here? I do. I was assaulted, lost consciousness, and woke up where you found me. You came to rescue me. The officer slammed his hand on the table. Yulinson, don't play games with me. Cooperate, and we might go easy on you. We received a tip-off about someone discovered in the Mouse and Company's finance office, and they've already been apprehended. How do you explain that? I replied, Officer. You can't arrest someone based solely on a tip-off, can you? We must adhere to the principle of evidence. I could just as easily accuse you of attempting to assassinate the President of the United States yesterday. Would you then be arrested? Upon hearing my retort, the officer leapt to his feet, pointing at me angrily. Yulinson, don't provoke us. We wouldn't have brought you here without evidence. Do you even realize where you are? Officer, I genuinely don't know where this is. Why don't you enlighten me? I asked, gazing at the furious officer. He stormed around the table toward me, quickly closing the distance and seizing my collar. Hey, brother son, mind the discipline. The recording officer cautioned. The interrogating officer glared at me fiercely, and I felt a chuckle bubbling up inside. He released his grip, only to find his hands sticky and reeking of an unpleasant odor. Yulinsun, I advise you to cooperate. Strive for leniency. You're over 20. And this environment shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, the recording officer said calmly. I recognized their tactic. One played the stern role while the other feigned gentleness. Regardless of their approach, I was indifferent at this point. Officer, I have always abided by the law and have never been in a place like this. If you possess evidence, present it. If not, let us not squander our time. I addressed the two men before me. Very well. Since you refuse the opportunity we've given you, we shall not be so courteous. The recording officer stated. Just as I pondered their intentions, the door swung open, and two more uniformed male officers entered. Change his position. The interrogating officer instructed them. The newcomers complied, approaching to unlock the cuffs on my chair and hoisting me up. They dragged me to the wall, and I could already surmise their intent. Sure enough, one of them cuffed one of my wrists to a heating pipe and secured my other hand, placing me in an uncomfortable position. This method of restraint, referred to as hanging cuffs, was notoriously painful. Those restrained found themselves unable to squat or stand comfortably. You might as well admit you've been here all along. We have plenty of time to wear you down. As for leaving this place, forget it unless we carry you out. The interrogating officer remarked. What do you intend to do? This is illegal. If you have the ability, keep me here. The moment I'm released, I will ensure I report you. I exclaimed in anger. Haha, you plan to report us? Sure, let us see if you can survive long enough to make it out of here. With that, they exited the room, leaving me alone. From the moment I was taken to the car, I realized these individuals were not genuine police officers, especially following the interrogation. They had crafted their attire and setting to mimic reality convincingly. Despite this revelation, I could not fathom their true intentions. However, one thing was certain, their motives extended beyond merely confirming my involvement in the Mouse & Company theft. I could concede to the previous harsh treatment. But before officers, I wouldn't easily confess. If this was a test from that group, any premature admission would surely disqualify me from their ranks. I surmised that their elaborate scheme to test me might also aim to ascertain my true identity. This thought struck me the moment I was rescued. Should I mistake them for legitimate officers and reveal my identity, I would be playing directly into their hands. Not only would my undercover operation be thwarted, but I would also risk alerting the group, causing them to scatter, perhaps never to return to Linjiang. Before long, my legs grew numb, and I felt a tingling sensation coursing through my veins, creeping upwards. I began to feel dizzy. At this moment, I had completely lost track of time. The windows were tightly sealed, obscuring my view of the outside, leaving me uncertain whether it was day or night. Suddenly, I caught sight of something in the corner of the ceiling, a camera. It appeared this group had been monitoring my every move. Chapter 95. Return. I feigned discomfort, constantly shifting my posture. My only option was to stall for time, not in hopes of being released, but to endure long enough to create the appearance of reluctantly confessing my crimes. Yet, what would happen after my confession? What would they do? As the man who assaulted me remarked, their motives were not monetary. If not for money, they must be targeting someone, which, in a twisted way, could work to my advantage. If tonight and Oppo's events were indeed linked to this theft ring, then the scale of this operation likely exceeded my imagination. They were certainly no ordinary criminal gang. They could very well be a structured, organized, and formidable criminal entity. The growing numbness compelled me to cease my thoughts and shift my body in search of comfort. However, when I halted my mental turmoil, my mind drifted to Jiang Ruoxin. I wondered how she was faring now. If this was connected to Xiao Rui, perhaps this group could exploit Lisa to confront Jiang Ruoxin. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I had been suspended in this state for what felt like over an hour, and my entire body seemed to have succumbed to numbness. I could only speculate what those monitoring me thought, perhaps viewing my plight as mere entertainment. At that moment, rage surged within me, a desire to rend them to pieces. Just as I was silently cursing them, a sudden clap echoed, plunging me into darkness. Outside, all sound faded into an eerie silence. The unexpected gloom tightened my chest. I listened intently, but after a lengthy pause, there was still no sound. Nor did anyone enter the room. I was bewildered by the situation, but I knew I had to escape swiftly. With my hands shackled, my first challenge was to free myself from the cuffs. Tilting my head, I desperately gnawed at my collar, my jaw aching from the effort, until my lips finally grazed the fabric. I pinched my lips together and gradually maneuvered the collar closer, biting down to secure it. Thankfully, I had concealed a thin wire within the collar, a precaution instilled by my great-uncle for emergencies. I was relieved that the officer who grabbed my collar hadn't discovered it, perhaps distracted by the foulness I had emitted. Yet, the thought turned my stomach, but I had little time for such feelings. As my teeth clamped down on the hard wire, a flicker of hope ignited within me. However, that joy was fleeting. The other end of the wire was unanchored, and my teeth alone could not extract it. The desire to escape compelled me to press one end of the wire against my shoulder, biting down hard enough to pierce through the fabric. A sharp pain radiated from my shoulder as the wire penetrated my flesh. Despite the searing agony, I dared not release my grip. To do so would mean starting over. Thus, I endured the pain, applying relentless pressure until the wire finally emerged from my mouth. Soon, I had a full length of it clenched between my teeth. With my hands bound, I could only use my mouth to unlock the cuffs. Even before I managed to free myself, my tongue and cheeks were pricked by the wire, and I tasted the mingling of salt and sweetness. After what felt like an eternity, the cuff on my right hand finally released. Without pausing to alleviate the numbness in my arm, I swiftly discarded the wire from my mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With my right hand liberated, unfastening the left cuff became considerably easier. As the left cuff clicked open, I crumpled to the floor. The moment I regained my freedom, pain surged through my shoulder and mouth. The rush of blood compounding my disorientation, leaving me unable to rise. I shifted slightly, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. After a while, I attempted to stand, feeling my way forward until I reached the door. Opening it, I was greeted by the morning light filtering through the gaps in the building. To my surprise, I found myself in a warehouse. The place where I had been interrogated was merely a meticulously arranged metal room. Scanning the warehouse, I was relieved to find it empty. I spat out the remaining blood-tinged saliva and strode toward the exit. At last, I was greeted by daylight. Remembering that my phone, car keys, and the BMW were still at the hotel, I adjusted to the sunlight and made my way to the road. Upon arriving at the hotel where I had stayed, I approached the front desk staff. They had found my phone, car keys, and a jacket in my room and had not processed my checkout. They returned my belongings. And after I paid the bill, the staff kindly provided me with a charger for my phone, which had died. While I waited for my phone to charge at the front desk, Xiao Rui entered the hotel with one of his 3 brothers, whom I recognized as Ma Wu. Hey, Sengu, where have you been? We searched for you all night. You didn't even take your phone, and your girlfriend is going crazy looking for you. Xiao Rui exclaimed anxiously upon seeing me. I'm fine, just had some urgent matters to attend to. I replied nonchalantly. That's good to hear. Xiao Rui responded, relieved. Hey, Rui Gu, what brings you here? I asked curiously. Xiao Rui gestured toward the front desk staff, explaining, I couldn't find you. So I asked Juju to inform me if you returned to collect your things. I turned to glance at the service staff named Juju, who smiled awkwardly in response. Rui Gu, I went to your room yesterday to find you. When did you leave? I inquired of Xiao Rui. Sengu. Don't get me started. We had just fallen asleep when Guang received a call saying his car had crashed. We rushed over, and I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't call you. By the time we returned, you had vanished. The hotel's surveillance is useless. We couldn't find you at all. I was unsure whether Xiao Rui's account was truthful, but I chose not to dwell on it. Before long, I brought Xiao Rui back to my home. I knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened by Jiang Ruoxin. Her initial shock turned to anger as she punched me in the shoulder, striking the spot where the wire had pierced, causing me to wince. Where have you been gallivanting? Were you out looking for someone behind my back? Jiang Ruoxin accused. No. I had some urgent matters to handle. Look. Rui Gu and the others are here. Let them in to talk. Jiang Ruoxin stepped aside, allowing the 3 of us to enter.